Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 647 to Chapter 729. Pong. Kacha. The great castle lord's body smashed through the chair and then the wall, embedding himself in it. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. This Xianxia's cultivation was at most in the 9th layer of the transcendent realm, but with just 2 glances, he was able to make him so embarrassed. The great castle lord couldn't believe this was real. How could a glare be so powerful? How could a glare directly injure someone, even if his cultivation had dropped to 30% of his strength? A mere 9th layer transcendent realm cultivator couldn't compete with him. It seemed that this Xianxia was really strange. No wonder this guy dared to be so disrespectful to him. It turned out that he had such a terrifying trump card. Humph. With a cold snort, the great castle lord broke free from the wall. He wasn't injured. Just now, he didn't expect Xianxia's glare to be able to injure him, which was why he was so embarrassed. In fact, he wasn't injured much, just a little dizzy, but he recovered in a moment. Xianxia. I admit that you're very strong, beyond my expectations, but do you really think you can defeat this great castle lord? You talk too much nonsense. Xianxia showed a disdainful sneer. It seemed that many self-righteous cultivators would say this, and he had met several of them. Damn it. You forced me to do this. Boom. At that moment, the great castle lord's aura became even more powerful, and the water around his body turned into a curtain of water that completely covered his body. Then, a trident appeared in his hand. It was obvious that it was a treasure-grade artifact. If a master of this level didn't even have a treasure-grade artifact, it would be too shameful. However, this guy's treasure-grade artifact was different from the ones Xianxia had seen before. There was a water-blue gem embedded in his treasure-grade artifact. It was this gem that caused the power of the trident to increase by nearly 2 times. You've never seen this gem before, right? It's called the Heart of the Ocean, a specialty of our Sea clan. It has different attributes and grades, and when embedded in different artifacts, it will produce different effects. The great castle lord said with a sinister smile, "Do you want to know the use of this Heart of the Ocean?" I'm sorry, but you'd better be a confused ghost. Xianxia smiled faintly, and casually took out the ice dragon sword. He really had to be serious when dealing with the great castle lord. Otherwise, he might be in danger. You guessed right. We did gain a lot of benefits from this trip to the sea. Now, I'll use you to test its power and sharpen my sword. Xianxia looked at the first castle lord with a somewhat mocking expression. Arrogant. Take this. The great castle lord gripped the trident with both hands, and a fierce water-type true essence continuously poured into it. Then, he instantly thrust it out. The giant shark phantom behind him let out a deep roar, obviously increasing the attack power of this strike by quite a bit. While the trident was still in midair, its ferocious power had already caused the entire hall to collapse. The large hall, which was originally filled with cracks, was unable to withstand such a terrifying force at this moment and finally collapsed. Then, the water spread throughout the entire hall, submerging more than half of the hall. To the sea race, water was life, and also the source of power. The power is not bad, but it's useless. Xianxia stabbed out with his sword, and a cold chill immediately spread throughout the entire hall. Ding ding dang dang, boom 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 boom, the continuous sounds of collisions were accompanied by continuous thunderous explosions. In just an instant, Xianxia had already exchanged dozens of blows with the great castle lord. Both of them wanted to attack each other, but neither of them could directly attack each other. Thus, the explosions caused by the collision of the 2 weapons occurred. The hall, which was originally almost completely collapsed, could no longer hide the battle here. The entire hall was completely shattered into pieces, so much so that countless people near and far could feel the terrifying battle aura here. Who dares to make a move in the demon castle's hall? The first to react were naturally the remaining demon generals and elders. They really couldn't believe that someone would actually make a move in the demon castle's hall. That was where the 3 castle lords were. In an instant, almost all the demon generals and elders had arrived near the demon castle's hall. When they saw Xianxia, everyone was shocked. It's actually this brat. How many lives does he have to dare to provoke the great castle lord? A demon general cried out in alarm. Hee. When the second castle lord and third castle lord gave this brat the position of demon general, they had already discussed that when the great castle lord came out of seclusion, they would kill this thief. Now, the great castle lord should be cleaning up the house. Another demon general sneered. If the great castle lord makes a move, this brat is dead for sure. Ha, that's right. This brat has never seen the terror of the great castle lord, so he is so bold. After suffering once, he will know what death means. The fire wolf demon general standing at the side couldn't listen anymore. He said coldly, "Are you all blind? The great castle lord has already used the jade water trident, but he still can't do anything to Brother Ling." That's right. Brother Ling didn't use his full strength. The Thousand Hands demon general nodded. Boolsh *T. What benefits did this Ling brat give the two of you to speak up for him? Is he worthy of being compared to my big brother? Don't forget what my big brother's real killing move is. He hasn't used it yet. The second castle lord glared at the Thousand Hands demon general and Fire Wolf demon general angrily. That's right. Once the boss uses his killing move, even a one-line Sky Realm master will be seriously injured, not to mention this Ling Xiao is just a transcendent realm cultivator. The third castle lord also said. The two castle lords are right. In fact, this brat was killed by the great castle lord's ordinary martial skill. If the great castle lord used his killing move, this brat wouldn't even have a bone left. That's true. I was lucky enough to see the great castle lord's killing move with my own eyes. It was really terrifying. No one under the transcendent realm could survive it. The Thousand Hands demon general and Fire Wolf demon general were also worried about Ling Xiao. Because they knew very well that the great castle lord had a defensive artifact. Once it was activated, its defensive power would reach the peak of the transcendent realm. Although his cultivation had regressed, his defensive power would not. In that case, Ling Xiao could only be beaten up. They didn't know whether Ling Xiao had a way to deal with it. They could only secretly pray to the heavens for protection. If Ling Xiao won, they would naturally be fine. If Ling Xiao lost or died, then they would definitely be unlucky. It could be said without a doubt that they and Ling Xiao were already in the same boat. If one fell, they would all fall, and if one rose, they would all rise. After a long battle, the great castle lord became more and more furious. What's more, there were more and more onlookers. As the great castle lord of Demon Castle City, if he couldn't even deal with a rebellious human brat, where would his face go? So he didn't intend to hold back. Brat, to be able to withstand more than 100 moves from this fort lord, you are the first human to be able to do this in so many years. However, this fort lord is tired of it, you should also go and die, lowly and insignificant human. The wild shark had appeared, the great castle lord waved the jade water trident with both hands, and streams of violent water continued to condense on the trident. The water continued to compress and mix, and actually quickly formed a ferocious great white shark. Novel, law, the white shark roared, bringing along the seawater in the hall, and pounced towards Ling Xiao from all directions. Just in time to try out the shadow sword art move that I just comprehended. Ling Xiao had obtained Yigushin's sword inheritance, and that was not without any gains. All this time, he had been unable to comprehend even half a move of this shadow sword art, so he had no choice but to use the snow lotus sword art to fight. But it was different now. Shadow sword art? Sword demon descends. The ice dragon sword entered its sheath, and the overflow rain sword was unsheathed. The sword demon descends contained an infinitely terrifying blood aura. Blood fell like rain, causing the surroundings to become extremely eerie and terrifying. This move, the most suitable sword, was the rain attribute overflow rain sword. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao had completed the 2 steps of changing swords. Immediately, the sword light exploded, and a human-shaped sword chi broke through the air. Who else could it be but Yigushin? Bang! 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 The terrifying human-shaped sword chi directly clashed with the huge white shark, and a series of explosive sounds were heard. The great white shark was actually completely suppressed by the blood-colored human-shaped sword chi. Of course, this move was the great castle lord's killing move after all. Its power was extremely terrifying, and it contained the energy of the ocean's heart, so it could still hold on for a while. However, it was a pity. The human-shaped sword chi that Ling Xiao released was simply too terrifying, and it came one after another, as if it would never stop. Coupled with the terrifying addition of the overflow rain sword, the huge white shark's body was quickly torn apart and completely shattered. Not only that, one of the great castle lord's arms was also chopped off by the human-shaped sword chi. Dash! Impossible! The great castle lord screamed, unable to believe what had just happened. How could this be? How could this be? That was my killer move. I condensed all of my strength into it. No one in the transcendent realm should be able to break it. He really couldn't believe it, because his berserk shark manifestation had killed a lot of people. Even a one-line sky expert would not be able to defeat it head-on. What was even more incomprehensible to him was that the defense he was so proud of had been broken so easily, and one of his arms had even been dismembered. There must be some kind of a mistake. Impossible, impossible, impossible. Grand Castle Master, who was almost crazy, condensed his true essence again and unleashed a powerful, mad shark reveal. Now, the sword, the great, the battle to end, the battle to the end. Ling Xiao shook his head in disappointment. The great to Yi, the to the castle, the great Yi actually, he was slightly surprised as well. That move, Sword Demon Descends, was actually so terrifying. A single sword strike was able to release 13 human-shaped sword chis, one after another, causing his opponent to be completely overwhelmed. The shadow sword art combined with Yigushin's martial soul was really too terrifying. Seeing the great castle lord attack again, Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully and casually swung his sword again. Before the great castle lord could finish his sword move, another human-shaped sword chi flew out. This time, the great white shark was shattered even more cleanly. The human-shaped sword chi pounced on the great castle lord again. Kacha. The great castle lord's other arm was also chopped off. He screamed and knelt on the ground. What? The great castle lord was defeated so easily. Am I seeing things? How is this possible? Amazing, this sword move is too terrifying. Not only did it break the great castle lord's killing move, it even chopped off his arm. This kid is too ruthless. Although the great castle lord's cultivation has dropped, he shouldn't be so weak. This kid is too strange. The great castle lord had lost both his arms and was almost a cripple. At that moment, the surroundings fell into a dead silence. The next moment, the dead silence turned into all kinds of exclamations and gasps. Voices of discussion rose and fell one after another. The second castle lord couldn't accept the current situation. He had fought with Ling Xiao before. Although it was only a confrontation of qi, and he admitted that he was no match for Ling Xiao wasn't so powerful at that time. It had only been a few days. Did this kid really find a secret treasure? Shut up, all of you. Boss won't lose. He just lost 2 arms. Don't forget that boss is a shark man. The second castle lord roared crazily. The Thousand Hands Demon General and the Fire Wolf Demon General looked at each other and saw the ecstasy in each other's eyes. Although they had pinned their hopes on Ling Xiao, they really didn't expect that Ling Xiao could be so powerful. This was simply too powerful. Not only was he far more powerful than them, but he had also beaten the great castle lord into a pulp. Unless the great castle lord recovered his original strength, he was no match for Ling Xiao at all. The great castle lord, whose hair was disheveled, burst out a powerful qi that was suffocating. The seawater soared into the sky, forming a huge water curtain. The great castle lord, who had lost both his arms, stood up again. Not only that, but his qi had increased a lot. A half-step celestial master with 60% of his strength? What kind of strange method did this guy use to increase his strength to such a high level again? Although he hadn't fully recovered, a half-step celestial master with 60% of his strength really put a lot of pressure on Ling Xiao. With his current strength, he might not be able to defeat the great castle lord even if he transformed into the primordial golden dragon form. The great castle lord looked at Ling Xiao in the distance with a ferocious face and shouted, "Boy, you're strong. Really strong. Even though my strength has decreased, you should be proud of yourself for being able to beat me into such a sorry state with the strength of a 9th-level Transcendent Realm cultivator. Unfortunately, you didn't kill me and gave me a chance to unleash my full potential. I have a celestial-grade defensive artifact with the heart of the ocean embedded in it. Now, you're dead. Half-step celestial master with 60% of his strength. As expected of the great castle lord, he has such a trump card. Ha ha ha, that boy is dead. Well done, boss. In this way, that boy named Ling Xiao will have no chance to make a comeback. That's right. A half-step celestial master with 60% of his strength and a powerful defensive artifact. How can this Ling Xiao compare with the great castle lord? In the end, some people were really used to being slaves. When someone was able to challenge their master, what they showed was not joy, but jealousy, anxiety, and even resentment. I'll take your heart of the ocean. Ling Xiao was now very interested in the heart of the ocean. Novel, law, unfortunately, this thing could only be produced in the deep sea, and there were very few of them. He had stayed in the Demon Castle City for a while and found that only the great castle lord had the heart of the ocean. And there were only 2 of them. If he got it, it would definitely be of great help to him. After all, in the world of sex, it was impossible to not have combat strength. Potential was very important, but at this stage, a strong combat strength was also very important. Shameless boasting. With my current cultivation and defensive magic treasure, what can you use to fight me? Mad Shark Manifestation, Fury of Huge Waves. The great castle lord looked at Ling Xiao with disdain, and then used almost 90% of his vital essence on this brand new move. This was the killer move of the killer moves. This was his strongest move. However, if he wanted to use this move, he would not be able to defend himself. But the great castle lord believed that with his defensive magic treasure and his current cultivation, even if he did not care about defense, Ling Xiao could not hurt him. The aqua trident pierced out again, and an even more terrifying great white shark pounced on Ling Xiao, accompanied by a huge wave that wanted to completely drown Ling Xiao. What can I use to fight you? You're really stupid to the extreme. Do you really think you're the only one with a trump card? Ling Xiao suddenly took out a seal card. This was the seal card of the Transcendent Swordsman, and there was only one use left. The Transcendent Swordsman was a half-step celestial venerable with 50% of his strength. Although he was not as strong as the great castle lord, Ling Xiao did not expect him to defeat his opponent directly. As long as he could weaken the opponent's attack power, that would be enough. As soon as the Transcendent Swordsman appeared, a terrifying saber intent spread throughout the hall. The huge saber blade broke through the void and chopped on the great white shark's head. The great castle lord's attack was instantly stopped. Ling Xiao entered his human dragon form at this time, and then took a deep breath. The overflow rain sword in his hand kept trembling, and then there was actually a blood-red water flow wrapped around the sword. Behind him, the shadow of a huge black sword appeared. That was the strongest demon master of the immemorial sword demon clan, Yi Guxin. Under everyone's shocked gazes, a terrifying killing intent spread out, and the entire hall began to tremble. Whoosh! Whoosh! The terrifying killing intent actually drove the broken objects in the surroundings to shoot towards the great castle lord. What was even more terrifying was that the weapons in the hands of many elders who were watching couldn't be controlled. They forcefully broke through the restrictions of the storage rings and flew out. Wrapped in Ling Xiao's overwhelming killing intent, they shot towards the great castle lord. It was still the shadow sword technique, it was still the sword demon descending, bang, the first human-shaped sword chi, together with the transcendent bladesman, sent the first castle lord flying, causing him to vomit large mouthfuls of blood. The so-called powerful defense could only ensure that the great castle lord's body wouldn't be pierced, but the terrifying killing intent still caused the great castle lord to suffer serious injuries. Kacha, the second human-shaped sword chi, together with the transcendent saberman, finally tore apart the defense of the great castle lord. Large cracks immediately appeared on the glass-like blue defensive shield. Break for me! The third human-shaped sword chi completely merged with the saber chi of the transcendent saberman, splitting the great castle lord's body into 2 halves. Even so, the ferocious great castle lord was still alive, and his wounds were still healing. Indeed, the vitality of the sea race was more tenacious than that of the human race. Or was it because of the effect of that defensive magic treasure? No matter what, the great castle lord was now in such a sorry state. He was not far from death. What are you all still standing there for? Hurry up and attack. There's no need to talk about Jianghu morality. Let's join hands and kill this brat. He must have a treasure on him. At this moment, the great castle lord had completely lost the confidence to defeat Ling Xiao. He actually called for the onlookers to join hands and deal with Ling Xiao. There was no other way. Ling Xiao gave him too much pressure. There was also that mysterious ceiling card, which he couldn't understand at all. Now, unless his cultivation recovered to its peak, he would definitely not be a match for Ling Xiao. This young man had completely broken his understanding of human cultivators, as well as his usual pride. Therefore, he could only ask for help from others. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and attack. Do you all want to die? The second castle lord roared. Perhaps it was because Ling Xiao's strength was too terrifying that those who supported the great castle lord were now terrified. Hearing the great castle lord's request for help, they didn't dare to attack. But the second castle lord and the great castle lord have both been defeated. What's the use of us going up? If we can't kill him, we'll all die. Someone muttered. A bunch of idiots. Do you think he didn't consume any energy after fighting with the great castle lord for such a long time? He's already an arrow at the end of its flight. He's just pretending to be calm. As long as we join hands, we'll definitely be able to kill him. The third castle lord scolded. It seems to make sense. Yes, that brat should have a treasure on him. As long as we kill him, we can get it. Attack. Kill. These demon generals and elders were already used to obeying the orders of the sea race. At this moment, after being fooled by the third castle lord, they had completely forgotten who they were. Apart from the Thousand Hands demon general and the Fire Wolf demon general, the rest of them all pounced forward and besieged Ling Xiao to buy time for the great castle lord to recover. Fire Wolf? The Thousand Hands demon general looked at the Fire Wolf demon general and said, Brother Ling is in trouble. Should we help? Of course. The three of us are in the same boat. If he dies, the two of us won't be able to live either. The Fire Wolf demon general might be impulsive and reckless, but at the crucial moment, he had great wisdom. Alright, let's attack. The two of them made up their minds and were about to attack when they suddenly heard Ling Xiao's voice. The two of you don't have to attack. Just stand aside and watch. I alone am enough for this battle. Ling Xiao wanted the Thousand Hands demon general and the Fire Wolf demon general to witness his powerful strength. This way, it would be easier for them to cooperate in the future. The two of them were stunned for a moment before they slowly withdrew their true essences. Although they didn't know what Ling Xiao meant, based on their understanding of Ling Xiao, this person would never fight an unprepared battle. Since he didn't want them to attack, there must be a reason. With the second castle lord and the third castle lord leading the dozen or so experts with weapons in their hands, they surrounded Ling Xiao from all directions. The chaotic power gathered together and was extremely terrifying. The true essences rippled, and even their eyes could be seen hundreds of miles away. Everyone in the demon castle city could feel it. Ling Xiao looked at these people and couldn't help but show some disdain. He had never been afraid of fighting one against many. He raised the overflow rain sword. This treasured sword of the precious grade had its own special skill, rotting sword rain. Moreover, the stronger the sword owner was, the more powerful this skill would be. Now, coupled with the powerful killing intent released by Yigushin's martial soul, even Ling Xiao himself wasn't very clear on how terrifying its power was. Massacre decaying sword rain, whoosh, torrential rain poured down. Upon closer inspection, one could see that they were tiny short swords. Upon closer inspection, one could sense that each of the short swords was filled with terrifying killing intent. The dense sword chi poured down like a torrential rain, enveloping all the enemies within a radius of dozens of meters. However, due to the control of his will, he was able to avoid the Thousand Hands demon general and the Fire Wolf demon general. Chi 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 chi, the sword chi that contained the terrifying killing intent was almost invincible and indestructible. Wherever it landed, it would rot and decay. As for the people standing there, they were also powerless in front of this terrifying sword intent, and they fell to the ground one after another, unable to get up. At this time, any protective true essence or defensive magic treasures were meaningless. As long as they were not as strong as Ling Xiao, there was only one outcome, defeat. In an instant, it was not even a blink of an eye, the number of people who charged forward was the same as the number of people who fell. These people were all heavily injured and could not get up. Their faces were filled with fear and regret. Ling Xiao kept the overflow rain sword because there was no need to continue attacking. The extraordinary swordsman swung his saber and these people were all turned into ghosts under his saber. Broken limbs flew all over the place. They did not even have the chance to beg for mercy or escape. Ling Xiao was never a merciful person. If someone wanted to kill him, he would only retaliate with 10 or 100 times the strength. He would not give the other party any chance. The Thousand Hands Demon General and the Fire Wolf Demon General were dumbfounded. The two of them even wanted to help just now. There was no need for that at all. All of a sudden, they caught a glimpse of a figure flying through the air. "Brother Ling, the Grand Castle Lord is escaping!" The Thousand Hands Demon General shouted. "He can't escape." Ling Xiao sneered. The 36 celestial dipper swords flew out from his back and caught up with the Grand Castle Lord at an extremely fast speed. Then, the Grand Castle Lord's body was pierced like a beehive. There were 36 eyes of various sizes. Not one more, not one less. Bang, the Grand Castle Lord fell dozens of meters away like a dead dog. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and kept the Heaven Dipper flying sword before walking towards the Great Castle Lord's corpse. After searching for a while, he found 3 things on the Great Castle Lord's corpse. Precious grade artifact Emerald Water Trident Tortoiseshell Heart Protection Mirror. There was also a storage ring. Ling Xiao didn't care about the Turtle Water Trident and the Tortoiseshell Breastplate. What he cared more about was the Heart of the Ocean inlaid on them. "Brother Ling, this Heart of the Ocean can only be inlaid and plucked by the gemsmiths of the sea race. It's a pity that the sea race here have all moved away. Otherwise, we would be able to pluck it." As soon as the Thousand Hands Devil General finished speaking, he was dumbfounded. This was because Ling Xiao had already taken the 2 hearts of the ocean. Of the 2 ocean's hearts, one was of the water attribute and the other was of the earth attribute. They corresponded to artifacts. In other words, treasure-level treasures could be embedded, but treasure-level treasures and above couldn't be used. It was too easy for him to remove the Heart of the Ocean. His mountain and river martial soul just casually analyzed it and knew how to pluck and inlay it. He didn't need any gemsmiths at all. Ling Xiao embedded the water attribute Heart of the Ocean into the overflowing rain sword. This way, the precious grade overflowing rain sword's power would be increased by nearly 2 times. Moreover, its toughness and sharpness wouldn't be far from the immortal grade artifact. There was a huge difference between an inlaid gem and an uninlaid gem. As for the other Heart of the Ocean, he re-inlaid it on the tortoiseshell breastplate. In any case, none of the weapons could be used. If the attributes were wrong, not only would it not increase the attack, it would also affect it. However, the tortoiseshell breastplate was quite good for increasing the defense. Ling Xiao had carefully studied the market of treasures before. At least in the world of sex, the value of defensive treasures was definitely higher than the value of offensive and auxiliary treasures. The reason was very simple. If you lost your life, then everything was meaningless. A single treasure artifact level defensive artifact was enough to make Transcendent Realm cultivators fight to the death for it. Not to mention a defensive treasure inlaid with the Heart of the Ocean. Even a cultivator who had just entered the Heaven Realm would crazily fight for it. Even if a Transcendent Realm cultivator had such a treasure, they wouldn't dare to make it public because with their strength, they wouldn't be able to keep it. Ling Xiao having such a treasure could be said to have an extra life. After all, the opponents he was facing were getting stronger and stronger. An extra layer of protection meant less danger. After dealing with the 2 hearts of the ocean, Ling Xiao checked the Great Castle Lord's storage ring. This guy's storage ring was really rich. There were actually 1 million low-grade spirit stones, 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones. There were even dozens of high-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao still couldn't use high-grade spirit stones because his cultivation wasn't high enough. He couldn't directly absorb world energy from high-grade spirit stones. Probably even a Heaven Realm cultivator couldn't do it. Maybe he would have to reach the Grotto Heaven Realm or even the Yin-Yang Realm. But medium-grade spirit stones were different. For Ling Xiao, they were what he needed the most for his current cultivation. He didn't expect to obtain 100,000 of them at once. This should be enough for him to advance from the early ninth layer transcendent realm to the half-step heavenly venerable realm. But if he wanted to advance further, it wasn't enough. He had to continue looking for more. The second castle lord, third castle lord, and the other demon generals and elders also had low-grade and medium-grade spirit stones in their storage rings. But there were more low-grade spirit stones, about 1 million in total, about the same as the great castle lord. There were too few medium-grade spirit stones. These people only had 10,000 in total, which was only 1/10 of the great castle lord's medium-grade spirit stones. Of course, in addition to spirit stones, these people's storage rings also had a lot of weapons and martial arts secret manuals. But most of them didn't catch his eye and he didn't need them. The only jade-grade entry-grade martial art was the movement technique, dragonfish transformation. Ling Xiao looked at it carefully and felt that dragonfish transformation was similar to golden dragon wings. The latter was a movement technique for flying. The former was a movement technique for diving into the deep sea. He could integrate dragonfish transformation into Cloud Dragon Divine Journey. In this way, he would be able to fly into the sky and dive into the sea. There was nothing he couldn't do. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. At this time, Demon Fortress City had undergone earth-shattering changes. Originally, only the Great Castle Lord could control the transmission array, but Ling Xiao had completely comprehended it. As a result, most of the humans who were imprisoned or trapped in Demon Fortress City chose to leave. The Thousand Hands Demon General, Fire Wolf Demon General, and Tu Yan's family all went to the Divine Sword sect under Ling Xiao's arrangements. Of course, there were also many people who chose to stay. They had already adapted to life here and felt that they didn't need to be affected by the secular world. More importantly, now that there were no castle lords, demon generals, or elders, they could control their own destiny. On Whale Island, Ling Xiao's figure disappeared in a flash. Moments later, Whale Island was smashed into smithereens and sunk into the sea. Only the Whale Island master was dragged to the shore by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered with a strange fluctuation. Not only had he grasped Yi Guxian's will of massacre, the ancient destruction god and ancient hell dragon's will of destruction, and the Mountain River Martial Soul's Mountain River Martial Soul, he had also learned the Lanternfish clan's soul manipulation secret technique. Will was also a manifestation of soul power, and the soul manipulation secret technique was the manipulation and use of soul power. Ling Xiao was able to grasp these three martial soul wills so quickly because of the Lanternfish clan's martial soul secret technique. The more he understood his own soul, the more surprised Ling Xiao was. That was because he discovered that after fusing with the Mountain River Martial Soul and awakening the ancient Golden Dragon, there was a hidden corner in the depths of his spiritual sea. The terrifying soul power hidden in this corner was 100 times stronger than his current soul power. It was a pity that he couldn't fully utilize it with his current strength. He didn't discover it because he didn't have a deep understanding of soul power. Now that he had discovered it, he could begin to extract the soul power hidden in this corner. He believed that this would be very beneficial to his future development. It might even become a huge trump card for him. Humph, lowly human. Since you've already seen through my identity, then kill me if you want. Don't think that we, the powerful sea race, will be afraid. Sooner or later, my kind will avenge me. Whale Island Master finally understood that Ling Xiao knew his true identity. This guy didn't beg for mercy and was rather unyielding. Is that so? Now kneel down and answer my question. Strange inscriptions flickered in Ling Xiao's eyes. Then, under the control of the soul manipulation secret technique, the powerful Mountain River Martial Soul entered Whale Island Master's spiritual sea. He just stood there with his hands behind his back. His black hair fluttered in the wind, but the color of his eyes was a little strange. It was deep and vast, as if it could suck in the souls of others. Whale Island Master was originally very unyielding. He kept saying that he would kill if he wanted to, but at this moment, his eyes suddenly glazed over. Then, he obediently knelt on the ground like an obedient puppet. It really works. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Although he had only skimmed through the soul manipulation secret art, he had already grasped many of the tricks of manipulating soul power. Using the suppression of the Mountain River will to control a person's mind was one of them. It was only his first attempt, and he didn't expect to succeed. Yes. Whale Island Master nodded. He didn't seem to have the slightest ability to resist Ling Xiao's words. Even if Ling Xiao asked him to die, he would not hesitate to end his own life. Very good. Ling Xiao smiled and asked, "Are you from the Storm Legion?" Yes. Whale Island Master answered without any hesitation. This matter was actually a secret to the sea race. After their Storm Legion was established, they had always been operating in secret. Not only did they target the Heavenly Dragon continent, but they also targeted the Divine Phoenix continent and the other 12 continents. Ling Xiao had asked about this matter in detail. Unfortunately, Whale Island Master was only a small character and didn't know enough details. But even so, this information was very important. One had to know that the Storm Ocean occupied 70% of the Mystic World's surface area. It was much larger than the continents. Moreover, the Heavenly Dragon continent and the Heaven's Chosen Gate were all within the Storm Ocean's range. According to historical records, the Mystic World was a square continent that was enveloped by a spherical barrier formed by the Mystic World's laws. But no one knew what was outside the Mystic World's laws because those who left the Mystic World had never returned. After that, Ling Xiao asked a few more questions related to the sea race. Finally, he came to a conclusion. Currently, the sea race's infiltration of humans had reached a very serious level. He didn't know about the other continents, and neither did Whale Island Master. However, on the Heavenly Dragon continent, the ninja race had completely surrendered to the sea race. The Blue Eyes race had also become the sea race's frontline base. The Barbarian race also had a base for the sea race, but it wasn't as big as the Blue Eyes races. As for the Sacred Dynasty, the 12 sects, including the Yuehua school, all had higher-ups who had surrendered or been controlled by the sea race. But it was a pity that this information was very confidential, and Whale Island Master couldn't possibly know about it. Do you know where that Su Dao went? Ling Xiao asked one last question. He's dead. Whale Island Master replied. When you sunk Whale Island just now, he also died. Ling Xiao nodded. Although he couldn't be sure that Su Dao was really dead, he guessed that it wasn't far off. It's about time. Ling Xiao stored Whale Island Master into his beast ring. He was going to bring him back to the sect and hand him over to Wu Xiong to deal with. After all, this was a living member of the sea race. It was also proof of Ling Xiao's words. 2 hours later. Divine Sword Sect, Great Master Baiyun's bedroom. How is it? Is Bai Feifei willing to acknowledge you as her father? Ling Xiao definitely wanted to meet Great Master Baiyun before he left. Sigh, that girl was really ruined by the flame deity. Her head is filled with all kinds of nonsense. If I want her to change, I can only do it slowly. Great Master Baiyun sighed. But soon, he became happy again. Let's not talk about her. You, on the other hand, really surprised this old man. Back then, I actually didn't want to bring you to the Yuehua school because your talent wasn't enough. Now, it seems that I was extremely stupid. He still clearly remembered that the last time Ling Xiao returned to the Divine Sword sect, he was still an outer disciple of the Yuehua school. But this time, he was already a core disciple, and his status was equal to that of an inner elder. He didn't even think about such a situation. He still remembered that when he sent Ling Xiao, Dai Yuling, and Cold Plum to the Yuehua school, his only hope was that one of the three of them could become a disciple of the Yuehua school. He didn't dare to think about anything else. But now, Ling Xiao was actually the strongest disciple of the Yuehua school. Dai Yuling was also ranked 5th among the core disciples. The only one who didn't have any news was Cold Plum. Cold Plum is fine. I can confirm this. After I advance to the celestial realm, I'll go and find her. The stronger Ling Xiao was, the clearer he could sense Cold Plum. He knew that Cold Plum was in the valley of the Yuehua school. But with his current cultivation, he really wasn't qualified to enter that place. But fortunately, Cold Plum was not dead. That was enough. It's good that she's fine. By the way, why did you leave for so long this time? Did something happen? Great Master Baiyun asked doubtfully. Have you heard of the Sea Clan? Ling Xiao asked. No. If you've never heard of the Sea Clan, have you heard of the Aquamarine Divine Palace? Ling Xiao asked again. Ling Xiao had heard of the Aquamarine Divine Palace from the Whale Island Master. According to the Whale Island Master, this sect might have some connection with the Sea clan. However, the Whale Island Master didn't know what the connection was. Aquamarine Divine Palace. Master Bai Yun's eyes were filled with fear. Ling Xiao, listen carefully. Among the 12 sects, this Aquamarine Divine Palace is extremely mysterious and terrifying. Although it's ranked second, many people believe that this sect definitely has the strength to become the head of the 12 sects. Master Bai Yun explained, there are no men in this Aquamarine Divine Palace. All the disciples are women. Furthermore, this sect is located in a huge ice lake in the northern part of the sacred dynasty. Unless they are willing, no one can enter. All women? And so mysterious? Ling Xiao frowned. Usually, such a sect would have something fishy going on. That's right. Of course, it wouldn't be a big deal if that was all. The key point is that the women of the Aquamarine Divine Palace are extremely vicious. They would often kidnap human men. After that, those men were never heard of again. Master Bai Yun continued. If he were to judge from Master Bai Yun's words, he really wouldn't know what this Aquamarine Divine Palace was like. The only thing he knew was that these people were all women and liked to kidnap men. Oh, I almost forgot. What's surprising is that the Aquamarine Divine Palace has never openly recruited disciples in the Heavenly Dragon continent. The origins of their disciples are all very mysterious. Great Master Bai Yun added. That's even more strange. Ling Xiao stroked his chin and said, thank you, Master. Then Bai Feifei will stay with you and slowly train her. In the end, she is also a victim. As for me, I still have to rush back to the sect. The 4 sects tournament is about to begin. I can't miss it. This, Master Bai Yun seemed to have something to say but was too embarrassed to say it. Master, no matter what unhappiness we had in the past, we are now master and disciple. Furthermore, you have been overseeing the Divine Sword sect for me for a long time. Is there anything you can't say to me? Ling Xiao smiled. That girl said that unless Heavenly Venerate Demon Flame is dead, she won't call me father. Great Master Bai Yun smiled bitterly. In his opinion, such a thing was simply impossible. Even though Ling Xiao was now a 9th layer Transcendent Realm Master, the Flame Deity's cultivation speed was just as fast and was now much stronger than before. Just chasing after him was already strenuous enough. Trying to kill him was simply impossible. It's quite difficult, but no problem. Ling Xiao said with a smile. You agreed? Why not? Ling Xiao shrugged and said, the flame deity has tried every means to obstruct my cultivation and even tried to kill me many times. If I don't get rid of this old thing, am I still a human? Don't worry, not only will I kill him, I will also take back the wisdom bone for you. It's better to be careful. Don't force yourself too much. Great Master Bai Yun reminded. Master, in the past, I didn't even have the qualifications to enter Yuehua school, but now I'm already a core disciple. I even have to represent the sect to participate in the 4 sects martial arts competition. In this world, nothing is impossible. The key is whether or not we dare to think about it. Ling Xiao smiled and said, if we don't even dare to think about it, then what's the difference between us and a salted fish? That's true. If you can participate in the 4 sects martial arts competition, then the sacred dynasty should also be qualified to participate. To put it bluntly, the 4 sects martial arts competition is just a private competition. However, the sacred dynasty's martial arts competition is the most popular event in the entire Heavenly Dragon continent. At that time, you will truly be able to see what the geniuses of the Heavenly Dragon continent are like. Great Master Bai Yun nodded and sighed. At his best, he was just a low-level inner disciple. He didn't even have the qualifications to participate in the 4 sects martial arts competition, let alone the sacred dynasty's martial arts competition. He didn't expect that his disciple would actually be able to participate in such a grand event. This really made him feel gratified. There's one more thing that I almost forgot to tell you. I've already killed Ming Tian. That brat walked the path of evil and was actually completely controlled by the demon fox. Sigh, Great Master, this knot in your heart can finally be pacified. Before leaving, Ling Xiao told Great Master Bai Yun about Ming Tian's matter. This was because he really didn't know whether he should say it or not. After all, Ming Tian was a disciple that great Master Baiyun both loved and hated. Mo Yen, oh Mo Yen. You thought that you could completely defeat me by stealing my best disciple? But now? You've really lost completely. Even if you stole my wisdom bone, you're still a loser. Great Master Baiyun instantly felt his body and mind relax. Ling Zhao's rise, his daughter's return, and Ming Tian's death. Great Master Baiyun's cultivation had also started to increase with Ling Zhao's help. Everything seemed so wonderful. And all these benefits were because he had taken in a disciple called Ling Xiao. After returning to Yuehua school, Ling Xiao immediately handed Whale Island's master over to Wu Xiang. Ling Xiao gave his own opinion on this matter. It's very likely that there are sea-race spies among the upper echelons of Yuehua school. Since Whale Island's master is already useless, why don't we use him to set a trap and lure them out? Although this might not be able to lure out all the spies, it would at least prove that Whale Island's master was right. The 12 sects had indeed been infiltrated, and the problem was very serious. A few days later, the former head of the law enforcement hall, Elder Jean, was ambushed by Wu Xiang and captured on the spot. This matter shocked the entire Yuehua school. They didn't expect that the Yuehua school's law enforcement hall's head would actually be a sea-race spy. This problem was too serious. Fortunately, the Moonlight Fairy had stepped forward and removed Elder Jean from his position as head. Otherwise, who knew what kind of trouble would have happened? Originally, the sect had different opinions on this matter. The main reason was that the new sect master, Wu Xiang, was using this matter to attack the old powers. However, Whale Island's master's confession, coupled with the video released by Heavenly Venerable Heavenly Eye, completely dispelled this suspicion. For a time, the Yuehua school became more united. Those who originally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to cause trouble also stopped moving. Of course, these matters were handled by Wu Xiang from the beginning to the end. After Ling Xiao returned to the sect, he went into seclusion in his cave abode. The appearance of the Sea Race, the Storm Army, the Yin Yang Demon King, the Heaven's Chosen Gate, and the Heaven's Chosen Sea Route filled Ling Xiao with thoughts of becoming stronger. He was lucky to have killed the Plague Demon King. He killed the Evil Beast Demon King purely because the Moon Fairy had injured him. However, Ling Xiao wouldn't treat luck as strength, because that wasn't reliable. The Demon Castle's Great Castle Master was a half-step Heavenly Venerable with 90% of his strength. He believed that the Yin Yang Demon King should at least be a Heaven Realm expert, or even more terrifying. Ling Xiao felt that the people he would be facing in the future would be more terrifying and powerful than ever before. Therefore, he couldn't relax in the slightest. No matter how the outside world changed, becoming stronger was the only way out. Time flew by and in the blink of an eye, it was already the day of the 4-sect martial competition. During this time, Ling Xiao not only used mid-grade spirit stones to break through to the peak of the Transcendent Realm 9th layer, but he also became more proficient in using the 3 types of will. His familiarity with the soul-controlling secret technique had also entered a new stage. Now, he could control ordinary beasts and trees with the will of the mountains and rivers. Outside the Immortal's cave, Zhao Ji was just about to approach when suddenly, a bear rushed out and spoke to Zhao Ji. "What's wrong, Zhao Ji? Is something the matter?" Zhao Ji was startled by the black bear, but it was only an ordinary beast, so he quickly calmed down. Moreover, from the black bear's voice, it was Ling Xiao. "Your senior brother Ling? You can say so. What's the matter?" the black bear asked. "Senior brother Ling, the 4-sect martial competition is about to begin. The sect master ordered you to set off and specially sent me to inform you." Zhao Ji respectfully replied. I understand. I'll go immediately." Ling Xiao withdrew his soul force. The black bear looked around in confusion before disappearing into the forest. These animals also knew how powerful Yuehua School's disciples were. They couldn't afford to offend any of them. After withdrawing his soul force, Ling Xiao headed to the sect's main hall. At this moment, Lan Yuer, Tan Tailingzi, Leng Hao, and Dai Yuling had already arrived. As their masters, Chang Yueli, Chang Yueying, and Heavenly Venerable Golden Light would follow them. As the sect master, Wu Xiang naturally had to go as well. In any case, with the Moon Maiden overseeing the sect, he didn't have to worry too much. The flame deity had lost all his disciples and started cultivating in seclusion. He seemed to no longer place his hopes on his disciples and was wholeheartedly increasing his own strength. Ling Xiao discovered that other than him, the other 4 people's cultivation had increased to varying degrees. Lan Yu'er was a half-step heavenly venerable with 50% of her strength. Tantai Lingzi was a half-step heavenly venerable with 30% of her strength. Leng Hao was an early-stage transcendent realm 9th layer cultivator. Dai Yuling was at the early stage of the transcendent realm. In contrast, Ling Zhao's cultivation had been progressing much more slowly during this period of time, mainly because he had been focusing on other aspects of his cultivation. However, reaching the peak of the 9th layer of the transcendent realm wasn't bad, much stronger than when he went to Demon Fortress City. However, this guy's appearance was still at the early stage of the transcendent realm. Keeping a low profile would make it hard for the enemy to figure out. What he didn't know was that the 4 of them had really put in all their effort to cultivate in the sect. They were so tired that they were almost exhausted. Relying on the benefits obtained from the Moonlight Pagoda, their cultivation would naturally advance by leaps and bounds for a period of time. However, after this period of time, unless there were other fortuitous encounters, it would be impossible for his cultivation to increase so quickly. Since everyone is here, let's set off. Wu Xiang glanced at everyone, feeling quite proud of himself. The current Yuehua school was no longer the same as before, especially Ling Zhao's strength, which was simply unfathomable. He believed that in this 4-sect martial competition, he would definitely be able to achieve impressive results. Wu Xiang touched the crescent-shaped pendant hanging from his neck. Then, a white light appeared and a huge treasure ship appeared out of thin air. It was more than 10 meters long and 6 to 7 meters wide, like a crescent moon. This is our Yuehua school's Moonlight treasure ship. In addition to having the attack and defense of a half-step heavenly venerable, its speed is comparable to that of a heaven realm master. However, it requires spirit stones, which isn't something ordinary people can afford, so it's usually only used when participating in grand events like the 4-sect martial competition or the martial arts festival. Wu Xiang explained, and the eyes of the Yuehua school disciples lit up. There was no doubt that this was a special kind of mobile puppet. The Moonlight treasure ship started moving and instantly flew away from the Yuehua school, heading towards the Sword King sect at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. 2 hours later, it was already noon. The Moonlight treasure ship pierced through the clouds and appeared above the Sword King sect. Its speed also quickly slowed down. Every sect was protected by a large formation. After approaching, if one was too fast, they might be attacked. Even Wu Xiang, who had just become the sect leader, knew this very well. What a beautiful scenery! The ship slowed down, and Ling Xiao also had time to admire the scenery of the Sword King sect. It had to be said that compared to the Yuehua school, the scenery of the Sword King sect was even more magnificent. It had a sharp and dangerous feeling like a swordsman. A huge waterfall poured directly from the top of the mountain to the bottom. What a great place! It's as if every inch of land and every leaf is condensed with sword intent. It's so exciting to see. Ling Xiao said with emotion. Isn't that so? The history of the Sword King sect isn't any worse than the Yuehua school. Moreover, although they haven't fallen, their recent rise has far surpassed the Yuehua schools. They really can't be underestimated. Lan Yuer said with a smile. The Moonlight treasure ship landed, and the Sword King sect sent an outer sect elder and a few outer sect disciples to welcome them. Their attitude was still considered respectful. However, it made people a little unhappy. This Sword King sect is obviously looking down on our Yuehua school. It's always like this during every 4-sects tournament. The people who welcome the Beast King Palace are always the inner sect elders, and the people who welcome us are always the outer sect elders. As the former head of the Yuehua school, Chang Yueying had also been to the Sword King sect a few times. She had always been brooding about this matter. Respect needs to be earned with strength. Wu Xiang sneered. I believe that after this 4-sects tournament, they won't dare to look down on our Yuehua school anymore. Oh, when did the Yuehua school change its head? But it's useless. It's the same all the time. It's still the trash of the 12 sects. Suddenly, a very unpleasant voice sounded. Everyone turned their heads and saw a 2-legged flying dragon descending from the sky. On the back of the dragon were a group of people from the Beast King Palace. The one who spoke was an inner sect elder of the Beast King Palace. Wu Xiang sneered. Who's the trash? You'll know after this 4-sex tournament. The Yuehua school of today is no longer the same as before. On the other hand, the core disciples of your Beast King Palace were actually dealt with by S, an outer sect disciple. How laughable. You. The inner sect elder of the Beast King Palace was so angry that his face turned red. Although he didn't want to admit it, Ling Xiao, an outer sect disciple, had indeed killed the core disciple, Wang Shi. Alright. Everyone here is a guest. Don't ruin the harmony over such a small matter. The inner sect elder of the Sword King sect, who came to welcome the people from the Beast King Palace, stepped forward to mediate. For your sake, I'll let this junior off. The Beast King Palace elder snorted and looked at Wu Xiang with disdain. He then led the 5 disciples of the Beast King Palace inside. 2 of them were Ying Wuya and Shi Jiao. Back then, Ling Xiao had killed Shi Mei in the Plague Valley. Shi Jiao and Shi Mei were twins and Ying Wuya was a core disciple of the Beast King Palace. At that time, Ying Wuya was ranked 9th. Now that he had obtained the Golden Rock Martial Soul Inheritance, Ying Wuya was ranked 2nd in the Beast King Palace and Shi Jiao was ranked 5th. Both of them were very powerful. Ling Xiao, you didn't forget about the Plague Valley, right? You don't have to go to the Beast King Palace. We'll fight tomorrow in the Sword King sect. Suddenly, Ying Wuya's provocative voice sounded in Ling Xiao's ears. Since you're provoking me, why do you have to be so sneaky? Ying Wuya, you better not disappoint me at the 4-sect competition tomorrow. Ling Xiao laughed. Brat, you're crazy enough. Ying Wuya's pupils constricted and he looked like a pair of eagle eyes. He looked very fierce. Ling Xiao smiled, but no longer paid attention to Ying Wuya. Ying Wuya was so angry that his face turned ugly. Senior brother Ying, why bother arguing with him? Let's just take his life in tomorrow's battle. Shi Jiao said in a low voice. Of course. Everyone from the Beast King Palace followed the Sword King sect's inner sect elder to their residence. Let's go. Wu Xiang looked at the people from the Beast King Palace and said to the crowd. Elder, may I ask if the people from the Divine Sword sect have arrived? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Divine Sword sect? Oh, they arrived yesterday. They said they were going to play in the Sword King city but a day has passed and they still haven't returned. When the outer sect elder spoke, a disdainful and sinister smile appeared on his face. Ling Xiao frowned. There must be something going on. Is the Sword King city the city at the foot of the mountain? Ling Xiao asked. That's right. If you guys are interested, you can go to Sword King city to play. In any case, the 4-sect martial competition will officially begin tomorrow. The elder laughed. Fine, who wants to go with me? Ling Xiao asked. Other than Tantai Lingzi, Lan Yuer, Dai Yuling, and Ling Hao all nodded. Since that's the case, Lu Tsang, bring our guests to Sword King city. The outer sect elder sent an outer sect disciple he brought along as a guide, leading Ling Xiao and the others to Sword King city. Sword King city wasn't large. Its scale might not even be comparable to Celestial Peak City. However, this city was bustling with activity. It seemed as if martial artists from all over the world were here to play and trade. Everyone, let's go in. When they arrived at the Sword King city, Lu Tsang said respectfully. He was just an outer disciple of the Sword King sect. Although he was disdainful of the core disciples of the Yuehua school, he didn't dare to offend them. After all, they were transcendents while he was just a martial vein realm cultivator. The gap between them was too big. Unless he wanted to die, he really didn't dare to offend these people. To enter Sword King city, each person had to pay 1,000 low-rank spirit stones. This wasn't a small amount, and Lu Tsang had no intention of paying. However, this amount of spirit stones was nothing to Ling Xiao. He casually threw out 4,000 low-rank spirit stones to the guards. Not only did they have to pay spirit stones, but as long as you weren't a disciple of the Sword King sect, you had to pay. Of course, Lu Tsang didn't have to pay. After entering the city, the few of them couldn't help but reveal surprised expressions. Their first impression was that there were so many people here. From the outside, the city wasn't as big as Celestial Peak City, but the population in the city was more than 10 times that of Celestial Peak City. Haha, this is the most prosperous city in the eastern part of the Sacred Dynasty. Don't be fooled by its small size. It uses a special spirit array to separate several spaces. The actual space is almost the same as the imperial city of the Sacred Dynasty. Lutsong said proudly, "This is a city that belongs to our Sword King sect. I guess your Yuehua school doesn't have it, right? What can we do here?" Ling Xiao interrupted Lutsong's boasting and asked directly. "Hehe, esteemed guests, there are many fun places here. There are only things you can't think of, but nothing you can't find." Lutsong chuckled, "Do you need a beautiful woman? Come here, do you need a handsome young master? Come here, do you need to spend a lot of spirit stones? Come here, do you need to find exciting games? You can also come here, you can buy almost all the high-grade goods in the Heavenly Dragon continent, including monster beasts, vicious beasts, and cultivators. There's a special slave auction house here. Are you interested in shopping? Is there anything else?" Ling Xiao asked lightly. "Yes. Of course. When it comes to Sword King City, the most famous place is the Colosseum. You can watch the battles between monster beasts and vicious beasts as spectators. It's absolutely exciting. You can also participate in the battles yourself. If you win, you can get a lot of rewards." Lutsong laughed. "Moreover, the Colosseum not only has monster beasts and vicious beasts, but also some prisoners and slaves. In order to gain freedom, they will also participate in the battles. Recently, I heard that there's a new batch of goods. Why don't you go and take a look? Let's go there and take a look." When Ling Xiao asked, he had already released his powerful soul power and used earth vision and sky listening. The Colosseum should be located about a mile away from where they were standing. "Okay, please follow me." Following Lutsong, the group arrived in front of a strange door. The door stood there, and you could even walk around it. In the past, it was just a door, but after it was opened, it was a brand new world. Hua! The moment the door opened, a cacophony of noises could be heard. There was applause, cheers, there were also battle cries. These sounds were completely intertwined, making the entire space seem to be boiling with blood. The Colosseum was very similar to the battle stage. The difference was that the battle stage was higher than the spectator seats. The battle stage of the Colosseum was a large circular pit, like a basin. There were rows of passages around it. At this moment, the Colosseum was already crowded with people. It was very lively. "You guys have come to the right place. The Colosseum has no less than 100,000 people every day. It's definitely the most lively place in Sword King City. The disciples of Sword King sect often come here to participate in the Colosseum. They want to hone their combat skills and earn some spiritual stones to spend." Lutsong smiled as he pointed at the dense crowd seated around them. The way he looked at Ling Xiao and the rest was as though he was looking at a bunch of country bumpkins. "So, the battle in the Colosseum shouldn't be a life and death battle?" Dai Yuling asked curiously. "The winner lives, and the loser dies. This was the rule of the bestial battle arena. This place was very cruel, but because of this, it was the best place to train people. The 10 core disciples of the Sword King sect had all experienced the desperate life and death battles in the bestial battle arena and survived in the end. Thus, not only were their cultivation strong, but their actual combat strength was also terrifying." Ling Zhao's heart was somewhat excited. Although the 4-sect tournament was important, it was only a spar. How could it be better than a life and death battle to train a person's combat skills? He really wanted to go on stage and try it out. Since the 4-sect tournament was tomorrow, it didn't matter if he went back later. "Lutsong, if I want to participate in the bestial battle arena, what should I do?" Ling Xiao asked. "This is simple. As long as you are willing, you can directly ask. There are people over there who specialize in handling this matter." Lutsong pointed to a small room in the bestial battle arena. "What about the rules?" Ling Xiao asked again. "The rules are very simple. As long as you meet the requirements, you can participate in the bestial battle arena. The rules are very simple, there are only 2. First, your cultivation is equal to or lower than the bestial, slave, or prisoner on death row. You should be able to understand this, right? It's not for you to go on stage and abuse the weak. Second, you have to pay at least 10,000 low-grade spirit stones for each challenge. If you win, you will receive more than 10 times the amount. But if you lose, you will die and the items won't be returned. At least 10,000? That means I can still pay more? Of course, at least 10,000 and at most 100,000. Lu Tsang replied. This rule was indeed simple and clear. Just like fighting in the pugilistic world, if one wanted to obtain greater benefits, they had to take greater risks. This was very much to Ling Zhao's liking. Everyone, please sit here. If you go any further, you won't be able to go any further. The closer you are to the bestial battle arena, the more dangerous it is. Furthermore, there are powerful forces blocking you. If you don't have enough strength, you will have to pay at least 10,000 low-grade spirit stones as a fee. It's not worth it. Although he seemed to be thinking for Ling Xiao and the others, in fact, there was a hint of contempt in his tone. This was because the first 3 rows in the Colosseum were usually reserved for the best disciples of the Sword King sect. Although Ling Xiao and the others were core disciples of the Yuehua school, in Lu Tsang's opinion, they were inferior to ordinary inner disciples of the Sword King sect. Are you looking down on us? Then you can stay here. Leng Hao couldn't take it anymore. He snorted coldly and continued to walk forward. Although the back was basically packed with people, the first 3 rows were relatively empty and comfortable to sit in. Lu Tsang, thank you for bringing us here. This is just a small token of appreciation. You don't have to accompany us anymore. Ling Xiao casually threw out 100 low-grade spirit stones as a reward, and then walked forward with the other 3 people. Just sit in the 3rd row. It has the best view, even better than the first 2 rows. He said as he walked. Okay. The other 3 naturally didn't have any objections. Dai Yuling and Ling Hao had long followed Ling Zhao's lead, and Lan Yu'er had gradually regarded Ling Xiao as the backbone. Naturally, they would listen to Ling Zhao's words. A group of self-righteous guys. Lu Tsang snorted coldly and then stood there, waiting to see the 4 people make a fool of themselves. However, what left him dumbfounded was that Ling Xiao and the other 3 did not show any signs of sluggishness in the face of the invisible air wall. They walked to the 3rd row as if they were taking a stroll in the park and sat down. These guys are really not simple. It seems that the core disciples of the Yuehua school are not so useless. Lu Tsang had always heard from his senior brothers that the disciples of the Yuehua school were useless and useless. But today, it seemed that it wasn't completely the case. He couldn't help but have some doubts about the comments he had heard before. When Ling Xiao and the others sat down, the battle in the Colosseum had already ended. What made people sigh was that the challenger was beheaded by the death row inmate. Every time the death row inmate won a battle, he would be rewarded with some money. When the number of victories reached 100, he would regain his freedom. It was the same for slaves. Of course, those monsters and ferocious beasts were unlucky. Unless they died in battle, they had to face those fierce challengers at all times. Looking at such a bloody scene, as a martial artist, it was natural for them to adapt. If a martial artist couldn't adapt to blood and death, then he could only be regarded as a useless person. In the stands, cheers and curses were intertwined. No one cared about the life or death of the challenger. They cheered because they felt that it was exciting and cool, they cursed because they lost money, not because they saw someone die. This was a beast fight. If you won, not only would you get spirit stones as a reward, but you might also break through the shackles. Therefore, the opponents that many martial artists chose were not those that they had absolute confidence in winning. Because then, there would be no meaning in training. But in this way, the chances of death would be even higher. Senior brother Ling, you just asked Lu Tsang about beast fights. You want to challenge him, right? After sitting down, Leng Hao asked curiously. Yes. Ling Xiao indeed had such an idea. Then, are you going to challenge the ferocious beasts, the death row inmate, or the slaves? Leng Hao asked again. Death row inmate. Ling Zhao's answer was very clear and straightforward. Why? Leng Hao asked, somewhat puzzled. First of all, I definitely won't choose the slaves. Slaves have a tragic fate to begin with. I'm not a kind person, but I definitely won't lay my hands on such pitiful people. Secondly, I won't choose the beasts. Although the ferocious beasts of the same realm are usually stronger than the martial artists, in this kind of life and death challenge, humans can often erupt with more terrifying strength than usual. Choosing a human is better for me to hone my combat skills. As for the ferocious beasts, although they have intelligence, they are still too stupid. Lastly, prisoners on death row are different from slaves. Prisoners on death row are placed here because they committed crimes that deserved death. Although they are equally pitiful, they basically deserve to die. Even if you kill me, you won't feel any guilt. Although Xianxia would not go so far as to bemoan the state of the universe and pity the fate of mankind, he would try his best to not hurt innocent and pitiful people within the scope of his ability. This was also his bottom line as a human. He was a martial artist, but first and foremost, he was a human. Ha 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 ha, this is really funny. There are actually people who treat slaves as humans. Those things are no different from beasts. Killing them is just killing them. How boring. Just as Xianxia finished speaking, a martial artist not far from them suddenly laughed and mocked. The people next to him also nodded repeatedly. Xianxia and the others turned their heads to look and found that these people were all wearing the Sword King sect's uniform. He didn't know the exact ranking of these 3 core disciples, but it was interesting to meet the core disciples of the Sword King sect here. The person who spoke was one of the core disciples. At this moment, he had an arrogant and disdainful smile on his face as he looked at Xianxia and the others with a look of disdain. It was as if he was looking down on them. You are the core disciples of the Yuehua school, right? No wonder the Yuehua school is so weak. It turns out that they are a group of cowards who don't even dare to kill. That person added when he saw Xianxia and the others looking over. Don't dare to kill? Xianxia suddenly revealed a sneer. His figure suddenly moved and instantly appeared in front of the core disciple of the Sword King sect. The sharp energy sword had already pierced the core disciple's body. I dare you to say one more word. He didn't have the intention to kill this person for the time being. He just wanted to destroy the other party's prestige. Gulp. The core disciple of the Sword King sect, who was still high and mighty just a moment ago, was now like a pile of mud. The stench of feces and urine floated up. If you can make a move, don't talk nonsense, this was Xiao's method. What's the use of talking nonsense? It's more interesting to make the other party pee in their pants. Let him go. The other core disciples of the Sword King sect were shocked. Whether it was Xiao's boldness or Xiao's strength, they were all shocked. It's easy to let him go. Just kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake. Otherwise, I'll kill someone in front of you today. Xiao released his killing intent. The cold aura made everyone around him feel a terrible chill. If you dare to kill him, the Sword King sect won't let you go. You can try. Xiao's energy sword continued to pierce the core disciple's body. It was only about an inch away from the core disciple's heart. As long as it continued, the core disciple would definitely die. I'll kowtow, I'll kowtow. It wasn't easy for a core disciple to reach this step. It was better to lose face than to die. After all, if a person died, there would be nothing left. Very well, at least you know what's good for you. Xiao pulled out his chi sword, but his killing intent still enveloped that person. That core disciple of the Sword King sect gritted his teeth, then respectfully kowtowed and admitted his mistake. It's my fault. Nothing good comes out of my filthy mouth. It's good that you know you're wrong. Humph. Xiao snorted coldly and instantly returned to his original position. What a terrifying fellow. That's the 8th-ranked core disciple of our Sword King sect. He actually knelt down and admitted his mistake? Lu Tsang, who was hiding in the back to watch the show, almost choked on his saliva. This scene was too shocking. Of the 3 core disciples, one was ranked 8th, one was ranked 9th, and the last one was ranked 3rd. They were also participants in the 4-sect martial competition tomorrow. The person ranked 3rd was called Wu Zonglian. However, he had no intention of making a move just now. It was unknown whether he was frightened by Xiao or disdained to make a move. Just as Lu Tsang was puzzled, the spectators suddenly cheered. A new challenger had appeared in the beast fighting arena. That was a prisoner on death row. Look, it's the Undying Prisoner King. Undying Prisoner King? Ling Xiao looked at this person in confusion. Very strong, also, it was filled with manic killing intent. The Undying Prisoner King has already won 300 matches in a row. He could have regained his freedom, but he is unwilling to leave because he likes it here. He likes this kind of killing. The host of the beast fighting arena said loudly with a voice that was infused with qi. Everyone might have forgotten the Undying Prisoner King's real name. However, I believe everyone has heard of the massacre in Ashes City. He was the one who massacred the entire city. He massacred more than 1 million people just because he ate some tasteless food that day. He destroyed Ashes City and it's still in ruins today. It was very easy for a half-step heavenly venerate to destroy a secular city. However, there were basically no one who would really do it. However, the Undying Prisoner King was different. He did not care about killing people. 1 million people were like 1 million ants in his eyes. He loved to listen to the screams of others and even felt that it was the most beautiful music in the world. Thunderous cheers erupted from the crowd. Of course, there were also curses. They cheered because the Undying Prisoner King's battle record was too terrifying. 300 consecutive victories meant that 300 warriors had already died in his hands. As for the curses, it was because they despised the Undying Prisoner King's actions. After all, 1 million people's lives had been taken by this lunatic. Anyone with a shred of humanity would not like this guy. Unfortunately, no amount of cursing could kill this lunatic. These people only dared to hide behind the crowd and not attack because they were afraid of death. They did not dare to challenge the Undying Prisoner King. Ling Xiao sneered and slowly stood up. He said coldly, "I'll challenge the Undying Prisoner King. I'll pay 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones." After paying 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones, he would receive 1 million low-grade spiritual stones or 10,000 mid-grade spiritual stones if he won. His voice was very loud and clear, and it was filled with an extremely cold killing intent. Killing the Undying Prisoner King would not only give him spiritual stones as a reward, but he would also be able to hone his combat skills and get rid of this guy. To him, it was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. He had to do it. Almost everyone looked at Ling Xiao. They were surprised to find that the one who spoke was a teenager of 14 or 15 years old. His face still looked a little immature. He was still a kid. Was he going to fight the Undying Prisoner King? One had to know that the Undying Prisoner King's 300 consecutive victories were no joke. The 300 warriors that he had killed were all half-step heavenly venerables. No warrior below half-step heavenly venerables had ever dared to challenge the Undying Prisoner King because it was extremely irresponsible of their own lives. It was akin to courting death. Even so, 300 people had died. It was obvious how terrifying the Undying Prisoner King was. If it was 1 or 2 deaths, it could be attributed to luck. However, if it was 300 deaths, it was no longer luck but absolute strength. Wu Zonglian and the other disciples of the Sword King sect sneered. They were still thinking about how to deal with Ling Xiao, but they did not expect him to court death. They could stay and watch the show. What a pity. I didn't make a move just now because I wanted to defeat him in the 4-sect martial arts competition. Looks like I won't have the chance. Wu Zonglian was a little disappointed. In his opinion, an early-stage Transcendent Realm 9th level cultivator challenging a half-step heavenly venerate with only 10% of his strength was definitely courting death. Not to mention, the Undying Prisoner King was the strongest cultivator in this realm. I heard that the Yuehua school is very poor. Their core disciples can't even use mid-grade spiritual stones and can only cultivate with low-grade spiritual stones. No wonder their disciples' lives are so cheap. They are willing to throw away their lives for spiritual stones. Ha ha ha, their cheap lives are even worse than death row prisoners. They deserve to die. The disciples of the Sword King sect spoke very softly, but it still did not escape Ling Zhao's ears. Under Ling Zhao's cold gaze, other than Wu Zonglian, the rest of them were like rabbits that had seen a wolf. What? Who wants to learn from him and kneel down to apologize to me? Why don't we go to the beast battle arena to practice? Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with disdain and indifference. No one dared to accept Ling Zhao's challenge, including Wu Zonglian. Although Wu Zonglian believed that he could win, it was meaningless for him to risk his life for the sake of a few spiritual stones. Since you don't dare to fight and don't want to kneel down to apologize, then shut your mouths. Trash can obediently be trash. Ling Xiao sneered. Wu Zonglian's strength was indeed not weak. He was probably weaker than Tan Tai Lingzi and slightly stronger than Ling Hao. However, in front of Ling Xiao, he was not considered an expert. The surrounding people cast mocking glances at the disciples of the Sword King sect. However, this was the Sword King city after all. Although many people looked down on these trash who dared to talk but didn't dare to do anything, they still didn't dare to say anything. Ling Xiao did not pay any more attention to the Sword King sect disciples. After paying 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones, he jumped into the beast battle arena. The beast battle arena was very large, much larger than the sect's battle arena. It covered an area of more than 10 acres. Therefore, many martial artists who could not perform well in the battle arena felt very comfortable here. As soon as Ling Xiao jumped into the beast battle arena, he sensed a sinister and evil aura rushing towards him. He could not help but frown. It was the terrifying aura of the undying prisoner king. This fellow's murderous aura was very strong. Sure enough, too many people had died in his hands. That was why he could brew such a terrifying murderous aura. Of course, compared to the murderous aura of Yigushin's martial soul, it paled in comparison. Kid, you have guts. However, I am not someone who will show mercy. Even if you are a kid, I will still kill you. The chains on the undying prisoner king's body had all been removed. He twisted his neck and made a cracking sound. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao with a fierce and contemptuous gaze. The way he saw it, Ling Xiao was simply here to throw his life away. That would be best. Ling Xiao said indifferently. If the other party was merciful, it would lose the meaning of training. How dare you? The undying prisoner king suddenly jumped up. He was about 2 meters tall and had an extremely strong body. However, when he jumped up, he was very agile, just like a gorilla. Speed, strength, accurate, it was no wonder that he was able to kill so many opponents of the same level. Let's give it a try. Ling Xiao let out a low groan and pointed his hand in the air. A total of 9 times, 9 chi swords broke through the air. Each of these chi swords whistled through the air, each one capable of easily killing a 9th-layer transcendent cultivator. Don't look at how he didn't even use any martial skills. Just this ordinary chi sword attack was already powerful enough. The immortal prisoner king had just jumped up when he saw the energy swords flying towards him. He didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he swung his fists and smashed them towards the energy swords. His hands were wrapped in thick iron chains, probably the same iron chains that had once trapped him. This wasn't an ordinary chain. It was a precious artifact-grade chain. It was an attack-type artifact. The 9 chi swords were all shattered by the immortal prisoner king's fists. However, the immortal prisoner king's attack was also stopped. However, Ling Xiao raised his hand again and sent out 9 more chi swords. This time, the chi swords were even faster. The immortal prisoner king wasn't able to shatter all of them. About 4 or 5 of them landed on his body. However, to Ling Xiao's surprise, the immortal prisoner king didn't show any signs of injury. Instead, he shouted excitedly. Awesome! This is awesome! Not only that, but Ling Xiao also noticed that nearly 1/10 of the immortal prisoner king's hair had turned red, giving off a strange and evil feeling. No wonder this guy is invincible. Such a strong defense isn't something an ordinary half-step heavenly venerable can break through. Unless one has a special ability, it's only a dead end in front of him. Ling Xiao tested the immortal prisoner king as he gained a clearer understanding of the immortal prisoner king. Good lad. Looks like you're not as weak as I thought. However, it's useless. Your attacks are like scratching an itch to me. The immortal prisoner king said disdainfully. Ling Xiao didn't say anything and continued to attack. Then, he noticed that the immortal prisoner king's hair was slowly turning red, 1/10, 2/10, finally, it turned completely red. Ha ha ha, idiot. Can't you see that my hair has turned red? The immortal prisoner king laughed out loud. The genuine vitality all over his body had turned red. At that moment, he looked like a different person. His strength was equivalent to a half-step heavenly venerable with 2/10 of his strength. It would be strange if he didn't win since he still had such a move. So what if I see it? Ling Xiao was disdainful. He knew that there was something strange about the hair and wanted to see what was going on. Otherwise, the battle would have ended long ago. Go to hell if you see it. The immortal prisoner king roared. His fists suddenly turned crimson red. Even the iron chains that wrapped around his fists turned crimson red as well. Lava fire chain, the crimson iron chains shot out like two huge fire snakes and wrapped around Ling Xiao completely. The flames continued to burn and the iron chains became tighter as if they were going to strangle Ling Xiao into pieces of minced meat. That kid is done for. Sigh, he got entangled by the immortal prisoner king's lava fire chain. No one has ever survived that move. What an idiot. Serves him right. Who asked him to stand there stupidly? He should have known that he was going to die. The spectators on the spectator stand were dissatisfied when they saw that Ling Xiao was entangled by the iron chains and was getting tighter and tighter. They thought that the kid had some ability and could hold on for a while longer. They didn't expect the battle to end so easily. However, their eyes widened the next moment. Ah! The one who screamed was not Ling Xiao who was entangled by the iron chains, but the immortal prisoner king who was holding the iron chains. The immortal prisoner king desperately shook off the iron chains in his hands. His hands were already charred black. What an idiot. You're still too inexperienced to play with fire with me. Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. The hellfire he had obtained from the ancient hell dragon was a flame even more terrifying than the 12 sacred flames. This kid is too strange. What did he do? Why are the immortal prisoner king's hands charred? Most of the spectators on the spectator stand couldn't understand such a strange phenomenon. They didn't even know how Ling Xiao did it. Your defense is very strong. I'll give it a try today. Ling Xiao said indifferently. His body suddenly flashed and turned into a strange afterimage. He instantly appeared in front of the immortal prisoner king. Poochie, the sound of something being pierced was heard, followed by red blood splattering everywhere. The immortal prison king, with its invincible defense, was easily pierced by Ling Xiao's hand blade. It was like stabbing a piece of tofu with a knife. I don't understand. What's that guy's hand made of? How can it be so sharp? His hand seems to be wrapped in an energy sword and sword intent. Everyone could not understand. How could an ordinary-looking kid break through a defense that even a half-step heavenly venerable with 10% of his strength failed to break? Was he powerful, or was the immortal prison king on the brink of collapse? Wu Zonglian's face turned ugly. He had sparred with the immortal prison king in private before, but it was not a battle to the death. Although he won, it was because of his sharp weapon. Although a transcendent realm cultivator could not achieve a perfect battle enhancement using an immortal grade artifact, the sharpness of an immortal grade artifact was unquestionable. It could easily break through the immortal prison king's defense. That was what he could not accept. That kid from Yuehua School's hand blade was comparable to an immortal grade artifact's destructive power. Ling Xiao did not care about what these people thought. His mind was focused on the battle. Immortal prison king, I could have killed you in one move, but I won't do that. Ling Xiao said indifferently, I'll let you have a taste of death by 1,000 cuts. His ruthlessness was not inferior to the immortal prison king's, but he would not take the initiative to kill innocent people. What the immortal prison king did reminded him of the death of his beggar relatives. Those people were not killed because of any hatred. Someone just wanted to use them to practice martial arts. Those people in Ashes City were implicated because of the immortal prison king's dissatisfaction. He was not happy about that. The immortal prison king screamed in pain as the energy sword swept out. Ling Xiao was executing the immortal prison king by 1,000 cuts. At the same time, he was applying what he had learned to a deeper level. The fusion of the energy sword and his will made it even more powerful. Each of his attacks would leave a terrifying wound on the undying prisoner king's body. In the end, the undying prison king's flesh was completely shaved off, leaving behind only a skeleton. The beast-fighting coliseum was dead silent. Almost everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Not only is this young man extremely powerful, but he also has such a cold temperament. He actually used such a method to cut the undying prisoner king into pieces. Satisfying. There were also some who felt that only a death by 1,000 cuts could appease the millions of lives that had died for someone like the undying prisoner king. Seal. The 3 sealing cards had now sealed the monsters. One of them was the half-step heavenly venerable that had just been sealed, the undying prisoner king. One of them was the half-step heavenly venerable that he had killed in Demonic Castle City, the great castle master of Demonic Castle City. The third one was a 9-tailed demon fox that had reached the Heaven Tier 1 line realm. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, the 3 sealing cards had sealed something, which made people feel more at ease. Although these could not be considered as Ling Xiao's own strength, they were excellent means to protect his life. He would not use them normally, but when he had to, he would not be stingy. Congratulations on your victory. May I ask if you want 1 million lower-grade spiritual stones or 10,000 middle-grade spiritual stones? The host in charge of the Beast Fighting Coliseum asked. 10,000 middle-grade spiritual stones. Middle-grade spiritual stones were naturally more valuable to him now. From now to the Grotto Heaven realm, the spiritual stones he needed for cultivation were all middle-grade spiritual stones. The more he had, the better. Lower-grade spiritual stones could only be used as currency for the time being. After receiving his reward, Ling Xiao returned to his seat. He was not satisfied with this battle. If there were stronger opponents, he planned to try again. Ling Xiao returned to his seat and his breathing was not disturbed. After the trip to the Demon Fortress City, his strength had really increased by a lot. Even he himself felt that this kind of strength was a little inconceivable. After the undying prisoner king's corpse was cleaned up, another person appeared in the Beast Fighting Coliseum. There was no mark of a prisoner on his face, but there was another mark, a slave. Ling Xiao did not know where these slaves came from. The only thing he knew was that these slaves must be related to the Sword King sect. And this Beast Fighting Coliseum must have an inseparable relationship with the Sword King sect. The slave's face was wearing a bronze mask with welded marks around it. It looked like it was directly fastened to the face after being heated. Just thinking about it made Lin Huang's face hurt. His hands and feet were shackled. His steps were heavy and his breathing was very unnatural. Clang, clang, after 2 clangs, the slave's handcuffs and shackles were removed. After all, this was related to the Beast Fighting Coliseum's income. Therefore, the slave could not fight with his hands and feet shackled. That would give the challenger too much of an advantage. Because of the mask, Lin Huang could not see the other party's face, but his eyes were filled with incomparable grief and helplessness. He couldn't even make a sound because his mouth had been sealed. But those eyes seemed to be able to speak. After the grief and helplessness, they were filled with endless hatred and anger. Ling Xiao felt that unless there was a sky-high amount of hatred, it was impossible to have such eyes. He felt very uncomfortable. Torturing a cultivator like this was really better than simply killing him. The Sword King sect's methods were really not honorable. Even so, the Sword King sect still claimed to be a righteous sect, representing the justice and order of the sacred dynasty. Bullshit, was there a righteous sect among the 12 great sects? They were just ordinary people who fought for their own interests. Of course, this was not a problem in itself, but they were doing one thing on the surface and another behind their backs, which was very disgusting. This is a slave cultivator we have just captured. His cultivation has reached the 6th heavenly layer of the transcendent realm. Today is his first battle. Who wants to come up and give it a try? No matter what cultivation the battle beast, slave, or prisoner was, the reward was the same. The spirit stones you paid would be returned 10 times. Of course, if you lost, you could forget about it because you would already be dead. If it was someone at the heaven realm or above who challenged, they would not have to pay low-rank spirit stones, but mid-rank spirit stones. However, such situations were relatively rare, at least not at this stage. The host announced the cultivation of the slave cultivator before turning to the crowd below. Wu Zue, you go and give it a try. You lost so much face just now, this time you must regain it. Wu Zonglian looked at the cultivator who had been scared to the point of wetting his pants by Ling Xiao and said. This person's cultivation was only at the 7th layer of the transcendent realm, so it was reasonable to say that he was not qualified to participate in this challenge. However, he was a member of the Sword King sect, so he could be treated differently. These were the rules of Sword King City, so getting angry was useless. Yes, senior brother. Wu Zui had just lost a great deal of face, so he naturally knew that he was no match for Ling Xiao, but if the slave's cultivation was lower than his, it would be a different story. He would definitely be able to kill him and regain his confidence. Your cultivation has already surpassed this slave's, but it doesn't matter, this is a cultivation control ring. Once you wear it, you will only be able to display strength equal to your opponent's cultivation. When the host saw Wu Zui, he naturally recognized him as a core disciple of the Sword King sect. Although his ranking was relatively low, he still didn't dare offend him. In the Sword King sect, the top 10 core disciples were all treasures of the sect. In this regard, he was exactly the same as Wu Zui in Yuehua school. Senior brother Ling, what do you think? Leng Hao looked at Ling Xiao and asked. Shameless. Ling Xiao coldly snorted and said, what bullshit control ring, it's just for show. That control ring is just an ordinary jade ring, it's meaningless. If that's the case, doesn't that mean the slave will suffer? No matter how strong he is, I'm afraid he won't be a match for Wu Zui, who is in the 7th layer of the transcendent realm. Although Dai Yuling wasn't as saintly as Zhao Xi, she was also very kind, but she wouldn't abuse her kindness. She, like many normal people, sympathized with these slaves. You're right, but this is the rule of the Beast Battle Arena. This Beast Battle Arena belongs to the Sword King sect, so how could the Sword King sect allow their treasured disciple to be killed? Ling Xiao said disdainfully, I've already asked Lu Tsong. In all these years, there has never been a core disciple who died in the Beast Battle Arena. Not even once. Under normal circumstances, this is simply impossible. So that's how it is, that's really shameless. Leng Hao cursed. The shameless part is yet to come. Ling Xiao sneered, although that Wu Zui's cultivation is much higher than that slave's, his actual combat ability is too weak. He's like a flower that grew up in a greenhouse. In the battle later, he'll most likely be suppressed by that slave. There'll definitely be a good show to watch. It can't be, right? Senior brother Ling, no matter how shameless this bestial battle arena is, they wouldn't go so far as to directly interfere in this battle, right? Leng Hao said in surprise. You'll know soon enough. He did not argue. He had seen many shameless people. This kind of thing was actually very common in the world. The host left the room. The slave's eyes suddenly changed. Originally, there was endless sorrow and helplessness, but now, there was only hatred and anger in his eyes. This hatred was obviously directed at Wu Zui. No, maybe it's targeting the Sword King sect. Wu Zui was startled by the terrifying killing intent emanating from the slave, and he took 2 steps back. Die. The slave spat out these words furiously. His body turned into a beam of sword light as he lunged towards Wu Zui. He had no intention of holding back, because he was originally a martial artist with a great future, but he was captured by the Sword King sect through despicable means, and put on a bronze mask that could disfigure his face. He hated everyone from the Sword King sect, and he wanted to kill them all. The slave also used a sword, just like Ling Xiao. Although his swordsmanship could not compare to Ling Zhao's, it was more than enough to deal with Wu Zui. The beam of sword light was too fast, and Wu Zui was so frightened that he lost his composure. In a moment of desperation, he used all of his skills. The shadow of a death row prisoner appeared behind him. This death row prisoner was like the immortal prisoner king, and had once dominated the bestial battle arena. However, his winning streak was longer than the immortal prisoner king's, and he had won more than 1,000 matches. In the end, he died of exhaustion. He did not expect that his soul would become someone else's martial soul. The moment the death row prisoner martial soul appeared, Wu Zui's entire being became cold and cruel, and the frightened look on his face disappeared. This was one of the benefits of a martial soul. Bang, the 2 attacks collided with each other. A huge explosion sounded out, and the slave's eyes were still filled with burning hatred. There was nothing else in his eyes, and the only thought in his mind was revenge. Although the 2 of them retreated a few steps, the slave attacked again, not giving Wu Zui any chance to catch his breath. Wu Zui's fighting spirit was basically bestowed by the death row prisoner martial soul. His own soul was so weak that it made people speechless. After a few exchanges, Wu Zui panicked again. As for the slave, he had already called out his martial soul. It was a sword, a broken sword. It was the divine sword that had appeared when the Ling family was besieged, and completely defeated the enemy. The reason why the Divine Sword sect was called the Divine Sword sect was because of that sword. This sword had actually become a martial soul. Ling Xiao suddenly stood up. His entire body was trembling. Because the slave was wearing a mask, he was unable to recognize his appearance, but at this moment, he was able to confirm the slave's identity. He was actually Ling Wuhan. He was the former sect master of the Divine Sword sect, and he had gone with Ling Yiheng to the Sword King sect to participate in the four-sect martial competition. How could he be here? How could he have become like this? Ling Xiao was trembling, not because he was afraid, but because he was angry. He wanted to kill. This kind of anger was something he had only felt when his family was killed. The terrifying killing intent emitted from his body caused Ling Hao and the others, who were sitting beside him, to turn pale with fright. On the War Beast arena, the battle continued. After releasing his martial soul, Ling Wuhan's fighting strength suddenly soared. In addition, Ling Xiao had given him an absolutely suitable and classic martial skill. After a few exchanges, Wu Zui was forced to retreat. Kill him! Ling Xiao shouted loudly. Actually, even if he didn't say anything, Ling Wuhan wouldn't let the person in front of him go. Because it was the people of the Sword King sect who had turned him into his current state. He hated the people of the Sword King sect bitterly, and wished that he could raze the Sword King sect to the ground. Although he might not be able to do it, killing the person in front of him was not a problem. Dang! Seeing that Wu Zui's throat was about to be pierced by Ling Wuhan's long sword, the host suddenly jumped into the arena and blocked Ling Wuhan's sword light. The host's strength had reached 10% of the strength of a half-step heavenly venerable. No matter how strong Ling Wuhan was, no matter how talented he was, it was useless. In front of absolute strength, he was simply no match for the host. Enough! The host coldly looked at Ling Wuhan and said, "This battle ends here." Perhaps this was not the first time such a thing had happened. Most of the spectators in the stands were already used to it. They only cursed the shamelessness of the Sword King sect in their hearts. They had agreed to fight to the death, but now seeing that the slave had the advantage, they shouted to stop. What kind of logic was this in the world? But this was the Sword King city. Who told this War Beast arena to belong to the Sword King sect? Why? Very simple, because I am stronger than you. Because the Sword King sect is stronger than all of you. The host looked at Ling Wuhan with disdain and said indifferently, "Go to hell." Suddenly, Wu Zui came back to his senses and pulled out a dagger from his waist and stabbed it towards Ling Wuhan's heart. At this moment, Ling Wuhan was completely defenseless. He was blocked by the host and it was too late for him to defend himself. Poochie, a sword light flashed and a head fell to the ground. However, the one who died was not Ling Wuhan, but Wu Zui. Ling Xiao made his move. How could he watch his benefactor and friend be killed by such a shameless person? Wu Zui deserved to die. The Sword King sect deserved to be destroyed. Ling Xiao stood there like a demon god. A terrifying killing and destructive aura covered the sky. You are crazy. You actually dare to break the rules of the animal fighting arena. Are you courting death? The host was stunned for a moment. When he saw Wu Zui's head fall to the ground, he shouted at Ling Xiao. Rules? Weren't you the ones who broke them first? Ling Xiao's cold voice was like the whisper of a demon king from hell. The host felt that his blood was about to be frozen. He retreated a few steps in horror and said with fear, "You have to think clearly. By doing this, you will become the enemy of the entire Sword King sect. Does your Yuehua school really want to be destroyed? With just you?" After saying this, a sword light flew out from his hand. The host's head also flew up and fell to the ground in a beautiful parabola. Bastard! Who dares to behave atrociously in the animal fighting arena? As soon as the host died, 3 terrifying auras suddenly appeared. They should be the powerful martial artists guarding the animal fighting arena, 3 half-step heavenly venerables with 50% strength. For the Sword King sect, sending 3 such powerful martial artists was enough to make the people going to the animal fighting arena behave themselves. After all, most of the martial artists who came here were half-step heavenly venerables and below. Ling Xiao did not pay attention to the 3 of them. Instead, he looked back at Ling Wuhan and asked, "Where is Ling Yiheng?" Ling Yihang was a good brother that Ling Xiao got to know when he was in the Ling family. Although the two of them had gotten to know each other through fighting, and since Ling Xiao left the Ling family, they rarely had the opportunity to meet again. But friends were friends, even if they were separated by thousands of mountains and rivers. Ling Wuhan's problem was very serious, but Ling Xiao believed that he could solve it. Now, he was more worried about Ling Yihang. Ling Wuhan only said one word before he suddenly stopped, because he could no longer speak. His eyes were filled with pain and resentment. Ling Xiao. Ling Yihang was turned into a human puppet by these beasts, and only his soul is left in the puppet. Ling Xiao's heart was already cold. The entire Sword King sect was on his death list. But he was also very clear that the key was to find Ling Yihang. As long as his soul was not destroyed, he had a way to bring Ling Yihang back to life. He, Ling Xiao, could do what others could not. He is imprisoned in the cage of the animal fighting arena. Ling Wuhan said. Take me there. Ling Wuhan nodded and then rushed in the direction of the cage. Ling Xiao followed closely behind. However, the two of them had just rushed out 4 or 5 meters when they were stopped by 3 experts. They were the 3 half-step heavenly venerables of the Sword King sect who were responsible for guarding the animal fighting arena. Get lost. Ling Xiao did not have time to fight with these old things. He took out the sealing card without hesitation. Demon Castle Lord, release. A 60% half-step heavenly venerables against 3 50% half-step heavenly venerables should not be a problem. Boom, a loud sound reverberated and those 3 half-step heavenly venerables were really sent flying. Ling Wuhan and Ling Xiao went straight in and came to the cage of the animal fighting arena. In the cage, Ling Yihang's corpse was still there, soaked in a big bucket of liquid. Beside the corpse was a puppet made entirely of metal. Ling Xiao could even feel Ling Yihang's aura. The corpse is still well preserved. This bunch of people should be intending to make this corpse into a human flesh puppet. Wuhan, help me guard outside. I want to send Ling Yihang's soul back into his body. Since the corpse was well preserved, then there was no need to search elsewhere. But Ling Xiao intended to use some of the materials on him to strengthen this corpse. Not only did he want to restore its vitality, he also wanted to make it stronger than before. Outside. What's going on? Senior brother Ling seems to know that slave? Leng Hao asked Dai Yuling suspiciously. You and he both came from Sky Cloud City, do you know anything? Dai Yuling shook her head. Ling Xiao was originally a disciple from a small family in Sky Peak City and later came to Sky Cloud City. I'm not sure about the details, but from the looks of it, they seem to know each other and their relationship is very good. Let's go and take a look. Now that the 3 of us are on the same side as Ling Xiao, his friends are our friends. We absolutely cannot sit back and do nothing. Lan Yuer thought for a moment and said. All right. Dai Yuling and Ling Hao naturally had no reason to object. With Demon Castle City's Grand Castle Lord blocking those 50% half-step heavenly venerables, the 3 of them headed towards the cage without any obstacles. When they entered the cage and saw the miserable and hair-raising scene, they felt their scalps turning numb. This bunch of beasts. Lan Yuer cursed. Senior brother Ling, tell us what to do, we'll listen to you. Leng Hao looked at Ling Xiao and said. Help me to guard outside first, I still have some things to settle. Ling Xiao had gathered all the materials and was setting up the array. After that, he placed Ling Yihang's corpse and that puppet in the middle of the array. He wasn't willing to think about other things now. The most important thing now was to save Ling Yihang. This was the most crucial point. Leng Hao and the rest didn't disturb him but stood guard outside together with Ling Wuheng. During this period, Dai Yuling and Lan Yuer helped Ling Wuheng remove the bronze mask and restored his severely damaged face. Among these 2 girls, Lan Yuer was good at medical skills while Dai Yuling was good at planting and cultivating medicinal herbs. Their cooperation was simply flawless. Although Ling Wuheng had suffered a little pain, but looking at his smooth face through the mirror, what was that pain compared to? Merge. Just as Ling Wuheng was feeling excited about his restored face, Ling Zhao's work had reached the last step. Merging the soul and body was not something an ordinary practitioner could do. Even a yin-yang realm practitioner might not be able to do it. But Ling Xiao could do it. Because he was an array refiner, pharmacist, and a person with Extremely powerful soul force. The soul-controlling secret art he obtained from the Lanternfish clan and the recently improved Mountain River will play a key role in this process. When Ling Yihang's eyes slowly opened, Ling Xiao finally let out a long sigh of relief. Ling Yihang opened his eyes and saw Ling Xiao sitting in front of him. His eyes were filled with pain, self-blame and guilt. Ling Xiao allowed him and Ling Wuhan to participate in the four-sect martial competition, but he was made into a puppet and almost lost his life here. None of the other Divine Sword sect disciples who followed him survived. He was incompetent. How could he still have the face to see Ling Xiao, to see the Divine Sword sect leader? Of the Divine Sword sect disciples who followed him and Ling Wuhan, the youngest was only 12 years old and the oldest was only 18 years old. They only came to see the world. However, the moment they arrived at the Sword King sect, a tragedy happened. Although he and Ling Wuhan fought with all their might, there were too many enemies and they were too strong. They were simply powerless. They could only watch as the young disciples were killed one by one in front of them. At that moment, he really wanted to die. He wanted to perish together with the Sword King sect. However, he was unable to fulfill such a small request because he was too weak. He was really too weak. In front of the Sword King sect's experts, he could only feel grief and despair. However, he was unable to do anything. He and Ling Wuhan survived, but they were forced to wear slave masks and thrown into the beast fighting arena to participate in the bloody battle. He originally thought that he would never be able to see the Divine Sword sect's people again in this lifetime. He thought that he would continue to live in such a cowardly manner. However, Ling Xiao appeared. In his painful eyes, there was a trace of gentleness. Then, he actually burst into tears. To be able to make a strong man cry like this, it can be seen how sad and unreconciled his heart is. Ah! Painful cries resounded throughout the cage. Dai Yuling, Lan Yu'er and Leng Hao, who were outside, all felt waves of sorrow. The two girls could not help but cry as well. Humans were not plants and could not be emotionless. Even Ling Xiao could not help but want to cry when faced with such a scene. However, he knew that he could not cry. He did not have the qualifications to cry. From the day he became the Divine Sword sect leader, this sect was closely related to his fate. He wanted revenge. Even if he couldn't destroy the Sword King sect now, he would make the Sword King sect pay a heavy price. Good brother, you've suffered. Ling Xiao gently held Ling Yihang's head in his arms, and then gently patted his shoulder twice. I will avenge you. Whoever dares to touch the Divine Sword sect, I will destroy them. He let go of Ling Yihang and stood up. A surge of killing intent directly pierced through the cage. Boom, he flew out like an eagle and stood in the air above the beast fighting arena, overlooking the entire beast fighting arena. His eyes were blood red, as if they were dripping blood. People of the Sword King sect, come out and die. There was nothing to worry about. Ling Xiao only wanted to take revenge at this moment. Seeing his good brother become like that, and hearing that his own Divine Sword sect's disciples were massacred by the Sword King sect, his heart was bleeding. Perhaps he didn't have the strength to annihilate everyone in the Sword King sect, but he was confident that he could make the Sword King sect suffer for eternity, and everything would begin today, from this moment onwards. At this moment, Ling Wuhan, Ling Yihang, and the others also came out from inside. Seeing this scene, Wu Zonglian seemed to understand something, and his brows were tightly knitted together. Ha ha ha, this Yuehua school bastard must have lost his mind, right? He actually dares to face the Sword King sect head-on? There were actually many people from the Sword King sect present. In addition to the few people sitting in front, there were many staff members sent by the Sword King sect to be in charge of the operation of the beast fighting arena. These people's strength was uneven, but their arrogant attitude was as if they were carved out of the same mold. The one who spoke was one of these people. He didn't lose his mind. It seems that it has something to do with those two slaves. No wonder the Yuehua school has always been the last in the 12 sects. How good can it be to hang out with these useless slaves all day long? Ha 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 ha. Laughter filled the entire beast fighting arena. It even covered up the battle that was still ongoing. Although the Demon Castle City's great castle lord was stronger than the 3 half-step heavenly venerables with 50% strength, it was still not possible for him to end the battle immediately. However, Ling Xiao didn't expect him to end the battle so quickly. It would be enough as long as he could stall the 3 half-step heavenly venerables. It would be best if the Yuehua school's disciples were all thrown into the beast fighting arena as slaves, ha ha ha. An old man and a young man walked in from outside the beast fighting arena. The old man was very strong, and the young man wasn't weak either. The old man and the young man had heard the news and rushed over, but they didn't expect to see a good show. The young man's voice was particularly ear-piercing among the laughter of the crowd. Chen Tian. Brother Ling, that's the guy. He's the guy who killed the Divine Sword Sect's disciples and seriously injured me and Second Master Ling before throwing us here. Ling Yihong suddenly shouted when he saw the young man. Ling Zhao's gaze turned to the complacent young man. This person was at the 9th level of the Transcendent Realm. It could be said that he was the strongest person below the half-step heavenly venerables. He should have a place among the Sword King Sect's core disciples, perhaps second only to Wu Zonglian. However, no matter who he was, he would die today. Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with cold killing intent, like 2 sharp swords that directly pierced through Chen Tian's body. Who told you to do this? His voice was emotionless, as if it was a question from hell. Idiot. Does this young master need someone to order him around? It's just that I was in a bad mood that day and happened to meet them, so I just wanted to pass the time. Chen Tian felt the threat of death in his heart. There was a terrifying chill that almost forced him to kneel. However, he was still ranked 4th among the Sword King Sect's 10 core disciples and was also one of the participants in this 4-sect martial competition. He wasn't as useless as Wu Zue. The roar was an answer, but at the same time, it was also a way to boost his courage. He was furious because he was actually frightened by the gaze of a disciple from a low-level sect. This was simply a great humiliation. Very good. I'm in a bad mood right now, so I'll vent my anger on you. Suddenly, Ling Zhao's figure turned into a ray of light and shot towards Chen Tian. The old man beside Chen Tian tried to stop him, but he was still a step too late. Bang! The ray of light struck Chen Tian's body, sending him flying like a kite with a broken string. A trail of fresh blood drew a bloody parabola. This kick was for Ling Wuhan. He is my benefactor and my guide. You shouldn't have hurt him. Chen Tian didn't even have time to speak. Bang! Another kick flew up. His body that was about to land on the ground was kicked up again and thrown high into the sky. Fresh blood spurted out once again, and even fragments of his internal organs fell. The old man that came with Chen Tian tried his best to catch Ling Zhao's figure, trying to save Chen Tian. However, it was useless. In front of Ling Zhao's Cloud Dragon Divine Travel, the old man's movement technique was like a child's trick, completely meaningless. This kick is for my good brother, Ling Yihang. He's my only good brother in Tianfeng City, but you've turned him into something that's neither human nor ghost. You deserve to die. Bang! After saying that, Ling Zhao kicked him again. This time, Chen Tian's body fell to the ground from midair. This kick is for the dead disciples of the Divine Sword Sect. I come from Tianfeng City, and the Divine Sword Sect is my home. They are my family. If you kill them, I'll kill you. Finally, Ling Zhao stomped on Chen Tian's chest. Chen Tian was on the verge of death. He was the 4th-ranked core disciple of the Sword King Sect, yet he was being kicked around by Ling Zhao like a rubber ball. He didn't even have the chance to resist. This left the spectators sitting in the stands completely dumbfounded. Little bastard, do you know who he is? If you hurt him, the entire Yuehua school will have to pay with their lives. The old man finally caught sight of Ling Zhao's figure, because Ling Zhao had stopped. Unfortunately, in the next moment, a blue figure blocked in front of him. It was Lan Yuer. Lan Yuer was a half-step celestial venerate. Although she couldn't suppress the old man, she was still evenly matched. This old man was at most a half-step celestial venerate with 50% of his strength, which was comparable to the strength of the previous 3 people. I'm not interested in knowing who he is. You said that if I kill him, the entire Yuehua school will have to die with him? Do you know that if you kill the people of the Divine Sword Sect and hurt my benefactor and friend, the entire Sword King Sect will have to die with him? Ling Zhao increased the strength of his kick. He guessed that Chen Tian's ribs would be broken one by one. Do you regret it? Do you blame yourself? It's useless. Everything is useless. When you kill innocent people because of your selfish desires, you no longer have a chance to live. It was Jian Wuji who asked me to do it. Chen Tian finally squeezed out a sentence. Jian Wuji? Ling Xiao glanced at the crowd on the stage. His cold eyes and terrifying soul will made these people tremble in fear. Jian Wuji is the young sect master of the Sword King sect, which means that he is ranked first among the top 10 core disciples. His strength is unfathomable. Someone finally answered Ling Xiao's question. So it's the young sect master of the Sword King sect. Why did he do that? Ling Xiao glared at Chen Tian and questioned. I don't know either. He just said that he didn't want to see the trash of the Divine Sword sect tarnish the noble Sword King sect. At this moment, Chen Tian really answered every question, not daring to disobey Ling Xiao at all. Is that so, the noble Sword King sect? Since it is so noble, then I will trample it under my feet forever. After he finished speaking, he twisted his leg fiercely. Kacha, Chen Tian, the dignified fourth-ranked core disciple of the Sword King sect, was actually trampled to death just like that. Countless people sucked in a breath of cold air. Wu Zonglian's face was also somewhat pale, his heart was beating fast. Madman, he is simply a complete madman, this guy must not be provoked, otherwise, the next one to die might be him. Little bastard, you really have to kill him. You actually have to kill him. Don't you know that the sect master of the Sword King sect is also surnamed Chen? The old man who was blocked by Lan Yuer instantly released his true essence as if he had gone crazy. He actually took Lan Yuer's palm and rushed towards Ling Xiao. Lan Yuer's combat experience was still insufficient, she actually failed to block the old man. Just as she was about to give chase, Ling Xiao gestured for her to stop. Senior Sister Lan, go and guard the entrance of the Beast Battle Arena. Don't let anyone from the Sword King sect out. Today, I will wash the Beast Battle Arena with blood. Ling Xiao's voice was very calm, without any emotion. He won't kill the innocent, but none of the Sword King sect's people here are innocent. As for those who were watching the show, he could let them go. He had no interest in killing them. The old man who came to the Beast Battle Arena with Chen Tian had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao. He furiously stabbed out with his sword, and the sword light stretched out to 4 or 5 meters long. Before the sword light arrived, one could already feel the pain on the skin. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, and the overflow rain sword instantly appeared in his hand. Then, he stabbed out with the sword. The crimson light skyrocketed, and the terrible killing intent seemed to be substantial. Clang, the two swords collided. Ling Xiao's figure was violently pushed back, and a trace of blood slid down the corner of his mouth. After more than 10 steps, he stabilized his body. As expected of a half-step celestial master with 50% of his strength. The power of his attack is really fierce. That disciple of the Yuehua school is simply courting death by confronting him head-on. Humph, he is too conceited. Obviously, that female disciple is stronger. Shoo, don't talk so much. That person is ferocious. Be careful, or he will kill you. In the eyes of the spectators, Ling Xiao was obviously at a disadvantage in this collision. Not only was he sent flying, but he was also bleeding. However, the old man seemed to be completely fine. He squatted on the ground and checked Chen Tian's injuries. He is already a dead dog. Why are you wasting your time? Ling Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. There was no fear on his face. Instead, there was a hint of a smile. Is this person crazy? Yeah, he is clearly at a disadvantage, but he can still smile. I don't understand. The spectators indeed found it difficult to understand Ling Xiao's smile. Ling Xiao's smile was, of course, because he had met a good opponent. Only such an opponent could force him to tap into his potential and erupt with stronger combat strength. The old man slowly stood up. His eyes were cold and filled with a murderous aura. You are Ling Xiao, right? That's right. I have long heard of you. Recently, the rising star of Yuehua school. The old man said coldly, if you had not killed young Master Tian, you might have had a chance to live. But today, you can only die. Unfortunately, I have not lived long enough. Chen Tian's father should be your Sword King sect leader, Chen Nanqing. It is the father's fault for not teaching. Not only will I kill Chen Tian, but I will also make Chen Nanqing pay with his life. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Ha 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 ha. The old man could not help but laugh. You can't even block one of my attacks. The sect leader is 100 times stronger than me. You think you can kill him? You are overestimating yourself. Dream on. Elder Chen, don't talk nonsense with him. Kill him and use his body to make a human puppet. It will be stronger than that trash from the Divine Sword sect. This old man's surname was Chen, and he was an outer sect elder of the Sword King sect. Other than Wu Zonglian, no one else dared to speak to him in such a manner. Ha ha ha, young Master Wu is right. The sect leader will definitely like such a human puppet. As long as young Master Tian's soul is not destroyed, he can use the human puppet to resurrect. When Elder Chen heard Wu Zonglian's words, he could not help but laugh. Good idea, it is really a good idea. That's right. Once this matter is done, the sect leader will definitely reward you. Who knows, maybe you will have the chance to break through to the celestial realm. At that time, you will no longer be an outer sect elder, but a true inner sect elder. Wu Zonglian was afraid of Ling Xiao, so he did not want Ling Xiao to live. Wu Zonglian didn't want Ling Xiao to live. This was because he could feel that if Ling Xiao lived, their Sword King sect would definitely be in trouble in the Four sect. Martial competition tomorrow. This person was simply a madman, and a powerful one at that. He was capable of doing anything. Ling Xiao turned his head and glanced at Wu Zonglian. Are you in a hurry to die? Don't worry, I'll fulfill your wish later. He really didn't know what kind of expression the Sword King sect would have when 2 of their 5 participants were killed by Ling Xiao during the 4 sect martial competition tomorrow. Ling Xiao was really looking forward to it. You still want to kill my Sword King sect disciple? You won't have the chance. Elder Chen snorted coldly. The long sword in his hand trembled as he pierced towards Ling Xiao once again. Ling Xiao looked at Elder Chen as his body rapidly changed. He had already entered his human dragon form. Although his cultivation had increased, his combat strength had also increased. Facing a half-step Empyrean with 50% strength, it was still very difficult for him to win in his human form. Even if he won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. At that time, he wouldn't have the chance to deal with others. He was brave but not impulsive. Ling Xiao's battle was always filled with calmness and wisdom. At the same time, the image of the ancient hell dragon appeared behind him. The sword in his right hand pierced out, but he suddenly retracted it. Elder Chen was stunned for a moment. He pointed his sword at Ling Xiao's left hand and a terrifying dragon-shaped chi sword tore through the air. 9 Meridian Chi Sword, Hell Dragon Sword, coupled with the ancient Hell Dragon martial soul, the Hell Dragon Sword's power was even more terrifying. Elder Chen, who had already rushed out, couldn't dodge this attack. He had no choice but to circulate his true essence with all his might, causing the sword that was originally attacking Ling Xiao to collide with the Hell Dragon Sword. Buzz, the 2 forces collided, but there was no explosion as expected. Instead, they entangled together, forming a huge energy ball between the 2. Fighting requires wisdom. You're too stupid. Ling Xiao's voice rang in the old man's ears. Before he could react to the situation, he suddenly saw Ling Xiao's eyes. A powerful will that could almost instantly pierce through his soul directly pierced through his entire soul. Ah! Even though the half-step heavenly venerate only had 50% of his power, he still held miserably in the face of this terrifying destructive intent. With his soul injured, his control over his power was greatly reduced. The huge energy ball that appeared between the 2 of them began to move towards Elder Chen. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already put away the overflow rain sword. He put his hands together, and the 9 meridian swords continuously gathered together, finally condensing into a huge sword. Then, Ling Xiao used the greatsword as a racket and slapped the energy ball to help it move faster. I've already said that you're too stupid. A half-step Empyrean with 50% of your strength isn't weak, but unfortunately, you can't even display 70% of your strength. What a waste of such powerful strength. A dazzling light burst from Elder Chen's body, like a brilliant firework. This was the combined power of the 2's moves. No matter how powerful Elder Chen was, he was powerless. Looking at Elder Chen's body that had been reduced to ashes, the entire beast battle arena fell into a dead silence. An early-stage Transcendent Realm cultivator had actually killed a half-step Empyrean with 50% of his strength so easily? How had he done it? Of course, Ling Xiao's cultivation was already at the peak of the Transcendent Realm, and in that attack just now, he had used his full strength. It was just that there were no masters in the stands, so no one was able to see it. But even so, in the eyes of these people, a Transcendent Realm cultivator defeating a half-step Empyrean was completely incomprehensible. Jumping a minor realm to challenge someone was already extremely powerful, worthy of being called a genius. Ling Xiao had directly jumped an entire great realm. They even suspected that Ling Xiao might be able to surpass a super cultivation level in battle. This person's fighting style is really cunning. Yes, his strength is not as good as Elder Chen's, but he first pretended to be weak, then used his powerful spiritual energy to cause damage to his opponent's soul before finally delivering a fatal blow. Too cunning. It's not just cunning, that energy ball, and the way he used his chi sword, even if there was the slightest difference in true chi, he would have failed, but he actually succeeded. This level of control is simply terrifying. What's his name? Ling Xiao. So he's Ling Xiao? The Ling Xiao who killed Wan Shi when he was still an outer sect disciple? Yes, that's him. No wonder, Sword King sect provoked this Demon King. I'm afraid they'll never have a day of peace. It's time for someone to come out and teach Sword King sect a lesson. These years, Sword King sect has been very domineering in the Sacred Dynasty. Many people are angry but don't dare to speak out. In the stands, there were those who hated Ling Xiao, and naturally there were those who supported Ling Xiao. No matter when, where, there would always be opposing forces. This place was no exception. Brother Ling, that Wu Zonglian is running. Suddenly, Ling Yihong's voice rang out. Ling Xiao slowly turned his head to look at Wu Zonglian, who was currently running out of the beast battle arena at an extremely fast speed. He can't run. Ling Xiao's ghostly figure instantly crossed dozens of feet and blocked Wu Zonglian's path. You just said that you want to turn me into a human puppet? You haven't done it yet, why are you leaving? Ling Xiao's voice contained a bit of ridicule. Wu Zonglian looked at Ling Xiao nervously. He had never been so afraid of a person. Even if he encountered the Sword King sect's young sect master, Jian Wuji, he wouldn't be like this. This Ling Xiao was too ferocious, so ferocious that it made him completely lose the courage to resist. Suddenly, he shouted, whoever saves me will be rewarded with 2 jade-grade martial arts and 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. When there's a great reward, there will be a brave man. This saying was not joking. Hearing Wu Zonglian's words, many of the spectators who were originally watching on the sidelines were moved. That was 2 jade-grade martial arts and 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It was absolutely worth a try. However, when they made up their minds and were just about to make a move, the aura of death spread out in front of them. Leng Hao and Dai Yuling made a move. A ray of sword light, hundreds of vines, the few spectators who were just about to make a move died miserably on the spot. Haha, senior sister Yuling, I killed 4 people, 1 more than you. Dai Yuling shook her head and smiled bitterly. Unless it was a last resort, she was really unwilling to kill. However, if someone wanted to harm Ling Xiao, then she would definitely not show mercy. Be careful, don't let anyone disturb Ling Xiao. Lan Yu were reminded as she blocked the entrance of the beast battle arena. Got it. Leng Hao and Dai Yuling nodded at the same time and became alert at the same time. At this time, Ling Wuheng and Ling Yihong had also recovered their battle strength. They also threw themselves into the battle with hatred, like 2 fierce beasts fighting with the disciples of the Sword King sect. Wu Zonglian was in despair. No one could save him. He looked at Ling Xiao who was right in front of him, took a deep breath and said, Ling Xiao, what are you trying to do? Do you really plan to completely fall out with the Sword King sect? Hehe, at this time, you still say such stupid words. Do you think that after killing my people, you still want to be kind? Ling Xiao approached step by step, and asked with a smile. I can help you plead for mercy in front of Sect Master Chen Nanqing, and I can spare your life. Wu Zonglian said loudly. Ha 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 ha, what a joke. In the eyes of your Sword King sect, only your lives are important, and other people's lives are not? Ling Xiao laughed out loud. You people from the Sword King sect are too self-righteous. I've already said it before, the Sword King sect doesn't need to continue existing, Xianxia must die. He spared me? Don't you think that's ridiculous? Ling Xiao, calm down. Isn't it just the lives of a few trash? I can give the Divine Sword sect a gold-ranked martial art, or even a jade-ranked martial art. I can also give them a large amount of spirit stones. This way, it should be enough compensation, right? It's just a few cheap lives. I think you should understand what's more beneficial to the Divine Sword sect. Wu Zonglian's back was covered in cold sweat, but until now, he still did not understand what he had done wrong, and was still ordering people around with a high and mighty attitude. A few cheap lives? Ling Xiao looked at Wu Zonglian with ridicule and said coldly, that's right, to you self-righteous idiots, it might just be a few cheap lives, but to me, it's my family. How could a mere martial art and spirit stones be enough to make up for the death of his loved ones, a life for a life, a debt for a debt? This was a matter of course. A person who could be sent away with just a few spirit stones and a few martial arts was an incompetent person, a coward. He, Ling Xiao, would not be like that. After today, he and the Sword King sect would be like fire and water, and there would be no room for peaceful coexistence. The Sword King sect would definitely not let him, Ling Xiao, off. And he, Ling Xiao, would definitely destroy the Sword King sect. If he didn't destroy the Sword King sect, he would have let Ling Wuhan down. No, he would have let down those innocent disciples who had been killed. He and the Sword King sect would not rest until one of them was dead. No. You can't kill me. If you kill me, the Sword King sect will definitely grind your bones to dust. There was also the Divine Sword sect. Yuehua School. They will all be destroyed. Wu Zonglian roared and finally burst out with his strength. He had already reached a point where he could no longer retreat. He could only fight to the death. Unfortunately, in front of Ling Xiao, all of this was futile. Pooh! A sword pierced Wu Zonglian's throat, and Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded in his ear. What a fool! I even killed Chen Tian. Why can't I kill you? You should leave first. Chen Nanqing, that old bastard, will soon meet you in the underground. There was no sympathy because Wu Zonglian deserved to die. Just now, when Ling Xiao was at a disadvantage, this fellow actually instigated Elder Chen to turn Ling Xiao into a human puppet. Just from this sentence alone, Wu Zonglian could not be separated from the matter of the Divine Sword sect. It was possible that Ling Yihong's current state was caused by Wu Zonglian. Towards animals, any cruel method was not excessive. Otherwise, they would only be even more arrogant and would only harm even more people. What a terrifying youth, what vicious methods. The Sword King sect has truly encountered a fiend. The remaining people in the stands all felt their hearts palpitate. They had come today to watch the Beast Fighting Arena challenge, but they did not expect to see such a shocking scene. After killing Wu Zonglian, Ling Xiao took away his storage ring and placed it together with Chen Tian and Elder Chen's storage ring. There was nothing special inside. Other than spirit stones, there were only basic gold rank martial arts. These did not have much meaning to him, but it was not bad to use them to strengthen the Divine Sword sect. Through this matter, it was clear that the Divine Sword sect was still too weak. They had to become stronger. Only then would no one dare to provoke them. In order to make the Divine Sword sect stronger, these resources were definitely not lacking. Ling Xiao looked around and saw the 3 half-step heavenly venerables fighting with the great fort master of Jade Devil Castle. He revealed a sneer. After that, the celestial dipper flying sword flew out from behind him and pierced into the bodies of the 3 people at an absolutely strange and perfect angle. The 3 of them were already at a disadvantage. After being pierced by the flying sword, they immediately died miserably at the hands of the great fort master of Jade Devil Castle. As for the rest of the Sword King sect staff, not a single one was left alive. The entire beast fighting arena, except for those who were unrelated, had become a sea of blood. Let's go. Ling Xiao called out to everyone, turned around and left the beast fighting arena that reeked of blood. When the Demon King was enraged, the beast fighting arena was littered with corpses. This was the story that spread throughout the Sword King city the next day. If it was anyone else, after doing such a thing, they would have already left the Sword King sect in a hurry and hide as far away as possible. However, Ling Xiao did not do so. He only ordered Ling Wuhan and Ling Yiheng to return to the Divine Sword sect that very night. He also told them to send a message to the entire Divine Sword sect to cultivate in seclusion and not take half a step out of the Divine Sword sect. After this incident, Ling Xiao felt that the Divine Sword sect's current situation was extremely awkward. Although they were already very strong compared to those weak sections. However, compared to the 12 sects, they were still very weak. Since that was the case, they might as well cultivate in seclusion. In any case, with the sect protecting Array, even if any of the 12 sects wanted to deal with the Divine Sword sect, they would not be able to succeed in a short period of time. As for training, it was even simpler. The Land of Dragons was in Long Chen's hands. The disciples of the Divine Sword sect could go to the Land of Dragons to train and train. After the dragon race matured, the Divine Sword sect could openly become the 13th sect of the Sacred Dynasty. They could even squeeze out a sect and become one of the 12 sects. Ling Wuhan and Ling Yiheng's departure also allowed Ling Xiao to have no more worries. That night, he told Wu Xiang the whole story. After all, this matter might involve the Yuehua school. Wu Xiang only said one sentence: "Whoever wants to kill you will have to step over my dead body first." Since a Grotto Heaven Realm expert had said so, Ling Xiao naturally had nothing to worry about. Although the Sword King sect was stronger than the Yuehua school, the strongest person was only a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. There was really no need to be afraid. Even if he could not destroy the other party, at least he would not die. Before dawn, a group of people angrily rushed to the Yuehua school's temporary residence. Today was supposed to be the day of the Four Sects tournament. However, it was not time yet, but these people were all emitting cold-killing intent. It was obvious that they wanted to harm the Yuehua school. The person in the lead was a middle-aged woman wearing a fiery red robe. However, she looked very young and her skin was well maintained. The corners of her eyes revealed a strong sense of hatred. The people behind her were all inner sect disciples of the Sword King sect. One of them had messy hair, and his face could not be seen clearly. One could only faintly see the word prisoner carved on his face. The death row prisoner with messy hair exuded a gloomy aura that made people shudder. It was as if he wasn't human, but a devil from the 9 Serenities continent. This guy's strength might be more powerful than the woman in red. Why are the few of you so aggressive? What's the matter? Chang Yueying, who had long sensed the danger, appeared at the door of the Yuehua school's temporary residence and looked at the group of people. Indifferently. Tell Ling Xiao, Lan Yuer, Leng Hao, and Dai Yuling to come out. The woman in red's attitude was very domineering and arrogant. She didn't give Chang Yueying any face at all. In fact, her cultivation wasn't as good as Chang Yueying's. The reason why she dared to act like this was because this was the Sword King sect and she was the inner elder of the Sword King sect and Wu Zonglian's master. When did the Sword King sect become so unruly? Do you think you can meet the people of our Yuehua school as you wish? Chang Yueying sneered. Cut the crap. Those 4 people killed hundreds of our Sword King sect staff in the beast fighting arena yesterday. Among them were 2 core disciples. If it were you, would you take revenge for this? The woman in red said furiously. There's such a thing? Chang Yueying was stunned. She really didn't know that such a thing happened in the beast fighting arena. However, this Ling Xiao was too ruthless. He killed other people's core disciples in their territory. Wasn't this a slap in the face? Although the Sword King sect had always been very domineering and didn't give her any face, she definitely didn't have a good impression of the Sword King sect. However, this matter involved too many people and she didn't dare to make a decision on her own. Therefore, after thinking about it, she called Tantai Lingzi. Tantai, go and call Ling Xiao and the others over. What happened yesterday must be explained clearly in person. Don't let the Sword King sect and Yuehua school have any animosity between them. After all, Chang Yueying was used to being last and being bullied by the Sword King sect and Beast King Palace. When faced with such a matter, the first thing she thought of was not to argue with them but to apologize first. Yes, master. Although Tantai Lingzi didn't know what was going on, she didn't dare to disobey Chang Yueying. There's no need for that. We'll look for them ourselves. Who knows if you'll call them or tell them to escape. The woman in red didn't take Chang Yueying seriously at all and directly barged into Yuehua School's temporary residence. Chang Yueying hesitated for a moment, but still stepped forward to stop him. She was much stronger than the woman in red. Once she tried to stop her, the woman in red would not be able to do anything. There's no need to harm our friendship over such a small matter. If you're worried, you can send a few people to follow my disciple. Chang Yueying's attitude was still very humble. No matter what, she didn't want to have a direct conflict with the Sword King sect because she really didn't have the guts or the courage. You three, go with her. Even though the woman in red was overbearing, this time she came to find trouble with Ling Xiao and the others, not to become enemies with Yuehua School. What's more, she knew that she wasn't Chang Yueying's opponent, so she took a step back. The three Transcendent Realm inner disciples of the Sword King sect followed Tantai Lingzi into the temporary residence to find Ling Xiao. At this time, Ling Xiao was cultivating in his room. Yesterday's battle had been very satisfying. At the same time, he had also comprehended a lot of things that he needed time to digest. However, at this moment, noisy footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. He couldn't help but frown and slowly opened his eyes. Ling Xiao, get out here. This roar was from an unfamiliar voice. It didn't put Ling Xiao in its eyes at all. It was as if it was calling out to its grandson. It was very rude. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the next moment, the door was kicked open and the fan on the door almost flew out. This kind of behavior would be regarded as an absolute provocation no matter where it was. The disciples of the Sword King sect seemed to think that this was the Sword King sect. Was that why they could be so arrogant? 3 people walked in from outside the door. Tantai Lingzi wisely chose to stay outside the door. She knew Ling Xiao's temper very well. Entering the room in this way at this time was tantamount to courting death. You're Ling Xiao? One of them looked at Ling Xiao contemptuously and asked. Get out. Ling Xiao didn't answer. Instead, he shouted coldly. What? The 3 of them looked at each other, wondering if this kid was stupid. Even at this time, he still dared to be so arrogant. Do you want to get out yourselves, or do you want me to help you? Ling Xiao still sat there without moving and asked the 3 of them indifferently. You dog, how dare you talk to the 3 of us like that? Don't forget that this is the Sword King sect, not your Yuehua School. How dare you go to the Animal Fighting Coliseum and not give us face? You really don't know what's good for you. Although the 3 of them didn't have the same cultivation as Ling Xiao, their tempers were worse than Ling Zhao's. Their arrogance was as if they didn't put anyone in Yuehua School in their eyes. Of course, they had a reason to do so. This time, the person who brought them here was an inner elder of the Sword King sect. With such a powerful backer, how could they be afraid of a mere Ling Xiao? Get out. Ling Xiao was too lazy to talk nonsense. With a wave of his hand, a powerful true origin gushed out. The 3 of them walked in, but in the end, they flew out. Junior brother Ling, the inner elder of the Sword King sect, brought people here to look for you. It's better not to have a direct confrontation with them. Some things can be solved with a clear explanation. Tantai Lingzi frowned outside the door. She was the same as her master, a typical bully. Explain what? Ling Xiao asked rhetorically. It's about the Animal Fighting Coliseum. Someone must have framed us to deliberately destroy our relationship with the Sword King sect. Tantai Lingzi said. There's no framing. I did the Animal Fighting Coliseum. Humph, I haven't even questioned them, but they came here instead. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. What? You really did it? Tantai Lingzi was shocked. She didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so bold as to directly oppose the Sword King sect. He was simply crazy. Do you know the consequences of doing this? The Sword King sect may launch an attack on our Yuehua School. When that time comes, the Yuehua School may completely disappear from the Sky Dragon continent. Tantai Lingzi said loudly. Is that so? You didn't do that, but for so many years, the number of Yuehua School's disciples who died for no reason at the hands of the Sword King sect is at least 1,000, if not tens of thousands. The territories that belong to the Yuehua School have been annexed by the Sword King sect are innumerable. Ling Xiao said coldly, others have already bullied you at your doorstep, and you still admit defeat. You're really useless. He slowly stood up and walked out of the door. He glanced disdainfully at Tyrant, then stared at the 3 inner disciples of the Sword King sect who were lying on the ground and groaning. His eyes were filled with coldness. What do you want? This Chang Yueying was really interesting. The enemy was bullying her, but she didn't think about how to resist. Instead, she thought about how to hand over her own sect's disciple to quench the flames. She was too spineless. Novel, law, tisk tisk, the head of the Yuehua School's law enforcement hall is really trash. He can't even control a disciple. The red-clothed woman glanced at Chang Yueying and laughed mockingly. Hearing this, Chang Yueying's face flushed red. She used to be the sect master of the Yuehua School, but now she was so embarrassed. It was all Ling Xiao's fault. Her gaze suddenly turned cold. In front of so many people, Ling Xiao really didn't give her face and embarrassed her. She couldn't tolerate this. However, she didn't think that there was anything wrong with her approach. Ling Xiao, I'll ask you one last time. Where did you put the 2 slaves you brought back? Chang Yueying tried her best to suppress her anger. She didn't dare to get angry at the red-clothed elder, but she dared to show off in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at Chang Yueying and shook his head gently. Then he said with a mocking smile, when the Moonlight Heavenly Maiden appeared, she actually made you the head of the law enforcement hall. Now it seems that this was a mistake. As the head of the Yuehua School's law enforcement hall, you followed the lead of a mere one-line sky martial artist from the Sword King sect. You were like a grandson in front of her, but you shouted at your own sect's disciple and showed off. This is simply a disgrace to the Yuehua School. No wonder the Yuehua School was laughed at in the Sacred Dynasty. It's because of a sect master like you, I feel disgusted. His words not only surprised the people from the Sword King sect, but even Chang Yueying and Chang Yueli were stunned. Who would have thought that he would actually dare to say such a thing in front of everyone? Shut up. Chang Yueying's entire body was trembling. Clearly, she was already on the verge of exploding. Ling Xiao had no intention of stopping. He looked at Chang Yueying with a smile and continued, if you really have the ability, if you really are powerful, why don't you kill these scumbags from the Sword King sect first and let everyone see the true power of the head of the Yuehua School's law enforcement hall? If you can't do it, then shut your mouth and obediently be a coward. Don't flaunt your prowess in front of me and make a scene like a dog without a leash. Bastard, I'll kill you. Terrifying true essence rose from Chang Yueying's body. The aura of the peak of the heaven realm caused the red-clothed woman and the rest of the people from the Sword King sect to jump in fright and retreat one after another. Within a radius of a few hundred meters, the murderous aura rose, as if creating an ocean of murderous aura. At this moment, Chang Yueying had already lost her rationality. Ling Xiao dared to insult her in front of so many people. He must die. Death was not enough to quell her anger. Kill me? Humph, that's all you have. Trying to show off in front of me, a transcendent realm cultivator. Ling Xiao looked at Chang Yueying indifferently. The other party's murderous aura had no effect on him. Ah, I'm so angry. Let me teach this stupid woman a lesson. At this moment, the Moonlight Fairy's spirit avatar couldn't stand it anymore. Chang Yueying's stupidity, cowardice, and shamelessness made the Moonlight Fairy's spirit avatar almost explode. Don't worry, she won't dare to make a move. With Wu Xiang here, she won't have the guts. There's no need for internal strife now. Ling Xiao had no intention of letting the spirit avatar make a move. He looked at Chang Yueying and said, if you really dare to make a move, I'll admire you, coward woman. Chang Yueying really didn't dare to make a move. Don't be fooled by her threatening appearance. It was just to scare people. If she really had the guts, she wouldn't have not dared to go to the Sword King sect for so many years to seek justice for the dead Yuehua school disciples. She looked at Wu Xiang, who was standing beside Ling Xiao, with an extremely ugly expression. The aura she released was very strong, but she didn't dare to make a move. Because she was afraid of Wu Xiang. Just like how she was afraid of the Sword King sect. Sigh, you waste. In the end, you still don't dare to attack. Ling Xiao glanced at Chang Yueying indifferently. This woman was really disappointing. Facing someone stronger than her, she didn't even have the courage to resist. She was too cowardly. Since you don't dare to attack, then scram to the side. Don't stand there and make a fool of yourself. Ling Xiao said coldly, then bypassed Chang Yueying, looked at the woman in red and asked, "Are you here for me?" "That's right." The woman in red looked at Ling Xiao and mocked, "We were originally here for you, but we didn't expect to see a good show." "Is that so?" "You'll see a better show later, and you'll be participating in it," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "Little bastard, you're really good at talking. Today, I'll tear your mouth apart," the woman in red said angrily. "Why are you talking so much nonsense? I've already come out. Aren't you going to make a move? I can tell you clearly that I killed Wu Zonglian. Chen Tian too." Ling Xiao's voice was indifferent and calm, as if he didn't care about the furious Sword King sect at all. This kind of confidence made the hearts of the disciples of the Sword King sect pound. They didn't know where this kid's confidence came from. The woman in red sneered. If the Yuehua school was united, she might be afraid. But from the situation just now, this kid named Ling Xiao seemed to have a bad relationship with Chang Yueying. In that case, Chang Yueying and Chang Yueli wouldn't help. As for Golden Light Heavenly Venerable, the death row prisoners she brought were enough to deal with him. As for the new sect master of the Yuehua school, Wu Xiang, she didn't put him in her eyes at all. He was just a nobody. Maybe he was pushed out by the Yuehua school as a shield. Catch him. Remember, I want him alive. I want this kid to kneel in front of my disciple's grave and kowtow. The woman in red waved her hand to the people behind her and said coldly. Immediately, 5 people rushed out from behind the woman in red. All of them were 9th Order Transcendent Realm Invincible Realm cultivators. From this point alone, it could be seen that the comprehensive strength of the Sword King sect was much stronger than that of the Yuehua school. If they were in the Yuehua school, cultivators with this kind of strength could definitely enter the top 5 of the core disciples. At least in terms of cultivation, they were strong enough. But in the Sword King sect, they were only the best of the best among the inner disciples. Seeing these 5 people rush out, Ling Xiao shook his hand slightly and chi swords appeared on his fingertips. His eyes were calm and he had no intention of backing down. With cultivators of this level, not to mention 5, even if there were 50 of them, Ling Xiao wouldn't be afraid. So, 5 chi swords flew out in a row. The 5 top disciples of the Sword King sect didn't even have time to display their strength before they felt a chill in their throats. Then, their consciousness gradually faded and hot blood flowed out from their necks. Dong 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 dong, 5 people, 5 lives, 5 corpses. A dignified Sword King sect's inner sect elder, unfortunately, in front of me, you're still like a dead dog. Let me tell you the truth, it's not that I don't have retribution, but it's not the time yet. Your Sword King sect once massacred the disciples of other sects, thinking that nothing would happen. Today, retribution has come. Since yesterday, when I saw my 2 friends being tortured by you in the beast fighting arena, I've already made up my mind. I'll kill whoever I meet from your Sword King sect. There won't be any fish that escapes the net. Ling Xiao's words were cold and cruel. This made Chang Yueying, Tan Tailingzi, and even Chang Yueli twitch uncontrollably. This brat was too terrifying. Just you? I'm afraid you don't have the strength. The red-clothed elder sneered. That's right, I don't have the strength now, but if 1 year isn't enough, then 2 years. If 2 years isn't enough, then 3 years. As long as I, Ling Xiao, am here, your Sword King sect will never have a day of peace. The red-clothed elder's heart trembled fiercely. She absolutely believed Ling Xiao's words because this person was a madman. She brought so many people, but they were all killed by this brat. She originally thought that this would be a very easy interrogation, but the final result was that she couldn't kill a single person, and her own people were basically all dead. Lamentable, lamentable, pitiful, shameful. Suddenly, the red-clothed elder's eyes flickered with a strange and decisive red color. She suddenly used all her strength to leap up from the ground. A red light suddenly appeared in her hand. It was actually a snake-shaped sword. As it shook, it transformed into countless shadows. Illusory fog. The sword's name was Dense Fog Sword. This was a sword with fog attribute, an immortal grade treasure. In addition to doubling the battle prowess of a heaven tier, it also came with a special skill. And this skill's name was Illusory Fog. At that moment, the red-clothed elder's figure seemed to disappear. Only dense killing intent pervaded Ling Xiao's surroundings. Strange skill, it was so close, extremely fast speed. Ordinary people couldn't dodge at all, however, Ling Xiao wasn't an ordinary person. He would never underestimate any of his enemies. Therefore, even though the red-clothed elder was already lying on the ground, unable to move, he still vigilantly released his true essence ball and was prepared to deal with this woman's sneak attack at any time. The moment the red-robed elder's shoulder trembled slightly, Ling Xiao had already moved. Cloud Dragon Divine Journey, Illusion Array, his figure suddenly disappeared like a dream before the red-clothed elder's eyes. However, the sneak attack of an expert in the celestial realm, even if he was seriously injured, was still too terrifying. Ling Xiao still felt the pain of being touched on his neck. However, his powerful defense allowed him to remain unharmed. After all, he had dodged 80% of the attack's power. The remaining 20% was easily blocked by Ling Xiao's heavenly dragon golden body and the tortoiseshell heart-protecting mirror. Little bastard, just you wait. I will definitely report this to the sect leader. Your Yuehua school is finished. In the fog, a voice quickly faded away. It turned out that the red-clothed elder's attack on Ling Xiao was just a diversion. Her real goal was to escape. You want to escape after acting tough? The cold voice came from Wu Xiang. When the red-clothed elder launched a sneak attack just now, he was unable to save Ling Xiao in time. Fortunately, Ling Xiao reacted in time. Otherwise, he would really regret it for the rest of his life. At this moment, he was full of anger towards the red-clothed woman. Leave your worthless life behind. When the voice sounded, his body had already moved out. His speed was too fast. In addition, the fog had yet to recede, so no one saw how he moved. However, when the fog dissipated, he had already thrown a cold corpse at his feet. It was the red-clothed woman. A dignified inner sect elder of the Sword King sect was killed just like that. Wu Xiang, you've gone too far. You're too protective of Ling Xiao. He killed so many disciples of the Sword King sect and an inner sect elder of the Sword King sect. Do you really think the Sword King sect will let this go? Chang Yueli thought that the Moon Maiden and the Moonlight Maiden would not be able to suppress her outside the sect. As a Grotto Heaven Realm expert, she was even more powerful than Wu Xiang. Therefore, there was no need for her to be afraid of Wu Xiang. Naturally, his attitude was a bit more forceful. Chang Yueli, don't forget that I'm now the sect master of the Yuehua school. How dare you speak to me like that? Wu Xiang said coldly. Humph, don't try to show off in front of me. I was just giving you face in the sect. Now, you're still trying to show off? Do you really think that anyone will care about you? Chang Yueli snorted coldly. You'd better think about how to face Chen Nanxing's anger. What? You're not going to do anything? Wu Xiang asked. What a joke. You and Ling Xiao killed them. What does it have to do with me? Why should I help? Chang Yueli said disdainfully. That's right. I won't do anything either. Sect Master, you and Ling Xiao have made a big mistake this time. It's better for you to atone for your sins with your death. In this way, perhaps the Sword King sect will let our Yuehua school go. Chang Yueying also said. If that's the case, then go to hell. Before Wu Xiang could speak, Ling Xiao spoke first. Back then, the two of you were able to live because Her Highness the Moonlight Fairy felt that the two of you were still useful to the Yuehua school. She also thought that the two of you were related to the Moonlight Fairy by blood, so she didn't kill the two of you. Since we've already said this today, then there's no point for the two of you to live. Little bastard, I was afraid of you when we were in the sect. That wasn't because I was afraid of you, but because I was afraid of the Moonlight Fairy. But now, the Moonlight Fairy isn't by your side. I'll kill you first. Chang Yueli was furious. I'm right here. Why don't you do it? Ling Xiao looked at Chang Yueli with a smile that wasn't a smile. He couldn't take the initiative to attack because his spiritual avatar wouldn't help him kill Chang Yueli. However, if Chang Yueli came to kill him, then the situation would be different. His spiritual avatar would definitely attack Chang Yueli. Little bastard, do you really think that I won't dare to attack? Chang Yueli was more ruthless than Chang Yueying. She really attacked, and her speed was even faster than the red-clothed elder. Wu Xiang didn't stop her because he knew that Ling Xiao had the moonlight token on him. This was something that Ling Xiao told him personally. Regarding this matter, Ling Xiao thought about it for a long time. In the end, he still told Wu Xiang. Because Wu Xiang was a good friend. If he didn't even have this little bit of trust in his friends, then he would be a failure. Chang Yueli was originally guarding against Wu Xiang, but when she realized that he didn't have any intention of interfering, she was overjoyed. She smashed the green walking stick in her hand towards Ling Zhao's head. Boom, as expected, Chang Yueli's body was sent flying. At the same time, a deep red wound appeared. You! How is this possible? Chang Yueli looked at Ling Xiao in horror. She was sure that the terrifying power that suddenly burst out from Ling Zhao's body didn't belong to Ling Xiao. It was an external power. Now tell me, if the Sword King sect wants to kill the people from the Yuehua school, will you help? Ling Xiao asked Chang Yueli with a faint smile after defeating her in one move using his spiritual avatar. I'll help. Chang Yueli clenched her teeth. She finally understood what Ling Xiao was relying on. She didn't expect the Moonlight Goddess to choose a man as her successor, and it just had to be this brat. Chang Yueying also felt her body trembling slightly. Ling Xiao became even more mysterious and terrifying in her eyes. I'll help too. Humph, you two are smart. Now that the Yuehua school needs people, I'll let you two live. However, whether you can live well will depend on your performance. Ling Xiao coldly snorted and looked at Wu Xiang. Sect Master, we should go participate in the Four Sects tournament. We're still going to participate in the Four Sects tournament? Tantai Lingzi asked in surprise. Now that we and the Sword King sect are like fire and water, can we still continue with the Four Sects tournament? It's not up to us to decide. This year's Four Sects tournament is hosted by the Sword King sect. We'll know once we go. Ling Xiao was going to cause trouble. If the time was right, he wouldn't mind wiping out the Sword King sect today. There's no need to think too much. All these years, the Yuehua school has been bullied by the Sword King sect and the Beast King Palace. He's had enough. He'll definitely participate in the Four Sects tournament today. Wu Xiang nodded and led everyone to the Sword Pavilion where the Sword King sect was hosting the Four Sects tournament. The Sword King sect master, Chen Nanqing's room was in a mess. A few higher-ups of the Sword King sect were discussing with Chen Nanqing how to deal with the Yuehua school. Of course, they didn't know what happened at the Yuehua school's temporary encampment. Ling Xiao had used a formation to shield himself and then destroyed the corpses. Those hundreds of people seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Even if the Sword King sect suspected the Yuehua school, they didn't have any evidence to prove that they did it. They were currently arguing about the beast fighting coliseum. Shut up. I already know about what happened at the bestial battle arena. My son, Chen Tian, also died there. If I don't take revenge for this, I won't be able to quell my anger. However, the four-faction martial arts competition is just around the corner. I still have to give the Beast King Palace some face. After they leave, it won't be too late to make a move on Yuehua school. Chen Nanqing waved his hand and stopped the chaotic quarrel. All of you, go and prepare for the four-sect martial competition, lest others say that our Sword King sect is stingy. The higher-ups had no choice but to retreat. At this moment, a person walked out from behind the screen. He looked very similar to the sea race that Ling Xiao had seen before. Demon General, can we destroy Yuehua school first? Chen Nanqing's eyes flashed with intense killing intent. His son was killed by Ling Xiao. It was impossible to say that he wasn't angry and anxious to take revenge. Of course. I have already set up an ambush on the path that Yuehua school must pass by on his way back. With the help of the Yuehua school's people, let alone Ling Xiao, the Yuehua school will all die. The Sea Race Demon General chuckled. Thank you for your help, Demon General. As long as you are loyal to the Storm Legion, you will naturally benefit. Soon, not only Yuehua school, but even the Beast King Palace will be swallowed by your Sword King sect. The entire eastern region will be your Sword King sect's territory. The eastern region of the Sacred Dynasty was close to the sea and connected to the Storm Ocean. It was the only way for the Sea Race to enter the Sacred Dynasty. Therefore, this territory was very important. The Storm Legion had their reasons for choosing the Sword King sect as their target. After all, the Sword King sect was the strongest among the three eastern sections. Okay. Chen Nanqing's eyes shone with excitement. Although his son had died, he still had an even more outstanding adopted son. His name was Jian Wuji, and he was one of the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. The 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty were the 6 most outstanding geniuses of the Sacred Dynasty. They were all under the age of 20 and were half-step heavenly venerables. They were the absolute top existences among the transcendents. Although Ren Xingtian of the Yuehua school had reached the celestial realm, he was over 20 years old, so he was not included in the 6 young masters. Lan Yuer was not qualified to be included. When the Yuehua school's group was about to arrive at the Sword Pavilion, a person blocked their way. Fellow Yuehua school colleagues, this one is Chao Yun. I am here to escort you to the Sword Pavilion. Chao Yun's cultivation was similar to Chen Tian's. Even his arrogant appearance was like a copy of Chen Tian's. The disciples of the Sword King sect are really arrogant. Wu Xiang and the other higher-ups of the Yuehua school naturally didn't want to talk nonsense with a disciple. Ling Xiao also didn't want to talk to such arrogant people. Tantai Lingzi smiled and introduced Ling Xiao, Lan Yuer, Dai Yuling, and Ling Hao. Chao Yun smiled faintly and said, the Yuehua school actually sent 4 newcomers this time. I have some impression of Lan Yuer. She was defeated by my senior sister Chen Meng in one move. Although he was smiling, there was a hint of disdain in his tone. Would he still be smiling if he knew what happened at the Yuehua school's temporary residence? The group followed Chao Yun to the Sword Pavilion. On the way, Tantai Lingzi asked curiously, Senior Brother Chao, what is your ranking among the core disciples of the Sword King sect? In fact, even if she didn't ask, Ling Xiao could guess. This person was definitely not first or second because his strength was not as good as Wu Zonglian and Chen Tian's. Therefore, he was ranked 5th. Chao Yun smiled and said, my aptitude is dull, so I'm only ranked 5th. He was ranked 5th and his cultivation was at the 9th level of the transcendent realm. Purely in terms of cultivation, he was higher than Ling Hao. Ling Hao was ranked 3rd among the core disciples of the Yuehua school. Ranked 5th? I heard that Jian Wuji of the Sword King sect is one of the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. How strong is he? Ling Xiao asked casually. He had killed the 3rd and 4th core disciples of the Sword King sect with his own hands. Therefore, the only ones who could arouse his interest were the 1st and 2nd disciples. You think you're qualified to ask about Senior Brother Wuji's background? Chao Yun looked at Ling Xiao disdainfully. Tantai Lingzi hurriedly said, Senior Brother Chao, don't be angry. We just admired Senior Brother Jian Wuji for a long time. That's why we asked. That's more like it. Chao Yun was very satisfied with Tantai Lingzi's respectful attitude. He then smiled and said, Senior Brother Wuji is one of the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. He's not on the same level as us. Therefore, although he has a spot in the 4-sect martial competition, he won't participate. His cultivation has already reached the level of a half-step heavenly venerable with 80% of his strength. He even killed a half-step heavenly venerable with 90% of his strength and successfully escaped from the pursuit of a one-line sky cultivator. Moreover, he has already cultivated our sect's strongest sword art, the Sword King's sacred scripture. That is a rare jade-grade martial art. Logically speaking, only those who have entered the heaven realm can cultivate it. However, Senior Brother Wuji has broken the precedent and become the only person in the Sword King sect who has cultivated the sacred scripture while in the half-step heavenly venerable realm. When Chao Yun talked about Jian Wuji, his face was full of admiration, but when he looked at Ling Xiao and the others, his face was full of disdain. Novel, law, in his opinion, in the 12 sects, other than the other 5 young masters, no one else was qualified to challenge Jian Wuji. Even Ying Wuya from the Beast King Palace was not qualified, let alone these clowns from the Yuehua school. I really didn't expect Jian Wuji to have cultivated the Sword King Sutra. This is going to be troublesome. Chang Yueying revealed a surprised expression. The Sword King Sutra was the same as the Yuehua school's Moonlight Sutra. They were both the sect's strongest martial arts. They were both divided into 3 parts, upper, middle, and lower. The most basic part of the first part was a precious jade martial art. In the Yuehua school, no one was able to successfully cultivate the first part of the Moonlight Sutra at the half-step celestial venerable realm. Even Chang Yueying, the flame deity, and Ren Xingtian could not do it. They only started cultivating after reaching the celestial venerable realm. This Jian Wuji was too heaven-defying. The Sword King sect actually produced such a talent. One had to know that whether it was the Sword King Sutra or the Moonlight Sutra, they were not limited to the category of martial arts. This was because they included martial souls, inner force cultivation methods, martial skills, movement techniques, and so on. They could be considered a complete set of inheritances. Once he succeeded in cultivating it, he would become extremely powerful. Now, in the Yuehua school, no one was able to successfully cultivate the Moonlight Sutra. Even Chang Yueying gave up halfway. This was because it was really too difficult. As they talked, they unknowingly arrived at the Sword Pavilion. At this time, the upper echelons of the Sword King sect and the Beast King Palace, as well as the participating disciples, had already arrived. Because it was just a spar, it was not so rigid. The entire Sword Pavilion was decorated like a banquet. There were tea tables around, with tea and fruit plates on them. In the center was the arena for the spar. The upper echelons of the Beast King Palace and the Sword King sect were talking and laughing. When they saw the people from the Yuehua school arrive, they sneered. "Everyone, we're late." Wu Xiang cupped his hands and then looked at the seats of the Yuehua school. He could not help but sneer in his heart. The Sword King sect really did not have the style of a large sect. The fruit plates arranged for the Yuehua school were all rotten. There were even insects. Everyone else had tea, but they only had plain water. Of the Sword King sect's hospitality. However, Wu Xiang did not mind. The Yuehua sect and the Sword King sect were like fire and water now. They might even go to war after the four-sect tournament. The people from the three sects had a tacit understanding not to remind the Divine Sword sect. It was as if this sect did not exist at all. The Sword King sect knew what was going on. The Beast King Palace did not care at all. The Yuehua sect, on the other hand, knew the details. Everyone has come from afar. It's been hard on you. Please take a seat. Only one person from the Sword King sect stood up. Ling Zhao's eyes lit up when he saw this person. "It's you. Junior brother, you know me?" That person was stunned for a moment. Ling Xiao replied excitedly, "I'm afraid senior brother has already forgotten about it, but I remember it very clearly. That day outside Sky Cloud City, if it wasn't for you who made a move to scare off the Beast King Palace's men, Sky Cloud City would have already been annihilated." "Oh, it seems like there was such a thing. It's just a slight effort, not worth mentioning." That person smiled. "I'm Jian Feng. May I know how to address you?" "Enough, Jian Feng. Don't forget your current status. You're just a servant disciple. What rights do you have to speak in front of so many people?" Just as Ling Xiao was about to answer, Jian Feng, a black-robed youth with a cold expression, said coldly, "I'm sorry, senior brother. I've said too much." Jian Feng's expression was ugly, but he still replied respectfully. "Senior brother Jian Feng, I'm Ling Xiao. Some people don't know etiquette. What has it got to do with you when other people are talking?" Ling Xiao didn't buy it at all. He still did what he was supposed to do. That black-robed youth's eyes suddenly widened as a terrifying murderous aura rushed towards Ling Xiao. "Humph, how dare you offend senior brother Jian Wuji? You must be tired of living." Chao Yun had already sat down and couldn't help but snort coldly. "So you're Jian Wuji? What bullshit, 6 young masters. I think you're just SOSO." Ling Xiao didn't care about Jian Wuji's murderous aura. Using this kind of unformed sword will to deal with him was totally laughable. Presumptuous. Since when did Yuehua School's disciples not know the rules? The woman sitting beside Jian Wuji suddenly stood up and shouted. "Who the hell are you? What rules do I need to know?" Ling Xiao asked coldly. "I'm Chen Meng, the second core disciple of the Sword King sect. The rules are that Yuehua School's disciples must keep their mouths shut during the Trisect martial arts competition." Chen Meng said coldly. "Who set the rules?" "No one set the rules. It's just that Yuehua School's disciples are too weak and don't have the qualifications to sit on the same level as our two sects, let alone talk. We're already giving you face by letting you sit here. You'd better keep your stinky mouth shut. Chen Meng said sternly. Hee, strength? Very well, I'll make you shut your stinky mouth later. Ling Xiao sneered. Indeed, no matter where one was, strength spoke louder than words. If one's strength wasn't good enough, others wouldn't give you face and wouldn't take you seriously. You think you can do that? Chen Meng didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste any more time with her. He looked at Jian Feng and said, Senior brother, you're much stronger than this woman. How did you end up like this? Junior brother Ling, there's no need to ask. Jian Feng shook his head. There was a hint of sadness in his eyes as he silently retreated to the side. At this moment, Ying Wuya stood up and smiled. Since everyone is here, let's start the Trisect martial arts competition. Why don't we introduce ourselves? After he finished speaking, he briefly introduced the 5 disciples of the Beast King Palace. The first was Decepticons. He was a very tall and muscular man. He stood there like a giant statue and was estimated to be about 3 meters tall. The second was Ying Wuya. Ling Xiao had never heard of the third and fourth. One was Wang Lang and the other was Li Hu. The fifth was Shi Jiao. On the Sword King sect's side, the first was Jian Wuji. The second was Chen Meng. Due to the deaths of Wu Zonglian and Chen Tian, Chao Yun fell to third place. Adding the fact that most of the inner disciples had been killed, in the end they did not even have a total of 5 people. Jian Feng made up the number and became the fourth. There were only 4 people in total. On the Yuehua School side, Lan Yuer was naturally the leader. Lan Yuer's cultivation was basically the same as Decepticons. They were both half-step heavenly venerables with 50% strength. Only Jian Wuji was the strongest. After all, he was one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. It wasn't strange for him to have such strength. If Jian Wuji really didn't make a move, then Ling Xiao was confident that he could defeat everyone except for him. Of course, Ling Xiao also had a way to deal with Jian Wuji. It was just that he didn't want to use his trump card unless it was absolutely necessary. We're the hosts of the 4-sect martial competition. Chao Yun, go ahead and spar with the other senior and junior brothers. Chen Nanqing said to Chao Yun after the 3 sects introduced their disciples. Disciple understands. Chao Yun smiled confidently and walked to the center of the sword pavilion. He was at the 9th level of the transcendent realm. In terms of cultivation, he was stronger than the 3rd-ranked core disciple of the Yuehua School and the Beast King Palace. But in the Sword King sect, he was only ranked 5th. If Chen Tian and Wu Zonglian hadn't died, he wouldn't have had a chance to fight. Everyone, who wants to go first? Chao Yun stood there and looked at Leng Hao. Leng Hao was the 3rd-ranked disciple of the Yuehua School. His cultivation wasn't as high as Chao Yun's, so Chao Yun was more confident in winning. He could also give the Yuehua School a show of strength and help the sect vent their anger. Unfortunately, Leng Hao didn't look at him at all. He only whispered to Ling Xiao, who was beside him, about something. Chao Yun was very unhappy. The clowns of the Yuehua School actually dared to not give him face. Just as he was about to mock them, someone suddenly walked to the center of the field. Let me show Brother Chao's methods. The person who walked out was the 3rd-ranked core disciple of the Beast King Palace, Wang Lang. His cultivation was on par with Chao Yun and he looked very fierce. Fine. Chao Yun glanced at the people of the Yuehua School and sneered, you cowards, watch carefully how a real martial artist fights. Ridiculous. Ling Xiao glanced at Dai Yuling and said in a low voice, Senior Sister Dai Yuling, you don't have to give us face. Let's go up and cripple this brat later. Why are you talking so much nonsense? N. Dai Yuling smiled and nodded. She didn't feel embarrassed at all. It was obvious that she was very confident. While they were talking, the battle over there had already ended. Chao Yun really did have some tricks up his sleeve. Although Wang Lang wasn't bad, he was defeated in 2 moves by Chao Yun. With the same cultivation, Chao Yun was obviously stronger than Wang Lang. It wasn't unreasonable for this brat to be arrogant. Thank you for letting me win. Chao Yun cupped his fists towards Wang Lang. Wang Lang returned to his seat dejectedly. Senior brother, you can't do it. How did you lose after 2 moves? I'll go next. Li Hu glanced at Wang Lang, feeling quite dissatisfied. He jumped onto the stage and said, Brother Chao, if you want to rest, you can stop for a while. If you don't want to rest, let's begin. Originally, after Chao Yun defeated Wang Lang, he wanted to deal with the people from Yuehua School, but he didn't expect Li Hu to come. He was rather displeased, so his attacks were even more ruthless than before. This Li Hu was really smarter than Wang Lang, and also more cunning. Facing Chao Yun's attacks, although he was constantly retreating, he still managed to resist for 10 moves before being stabbed by Chao Yun's sword. I lost. Li Hu was extremely depressed. He just sat there and didn't say anything. The situation doesn't look good. This Chao Yun looks quite powerful. Is Ray Numinous really his match? Lan Yuer looked at Ling Xiao worriedly and asked. Don't worry. The winner will definitely be decided within 10 moves. It's not that Chao Yun is too strong, but the 2 from Beast King Palace are too weak. They're just here to make up the numbers. The real strong ones on their side are Decepticons and Ying Wuya. Even Shi Jiao is stronger than those 2 guys. In terms of eyesight, no one present was stronger than Ling Xiao. He had already seen through the strength of those people, so he arranged for Dai Yuling to fight. 2 rounds have passed. Chao Yun, you should take a break for the time being. Beast King Palace will be the host for the next round. Comparing notes was comparing notes. It was different from a real duel. Any rules could be discussed. Although Chao Yun felt that he had no problem, he had to listen to Chen Nanqing and return to his seat. Shi Jiao came to the stage and actually challenged Ling Xiao. If you want to challenge junior brother Ling, you'll have to go through me first. Dai Yuling slowly got up, like a fairy of nature. Wherever she walked, flowers bloomed and even the plants became more vibrant. This was because of her martial soul, and also because of the martial arts she cultivated. Fine, our cultivations are similar. I'll defeat you first and then challenge him. Shi Jiao did not object. Her cultivation was currently at the early stage of the transcendent realm, so was Dai Yuling's. It won't be that easy to defeat me. Dai Yuling chuckled. Is that so? Shi Jiao's eyes suddenly glowed green as the phantom of a snake appeared behind her. She and Shi both possessed a snake martial spirit, but of a different species. Of course. Dai Yuling did not dare to show weakness, summoning the phantom of a gourd vine behind her. This vine looked a bit old and many of its roots had turned yellow or even withered, leaving only the roots with some green. What kind of broken martial spirit is this? Shi Jiao glanced at her disdainfully. Wisteria 3-layered waves. Dai Yuling didn't explain anything and just smiled. 3 beautiful vines suddenly shot out from behind her and shot towards Shi Jiao. These vines were extended from the gourd vine martial spirit and seemed to have a life of their own, making them not to be underestimated. The pressure coming from these vines caused Shi Jiao's heart to tremble and she felt as if her breathing had suddenly become heavy and difficult. She now understood that one could not judge a person's strength purely from their cultivation. Even more so, one could not judge the strength of a martial spirit from its appearance. This Dai Yuling is too strong. 1,000 poison 10,000 snake hands. Shi Jiao displayed her strongest move and the snake martial spirit phantom behind her flickered with a bright light. She then pushed her hands forward and countless snake phantoms flew out and slammed into the 3 vines. Asterisk pa 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 pa. Asterisk a series of slapping sounds rang out and the 3 vines seemed to have a life of their own as they quickly cleared away the snake phantoms. In almost an instant, not only were the snake phantoms completely destroyed, but they also left several wounds on Shi Jiao's body. What a terrifying martial spirit. What a shocking move. Did this woman obtain the inheritance of an immemorial martial spirit? It can't be wrong. Her martial spirit looks ordinary, but it's very powerful. In terms of level, it has reached the level of the out-of-body stage and is much stronger than Shi Jiao's. Yeah, Shi Jiao's martial spirit is only at the complete soul corporeal stage and has not reached the out-of-body stage yet. The strength of a martial spirit directly determines one's combat strength. Those sitting in the sword pavilion were all experts. Other than the participating disciples of the 3 sects, there were also the leaders of the 3 sections. They were all surprised to see the battle between Dai Yuling and Shi Jiao. Puff puff puff, 3 consecutive sounds were heard as the 3 vines pierced Shi Jiao in 3 different places. They were not fatal. After all, it was not a competition to take one's life. The Yuehua school did not need to provoke the Beast King Palace after offending the Sword King sect. Shi Jiao was knocked out of the battle circle and announced her defeat. The 5th place of the Yuehua school actually defeated the 5th place of the Beast King Palace. Today's trisect competition is really interesting. It's indeed a little surprising compared to the past. Chen Nanqing stroked his beard and looked at Qiao Yun with a smile. Qiao Yun, you have rested for a while. Go and test Dai Yuling's strength. Dai Yuling's victory over Shi Jiao had set off a small climax in the trisect tournament. After all, Yuehua school had always been at the bottom of the trisect tournament. There had never been a case of a 5th place defeating a 5th place. It was even impossible for the 1st place to defeat the 3rd or 4th place. This was also why Yuehua school had been bullied and looked down upon by the other 2 sects for a long time. This girl must have obtained an ancient inheritance. Shi Jiao is no match for her at the same cultivation level. The higher-ups of the Sword King sect and the Beast King Palace quickly came to this conclusion. The 12 sects all had their own secret areas, just like Yuehua school's Moonlight Pagoda. However, there were very few people who could obtain an ancient inheritance. Sometimes, there would be no one in thousands of years. Just like this time, there were a few in the 3 sects of the East. This was simply a miracle. The higher-ups of the 3 sects came to the conclusion that the Mountain River Martial Soul had appeared. The human king's luck had returned to the Sky Dragon continent, causing the Sky Dragon continent's luck to become stronger. Among the Martial Soul inheritances, there were ordinary Martial Soul inheritances, primordial Demon King inheritances, and human immortal inheritances. These inheritances were all divided into strong and weak ones. Ling Zhao's primordial Hell Dragon Martial Soul was considered the strongest inheritance in the Moonlight Pagoda. However, other than him, no one knew about it yet. Dai Yuling's primordial Gourd Vine Martial Soul inheritance was ranked 2nd. It was slightly stronger than Tantai Lingzi's Queen of Spider's Martial Soul inheritance. Yuehua school has really produced a talent this year. It's a pity that her cultivation is too weak. Otherwise, she might be able to wash away the shame of the Yuehua school. Chen Nanqing smiled and said, Qiao Yun, are you ready? Sect leader, I'm ready. Very good. Then go and test this girl's skills. Remember to be merciful. Don't be too ruthless. Otherwise, such a beautiful girl will lose face. Chen Nanqing seemed to be concerned about Dai Yuling, but he was actually disdainful and contemptuous. Anyone who wasn't a fool could hear his mocking tone. Dai Yuling was very unhappy. Earlier, when she fought with Shi Jiao, she still hadn't exerted her full strength. But this time, when facing Qiao Yun, she didn't intend to show mercy. Qiao Yun was stronger than Shi Jiao, and not just by a little bit, but she still wanted to defeat her opponent beautifully. After entering the arena, Qiao Yun casually cupped his hands, as though he was just doing his job. Then, with a tremble of his long sword, a cold light flashed, as though frost was condensed, slashing towards Dai Yuling. The power of that sword was indeed powerful. In fact, both Wang Lang and Li Hu were defeated by that sword. This time, Qiao Yun had used this move right from the start. It was clear that he did not want to give Yuehua school any face. He wanted to completely defeat Dai Yuling in one move. Just from the name of the Sword King sect, one could tell that their sword techniques were the most powerful. Furthermore, the path of swordsmanship was unconventional. Normally, one would be strong in offense and weak in defense. Qiao Yun was no exception. Facing this brazen attack, Dai Yuling revealed a cautious expression. Then, she drew a circle in the air with her hands. Green vine protection, the vines condensed into a huge shield, forming in front of her. Then, her true ether gushed out crazily to block Qiao Yun's sudden attack. After all, there was a huge gap between her cultivation and Qiao Yun's. She could only rely on the advantage of her martial soul to win. During the battle, there could not be the slightest mistake. Otherwise, she would really lose this battle. Crack, sword light flashed, and the green vine barrier actually shattered, and huge cracks appeared on its surface. Dai Yuling took a few steps back, almost leaving the battle circle. There were also rules for this battle. There was a huge circle in the center of the sword pavilion. If one stepped out of it, it would be considered a loss. What a domineering attack! Is this the power of Sword Dao? The disciples of Beast King Palace could not help but exclaim. However, Yuehua School's side did not have any astonishment. They had seen stronger sword techniques. In terms of sword techniques, Qiao Yun was not even worthy of carrying Ling Zhao's shoes. Dai Yuling, who was barely able to block Qiao Yun's attack, became even more cautious. The two of them fought back and forth. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged more than 10 moves. During this process, Dai Yuling was always at a disadvantage, but she did not lose. She was not good at attacking or defending, but she was good at recovering. Therefore, a long battle was extremely advantageous to her. Unfortunately, the people of the Sword King sect did not know this. They all cheered for Qiao Yun, as if this battle would end soon. Jian Wuji narrowed his eyes as he watched the battle. Dai Yuling's fighting style was very similar to someone he had met before. That person was from the number 1 sect of the Sacred Dynasty, the Heavenly King sect of the 12 sects. There was a super genius in the Heavenly King sect. At the age of 17, he had reached the cultivation of a half-step Empyrean with 90% of his strength. Not only that, this person was best at this kind of long-lasting attack. If one could not defeat him in a short period of time, then they would definitely lose to him. Among the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty, this person was ranked first. He did not seem to have any special characteristics, but he was more powerful than anyone else. His name was rarely mentioned because this person was the holy son of the Sacred Dynasty, the legal successor of the Sacred King. There was no one else, therefore, people called him the Holy Son. In the Sacred Dynasty, only those who could inherit the throne of the Sacred Emperor were called the Holy Son. The rest could only be called princes. Power, talent, strength, status, appearance, and so on. This Holy Son could be said to be a powerful existence that was doted on by thousands of people. Even Jian Wuji could not last more than 2 moves under his hands and suffered a crushing defeat. Dai Yuling's powerful ability to continue fighting made Jian Wuji think of the Holy Son. He could not help but frown. He was worried about the result of Qiao Yun's battle. With his eyesight, the longer this battle dragged on, the more thoroughly Qiao Yun would be defeated. Senior brother Ling, why do I feel that senior sister Yuling has been at a disadvantage? Do you want me to go up and teach that Qiao Yun a lesson? Leng Hao went to Ling Zhao's side and said with a smile. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Wait a moment. After Yuling's battle, it'll be your turn. If we're talking about victory or defeat, it's naturally Yuling's victory. Qiao Yun's attacks are powerful enough, but he doesn't have enough stamina. Look at his current moves, they're starting to weaken. On the other hand, Yuling is getting braver as the battle goes on. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Wu Xiang, Chang Yueying, Chang Yueli, Heavenly Lord Golden Light, and the others could all see this. In fact, Leng Hao could also see this. However, this kid was just like what Ling Xiao said. He wanted to go on stage, so he deliberately said that. At this moment, there was a sudden change in the battlefield. Wisteria 3-layered waves. Suddenly, Dai Yuling launched a killer move. Qiao Yun did not have enough stamina. Just as he was about to condense another sword move, he was hit by 3 vines. The long sword in his hand fell to the ground and he was sent flying out of the battlefield. Thank you for letting me win, Dai Yuling said with a smile. Although she was panting, this battle was still under her control. She had withstood the most dangerous stage at the beginning. As the battle progressed, it became easier and easier. Defeating Qiao Yun was a matter of course. Dai Yuling defeated Shi Jiao and Qiao Yun consecutively, which made Yuehua School proud. However, Shi Jiao and Qiao Yun were still not convinced. Especially Qiao Yun, who felt that he had underestimated his opponent and wanted to fight again. At this time, Leng Hao stood up and replaced Dai Yuling. He couldn't hold back any longer. After entering the arena, he defeated Qiao Yun in just 10 moves. He was obviously much stronger than Dai Yuling. A genius was a genius. Although Leng Hao's cultivation was on par with Dai Yuling's, his comprehension was better than hers in all aspects. In fact, his martial soul was not inferior. He didn't obtain the immemorial martial soul inheritance in the Moonlight Pagoda, but he had awakened a martial soul that was not weaker than the immemorial martial soul. After that, he defeated Shi Jiao, Wang Lang, and Li Hu consecutively, completely establishing Yuehua School's dominance in the Trisect martial arts competition. At present, apart from Jian Wuji, only Chen Meng and Jian Feng had not entered the arena. Only Decepticons and Ying Wuya from Beast King Palace had not entered the arena. The rest of the people had been defeated by the two disciples of Yuehua School. It was a shame. Chen Nanqing's face was ugly. He glanced at Chen Meng and said coldly, "You go and exchange pointers with the disciples of Yuehua School." Chen Meng was a half-step heavenly master with 50% of her strength. She was very strong. Die. Yuling and Ling Hao were no match for her. Tantai Lingzi also didn't dare to challenge her rashly. Therefore, only Ling Xiao and Lan Yuer could deal with the Yuehua School. Ling Xiao was about to stand up, but Lan Yuer beat him to it. "Junior brother Ling, let me go and practice. After all, it's hard to find an opponent with the same cultivation level." "Okay, senior sister, be careful. Chen Meng is not easy to deal with." Ling Xiao reminded her and sat back down. "Don't you think that Ling Xiao from Yuehua School is really shameless?" "What's wrong?" "With his cultivation, he's only at the peak of the 9th layer transcendent realm, yet he wants to fight Chen Meng? Isn't he just putting on an act?" Yes. He probably knew that Lan Yuer would go on stage. That's why he did that. He's really a disgusting and cunning villain." On the Sword King sect's side, several higher-ups were whispering, but their voices were very loud, as if they were deliberately letting the Yuehua School's people hear them. "What? You're not convinced?" Wu Xiang asked coldly. "Why should I be convinced? Don't tell me that Ling Xiao can really defeat Chen Meng." One of the upper echelons of the Sword King sect said disdainfully. "What if he can win?" Wu Xiang smiled and said, "If this Ling Xiao can really defeat Chen Meng, this old man is willing to give him 50,000 mid-grade spiritual stones as the prize." The upper echelon of the Sword King sect said loudly. "Good. It's a deal. Miss Lan, let's let Ling Xiao fight this battle." "Some people are not convinced. We have to show them what it means to be a genius." The three sects martial arts competition was originally a place to show off one's strength. If Ling Xiao had that ability, why not let him show it? What's more, in Wu Xiang's opinion, Ling Xiao didn't need to use his full strength to defeat Chen Meng. "Sect Master, let senior sister Lan go first. She's already on the stage. Anyway, there's still a lot of time left. It won't be too late for me to go on stage and compete with Miss Chen Meng later." Ling Xiao said with a smile. Fine." The two sides stopped arguing and the battle began. Chen Meng and Lan Yuer were equal in strength and martial skills. Even their performance was on par. In the end, after 300 rounds, it was still a draw. This made the Sword King sect's higher-ups exclaim. "That Lan Yuer should be the strongest disciple of Yuehua School, right? She's actually tied with our second-ranked core disciple. It doesn't look like she's that strong." "You talk too much." Ling Xiao slowly got up and walked to the center of the stage. He looked at Chen Meng and said, "I don't want others to say that I'm taking advantage of you. You should go and rest for a while. If anyone else wants to spar with me, you can come up and give it a try." Leng Hao, Dai Yuling, and Lan Yuer had already gone on stage. Ling Xiao didn't plan to go down until the three sects martial arts competition ended. This time, he wanted to show the people from the Sword King sect and the Beast King Palace that the Yuehua sect had risen and was no longer the weak sect that could be bullied by others. Of course, the more important thing was that more sparring would be of great help to his cultivation and other aspects of improvement. "I'll go." Qiao Yun was still brooding over the fact that he couldn't defeat Dai Yuling and Ling Hao. Therefore, he wanted to find balance with Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao was only the fourth-ranked core disciple of Yuehua School. His ranking was even lower than Ling Hao's. "You're not my opponent. Don't come up and embarrass yourself." Ling Xiao glanced at Qiao Yun and said indifferently. "Shameless boasting." Qiao Yun naturally wouldn't back down because of Ling Xiao's words. He soared into the air and wanted to jump into the arena. Get lost. Ling Xiao shouted. He didn't make a move, but he used the dragon roar technique. Chao Yun jumped up, but he was forced back. Then, he fell heavily on the ground with a face full of shock and disbelief. What? Not to mention him, even the higher-ups of the Sword King sect and Beast King Palace were shocked. Although Chao Yun lost to Dai Yuling and Ling Hao, he still defeated Wang Lang and Li Hu. How could he lose so easily? Next? Ling Xiao said loudly. I'll go. This time, it was Ying Wuya who went on stage. Brother Ling, we've agreed to a battle before. Let's settle this fair and square today. I'll give you face. Ling Xiao looked at Ying Wuya and activated his mountain and river martial spirit. His eyes shone brightly. He already had an understanding of this person's strength. Ying Wuya's strength was on par with Tantai Lingzi's. He didn't even need to transform into his human dragon form to defeat his opponent. Come on! Ying Wuya shouted, and the shadow of the golden-winged rock appeared behind him. Then, his hands turned into eagle claws and pounced on Ling Xiao. His battle aura was very fierce. As he waved his claws, it was fierce and domineering. It was as if he could tear everything in front of him into pieces. The higher-ups of the Sword King sect and Beast King Palace couldn't help but be surprised. This guy is worthy of being a martial artist who inherited the golden-winged rock. Even Chen Meng would have a hard time winning against him. That's right. It'll be hard to determine the winner within 300 moves. Look at Ling Xiao. He only knows how to dodge and doesn't even have the strength to fight back. He'll definitely lose in less than 10 moves. Hearing this, the people from the Yuehua school sneered. Regardless of whether they hated Ling Xiao or supported Ling Xiao, this guy's strength was well known in the Yuehua school. The higher-ups of the Sword King sect and Beast King Palace were too hasty in coming to a conclusion so quickly. After 9 moves, Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh and say, Ying Wuya, you've really disappointed me. After saying this, he suddenly stopped dodging and directly stretched out his hands to meet Ying Wuya's claws head-on. Bang! Ying Wuya was directly sent flying. There was no suspense in his defeat. How was this possible? Had this guy been fooling around all this time? The masters from the Beast King Palace and Sword King sect were all dumbfounded. Ling Xiao's strength had far exceeded their expectations. When Ying Wuya got up from the ground, he was completely dumbfounded. Back in the Plague Valley, Ling Xiao was just an outer disciple of the Yuehua school. The difference in strength between them was like heaven and earth. But now, both he and Ling Xiao were core disciples, yet he had been defeated without any suspense. He even wondered if Ling Xiao would have been able to last until the 9th move if he had used his full strength from the beginning. Perhaps he would have been defeated in 5 or 6 moves. Seeing Ling Xiao win, Jian Wuji's closed eyes finally opened again and he couldn't help muttering to himself, I really didn't expect to meet such a genius in the 3-sex martial arts competition. With just a peak 9th layer transcendent realm cultivation, he easily defeated a half-step heavenly venerable with 30% of his strength. What was a genius? In Jian Wuji's mind, only the Holy Sun could be considered a genius. However, Ling Xiao's performance seemed to not be inferior to the Holy Sun's. Should I defeat him here today? Jian Wuji actually felt a little restless. Forget it. Defeating him will only make him work harder. It's better to kill him in secret. Jian Wuji's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Although it was only for a moment, it showed that he felt Ling Xiao had become a threat to him. In his opinion, if he didn't stop Ling Xiao in time, this little brat would become the second Holy Sun. Although his current opponents were the other 5 of the Holy Dynasty's 6 young lords, a rising star like Ling Xiao couldn't be underestimated. After Ling Xiao defeated Ying Wuya, the atmosphere in Sword Pavilion became even more tense. 1. Had to know that Ying Wuya was the second-ranked core disciple of the Beast King Palace, while Ling Xiao was only the second-ranked core disciple of the Yuehua school. The 4th rank defeating the 2nd rank was a bit unacceptable in itself, not to mention that Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the peak of the Transcendent Realm 9th layer, a complete mismatch with his strength. If Ling Xiao could defeat the Decepticons, it would be equivalent to trampling on the Beast King Palace. The Yuehua school's name would at least be in the top 2 of the eastern region. Their ranking among the 12 sects would definitely rise. The Beast King Palace Master's face was gloomy, but he didn't say anything. Yesterday, he had humiliated Yuehua school outside the Sword King sect. He didn't expect retribution to come so quickly. From the looks of it, only Decepticons could save some face for the Beast King Palace. Otherwise, they would really lose all their face today. Decepticons, the face of our Beast King Palace depends on you. If you lose, don't come down. The Beast King Palace Master looked coldly at the Decepticons and said. Although Yingwuya was his most valued disciple, the Decepticons' cultivation was much higher than Yingwuya's. Defeating Ling Xiao shouldn't be a problem. Wait. Just as the Decepticons was about to go on stage, Chen Meng stepped forward. Brother Tyrant, you should rest for a while. The battle between Ling Xiao and I hasn't started yet. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. It turned out that these two were treating him as an opportunity to crush the Yuehua school. Did they really think he was a soft persimmon that could be pinched so easily? No need to go through so much trouble. You two can come at me together. Ling Xiao looked at Chen Meng and the Decepticons with a smile that wasn't a smile. To be honest, if these two came at him together, he would have to transform into his ancient golden dragon form. Of course, there was another way, and that was to use the seal card. However, the seal card was a life-saving measure, so he wasn't willing to use it at this time. He also didn't want to use his ancient golden dragon form in front of so many people. In the worst-case scenario, he would just test how great his potential was. Only a challenging battle would be beneficial to his improvement. Otherwise, if the battle was too easy, the value of this exchange would be reduced. How arrogant. Kid, don't think that you're so strong just because you defeated Yingwuya. In front of us, you're still nothing. The Decepticons and Chen Meng both felt that they could defeat Ling Xiao, so how could the two of them fight together? Even if they won, it wouldn't be a glorious victory. Ling Xiao's words also shocked everyone from the three sects. There were many arrogant people these days, but this was the first time they had seen someone as arrogant as him. A trivial peak 9th layer transcendent realm cultivator actually dared to challenge two half-step heavenly venerables at the same time. This was simply audacious to the extreme. How about this, you two stop arguing? Ling Xiao just fought, so let him rest a little while you two fight. Whoever wins will fight Ling Xiao. Jian Wuji said slowly. That's fine. These two were both respectful towards Jian Wuji, so they naturally didn't dare to disobey Jian Wuji's words. Ling Xiao, go rest. Jian Wuji looked at Ling Xiao and said indifferently, his tone completely commanding. Ling Xiao smiled and said, many thanks for Brother Jian's kindness, but there's no need for that. If they don't want to fight, then you can. In any case, I don't care who I fight. Impudent. You think you're worthy of fighting senior brother Wuji? Chen Meng was furious. Jian Wuji wasn't just her eldest senior brother, he was also the person she had a crush on. She absolutely couldn't tolerate someone looking down on Jian Wuji like this. She jumped directly into the field and attacked Ling Xiao. Seeing this, Decepticons could only retreat for the time being. He couldn't really join forces with Chen Meng to deal with Ling Xiao. After all, this wasn't a fight, it was just a spar. Beast King Palace's palace master didn't say anything. He hadn't expected things to develop to this point, so he could only take one step at a time. In fact, as long as Chen Meng defeated Ling Xiao, then Decepticons defeated Chen Meng, it didn't seem impossible. Looking at the two swords in Chen Meng's hands, Ling Xiao crossed his hands behind his back, his expression still as indifferent as before, but a strange light flashed across his eyes. The sword that Chen Meng had thrust out was actually pulled back in an instant. He even took a few steps back. He was greatly astonished. What happened? Why did I retreat? But what was that feeling just now? Why did I feel like I was being stared at by the gods of hell? Chen Meng didn't know why she was like this, but she couldn't help but retreat. In the eyes of others, it was as if she had taken the initiative to admit defeat. Chen Meng, admit defeat immediately, or you'll be doomed eternally. The shadow of Yigushan appeared behind Ling Xiao, and then his pupils turned a terrifying blood-red color. His killing intent, accompanied by an astonishing aura, pounced on Chen Meng. No, of course, Chen Meng refused to admit defeat. However, in the next moment, she suddenly found that those sitting in the sword pavilion seemed to have released an astonishing murderous aura towards her. They all sneered, then stood up and walked towards her. This feeling was so real that she couldn't tell if it was real or fake. Go to hell, you bitch. I won't like you, never. You'll only be a burden to me. Jian Wuji's figure pounced, and a sword light flashed. Chen Meng found that her body began to fall apart, as if she was being cut into pieces by the sword light. The bone-piercing pain made Chen Meng scream uncontrollably. Not only did she feel the intense pain, but she also felt despair in the depths of her heart. If Chen Meng had any weakness, it would be Jian Wuji. Ling Xiao just took advantage of the loophole. With his powerful massacre will, he condensed an illusory image of Jian Wuji, causing Chen Meng to fall into a state of confusion. Let alone the fact that this time around, Ling Xiao's thunder constellation was infused into the will of slaughter, causing the speed of invasion to be even faster. In addition, there was also a paralyzing effect, causing the might of his soul force to be even more terrifying. Chen Meng had never met an opponent like Ling Xiao. Coupled with her admiration and love for Jian Wuji, she fell into the trap without any reaction. Then, Ling Xiao slowly walked towards Chen Meng. With a light kick, he sent Chen Meng flying out of the ring. Whoosh, the whole place was in an uproar. Chen Meng woke up after being kicked out of the ring. Seeing that she had fallen out of the ring, she was so angry that she wanted to cry. You're shameless. How dare you use such an unorthodox technique? Chen Meng scolded loudly. That's right. Since it's a spar, it should be fair and square. Using such a despicable technique is unfair. Chao Yan also shouted loudly. Shut up. Don't you think it's embarrassing? Chen Nanqing was indeed the sect leader of the Sword King sect. He shouted at Chao Yun and Chen Meng to stop. Although the secret soul technique was uncommon in the Sky Dragon continent, no one dared to say that it was an unorthodox technique. This was because there was an expert who specialized in the secret soul technique among the 12 immortals under the human king realm. He did not know any martial arts. His only way of fighting was soul power. However, he was so strong that countless people felt ashamed of their inferiority. Even on the Sky Dragon continent, there were still experts who specialized in the secret soul technique. Emma Wushang, who was ranked second among the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty, was an expert. Back then, the Holy Sun had to expend quite a bit of effort to defeat him. The Holy Sun and Emma Wushang were both disciples of the Heavenly King sect. This showed that the number 1 sect of the 12 sects lived up to its name. Thank you for letting Miss Chen Meng win. Ling Xiao smiled as he looked at Chen Meng. Then he looked at the higher-up of the Sword King sect and said, I wonder if Senior's bet is still valid. Of course. The Sword King sect's upper echelon's mouth twitched a few times. It was obvious that he was very unhappy, but there was nothing he could do. No matter how Ling Xiao defeated Chen Meng, there was no doubt that he had defeated Chen Meng. However, you defeated Chen Meng by using a soul secret technique. That can be considered a trick. If you have the guts, do you dare to make another bet with me? Oh? What kind of bet? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. If you can defeat the Decepticons without using your soul secret technique, I will give you 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. I will not bargain, and I will give it to you immediately. The higher-up said coldly. 200,000. Ling Xiao said indifferently. What? Your appetite is really big. What? You don't dare to gamble? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Bet. What's there to be afraid of? 200,000 it is. However, you must not use any soul secret technique. Otherwise, it will be your loss. The Sword King sect's upper echelon emphasized. Hee, Senior can rest assured on this point. Ling Xiao smiled, then looked at the crowd and said, Everyone, be my witness today. If I can defeat the Decepticons without using my soul force, he will give me 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The higher-ups of the 3 sects nodded, tacitly agreeing to the bet. Jian Wuji no longer closed his eyes. Ling Xiao's defeat of Ying Wuya had already shocked him. Now, this Ling Xiao was also proficient in soul secret technique. It was the same path as Emma Wushang, whom he was wary of. This made his killing intent towards Ling Xiao even more intense. Although the current Ling Xiao was not enough to pose any threat to him, such a person had to be killed in the cradle. Otherwise, even if he was a baby dragon now, he would be able to soar into the 9 heavens in the future. How about it, Brother Ba? Are you still willing to exchange pointers with me? Ling Xiao looked at the Decepticons. Decepticons' cultivation was similar to Chen Meng's, and their combat ability was not far off. The two of them had fought many times in private, and all of them were exchanging pointers. Basically, they were evenly matched. To be honest, Ling Zhao's strange method of defeating Chen Meng made the Decepticons not dare to make a move. He was afraid that he would lose in such an embarrassing manner. Fortunately, Ling Xiao could not use any soul secret technique. What was there to be afraid of? Could it be that he, the #1 core disciple of the Beast King Palace, did not dare to fight? Of course, do you think I'm afraid of you? The Decepticon tiger leaped into the battle. The only thing he was afraid of was Ling Zhao's soul secret technique. Since his opponent could not use it, there was nothing for him to be afraid of. Boom, suddenly, Decepticons released all of his aura. A huge shadow of a black tiger appeared behind him, looking extremely ferocious. So much so that his energy shattered the fruit platter on the coffee table more than 10 meters away. Since Brother Ba is so confident, please make your move. I did not consume much energy in the battle with Chen Meng, so you don't have to be afraid. Come at me. Ling Xiao stood calmly in front of the Decepticons. His long black hair draped over his shoulders, and there was a faint smile on his face. He was as immovable as a mountain, standing there steadily. No matter how strong Decepticon's aura was, it could not make him move an inch. However, I need to remind Brother Ba that the higher your expectations, the greater your disappointment. You may face an outcome that you can't accept, so you must be mentally prepared. Tantai Lingzi glanced at Chang Yueying and asked in a low voice, Master, this Ling Xiao seems to be hiding something? Chang Yueying nodded slowly and said, You're right. This Ling Xiao has too many trump cards. I've lived for so long, but I've never seen someone who knows so many tricks that the enemy can't guard against. It's terrifying. How about Decepticons? Tantai Lingzi asked again. Chang Yueying took a deep breath and said, He's very strong. Although he's a disciple of the Beast King Palace, I have to say that he's much stronger than you. This will definitely be a tough battle, unless Ling Xiao uses the soul secret technique from earlier. Although Lan Yuer was unwilling to agree with Chang Yueying's analysis, she had to agree. Just now, she had analyzed the situation with the Decepticons. If she fought with the Decepticons, it would still be impossible to determine the victor within 300 moves. Although she believed that Ling Xiao would definitely win, she had to admit that this would definitely be a tough battle. Decepticons was like an erupting volcano. He was irritable, terrifying, and majestic, as if he wanted to destroy everything. However, Ling Xiao at this moment was more like a mysterious iceberg. He was quiet but very dangerous. The two's performance was completely different, but they both had the demeanor of an expert. The fight between the two of them was really worth looking forward to. Anyone can talk big. Wait until you can take this move of mine. Otherwise, you don't even have the qualifications to make me go all out. Decepticon's aura was still very strong, but it kept gathering inwards, as if he was preparing for a terrifying move. Then, Decepticons made a pouncing motion, complementing the black tiger behind him. This movement seemed very slow and did not have any momentum. However, in an instant, when he pounced, his aura completely changed. This attack was like a fierce tiger coming out of the mountain, a volcano erupting, thunder falling from the sky, and a stormy sea. The feeling of wanting to destroy everything made people mistakenly think that the end of the world had arrived. They could not help but tremble in fear. 9 moves of the Tyrant Heaven, Tiger out of the cage. This was the move of the tyrannical Sky Tiger. It was a martial skill that perfectly merged the attributes of one's true origin with the martial soul. Not only was it powerful, but its momentum was also vigorous. No wonder he was the #1 core disciple of the Beast King Palace. It was indeed powerful. Good move. Watch me. Seeing Decepticon's terrifying move, Ling Xiao did not retreat. Instead, he looked excited. At that moment, his pupils suddenly turned black and gold flames burned. A black divine dragon circled behind him, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. as if it wanted to destroy everything in the world. Ancient Hell Dragon Martial Soul. It's actually the Ancient Hell Dragon Martial Soul. Xianxia stood up abruptly. His eyes were filled with greed and extreme desire. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, including the people from Yuehua School. They had always thought that Ling Xiao's martial soul was a black dragon. They did not expect it to be one of the 9 primordial dragon martial souls, the Ancient Hell Dragon Martial Soul. No wonder Ling Xiao's strength suddenly became so strong, so terrifying. Jian Wuji also stood up excitedly. Ling Xiao had moved him too much. He actually had one of the 9 strongest martial souls below the Mountain River martial soul. This was simply maddening. When Ling Xiao heard Xianxia's words, he could not help but feel uneasy. Xianxia could actually tell that his martial soul was the Ancient Hell Dragon Martial Soul. This was going to be troublesome. No, I have to cover it up and deceive him. He knew very well that his cultivation was still not strong enough. If the news of him obtaining the Ancient Hell Dragon Martial Soul were to spread, he would really become the target of public criticism. At that time, he would have to face countless dangers and crises. Rumble, the divine dragon's shadow shook and became more realistic. However, if one looked closely, they would find that although the shadow behind Ling Xiao was very similar to the Ancient Hell Dragon, there was a difference. It should be a black dragon. The black dragon was the descendant of the Ancient Hell Dragon. The two were very similar in appearance, but there was a big difference. The Ancient Hell Dragon's dragon scales were black gold and burned with hell fire. Moreover, there was an obvious Dragon King mark on its forehead. Each of the 9 primordial Dragon Kings had a Dragon King mark. It represented their identity as a king. The Ancient Hell Dragon was not the name of a race. It referred to one of the 9 Dragon Kings, the Dragon Slayer who had the Hell Dragon soul. It was the same for the other 8 Dragon Kings. Similar dragon races had other names, such as Black Dragon, Holy Dragon, Demon Dragon, White Dragon, Ghost Dragon, and so on. Similarly, the ancient Golden Dragon referred to the Golden Dragon Emperor, Pantheon. Although its descendants looked exactly like it, but lacked the Dragon King mark, they could only be called Golden Dragon, Amber Dragon, and so on. They would never be called Ancient Golden Dragon. Phew! Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. So it's the Ancient Black Dragon Martial Soul. I almost misjudged him. But this kid is really lucky. He actually got the Ancient Martial Soul inheritance, and it's a very special Dragon Soul inheritance. Although it's not as good as the 9 Dragon Kings' Martial Soul inheritance, it's still very powerful. Wu Xiang and the others were a little disappointed. If Ling Xiao really got the Ancient Hell Dragon's Hell Dragon Soul inheritance, then Yuehua School's luck was really going to change. Seeing everyone's reaction, Ling Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had the Black Dragon King's Dragon Pearl in his body. He could use it to hide the appearance of the Ancient Hell Dragon. Otherwise, this time it would be really troublesome. After this matter was settled, Ling Xiao began to focus on the battle. Rumble, in a moment, the Decepticons' attack was approaching. It was only one move, but it gave a feeling of surging and endless waves, as if one after another monstrous waves were crashing toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood there as steady as a mountain. Then, he pushed his hands forward, and a huge shadow of the Ancient Hell Dragon appeared in front of him. Its huge body blocked the tyrannical Sky Tiger's relentless attacks. The next moment, the dazzling black gold light collided with the white gold light, forming a dazzling fog that was so bright that it was difficult to open one's eyes. Then, there was a continuous rumble, and the sound of plates and teacups shattering on the table could be heard. The entire sword pavilion was shaking non-stop. That Ling Xiao really took it. A peak transcendent realm 9th layer cultivator took half the power of a half-step heavenly venerable's attack. Ling Xiao really didn't use any soul secret techniques. Just now, he was purely using his martial spirit and true chi to defend himself. But this guy's martial spirit is actually the Ancient Hell Dragon martial spirit. No wonder he was so confident in facing the Decepticons. It seems that Ling Xiao wasn't just spouting nonsense when he said he could defeat the Decepticons. Maybe he really does have the strength to do so. I don't think so. Although Ling Xiao blocked the Decepticons' attack, he even used his most reliable martial spirit to defend himself. Let's see what he can do next. That's true, in terms of experience, calculation, and true chi, Ling Xiao is far inferior to the Decepticons. It's not easy for him to block this attack, he really might lose. Although most people were shocked by Ling Xiao's strength, they didn't expect him to be so strong. After careful analysis, however, they weren't very optimistic about Ling Xiao's chances. One had to know that just now, the Decepticon's attack was just a probing attack, as if he was looking down on Ling Xiao. As for how much of his strength he had displayed, it was hard to say. After all, a half-step heavenly venerable with half of his strength was not an ordinary cultivator. It was difficult to estimate just how strong he was. Sitting in his seat, Ying Wuya's face was a little pale. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, when you fought with me just now, you didn't even bother using your ancient hell dragon martial spirit. I didn't expect that in just a few months, you would be so much stronger than me. Sect Master, after I go back, I want to take the chaotic beast path. Ying Wuya suddenly said to the Beast King Palace Master. You should think about it carefully. The chaotic beast path is a path of death. For thousands of years, none of our Beast King Palace's disciples have ever come out alive. The Beast King Palace Master reminded. Disciple understands, but disciple must go. Ying Wuya's eyes flashed with a strong will to fight. Ying Wuya knew how dangerous the chaotic beast path was, but if he wanted to catch up to Ling Xiao, he had to put his life on the line. It seems like misfortune is a blessing in disguise. Although you lost to Ling Xiao, your will to cultivate has become stronger. Good, when we return, I will personally lead the way for you. Thank you, sect leader. On the other side, the inner sect elder of the Sword King sect looked gloomy. He thought that Decepticons would be able to defeat Ling Xiao easily. After all, the difference in their cultivation was too big. If Ling Xiao did not use his secret soul technique, he would not be able to last more than a few moves. But now, it seemed that Decepticons might not be able to defeat Ling Xiao. Things were getting a little tricky now. He did not care about the 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. As an inner sect elder, he could still afford to take out such a small amount of spirit stones. What he cared about was his reputation. Moreover, the rise of Ling Xiao meant that the rise of Yuehua School was not good news for the Sword King sect. Sect leader, Yuehua School is really rising. Shouldn't we think of a way to deal with it? The inner sect elder asked Chen Nanqing telepathically. Chen Nanqing snorted and replied, Don't worry, I have already arranged a perfect hunting plan. This time, none of the people who came to the Sword King sect will leave alive. Yuehua sect can only wait to be trampled by our Sword King sect forever, never to rise again. Sect leader is indeed wise, but that Chang Yueli is not easy to deal with. She is an old ghost in the Grotto Heaven realm. Do you want to deal with her personally? They did not know that Wu Xiang was also in the Grotto Heaven realm. They were just one step behind. No need, that old ghost Chang Yueli can't wait for those people to die. When the time comes, just don't bother her. If Chen Nanqing didn't have a deep understanding of Yuehua School's situation, he wouldn't have been so confident in his plan. Of course, in the end, he still lacked first-hand information about Wu Xiang, Ling Xiao, and the others who had recently risen to prominence. He also disdained to cooperate with Chang Yueli, so it was normal for him to make a mistake in his judgment. During the battle, Ling Xiao could still vaguely feel Chen Nanqing's killing intent towards him. However, he was not afraid. He could not hide in the Yuehua School and cultivate forever. As long as he stood out, he would definitely attract the attention of these narrow-minded and vicious people. There was no use in being afraid. If it was a hurdle, then he would just step over it, whether it would be Chen Nanqing or him who would die, this was still an unknown. As long as he was determined to win, he would be able to find a way to resolve this. After all, he possessed the Mountain River martial spirit, he had to make good use of this most powerful martial soul. The reason why he had the opportunity to consider so many things was mainly because the Decepticons had suddenly become cautious after the first attack and did not continue to attack. Others might not know why, but Ling Xiao was very clear about it. Under the analysis ability of the Mountain River martial spirit, the Decepticons' attack had nowhere to hide. The Decepticons had used a full 90% of his strength in that attack just now, an attack with 90% of his strength had been blocked by Ling Xiao. No matter what, this would make the Decepticons wary and cautious, not daring to underestimate him in the slightest. You are very good. Very strong. As expected, you are not just good at talking. The Decepticons saw that Ling Xiao was looking at him, but he was accumulating true essence while speaking to delay the time. Ling Xiao smiled slightly and said, "You have already attacked, now it is my turn." 9 Meridians Chi Sword, Hell's Dragon Sword. Ling Xiao almost did not waste words with the Decepticons, because he had seen through the Decepticons' intentions. He took a step forward with his right foot, and then the black and gold light on his body boiled again, shining brightly and abnormally dazzling. He put his palms together, holding a huge black and gold long sword in his hands, piercing through the void towards the Decepticons. Chi 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 chi, the air in front of him was pierced layer by layer, and the huge black and gold long sword burned with black and gold flames. For a moment, the surrounding air seemed to have solidified, and then collapsed and deformed. The people and scenery in front of him became fragmented and distorted. What sword technique is that? He can use it without using a weapon, and it is so powerful? Chen Meng was dumbfounded. Just now, she felt very vexed about losing to Ling Xiao, but at this time, even if she hated Ling Xiao, she had to admit that Ling Xiao's strength was absolutely qualified to fight with her. Block it for me. Not only was Chen Meng shocked, the Decepticons in the field was even more shocked. Facing Ling Xiao's terrifying sword, he had no choice but to use all his skills. His chi transformed into a huge tiger claw, and fiercely grabbed the huge black and gold sword. Ka ka ka, the huge sword stopped for a moment, but it was only for a moment. The black and gold flames on the huge sword became even more dazzling, and then it still slowly pierced towards the ceiling. Decepticon's face was solemn, and his chi was released without any regard for his life, not daring to slack off at all. The glaring white light made him as dazzling as the sun. He had exploded with astonishing battle strength. At this moment, Decepticons was actually able to display a level stronger than usual under the immense pressure. This was probably the benefit of sparring with an expert. 9 Styles of the Tyrant Heaven, Black Tiger Raging Flame Claw. At the same time, Decepticon's hands were also burning with flames, but it was a scarlet-red flame that wrapped around his hands. The terrifying power finally completely stopped the Hell's Dragon Sword from advancing. Pung, the Hell's Dragon Sword exploded. However, Decepticon's hands were also severely damaged, and both of his arms were constantly trembling. He not only displayed his full strength, but even exceeded it, and only then was he able to block Ling Xiao's attack. Oh oh oh. Decepticon suddenly let out an ear-piercing roar, and his body began to change. His original human form actually turned into a tiger man. Ling Xiao had always felt that when human warriors used their martial souls, they could actually fuse with their martial souls, and then enter different forms. However, this also required talent. Out of 10 people, there might be 3 who could enter the human martial soul fusion state. However, out of these 3 people, only 1 could enter the complete martial soul transformation state. Ling Xiao's human dragon form was very special, and the immemorial golden dragon form was even more special. Today, he was overjoyed to meet a warrior who could enter the Tiger Man form. The earlier he met such an opponent, the better, because the sooner he could find a way to deal with it. From the moment he entered the fusion state, he could be divided into 10 forms. The first form was the weakest, and was the closest to a human. The 10th form was the strongest, and was almost a complete martial soul transformation. Decepticon's Tiger Man form was only the first form, but even so, it could already increase his overall strength by 10%. This 10% of his strength included strength, speed, true essence, and all other aspects, including his 5 senses and reaction. They would all increase at the same time. This was equivalent to a completely new change. Ha ha ha, it feels great. Ling Xiao, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to enter the Tiger Man form so smoothly. Since you helped me, I'll let you lose with dignity. Decepticons laughed loudly, and the feeling of being wronged disappeared in an instant. In his opinion, he could already beat Ling Xiao. After all, it was an all-around improvement of 10%, the gloomy expression on Chen Meng's face deepened. She didn't expect that even Decepticons had entered such a strange form. She was afraid that she wouldn't be a match for the Decepticons now. When Jian Wuji saw Decepticons, he suddenly thought of Bai Qianjiao, who ranked third among the 6 young masters. That guy could also enter this form. After entering this form, his fighting strength was amazing. He could fight to a draw with Bai Qianjiao in human form, but he couldn't beat Bai Qianjiao in fusion form and lost miserably. Bai Qianjiao was a disciple of the Blue Water Sacred Palace, which ranked second among the 12 sects. Not only was it mysterious, but it was also very powerful. Of course, Decepticons couldn't be compared to Bai Qianjiao. Bai Qianjiao was 10 times stronger than Decepticons. How would Ling Xiao deal with him? Although Jian Wuji wanted to kill Ling Xiao very much, he couldn't help but want to watch Ling Xiao fight. This was because Ling Xiao's fighting style was very smart. He felt that he might be able to learn something useful from it. Just as Jian Wuji was thinking about these things, Decepticons began to pursue. He had entered the Tiger Man form and his fighting strength had greatly increased. Naturally, he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to completely defeat Ling Xiao. The continuous claw shadows kept changing in the air, each of them fierce and ferocious, each of them terrifying beyond compare. However, Ling Xiao didn't back down. He pulled out the Ice Dragon sword and fiercely collided with the opponent's claw shadows, causing the teacups that were already broken to shatter once again. Even the marble coffee table had cracks. Ling Xiao, lose for me. Decepticon suddenly jumped up. Like a fierce tiger descending from the sky, he fiercely slapped Ling Xiao with both of his claws. Roar, a terrifying and resounding tiger roar sounded. Decepticons seemed to have turned into a ferocious black tiger as he let out a ferocious roar. When the disciples of the 3 sects hear this roar's TT, they actually felt dizzy and their bodies weak. Their heartbeats violently, they had the urge to run away. At this moment, the Decepticon tiger was very confident in its attack power. After entering his Tiger Man form, the fear he had towards Ling Xiao had completely vanished. In a battle of this level, the scariest thing was to lose in terms of momentum before the fight even started. Decepticons was like that before, but now, he had changed his decline and became extremely fierce and confident. He didn't put Ling Xiao in his eyes at all. Thunder and lightning, hellfire furnace. Following Ling Xiao's roar, the ancient hell dragon's shadow behind him actually spat out a huge furnace. Inside the furnace, raging flames surged. Then, thunder and lightning appeared around the furnace. Ling Xiao fused the furnace he obtained from the Moonlight Pagoda back into the ancient hell dragon martial soul. Because the furnace itself was formed from the Dragon Slayer's dragon core, it was very easy to fuse it. This hellfire furnace could refine everything that the hellfire could burn. Coupled with the thunder and lightning phenomenon, its defensive power was absolutely astonishing. At this moment, Ling Xiao didn't enter his dragon form because he felt that it would be too boring to do so now. The battle might end very quickly. This feeling was just right, he just happened to be able to practice the moves he hadn't used yet. This wasn't a martial skill, but a pure defense of his martial soul combined with the power of celestial phenomenon. Inside the hellfire furnace, there seemed to be a trembling roar of a devil. Under the thunder and lightning, countless claw shadows were completely shattered. This is too exaggerated. Is this still a battle between transcendents? Fortunately, I didn't force him to make a move. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to block a single move. Chao Yun was extremely shocked in his heart. He really didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so strong. Decepticon's strength was reasonable, but what the hell was Ling Xiao? Shi Jiao and Ying Wuyao looked at each other, deep fear and helplessness in their eyes. The two of them originally wanted to avenge Shi Mei, but in the current situation, it was obvious that even their eldest senior brother Decepticons couldn't take down this person, let alone them. Chen Meng was completely dumbfounded. She thought that Ling Xiao wouldn't be her opponent if he didn't use his soul secret technique, but now it seemed that she really thought too much. The muscles at the corner of Jian Wuji's mouth kept twitching. Die. You must die. He could feel the pressure Ling Xiao gave him. He believed that he could easily defeat Ling Xiao now, but what about in the future? There was still some time before the Sacred Dynasty's martial arts ceremony. What if this little brat broke through again? He absolutely couldn't let him live, absolutely not. In fact, they weren't the only ones who thought so. Even the upper echelons of the 3 sects were surprised by Ling Xiao's magical fighting ability. This Ling Xiao seemed to always be able to surprise people. They didn't even want to blink their eyes. They just stared at the battle between the two, as if they wanted to record everything in front of them in their minds. Pong. The giant tiger-like body slammed into the huge furnace with a deafening bang. The giant tiger clearly trembled violently, as if it had been weakened a lot. At the same time, the lightning surrounding the hellfire furnace had weakened a lot. It seemed that this attack was a draw. Ling Xiao blocked the Decepticon's attack. Neither side had gained the upper hand. However, the actual situation was very different. The Decepticon's attack, which had been full of confidence, had failed once again. This made his confidence, which had already risen, sink again. It felt as if no matter what he did, he couldn't defeat his opponent. The more he fought, the less confident he felt. What made him even more afraid was that during this period of time, he had used up a lot of his true essence. However, Ling Xiao, who should have been more tired than him, didn't seem to have used up any energy at all. Instead, he was becoming more and more energetic. Ha ha ha, awesome. Continue. Ling Xiao could feel that his stagnant cultivation base had begun to loosen up. It was under this pressure that it started to loosen. Therefore, he was even more unwilling to enter his dragon form. Although he was at a disadvantage when facing the Decepticons in his human form, it was this disadvantage that made him feel the pressure. Only with pressure would there be motivation to advance. Bastard! The Decepticons was completely enraged. Seeing Ling Xiao's smiling face, his stomach was filled with nameless anger. 9 moves of the Tyrant Heaven, Tiger's Roar Deep Mountain. His claws didn't work. In his anger, the Decepticons actually opened his mouth and bit Ling Xiao's neck. Because the distance was very close, Ling Xiao couldn't dodge in time. However, Ling Xiao had no intention of dodging. Heavenly Dragon Golden Body, Ling Xiao's body was suddenly wrapped in black and golden dragon scales, including his neck, which exuded a black and golden glow. Although it wasn't as beautiful as the golden one, its defensive power was even more astonishing than before. Gotcha. Decepticon's teeth actually broke when he bit down on the dragon scales, and 2 of his front teeth flew out. He covered his mouth and retreated to the side, cursing, "Smelly brat, are you made of fucking gold? Why did you break your teeth like that?" Haha, I'm sorry. It's really like gold, but harder than gold. Thinking back to when Ling Xiao cultivated the 9 Revolutions Golden Body secret art, he had spent a lot of gold. The Heavenly Dragon Golden Body was the result of inheriting the 9 Revolutions Golden Body secret art, so it was naturally harder. Coupled with the 5 Spirit Body, Ling Xiao's current defense was something that even a one-line Heavenly Realm cultivator would have a hard time breaking through. He was a person who was afraid of death, so his defense and movement skills had always been at the forefront. These 2 were his biggest advantages. It's time to end this, brother Ba. Ling Xiao raised his hand and the overflowing rain sword appeared in his hand. His aura also suddenly rose a lot. Under the pressure, he finally made a small breakthrough, breaking through from the peak of the Transcendent Realm to the invincible Transcendent Realm. Although it was only a small step, for him, even a small breakthrough would bring about a huge improvement in his strength. Shadow Sword Art, Sword Demon descends. At that moment, the shadow behind Ling Xiao was replaced by Yigushin's silent giant sword shadow. Then, 13 human-shaped sword chis broke through the air. Decepticons reacted in a panic, blocking 4 or 5 human-shaped sword chis, but in the end, he was sent flying by the 6th human-shaped sword chi, falling heavily outside the battlefield. You let me win. Ling Xiao cupped his fists to Decepticons, then looked at the Sword King Sect's inner sect elder. Senior, I won this round. This senior said he wouldn't go back on his word. Here are 200,000 mid-rank spirit stones, take it. The Sword King Sect's inner sect elder didn't have any good intentions. 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones, if he were to throw it over, it would be like a mountain smashing over. He was clearly trying to embarrass Ling Xiao. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, I'll keep these 200,000 spirit stones for you. I'll give them to you when we return to the sect. At this moment, Wu Xiang let out a long laugh. With a wave of his sleeve, all the spirit stones actually entered his storage ring. This technique was extremely beautiful. If it wasn't for the fact that his cultivation was much higher than that of the Sword King sect's inner court elder, he wouldn't have been able to do it. Thank you, sect leader. Ling Xiao really had to thank Wu Xiang. Otherwise, he would have to use the Mountain River martial spirit. In that case, the possibility of being exposed would naturally increase greatly. To him, that would definitely not be a good thing. This kid was truly terrifying, losing 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones was nothing to the Sword King sect. However, the sudden rise of Ling Xiao caused the upper echelons of the Sword King sect and Beast King Palace to be unable to sit still. No one expected that the most eye-catching person in this martial competition of the three sects wasn't Chen Meng, nor was it Decepticons, nor was it Ying Wuya. It was Ling Xiao, who wasn't even a half-step Empyrean yet. Ling Xiao had actually consecutively defeated the Beast King Palace's second-ranked core disciple, Ying Wuya, the Sword King sect's second-ranked core disciple, Chen Meng, and the Beast King Palace's first-ranked core disciple, Decepticons. However, these three people's cultivations were higher than his and their reputations were also far greater than his. This was truly hard to accept. The Beast King Palace originally wanted to use Decepticons to regain some face. The Sword King sect also wanted Chen Meng to thoroughly defeat the other disciples of the martial competition. However, in the end, they had all capsized in the gutter and were dealt with by Ling Xiao. This was a scandal for the Sword King sect and Beast King Palace. Who else wants to exchange pointers with me? Although Ling Xiao was a bit out of breath, he hadn't used much of his true energy. His Mountain River martial soul originally had the effect of swallowing true energy. In addition to the smelting effect of the Hellfire Crucible, his true energy consumption was negligible. Even if he were to fight with Jian Wuji now, he absolutely wouldn't be afraid. Of course, winning or not winning was another matter. After all, this was just an exchange of pointers. If he lost, he lost. Ling Xiao wouldn't use the ancient golden dragon form or the sealed land. Those two things were reserved for life-saving purposes. Hearing Ling Xiao's voice, the disciples of the Beast King Palace lowered their heads. After all, Decepticons and Ying Wuya had both been defeated. If the others went up, they would only lose face. As for the Sword King sect's side, Chao Yun and Chen Meng had both been defeated. Jian Feng had only been used to make up the numbers. Therefore, Ling Xiao's words were tantamount to directly challenging Jian Wuji. However, regardless of whether Jian Wuji would fight or not, the Yuehua school could hold their heads high this time. They had completely crushed the Beast King Palace and were not inferior to the Sword King sect. Well, I didn't want to fight today. But since you insist on testing my skills, I will accompany you. Jian Wuji slowly got up and looked down at Ling Xiao. He said indifferently, but before that, I will give you a chance to experience my skills. I don't want you to complain when you lose. What do you mean? Ling Xiao asked. It's very simple. The Decepticons of the Beast King Palace and Lan Yuer of the Yuehua School will fight together. I will fight both of them. This way, the exchange of pointers will be more interesting. After the fight, if you still think you are qualified to challenge me, it won't be too late for us to fight. Jian Wuji didn't want to fight with Ling Xiao because he was a little afraid of Ling Xiao's secret soul technique. If they fought to a draw, he would be the one who would lose face. So, he wanted to defeat the other people to deter Ling Xiao and make Ling Xiao give up the idea of fighting. Damn it, Jian Wuji, although you are strong, you are looking down on me by fighting two people alone. What's more, how can I cooperate with the girls of the Yuehua school? Fighting two people is not as good as fighting one. Decepticons might have lost to Ling Xiao, but he wasn't the kind of person who would be dispirited. After all, it was just an exchange of pointers. With Ling Xiao's strength, it wasn't wrong for him to lose. So, at this time, he had the energy to compete with Jian Wuji. Of course I don't want to. How about this, Brother Ba just fought with my junior brother Ling and was injured. Why don't you rest for a while and let me fight with Brother Jian first? Lan Yuer slowly got up and said. She didn't want to team up. She didn't think she could beat Jian Wuji, but she just wanted to see how far she could go. Fine. Decepticons wasn't stupid. He had just been injured and his morale was low. He would be an idiot to fight with Jian Wuji at this time. It was also good to take a break. Lan Yuer smiled and then walked to the battlefield. Senior Sister Lan, do you want me to tell you Jian Wuji's weakness? Ling Xiao asked when he returned to his seat. No need. This is not a life and death duel. It's just an exchange of pointers. I must be responsible for myself. Lan Yuer smiled and said, but I still have to thank you, junior brother. Then, be careful, Senior Sister Lan. That Jian Wuji is very strange. Ling Xiao admired Lan Yuer's choice. Not everyone had such a backbone. Some people didn't want to lose face and wanted to cheat even if it was just an exchange of pointers. In the middle of the battlefield, La Jian Wuji and Lan Yuer were only 5 or 6 meters apart. Both of them could feel each other's aura. Jian Wuji was as calm as a spring breeze. Lan Yuer, on the other hand, felt as if she was standing under a sharp sword. She felt uncomfortable all over. However, as she often sparred with Ling Xiao in private, she quickly adapted to Jian Wuji's threat. The trace of fear in her eyes quickly disappeared. When Jian Wuji saw this, he couldn't help but be startled. Many people would be defeated by his fierce aura. He didn't expect Lan Yuer to not be afraid at all. She didn't seem to be an ordinary person. Brother Jian, your aura is indeed powerful. However, I have seen stronger sword auras. So, this is useless against me. Let's see who's stronger. Lan Yuer smiled. She believed that if she didn't often spar with Ling Xiao, she would definitely collapse when facing Jian Wuji. She might even lose without a fight. But now, although she knew she couldn't win, she wasn't afraid at all. A light blue luster appeared on her body. It was as beautiful as moonlight. Moonlight scripture. How did she cultivate the moonlight scripture? Chang Yueli looked at Lan Yuer in shock. She couldn't accept it. She was Lan Yuer's master. How could she not know that Lan Yuer cultivated the Yuehua school's treasure, the moonlight scripture? Regarding this matter, I need to explain. Senior Sister Lan has taken Sister Yuanu as her master. The moonlight scripture was imparted to her by Sister Yuanu. Ling Xiao explained with a smile. In fact, he was the first person to see the moonlight scripture. However, this scripture was obviously more suitable for women to cultivate. So, he didn't touch it. Yuanu. Chang Yueli gritted her teeth and stopped talking. It was reasonable for Lan Yuer to leave her. After all, she didn't treat Lan Yuer well. Lan Yuer already gave her a lot of face by not abandoning her master. While they were talking, the situation on the battlefield changed. Lan Yuer's body was bathed in moonlight. A vague shadow of the moonlight fairy appeared behind her. It was obvious that Lan Yuer had been chosen as the lucky one to inherit the knowledge of the moonlight fairy. Of course, Dai Yuling's immemorial gourd vine martial soul inheritance wasn't inferior to the Moonlight Maiden's inheritance at all. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why the Moonlight Maiden chose Lan Yuer in the end. After all, among the many disciples, Lan Yuer was quite outstanding in terms of gender, aptitude, quality, and connections. Lunar Shadow Slash, the sword pavilion seemed to have been plunged into darkness. Lan Yuer's silhouette disappeared from its original place. The sickle-like crescent moon quickly pierced through Jian Wuji's silhouette. This move was very simple. It was just an ordinary True Yuan Qi blade. However, when combined with the inheritance of the moonlight scripture, it would be faster, more powerful, and more mysterious. At that moment, Chen Meng even cried out in alarm, because in her eyes, Jian Wuji was easily cut in half by that sickle-like crescent. However, after the scream, Chen Meng realized that Jian Wuji did not move at all. He had been standing there the whole time. Although the lunar shadow slash had pierced through his body, it had been cut in half by his body. That's right, it was the lunar shadow slash that had cut in half, not his body. Edgeless sword body. Upon closer inspection, the surface of Jian Wuji's body, including his clothes, was suffused with a strange metallic luster. It was just like a weapon. However, this weapon had not been sharpened. The heavy sword had no edge, but even so, it could cut through anything it wanted to cut. What a terrifying edgeless sword body. Jian Wuji has cultivated the Sword King scripture to such a level. Originally, there were still people who didn't believe that Jian Wuji had cultivated the Sword King scripture, but after seeing this scene, they had no choice but to believe it. This was because the edgeless sword body was the ultimate defensive skill of the Sword King scripture. It's too powerful. The edgeless sword body's defense and attack are perfectly compatible. Who can defeat him? The Sword King scripture, Lunar Sacred scripture, Beast King scripture, and other series of martial arts were actually a complete set of martial arts system that had been passed down from the founder of the sect. It included defense, martial arts, movement, and so on. You could say that they were inheritances, but you could also say that they were martial arts. In fact, they were all the same because inheritances and martial arts were inclusive. You have me, I have you. It's really strange. This Sword King scripture is a good thing. When should I play with it? Ling Zhao's point of entry was different from others. Others were completely stunned by Jian Wuji's exquisite martial arts, but his first thought was to snatch this thing. Moreover, he only wanted to play with it and not to cultivate it sincerely. This guy had really seen too many good things. He actually didn't care about such a classic martial arts at all. However, with a playful attitude, Ling Xiao also comprehended some things from Jian Wuji's iron profound. Profound meanings were very mysterious things. Every kind of profound meaning was worth it for a warrior to spend his entire life to unearth it. Being able to comprehend something from other people's profound was definitely a great harvest. Lan Yuer's lunar shadow slash was the superficial understanding she had from the lunar sacred scripture. It was a pity that she had just started. Otherwise, if she had completely mastered the lunar sacred scripture, she might not have lost to Jian Wuji. I lost. Lan Yuer did not continue. Lunar shadow slash was her most powerful move. Whether it was power, speed, or even attack characteristics, it was the strongest. This move couldn't injure Jian Wuji at all, so there was no point in continuing the fight. Too strong, shocking, it was completely shocking. Although Ling Xiao defeated Decepticons, it took a lot of time and effort. However, Jian Wuji did not even move and Lan Yuer took the initiative to admit defeat. This was the strength of one of the 6 young masters, Jian Wuji. Chen Meng's eyes revealed a look of infatuation. She had always been secretly in love with Jian Wuji. Now, she was even crazier. Chen Nanqing nodded with satisfaction. Jian Wuji was his adopted son. With such an excellent adopted son, even if his biological son died, he would not be so sad. On the contrary, Beast King Palace and Yuehua School fell into silence again. With Jian Wuji's performance, it was impossible for Decepticons to win. They would just go up and learn from each other. Ling Xiao also could not win, this was what everyone was thinking. Decepticons jumped into the battlefield. Jian Wuji, I know I will lose, but I still want to test your strength. After saying that, he directly entered his tiger human form. Because he was very clear about Jian Wuji's strength. If he fought in his human form, he would definitely lose. Tiger Roar Deep Mountain of the 9 moves of Tyrant Heaven, Decepticons used his strongest attack for the first attack. It was like a fierce tiger biting. The sword pavilion trembled, the house shook, and the air was constantly exploding. The second form? A smile appeared on Ling Zhao's face. Who would have thought that the tyrannical Sky Tiger's fusion would improve even further after its battle with him? Decepticons unexpectedly made a breakthrough after the battle with Ling Xiao. His body was surrounded by violent true essence, like a giant tiger that was about to tear Jian Wuji apart. Novels, law, however, Jian Wuji just smiled faintly and raised his hand. A sword light broke through the air. The sword light, which was as thin as a cicada's wing, completely blocked Decepticon's fierce attack. Jian Wuji still had a calm smile on his face. To him, this battle didn't even have the value of a spar. Decepticons, who was in his second form, was still not worth mentioning in front of him. Lose! Jian Wuji shouted, and the sword light suddenly soared. Bang! Decepticons desperately tried to resist for a moment, but his body was finally thrown out. He was utterly defeated. After 3 moves. Cough! Decepticons, who fell to the ground, coughed loudly. Blood spurted out from his mouth. He was seriously injured in just 1 move. This was just comparing notes. If it was a real life and death battle, then Decepticons would be a corpse now. What a terrifying Sword King scripture. Jian Wuji did not use any moves, but he defeated Decepticons with just one move. He is indeed worthy of being one of the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. He really deserves his reputation. Jian Wuji is already so powerful. How terrifying are the people ranked before him. The Yuehua school and the young elites of the Beast King Palace sighed in their hearts. Fortunately, they came out this time. Otherwise, they would not have known that there was such a powerful guy among the warriors under the age of 20. After Jian Wuji won, he looked at Ling Xiao with a bit of arrogance and domineering. Ling Xiao believed that even if Lan Yuer and Decepticons joined hands, they would only be defeated in front of Jian Wuji. This guy is too strong. Ling Xiao, are you convinced? Jian Wuji asked arrogantly. He did have the right to be arrogant. Because he was really strong. Ling Xiao estimated that even if he reached the 10th form, he would not be able to defeat Jian Wuji. Unless he entered the immemorial Golden Dragon form and used the full power of the Hell Dragon Soul, coupled with his Mountain River martial spirit, he would not be able to defeat Jian Wuji. However, it could only be a Pyrrhic victory. But there was no need for him to win this battle. As long as it was a draw, it would be a victory. There was no need for him to reveal too many of his trump cards. As long as he was in his human dragon form and combined with Yigushin's martial soul and part of the infernal dragon soul's abilities, he would be invincible. He should be able to fight for about 300 moves without losing. That was his judgment. Because he believed that Jian Wuji would not be able to display all that he had learned. After all, this was just an exchange of pointers. The martial arts festival of the Sacred Dynasty was the real battle that would decide one's future. Including him and Jian Wuji, they would hide some things. We haven't even fought yet. How can I be convinced? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao slowly stood up. Jian Wuji was very strong, but such an opponent was more meaningful to fight. Today's martial arts competition of the 3 sects will end here. Ling Xiao, you are no match for Jian Wuji. Why aren't you backing down? Just as Ling Xiao was about to fight with Jian Wuji, Chen Nanqing suddenly stopped him. Chen. Nanqing naturally had his own reasons. Ling Xiao was about to die. There was no need for this battle. If Jian Wuji won, then it would be meaningless. And if Jian Wuji tied or lost, his Sword King sect could not afford to lose face. That's right. If I fight with you, it will be bullying the weak. It won't be too late for us to fight after you enter the half-step Heavenly Venerable Realm. In any case, the Sacred Dynasty's martial arts festival is about to be held. You should be going to participate, right? Jian Wuji naturally understood Chen Nanqing's meaning, so he said indifferently and returned to his seat. Ling Xiao smiled and said, fine. At the martial arts festival, leave your title of 6th young master to me. If the other party insisted on avoiding the battle, he could not force him. After all, the people of the Sword King sect were very thick-skinned. Moreover, it was meaningless to tie with Jian Wuji in the martial arts competition of the 3 sects. Defeating Jian Wuji in the martial arts festival was the best choice. At that time even Chen Nanqing would have no reason to stop him. I'll wait. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Jian Wuji sneered and closed his eyes again. Today's martial arts competition of the 3 sects can be considered to have come to a successful conclusion. Next, as the host, I will give a review of the participants. This was the rule of the martial arts competition of the 3 sects. The main purpose was to raise the strength of the disciples of the 3 sections. The host, the sect master, would give a review. Chen Nanqing was somewhat dissatisfied with the Beast King Palace. The main reason was that all the disciples of the Beast King Palace had lost to the disciples of the Yuehua school. This made him very unhappy. Therefore, when he spoke, he was not so polite. From Decepticons to Shi Jiao, every single disciple of the Beast King Palace had been criticized by him. It was as if they did not have a single good point. Of course, Ying Wuya has potential, but he still needs to work hard. Otherwise, the 3 sects of the East will be laughed at. At the end of his speech, Chen Nanqing seemed to feel that the Beast King Palace Master's expression was not too good, so he added another sentence. Sect Master Chen is right. This junior will definitely work harder. Ying Wuya had completely lowered his mentality. He no longer thought of himself as a high and mighty genius. he was just an ordinary person. An ordinary martial artist had to start from the beginning. If he did not have the resolve to start from the beginning, he would never be able to surpass Ling Xiao. Not to mention Jian Wuji. After commenting on the disciples of the Beast King Palace, Chen Nanqing turned his attention to the Yuehua school. 5 people from the Yuehua school had come, but in reality, only 4 of them were participating. Tantai Lingzi did not participate, but she did not seem to have any intention of participating either. Chen Nanqing's first comment was on Lan Yuer. If you can cultivate the second volume of the lunar scripture to the first level, you might be able to enter the top 100 in the Sacred Dynasty Martial Arts Festival. Otherwise, you will be an ordinary person and will ruin the sacred scripture. A half-step heavenly venerable with 50% of her strength who had cultivated the lunar scripture could barely enter the top 100. How strong were the experts of the 12 sects? One had to know that Lan Yuer was the #1 core disciple of the Yuehua school. Chen Nanqing's words made Ling Xiao and the rest of the people from the Yuehua school somewhat unconvinced. Don't be unconvinced. In order to enter the top 100, a half-step heavenly venerable with 50% of your strength is the most basic requirement. Although it is said that the 12 sects of the Sacred Dynasty are ranked first, the Heavenly King sect, which is ranked first, has taken up 50 positions in the top 100, the Aquamarine Sacred Palace, which is ranked second, has taken up 30 positions. In addition, the Abstruse Fire sect, which is ranked third, has taken up 10 positions. Basically, these 3 sects have taken up 90 positions. The remaining 9 sects will take up the remaining 10 positions. Chen Nanqing sneered. It is normal that the Yuehua school does not know this. Your disciples have never entered the finals of the martial arts festival. They have all been eliminated in the outer elimination rounds. At this point, the corner of Chen Nanqing's mouth curled into a mocking smile. From the looks of it, Jian Wuji has brought glory to the 3 sects of the East. He actually made it into the top 6. How rare, La Ling Xiao said with a smile that was not a smile. Don't be unconvinced. You haven't been to the martial arts festival, so you think it's nothing. When you get there, you'll understand that you're nothing. Jian Wuji said coldly. Is that so? The more you talk about it, the more interested I am. Holy Sun, Mo Wushang, Bai Qianjiao, Lu Taiyin, Hong Sanmei, Jian Wuji. This is the ranking of the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. They are also the 6 strongest young talents of the Sacred Dynasty under the age of 20. Ling Xiao has already seen Jian Wuji's strength, and it is indeed incomparably strong. Then how strong are the other 5 existences that are stronger than Jian Wuji? He is a little excited in his heart. A frog at the bottom of a well, too arrogant. Chen Nanqing looked at Ling Xiao with disdain and said, your junior brother Ling Hao's cultivation is too weak, and his skills are not good enough. Your senior sister Dai Yuling relies too much on the immemorial gourd vine martial spirit and can't fully display its strength, simply not worth mentioning, and finally, you. At this point, the ridicule on Chen Nanqing's face became even more obvious. You rely on only 2 things, one is your soul secret technique. Forgive me for being blunt, but if you meet an expert like Mo Wushang, you're just showing off your slight skill in front of an expert, and the end result will be you injuring yourself. The other is your immemorial black dragon martial spirit. Humph, if it's the immemorial hell dragon martial spirit, maybe you can be proud, but if it's only the immemorial black dragon martial spirit, you're not qualified to be compared with those geniuses. What's more, you're arrogant and overestimating yourself. This sect can already imagine your tragic ending in the martial arts festival. Ha 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 ha. After listening to Chen Nanqing's merciless criticism, Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Is this what a sect master is like? No wonder the Sword King sect declined so quickly. No wonder they allowed a place like the Beast Fighting Coliseum to exist. This person's evaluation of him was completely wrong. It wasn't easy to achieve this. Although Chen Nanqing's evaluation of the other disciples was harsh, it was more or less accurate. However, when it came to him, Chen Nanqing was completely spouting nonsense. Saying that his soul secret arts were weak, Ling Xiao didn't even bother to argue. He had only used the soul manipulation secret technique with the slaughter will, and he had easily defeated Chen Meng. This showed just how terrifying the soul manipulation secret technique was. Not to mention, he also had an even more powerful and terrifying soul secret technique, soul dice. Once soul dice was used, even a heaven-tier martial artist would have to be wary of it, let alone a mere Mo Wushang. Ling Xiao had never seen Mo Wushang before, but he did not feel inferior. His soul force was comparable to that of a 3 talents expert. He didn't believe that Mo Wushang's soul force would be stronger than his. As for his martial soul, what a coincidence. He really did possess the ancient Hell Dragon's Hell Dragon soul. Moreover, this Hell Dragon's soul had been integrated with the ancient God of Destruction's will of destruction. Chen Nanqing was so easily fooled. It seemed that his eyesight wasn't very good. Saying that he was arrogant, saying that he was overestimating himself, Ling Xiao really hadn't done anything that overestimated himself. Challenging Jian Wuji was considered arrogant? What a joke. Ling Xiao could defeat Jian Wuji without using the sealed land. Although it might be a Pyrrhic victory, it was definitely a sure win. Once he used the sealed land, Jian Wuji was nothing. What are you laughing at? Chen Nanqing asked hatefully. Nothing, I just think that Sect Master Chen's evaluation is ridiculous. You didn't even allow me to fight with Jian Wuji. What makes you think that I'm overestimating myself? Ling Xiao retorted. This is the biggest proof that you're overestimating yourself. A trivial 9th level Transcendent Realm Invincible Realm Cultivator dares to challenge a half-step Heavenly Venerable with 80% strength. If this isn't overestimating yourself, then what is? Chen Nanqing coldly snorted. If that's what you want to think, then go ahead. Ling Xiao smiled and stopped arguing. In any case, there was no point in arguing. He might as well wait until the Martial Dao Festival to ruthlessly humiliate Jian Wuji and let that kid see what true arrogance and ignorance was. Your confidence comes from your soul secret technique. What you don't know is that Mo Wushang, ranked second among the 6 young lords, has a pair of true demon eyes. Jian Wuji coldly said. Oh? Is he not human? Ling Xiao asked. Jian Wuji shook his head and said, no, Mo Wushang is indeed human. However, when he was young, he accidentally broke into a devil's den and was lucky enough to inherit the inheritance of the ancient demon eyes. His demon eyes have many abilities. They can see through the enemy's moves, exert terrifying spiritual pressure on the enemy, and even produce a terrifying soul fire to burn the enemy's soul. In any case, it's very strange. Even the Holy Sun has to be careful when fighting with him. The only reason he was able to win was because of his powerful restorative ability. No matter what kind of injury he receives, he can constantly heal himself. When speaking of the Holy Sun, Jian Wuji's expression was one of worship and respect. When speaking of Mo Wushang, Jian Wuji's expression became one of fear and dread. It seemed that Jian Wuji had suffered a great blow in front of Mo Wushang. That's too terrifying. If he really has such an ability, then it's simply impossible to defend against. Wouldn't he be able to defeat you with a single glance? The inheritance of the ancient demon eyes is indeed terrifying. If he can defeat this terrifying Mo Wushang, then wouldn't the Holy Sun be even more terrifying? Sure enough, none of the 6 young masters are easy to deal with. Whether it was the disciples or the upper echelons, everyone was discussing this matter. Most of these upper echelons were only in the celestial realm, and only in the one-line sky realm. The 6 young masters of the Holy Dynasty were the closest to them. It wouldn't take long for them to catch up and even surpass them. Therefore, they naturally had to pay attention to this matter. I just said that to face the demon eyes, one has to be at least in the half-step Heavenly Venerable realm. Otherwise, as long as the demon eyes look at you, there's no way you can resist. Jian Wuji then looked at Ling Xiao and said, after hearing my words, do you still have the confidence to challenge Mo Wushang? Why wouldn't I dare? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His secret soul manipulation technique might not be comparable to Mo Wushang's demon eyes, but soul dice was definitely more terrifying than the demon eyes. I didn't expect you to overestimate yourself. Jian Wuji sneered and said, forget it. You won't be convinced anyway. Then, let's have a showdown at the Martial Arts Festival. At the same time, we can also see what the 6 young masters of the Holy Dynasty are like. The 3 sects tournament is over. If you're interested, you can stay in the Sword King sect for a while. If you want to leave, then forgive me for not seeing you off. Chen Nanqing was in a hurry to arrange for the ambush of the Yuehua School's martial artists halfway, so he didn't have the mood to entertain the people from the two sections. His attitude was quite unyielding. After saying that, he turned and left. On the day the Trisect martial competition ended, the Moonlight Treasure ship set off from the Sword King sect to return to Yuehua School. Senior brother, didn't you say you were going to fight the Sword King sect? Why did you leave just like that? On the ship, Leng Hao couldn't help but ask. That was the original plan, but since the Sword King sect didn't discover that we killed so many of their inner disciples, there's no need to make a big fuss. After all, we're still at a disadvantage in the Sword King sect's territory. It's safer to return to the sect. Ling Xiao explained with a smile. In other words, if they find out, we'll really make a move? Leng Hao asked again. That's right. That was the original plan. Who knew that the Sword King sect would be so stupid that they didn't even realize that we killed those people before we left? Wu Xiang answered. I don't think so. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, Sect Master, it's best for us to be careful along the way. I suspect that Chen Nanqing is plotting something behind our backs. That's why he doesn't have time to care about other things. Otherwise, not to mention those hundreds of inner disciples, even if it's about the beast battle arena, he wouldn't ignore it. That's right. You all take a rest. We'll pay close attention to the surrounding situation. As long as we return to Yuehua School, there won't be any problems. While everyone was talking, they didn't notice a strange moth flying past the Moonlight Treasure ship. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the distance. One of the moth's wings was white, while the other was black. On its back, there was a strange pattern of a yin-yang fish. Ling Xiao sat there cross-legged, carefully comprehending today's gains. Although he didn't fight with Jian Wuji in the end, he still benefited a lot from today's battle. His comprehension of martial techniques, profound meanings, martial souls, and inheritances had all improved. Of course, the most important thing was that he witnessed Jian Wuji's strength and heard about how terrifying the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty were. This made his desire to win and become stronger even more tenacious. The others were the same as Ling Xiao. They more or less gained some benefits from today's Trisect martial competition. He believed that after a period of consolidation and comprehension, even Tan Tailingzi, who had not participated in the battle, would have a significant improvement. When one's horizons were broadened and they had seen more, their train of thought would naturally become more flexible. Sect leader, what is this? While Ling Xiao was sitting cross-legged, the true essence sphere had already wrapped around the entire Moonlight Treasure ship. When he found that there was a strange moth that was always around the Moonlight Treasure ship, as if it was following the ship, he finally couldn't help but reach out and catch the moth in his hand. The moth was very small, only the size of a fingernail. Perhaps because they did not pay attention, Wu Xiang and Heavenly Lord Golden Light did not notice the existence of this thing. As for Chang Yuing and Chang Yuli, even if they found out, they probably wouldn't say anything. They couldn't wait for Wu Xiang, Ling Xiao, and the others to die along the way. Wu Xiang was stunned for a moment. He carefully observed the moth in Ling Zhao's hand, but he was a little confused. After all, he was still young. In addition, he had spent most of his time in the sect, so he was not very clear about the outside world. He was strong, but his knowledge was not enough. Let me see. Heavenly Lord Golden Light also walked over and said. Not good. After Heavenly Lord Golden Light observed for a moment, he suddenly exclaimed. Senior, what is this thing? Ling Xiao hurriedly asked. This is a yin-yang moth. Heavenly Lord Golden Light looked around vigilantly and then explained, it is said that this yin-yang moth also appeared when the True Devil Empire rampaged across the Sky Dragon continent. Their master is the Moth Demon General. He is one of the 9 great demon kings of the True Devil Empire, the yin-yang demon king's subordinate. His strength is very terrifying. The yin-yang moth can be used to scout the enemy's situation, and can also be used to attack the enemy. The closer you are to the Moth Demon General, the more terrifying the attack power is. I didn't expect you to be able to catch it. Your observation and judgment are really amazing. TSK, I didn't expect that after so many years, there are still people who remember the great name of our True Devil Empire. Suddenly, a huge moth appeared on the Moonlight treasure ship. This moth was slightly smaller than the Moonlight treasure ship, but there was no problem for 4 or 5 people to stand on it. At this time, there were a total of 4 people on the moth. Judging from their voices and auras, they were definitely not friendly and were very strong. Prepare for battle. It seems that a bloody battle is unavoidable today. Wu Xiang said loudly. Chang Yueying and Chang Yueli's reactions were not very cooperative. Although they stood up, they did not seem to intend to fight. Tan Lingzi naturally followed her master, Chang Yueying. However, Wu Xiang did not have time to care about them. The enemy was right in front of them, and it was not the time for internal strife. If they did not take action now, when the enemy attacked later, they would have no choice but to take action. The 4 people on the moth were wearing black and white robes embroidered with yin and yang diagrams. Needless to say, they were the Yin-Yang Demon King's subordinates. Are you really the Yin-Yang Demon King's subordinates? Wu Xiang asked coldly. He, why are you asking so much? You're all going to die anyway. The leader's hair was also black and white, which looked very strange. His voice was ferocious and cold. It was clear that he was here to take the lives of the Yuehua school's people. Did Chen Nanqing send you? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. It's not good to be too smart. Go to hell. One of the black and white robes suddenly struck out with his palm, and a roar suddenly exploded in the sky. Boom! The thick clouds broke apart, and the terrifying palm energy turned into 2 huge palms that instantly struck the Moonlight treasure ship. It seemed that they wanted to destroy the Moonlight treasure ship first, and then slowly deal with the Yuehua school's people. Get lost. Heavenly Master Golden Light roared and blasted out with his fists. Under the flickering golden light, the huge fist energy collided with the resplendent palm energy in midair and turned into dust. The black and white robe's strength was not inferior to Heavenly Master Golden Light's. The Moonlight treasure ship shook violently, but in the end, it wasn't hit and remained unscathed. Golden Light Divine Fist. Heavenly Master Golden Light's hot temper could not be controlled. Since the enemy had attacked, he would not sit back and do nothing. His whole body turned into a golden light, and a golden figure faintly appeared behind him. I didn't expect Heavenly Master Golden Light's martial soul to be the Golden Giant. Ling Xiao was a little surprised. He thought that he was the only one who had an affinity with the Golden Giant. He did not expect Heavenly Master Golden Light to have an affinity with the Golden Giant as well. No wonder the 2 of them had similar temperaments. It seemed that they had a common interest. Kill. The black and white robe leader jumped down from the moth and pounced on Wu Xiang. This guy had sharp eyes. He could tell at a glance that Wu Xiang was the most powerful person on the Moonlight treasure ship. Humph. Wu Xiang responded calmly. He unsheathed his sword and fought with the black and white robe leader. Ling Xiao, carefully control the Moonlight treasure ship to land. Fighting in the sky is too disadvantageous for us. Once the Moonlight treasure ship is damaged, we will all fall to our deaths. During the battle, Wu Xiang secretly transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao. He trusted Ling Xiao the most. What's more, he and Heavenly Master Golden Light had already joined the battle and couldn't leave. Chang Yueying and Chang Yueli obviously wouldn't help. What was strange was that when the black-robed men attacked, they didn't attack Chang Yueying and Chang Yueli. He was now a little worried that the 2 women were colluding with the bastards from the Sword King sect. If that was the case, it would be troublesome. Sect Master, don't worry. With me around, those 2 women won't be able to play any tricks. Although Ling Xiao didn't have the strength to deal with the black-robed men, he was very good at dealing with Chang Yueying and Chang Yueli because of his spiritual body. He didn't believe that the 2 women wouldn't help. While speaking, the other 2 black-robed men also attacked. Although the 2 of them weren't as strong as Heavenly Master Golden Light, they were very powerful. They were both half-step Heavenly Masters with 70% of their strength. It had to be said that Chen Nanqing really spent a lot of money to kill the people from the Yuehua school. Lan Yuer faced one of them. Leng Hao and Dai Yuling faced the other person. However, Lan Yuer might be able to hold on for a while, but the difference between Ling Hao and Dai Yuling's cultivation was too big. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to last more than 20 moves. However, it would be fine as long as they could relieve the pressure. Ling Xiao coldly looked at Chang Yueying and the other two and asked, "Aren't you going to attack?" "Humph, little bastard, don't think that I'm stupid. Although you have the treasure given to you by the Moonlight Maiden, you can't take the initiative to attack. That thing will only react when we hurt you. This time, you're dead." Chang Yueli coldly snorted. "What about you, former sect master of the Yuehua school? Do you want to wallow in the mire with this old thing?" Ling Xiao directly used the seal card to release a half-step heavenly venerable from the Sword King sect to control the Moonlight treasured ship. He was prepared to free himself to deal with these three traitorous bastards. He had already given the three of them a warning. If they dared to leave him in the lurch this time, then he would definitely not be merciful. Even if he had to completely exhaust his spiritual body, he was going to destroy those three bastards. "Ling Xiao, it's too late now. I won't interfere." Chang Yueying shook her head. "Tantai Lingzi, what about you?" Ling Xiao looked at the insidious woman and asked. "I will do whatever my master does." Tantai Lingzi's attitude was also very resolute. She sneered and said, "You're too scary. I may never be able to surpass you in this lifetime, so the best way is for you to die. Your appearance is simply my nightmare." "Oh, really? Looks like the three of you are tired of living." Ling Xiao took a deep breath and suddenly took out the Moonlight token. "Moonlight Heavenly Maiden, you've seen it. Not only did these three people leave you in the lurch, but they also hate Yuehua school to the core. Are you still not going to do anything? I can kill them, but I will completely vanish. You will lose control of Yuehua school's treasures. Is it really worth it?" The spiritual body asked faintly. "I don't need to control Yuehua school. Moreover, I believe in my own strength." Ling Xiao had never relied on any spiritual body before, so even if his spiritual body disappeared, it was not a big deal. To him, it was just a lost opportunity to be lazy. With this thing around, he might really become lazy. "Alright, then I'll fulfill your wish." Suddenly, an astonishing and terrifying power filled the sky. The glaring moonlight shrouded Chang Yueli, Chang Yueying, and Tantai Lingzi. "No. Impossible, you can't do this. You can't kill me." Chang Yueli was scared at this time. She thought that Ling Xiao would not take the initiative to use this treasure to attack her, but now it turned out that she was wrong. The price was her life. "Can't kill you? Originally, I let you live because I thought you were still useful. Unfortunately, it seems that not only are you useless, but you will also become a big trouble. Therefore, you don't need to live." "No." Chang Yueli's body completely evaporated under the moonlight and disappeared. Chang Yueying and Tantai Lingzi's cultivation was not as good as hers, so they did not even have the chance to scream. They disappeared into the silent sky with her. As for the spiritual body, it completely disappeared after completing its mission. The Moonlight token did not shatter, but it was no longer a place for the spiritual body to reside in. Instead, it had turned into a magic treasure with pure moonlight energy. Although it did not have any attack power, it could help Ling Xiao cultivate and improve his cultivation. This thing could absorb the essence of moonlight and could be used repeatedly. Its effect was much better than spirit stones. The key was that it could be used by any cultivator. Losing a backer but gaining a treasure, Ling Xiao was not considered to have suffered a loss. Asterisk boom. Asterisk at this time, the Moonlight treasure ship finally landed firmly on the ground, crushing dozens of trees. Fortunately, it was not destroyed by the four black and white robes. It could be considered a blessing in the misfortune. Demonic Fiend Sword Art. Yin Yang Ghost Claw. The moment it landed, a black illusory sword in the sky collided with a huge claw. Then, the whole mountain shook and exploded, and countless trees collapsed. This was a battle between Paradise Realm cultivators. It was terrifying. Fortunately, they were far away. Otherwise, just the aftershock of this battle would have killed countless Celestial Realm cultivators. Not to mention Transcendence Realm cultivators. Perhaps it was because of this that the Black and White Robes leader and Wu Xiang took the initiative to stay away from the battlefield. Otherwise, there was no need for others to fight. The two of them alone were enough to destroy all the mountains and trees here. This was a battle between Paradise Realm cultivators. It was like the end of the world. Ling Xiao put the moonlight treasure ship into his storage ring and then soared into the sky, ready to cooperate with Ling Hao and Dai Yu Ling to eliminate the two weaker black and white robes cultivators. However, at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly came from the distance. Ling Xiao frowned and looked into the distance. He found that less than 10 kilometers away, hundreds of cultivators in black and white robes were rushing over. The weakest among these people was at the early stage of the 9th layer transcendent realm. Nearly half of them were half-step heavenly venerables. 10 miles, to martial artists with this kind of strength, that was something that could be easily traversed. I didn't expect the Storm Legion to develop so quickly. They even dare to launch such a large-scale attack. It seems that the situation is not optimistic. Ling Hao, Dai Yu Ling, can you still hold on? Ling Xiao wanted to use the ceiling card, and it was the nine-tailed monster fox's ceiling card. After all, this was a life-or-death battle, not a friendly spar. A moment of carelessness could lead to death. We can still hold on for 20 moves, but I don't think we can hold on. Ling Hao was honest. What about you, senior sister Lan? I'm fine. Lan Yu'er was facing a 70% strength half-step Empyrean. Although she was at a disadvantage, she was becoming more and more proficient in using the lunar scripture. She didn't want others to help her because she felt that she could only grow after experiencing this kind of battle. Ling Xiao thought about it and decided not to release the nine-tailed fox in the end. Instead, he used the second chance to release the Demon Castle City's Great Castle Lord. Coupled with the Sword King Sek's 50% strength half-step Empyrean, it shouldn't be a problem for these two to block the enemy. Because the strongest of these enemies were only 50% strength half-step Empyrean, these two should be able to block them. Then, Ling Xiao released the 36 astral flying swords to help Ling Hao and Dai Yuling deal with the 70% strength half-step Empyrean. This was indeed a battle, but in a situation where one's life was not in danger, this kind of battle was also very beneficial to one's growth. So, the longer Ling Hao and Dai Yuling fought, the more benefits they would gain. He could multitask. While controlling the astral flying swords to fight, he also charged into the enemy group. The first to appear in front of him was a 10% strength half-step Empyrean. He was also wearing a black and white robe. Kill. Seeing Ling Xiao, this person rushed over. In any case, even if Ling Xiao didn't use the spirit mirror, his cultivation was only at the 9th layer of the transcendent realm, invincible. A half-step heavenly venerable naturally wouldn't fear him. Ling Xiao sneered and directly entered his 10th human dragon form. Then, the Hell Dragon sword pierced through the air. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a huge black and gold energy sword instantly erupted. The black-robed man was directly pierced by the energy sword and burned to ashes by the black and gold flames. The mountain that this person was standing on was also blasted into a large crater. The leader in black and white robes was also shocked when he saw this. A huge hand of Xianxia stretched out from the void, wanting to slap Ling Xiao to death. However, a black sword energy pierced through the true Qi hand. With me here, you still want to divert your attention to deal with others? You're courting death. Although Wu Xiong couldn't defeat this leader immediately, he definitely wouldn't allow this person to bypass him to deal with others. Thank you, senior brother Wu. Ling Xiao was strong. Even if he faced a martial artist who had just entered the Heaven Realm, he would still have a chance to escape. But against a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, he would die without a doubt. Wu Xiong had saved his life. Since we're brothers, there's no need for thanks. After saying that, Wu Xiong once again fought with the black-robed leader. You too, kill. Ling Xiao gave the order to the great castle master of Demon Castle City, who had 60% of his strength, and the Sword King Sek's inner sect elder, who had 50% of his strength. The moment these two people made a move, it was simply like an unstoppable realm. Every time they attacked, a black and white robes would die on the spot. In just a few moments, 7 or 8 black and white robes had died. However, there were simply too many people on the other side. In the end, 2 half-step Empyreans with 50% of their strength appeared to block the Great Castle Master and the Sword King Sek's inner sect elder. For the rest of the battle, Ling Xiao could only rely on himself. In the face of such a situation, Ling Xiao did not retreat in the slightest. Yi Guxian's phantom image appeared behind him. The representative of the will of slaughter was the most suitable at this time for a battle between people. At this time, the murderous aura that Ling Xiao released was simply like a god of slaughter through and through. Shadow Sword Technique, Sword Demon descends. 13 human-shaped sword chis charged into the crowd at the same time and began a tragic massacre. No one could block Ling Xiao's attack. After all, the half-step Empyreans with 50% of their strength had already been suppressed by the Great Castle Master and the Sword King Sect's inner sect elder that Ling Xiao released from the seal card. At this time, the strongest of these black-robed black and white robes was only a half-step Empyrean with 30% of their strength. In the face of Ling Xiao in his 10th form, they had no resistance at all. Dragon's Roar. The human-shaped sword chis were still slaughtering when Ling Xiao opened his mouth and spat out a terrifying black gold flame. Tragic cries rang out all over the mountain. Hee, it's not over yet. 9 Meridians Chi Sword, Rising Sun Sword Light. Will of Slaughter, Rotting Sword Rain. Will of Destruction, Ice and Snow Storm. For a moment, Ling Xiao used all the martial arts that he could use. The entire mountain turned into a purgatory. At this time, the black-robed black and white robes understood. Ling Xiao might not be as terrifying as Wu Xiang, who was in the Grotto Heaven realm, but if no one suppressed him, he would be the most terrifying opponent. The terrifying combat power that he released was simply terrifying. In less than 15 minutes, only the 2 half-step Empyrean masters with 50% of their strength who were fighting the Great Castle Master and the Sword King Sect's inner sect elder were left standing on the ground. Puff, in the next moment, the Great Castle Master's turquoise water trident pierced through his opponent's head. After all, his cultivation was higher. Although it took him a little longer, he still killed his opponent. Then, he turned to the other person. When that person saw that the situation was not good, he actually turned and ran. In the end, he was stabbed in the back by the Sword King Sect's inner sect elder and died on the spot. You too, go help Ling Hao and Dai Yuling. The situation of the battle changed because of Ling Xiao's massacre. This was something that the black-robed black and white robes clearly did not expect. They had prepared everything to ambush the enemy here, but in the end, hundreds of people had died, and they still could not kill a single one of the enemy. This was too sullen. However, the current situation was obviously extremely unfavorable for them. The enemy is too strong. Retreat. The black-robed leader was still sensible. He knew that he could not continue fighting, so he chose to retreat. Wu Xiang, Golden Light Heavenly Master, and the others did not dare to chase and stopped. However, at this moment, a giant white bone claw suddenly stretched out from the ground and directly pinched Ling Xiao's body. Stinking brat, it's all your fault. Go to hell. The power of this giant white bone claw was terrifying. After all, Wu Xiang was inexperienced and did not have time to block it. He could only watch as Ling Xiao's body was torn apart by this giant white bone claw. Bastard! Wu Xiang was really furious at this time. During the battle just now, because he was worried that accidents would happen, he did not use his full strength. At this moment, he removed all his defenses. A demonic fiend sword chi broke through the air and directly pierced through the Grotto Heaven realm martial artist who sneaked up on Ling Xiao. If that person did not sneak attack, he would not have been hit. After all, his strength was there for all to see. However, after the sneak attack, he would be distracted. This distraction, coupled with Wu Xiang's full strength, caused his entire body to be completely penetrated. Go to hell. In his rage, Wu Xiang did not hold back at all. He even risked being hit by the other party's palm and completely pierced the person's head with his second sword. The terrifying demonic fiend sword chi directly destroyed the person's spiritual sea. It was said that as long as a Grotto Heaven realm expert's soul remained, there was a possibility of resurrection. Wu Xiang wanted this person's body and soul to be completely destroyed, completely vanishing into thin air. It was enough to see how deep his friendship with Ling Xiao was. Of course, the pain was greater. After all, that was his best buddy in this life. A dignified Grotto Heaven realm expert had died to Wu Xiang's sword. It wasn't that he was too weak, but that he had underestimated the brotherly love that Wu Xiang had for Ling Xiao. Sect Master, Senior Brother Ling is fine. Just as Wu Xiang was about to cut the black-robed man's body into pieces to vent his anger, he heard Ling Hao's voice. He turned around and saw that Ling Xiao was standing there, waving at him. It turned out that in the nick of time, Ling Xiao had swapped his body with the first castle lord of Demon Citadel. The Grotto Heaven Realm expert's claw had turned him into mincemeat, so it was impossible to tell who had died. Of course, this was also because Ling Xiao's powerful soul energy had allowed him to sense the other party's intentions. Otherwise, even if he could use form displacement, he wouldn't have been able to do it in such a short amount of time. Good boy. You scared me to death. Wu Xiang smashed his fist into Ling Xiao's body and laughed. Damn, senior brother Wu, you're a Grotto Heaven Realm expert. If you weren't careful, you could have killed me. Ling Xiao was in so much pain that he grimaced. Stinking brat, enough. We can't stay here any longer. Who knows if the Yin-Yang Demon King will send even stronger subordinates to deal with us. Let's return to the sect. Wu Xiang was in a good mood, but he quickly calmed down and said. Right. Ling Xiao also knew this, so he hurriedly took out the Moonlight treasure ship. Everyone boarded it and sped back to the Yuehua school. Along the way, Wu Xiang took out a storage ring that belonged to the black-robed man. This guy is really rich. There are nearly 1 million mid-grade spirit stones and a secret technique for raising and taming the yin-yang moth. I'm going to share it with everyone. Who will you choose? Wu Xiang asked. Then give me the secret technique for raising and taming the yin-yang moth. You can split the spirit stones among yourselves. Ling Xiao said. The yin-yang moth was a small creature that was very powerful. Not only was it extremely fast, but its defense was also astonishing. It was very difficult to kill. Ling Xiao had the soul manipulation secret technique. With the yin-yang moth, he could freely control it. Even if he didn't use it in battle, he could use it to scout the enemy. It was obviously more effective than the Jinyuan ball. As for spirit stones, he could earn them, but spirit stones were something that could only be found by chance. Alright, we'll do as you say. Wu Xiang nodded and handed the secret manual to Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao received it, he began to flip through it. By the time the Moonlight treasure ship arrived at the Yuehua school, he already had a deep understanding of this secret technique. He then returned the secret technique to Wu Xiang. Brother Wu, let's leave this thing in the Yuehua school. Perhaps other people will find it useful. I have already mastered the breeding and taming methods of the yin-yang moth. Wu Xiang was a little surprised. However, when he thought of Ling Xiao's usual behavior, he understood. He didn't refuse and put away the secret manual. Then, everyone returned to their respective cave abodes. In the lavishly decorated palace, there seemed to be soft moonlight everywhere. A lazy and luxurious figure was lying on the soft bed, looking at the young man sitting cross-legged on the futon with a slight smile of appreciation. The young man sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. His hands were constantly drawing strange movements in front of his chest. His body emitted a soft golden light, and his chest rose and fell rhythmically. Gradually, a fog rose around him. This fog appeared out of thin air, but it was very dense. However, in the next moment, the mist actually dissipated into nothingness in an instant. Phew. The young man slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and opened his eyes. His eyes flickered with helplessness and bitterness. Sister Moon Maiden, I have been back for 3 days, but I still can't comprehend the fog celestial phenomenon of the 12 golden lotus arts. Ling Xiao looked at the alluring Moon Maiden on the bed and sighed. Don't be anxious. There is still some time before the martial arts festival. As long as you raise your cultivation to the half-step heavenly venerable realm before the martial arts festival, it will be enough. As for the fog celestial phenomenon, I'm afraid it won't work. You still need some opportunities. The Moon Maiden comforted. Ling Xiao understood. However, after the 12 golden lotus arts was upgraded to a jade martial art, he hadn't had any breakthroughs. He couldn't help but be anxious. Master, the sect master wants junior brother Ling to go to the meeting hall. At this moment, Lan Yuer walked in from outside. After bowing to the Moon Maiden, she looked at Ling Xiao. Could it be that the Sword King sect is attacking? Ling Xiao stood up and asked. No, it's said that there are important guests. They seem to be from the Heavenly King sect. Lan Yuer shook her head and said, however, their arrival might be related to the Sword King sect. Chen Nanqing is also here. Interesting. Is he going to be a lobbyist? Ling Xiao smiled and said, Sister Moon Maiden, I'll go with senior sister to take a look at the situation. I'll go with you. The Moon Maiden stood up slowly and said. There's no need. With me around, no one can bully you. The Moon Maiden said faintly. Her original charm turned cold. Obviously, Chen Nanqing and the people from the Heavenly King sect were here for nothing good. They might be here to cause trouble for Ling Xiao. The Heavenly King sect was extremely powerful. No one could guarantee that there weren't any Yin-Yang realm experts in the sect. Therefore, Wu Xiang, the sect master of the Grotto Heaven realm, couldn't control the situation. Thank you. Ling Xiao felt a trace of warmth in his heart. He knew the Moon Maiden's feelings for him. In this life, he would never let this woman down. Let's go. The Moon Maiden looked at Lan Yuer and said. The three of them left the Moon Palace together and walked toward the meeting hall. Ling Xiao slowly pushed open the door of the meeting hall. In the hall, all the middle and high-level martial artists of the Yuehua school were gathered, as well as the 10 new core disciples. Sitting at the top were Sect Master Wu Xiang, the Law Enforcement Hall's first seat, Heavenly Master Golden Light, and the Inner Hall's Hall Master, Heavenly Master Heavenly Eye. These three people were currently the most powerful and influential people in the Yuehua school. Of course, the Moon Maiden was an exception. In the VIP seats, there were 4 people sitting in a grandiose manner. One of them was Chen Nanqing. Ling Xiao knew him. The other 3 were very unfamiliar, but their robes were embroidered with a special symbol. It was a pagoda. It was rumored that the founder of the Heavenly King sect was one of the experts in the ancient times. His strength was on par with the Moonlight Maiden. His martial soul was a pagoda that could suppress everything. Therefore, he was known as the Pagoda Heavenly King. When Ling Xiao saw these 3 people, he could not help being startled inwardly. The strength of these 3 people was actually even more terrifying than Chen Nanqing. In other words, they were Grotto Heaven realm experts, and they were even stronger than Chen Nanqing. Although the other person was a little weaker, he was still a half-step Heavenly Master with 90% of his strength. He was only a step away from the celestial realm. And this person's age couldn't be more than 20 years old. This person was dressed in men's clothes, but it couldn't hide his beautiful face and figure. Others might not be able to see through it, but Ling Xiao could clearly see the person's true gender. A half-step celestial master with 90% of her strength. What's more, she's a girl disguised as a man. If this is the result of normal cultivation, then she's really a genius. Ling Xiao's gaze lingered on the girl's face for a while. It was not because of her beauty, but because of her amazing talent. There were many geniuses these days, but it was rare to see such a talented person. It was said that 2 of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty were girls. Young master was just a title. Could this girl be one of them? Are you the Holy Sun? I didn't expect the Holy Sun to be such a beautiful girl. Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Hearing this, the girl was obviously shocked, but she recovered in an instant. Of course, it was only on the surface. Deep down, she was still in a state of shock. Since the day she was born, she had been raised as a boy. Since then, she had been disguised as a man, and no one had ever seen through her. Most people only felt that her appearance and temperament were more beautiful than a woman's, but they couldn't guess that she was a woman. That was because she cultivated a special martial art that could change her voice and even create the illusion of an Adam's apple. However, this young man in front of her had actually pointed out her identity and gender in one go. Oh, I'm sorry. You must have your own reasons for disguising yourself as a man. I've said too much. Before the Holy Sun could say anything, Ling Xiao shook his head with a smile. He then looked at Wu Xiang and the others and cupped his hands. Greetings, sect leader and elders. Junior brother Ling, please take a seat. Wu Xiang looked serious. Although he did not know why the people of the Heavenly King sect were here, his intuition told him that things were not as simple as they seemed. Therefore, he was still a little worried. Ling Xiao nodded, then turned around to sit down. Unexpectedly, just as he approached the chair, before his buttocks could even sit on it, a gust of wind suddenly came from a palm, and the chair was actually smashed into pieces. What is the meaning of this, sect leader Qin? Wu Xiang asked coldly. It was Qin Nanqing who had smashed the chair. Humph, sect leader Wu, don't you know that sinners only have the right to kneel and not sit? Qin Nanqing snorted coldly. As soon as he said this, the middle and high-ranking martial artists of the Yuehua school immediately started whispering to each other. Many of them looked at Ling Xiao with a hint of schadenfreude and a hint of blame. It was as if they felt that Ling Xiao had provoked an enemy that he should not have provoked. These people were basically the senior management of old. They had always been cowardly and had low self-esteem. They were always timid and cowardly when doing things. They did not like people like Ling Xiao. On the other hand, some people were unhappy with Qin Nanqing. This was the Yuehua school. Even if he was the leader of the Sword King sect, he shouldn't be causing trouble here. Most of these people were newly promoted middle and upper management. They had a new mentality and would not bow and scrape in front of outsiders. This was to be expected. Wu Xiang had just become the sect leader, and it was impossible for the Yuehua school to unite against the outside world in such a short time. After all, he had been kneeling for so long, it would take some time for him to stand up. The confidence of a sect needed time and achievements to accumulate. Slap, this was the crisp sound of a slap in the face. The person who slapped him was the Moon Lady. The person who was slapped was Qin Nanqing. How dare you? Who? Are you calling a sinner? The Moon Lady's cold voice sounded. Then, she pulled Ling Zhao's hand and sat down beside her. Qin Nanqing touched his burning cheek. The corners of his mouth twitched a few times, but he did not dare to say anything in the end. In the face of the Moon Lady, who was stronger than him, he did not even dare to fart. Thank you, Sister Moon Lady, for standing up for me. Ling Xiao smiled and said. You can stand up for me when you are stronger. The Moon Lady said with a smile. Of course. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he looked at Qin Nanqing and the others. If he guessed correctly, Qin Nanqing wanted to use the power of the Sword King sect and the Sacred Dynasty to show his power to the Yuehua school and get rid of him. Humph. An old man with a white beard among the Sword King sect's Grotto Heaven Realm experts snorted coldly. He looked at Wu Xiang and said, I have long heard that the Yuehua school is overbearing and arrogant. Seeing it today, it is indeed true. What do you mean, old sir? Is Qin Nanqing allowed to behave atrociously in the Yuehua school, but we can't do anything to him? Wu Xiang frowned and said coldly, we welcome the experts of the Sword King sect to visit the Yuehua school. However, if someone wants to cause trouble, the Yuehua school will not be afraid even if it is the King of Heaven, let alone the Sword King sect. This reply that was neither servile nor overbearing made the people of the Sword King sect lose face. Bastard, do you know who you are talking to? The old man with the white beard shouted angrily. You are the bastard. You are just an elder of the Sword King sect. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Is this the etiquette of the Sword King sect? If it were Chang Yueying, she would probably bow and scrape before this old man and tremble in fear. However, Wu Xiang did not fall for this. You are wrong, Overlord Wu. The Holy Sun got up slowly and said with a smile, although the 12 sects are on par with each other in name, there is a clear distinction between them. There is no doubt that the Sword King sect is the leader of the 12 sects. As an elder of the Sword King sect, I have the right to speak with the overlord of the Yuehua school. Then who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak here? Wu Xiang asked coldly. The Holy Sun was taken aback for a moment and then blushed. However, the blush disappeared quickly. Although this woman was young, she was able to calm down in an instant. I am the Holy Sun of the Sacred Dynasty. Of course I have the right. The Holy Sun said lightly. When Ling Xiao said that this person was the Holy Sun, the people of the Yuehua school didn't quite understand what this Holy Sun meant. Now that they heard this person introduce himself, they finally understood that this person was the Holy Son of the Sacred Dynasty and the candidate to be the next Holy Emperor. Whoosh, in the entire hall, except for Wu Xiang, the Moon Lady, and Ling Xiao, the rest of the people got down on their knees. Greetings to the Holy Sun, Qian Sui. Qian Sui. The Holy Sun smiled. He was very satisfied with this scene. He didn't need to do anything to make others bow to him. It was a good feeling. However, when he saw Ling Xiao, he frowned. Wu Xiang and the Moon Lady were stronger than him. It was fine if they didn't kneel, but what right did this Ling Xiao have? Why aren't you kneeling when you see the Holy Sun? The Holy Sun asked coldly. What a joke. When the Blue Eyes clan and the ninjas joined forces to attack Baiyun province, where were you, the Holy Sun? When Baiyun province was flooded with dream pills, where were you, the Holy Sun? Now you want me to kneel? Do you think you are worthy? Even if Ling Xiao had to kneel to Lin Zhe, he would not kneel to the so-called saint. Good. Very good. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant when we arrive at the Heavenly King's gate. The Holy Sun trembled with anger. He had seen arrogant people before, but this was the first time he had seen someone as arrogant as Ling Xiao. After a long time, she calmed down and said to Wu Xiang, listen to me. Ling Xiao massacred the disciples of the Sword King sect during the Trifaction tournament. He has committed a serious crime against the sacred dynasty. I am here to bring him to the Heavenly King's gate for interrogation. Crack. The silver cup in Wu Xiang's hand was crushed into powder. Lei He had a bad feeling about this, but he had never expected that the sacred dynasty and the Heavenly King sect would intervene in this matter. The atmosphere in the hall was a little tense. None of the Yuehua school's upper echelons, who were kneeling on the ground, dared to say anything. This was the might of the sacred dynasty. Although the sacred dynasty was on the brink of collapse and suffering many disasters, it was still a noble and irresistible existence in the eyes of most citizens of the sacred dynasty. What should we do? Ling Xiao has actually provoked the Holy Sun of the sacred dynasty. Yang Danlin panicked and hurriedly sent a voice transmission to the Yuan Venerate. Why are you panicking? What's wrong with the sacred dynasty? Does the sacred dynasty allow people to be lawless? Even the sacred dynasty at its peak couldn't act so recklessly, let alone the current sacred dynasty. What's there to be afraid of? Cheer up and don't embarrass me. The Yuan Venerate scolded. That's easy for you to say. The sacred dynasty has ruled the Sky Dragon continent for more than 100,000 years. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to change my deep-rooted mindset in such a short time. Yang Danlin smiled bitterly. He really wanted to help Ling Xiao, but he couldn't do anything now that things had come to this. Among the core disciples, there were some who were secretly gloating. Ling Xiao's existence was a threat to them. If Ling Xiao was taken away just like that, they reckoned that they would be able to make a name for themselves. Regardless of whether this was right or wrong, this was what they thought anyway. Sect Master Wu, I know you will be angry. However, Ling Xiao has committed such a heinous crime. You wouldn't sacrifice the entire Yuehua school for him, right? The Holy Sun sneered at Wu Xiang. Wu Xiang clenched his fists tightly as black true essence enveloped his body. A demonic figure appeared behind him. He wore a pitch-black cloak and looked extremely cold. Seeing Wu Xiang's reaction, Chen Nanqing and the others became nervous. The white-bearded elder of the Celestial King sect even stood in front of the Holy Sun, fearing that Wu Xiang would attack in a fit of rage. Behind him, an illusory figure appeared as well. It was a golden-armored elite with a long spear in his hand, looking awe-inspiring. It was said that the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King had 100,000 golden armor soldiers under his command. This old man's martial soul should be that of a general in the golden armor army. As their auras burst out, the pressure in the hall multiplied. Those who were weaker all felt their faces turn pale, and it became difficult for them to breathe. It was as if a ball of cotton was stuck in their chests, and it was very uncomfortable. Sect leader, please stop. Do you want the Yuehua school to be destroyed in your hands? At this moment, more than 10 inner court elders began to berate loudly. Other than Heavenly Lord Golden Light, Wang Han Tianzuan, Yang Danlin, and a few others, the rest were prepared to stop Wu Xiang and the Heavenly King sect from taking action. If a sect can't even protect its own disciples, what's the point of having it? It might as well be destroyed. Wu Xiang snorted coldly. Not only did he have no intention of stopping, but his aura became even more terrifying. Sect leader Wu, is it really worth it for you to do this for a mere Ling Xiao? The Holy Sun smiled. Faintly. Ling Xiao is just a 9th-level Transcendent Realm Invincible Realm Cultivator. He's nothing. I have something here that I can bestow upon your Yuehua school. I can guarantee that your Yuehua school will have a peerless genius under the age of 20 within a short period of time. As she spoke, she waved her hand, and a simple and elegant wooden box appeared in her hand. Although it was made of wood, it was more valuable than gold. This wood was even more precious than gold and silver. Furthermore, the carving was definitely the work of a master. There was even an array inscription on it. Putting everything else aside, this box alone was a very good treasure. Under everyone's gaze, the Holy Sun carefully opened the box. In an instant, a strange fragrance filled the hall. Just a whiff of the fragrance was enough to make people feel refreshed, as if they had taken some kind of tonic. Stand up. Don't keep kneeling. The Holy Sun was very satisfied to see the surprise and envy on the faces of those kneeling on the ground. Everyone stood up, and they could see the contents of the box more clearly. It was a purple-red pill about the size of a cherry. Lying quietly in the box, it emitted a soft purple-red light. The alluring fragrance was coming from it. As the hall master of the medicine hall, Yang Danlin naturally knew more about medicines than anyone else, so he was the first to exclaim. Divine Treasure Body Tempering Pill. The martial artists on the Sky Dragon continent were very clear that a person's martial arts cultivation was related to their innate talent. Although the martial soul also determined the upper limit of a person's achievements, the martial soul could be inherited, but the innate talent was very difficult to change. Unless there was some kind of elixir. The Divine Treasure Body Tempering Pill was one of the many kinds of elixirs. After taking it, any martial artist's talent would become a divine treasure body. What this meant was very clear to all the martial artists present. The Divine Treasure Body Tempering Pill could only be refined by an excellent alchemist, and its quality was at the middle yellow level. Even Yang Danlin would not be able to concoct a pill of this grade. The highest grade he could concoct was a low-grade yellow-grade pill. Therefore, alchemists at his level were also called low yellow-level alchemists, or low yellow-level alchemists. The classification of alchemists was also based on the best elixir they could refine. Alchemists who could refine the Divine Treasure Body Tempering Pill were at least at the middle yellow level, which was better than the best alchemists in the Yuehua school. Therefore, this kind of elixir was definitely a treasure for the Yuehua school. In the hall, after hearing Yang Danlin's introduction, other than a few core disciples who had a good relationship with Ling Xiao, the rest of the disciples revealed a fervent look, as if they could not wait to swallow the elixir on the spot. Gulp. Some of them could even hear the sound of saliva being swallowed. The attractiveness of this thing was simply too great, to the point that it made people go crazy. Haha, this is the middle yellow level elixir refined by Lord Sun Shang, the imperial physician of the Sacred Dynasty. I'm sure everyone here has heard of Lord Sun Shang's name, right? The Holy Sun smiled. She seemed to enjoy the way the Yuehua school's people were so excited that they lost their composure. Her laughter was full of pride and arrogance. Other than the Holy Son of the Sacred Dynasty, only the Holy Emperor himself could ask an imperial physician to refine elixirs. The rest, including the princes, were not qualified to do so. It's the work of Lord Sun Shang. No wonder it's so extraordinary. There were many people in the Yuehua school who knew Sun Shang's name. This was because Sun Shang was the best alchemist on the Sky Dragon continent. He came from the Heavenly King sect and specialized in refining elixirs for the Holy Emperor and the Holy Sun. Countless strong people tried to curry favor with him, but they all failed. If it were not for the Holy Sun's identity, it would be impossible to get Sun Shang's elixirs. Ling Xiao looked at the Divine Treasure Body Quenching Elixir. It was a perfect elixir. It was obvious that Sun Shang was not an ordinary person. His alchemy skills were much better than Yang Danlin's. No wonder he was the best alchemist on the Sky Dragon continent. The pills refined by this person were several times more expensive than the pills refined by others of the same grade. This was because their effects were better and their power was stronger. The higher-ups of the Yuehua sect looked at the Divine Treasure Body Quenching Elixir and sighed in their hearts. With this elixir, they would definitely be able to create a peerless genius. They might even be able to perform well in the martial arts festival and enter the top 100, no, the top 50. The Holy Sun closed the box slowly as the higher-ups looked at her expectantly. What do you think? As long as you hand Ling Xiao over to us, this elixir will belong to the Yuehua school. Not only that, I will also give you 100,000 medium-grade spiritual stones and a set of jade-grade entry-level martial arts. The Holy Sun looked at the crowd with a smile. She was sure that she had the Yuehua school under her control. She did not believe that Wu Xiang could resist this temptation. Before they came, they had already done their research. Ling Xiao and Wu Xiang were just fellow disciples. They might have a good relationship, but they were not relatives. They were not related by blood. She did not believe that Wu Xiang would be willing to risk his life for Ling Xiao. While the Holy Sun was waiting for Wu Xiang's reply, Wu Xiang's voice came as expected. Put away your broken elixir and get out of here. The Yuehua school is not as good as the King of Heaven sect, but we are not puppets that can be manipulated by anyone. I'm not doing anything now because I'm giving face to the sacred dynasty. But if you don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for being rude. Wu Xiang did not make a move because he did not want to ruin his relationship with the sacred dynasty and the King of Heaven sect. He wasn't afraid of offending the Sword King sect, but it would be troublesome if he offended the sacred dynasty. At the very least, Yuehua school couldn't fight against the sacred dynasty with his current strength. No matter how weak the sacred dynasty was, there would still be people who would respond to their orders. When the time came, Yuehua school might have to face the combined attack of 11 sections. The chances of winning were too low. However, if the other party did not know what was good for them, he would still risk his life to challenge the 11-sect alliance. The soft were afraid of the hard, and the hard were afraid of those who didn't care about their lives. This was the reality. If he cowered even a little, not only would Ling Xiao die, but Lan Yuer, Dai Yuling, and Leng Hao, who had followed Ling Xiao to wreak havoc in the beast fighting arena, would also die. These people were the hope of the Yuehua sect's rise. If they were all dead, the Yuehua sect would only exist in name. Therefore, he could not be a coward. He absolutely could not be a coward. Your Highness the Holy Sun, did you hear our sect leader's words? Take back your things and leave Yuehua school quickly. Our Yuehua school is no longer a sect that can be bullied. Ling Xiao said lightly. Ling Xiao, you have made a mistake. You can't drag Yuehua school down with you. Heavenly Eyes said coldly. The Holy Sun is very noble. We can't be enemies with him. You have to bear the consequences of your own mistakes. Yes, Ling Xiao. Don't drag Yuehua school into everything. This has nothing to do with Yuehua school. It's your problem. A deacon in the inner sect hall echoed. What a joke. If you were the one being blamed today, would you obediently follow them to their deaths? Ling Xiao looked coldly at Heavenly Eyes and the deacon. You have lived for so long in vain. Do you really think that they are targeting me today? Don't forget that I, Ling Xiao, am now ranked first among the top 10 core disciples. I am the young sect leader of Yuehua school. My status is equal to that of an inner sect elder. Are you cowards going to watch others behave atrociously in Yuehua school? You. Heavenly Eyes and the deacon were stunned when they heard Ling Zhao's words. Heavenly Eyes' vertical eye was cold, and his aura gradually became stronger. Heavenly Eyes, what are you trying to do? Is Ling Xiao wrong? You can betray your own people just because you are weak. Since when did Yuehua school have such a rule? Do you want to follow in the footsteps of Chang Yueli and Chang Yueying? The one who spoke was the Moon Lady. Her voice was cold and light. It sounded pleasant, but there was a great pressure that made people not dare to resist or talk back. Heavenly Eyes' aura instantly dissipated when he heard the Moon Lady's words. He helplessly took a deep breath, then closed his eyes and stopped talking. With the Moon Lady protecting Ling Xiao, he didn't dare to do anything rash. Ling Xiao turned to the Moon Lady and nodded with a smile. Then, he looked at the Holy Sun and asked calmly, Your Highness, may I ask if today's matter is an imperial edict issued by the Holy Emperor of the Sacred Dynasty? Or the sect leader of the Heavenly King sect? His voice was calm and indifferent. Today's matter was strange. He didn't believe that the Holy Emperor and the sect leader of the Heavenly King sect would side with the Sword King sect. The Holy Sun was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to ask such a special question. She said calmly, the Holy Emperor and the sect leader of the Heavenly King sect didn't issue an imperial edict. However, I am the Holy Son of the Sacred Dynasty. Don't I have the right to uphold justice for the Sword King sect? Humph, without an imperial edict or an imperial edict from the sect leader of the Heavenly King sect, what are you relying on? How dare you come to Yuehua school, one of the 12 sects? Could it be that the Yuehua school has been quiet for too long? Do you really think you can control it at will? Ling Xiao suddenly snorted and said, Your Highness Holy Son, listen carefully. The 12 sects are not under the jurisdiction of the Sacred Dynasty. On the contrary, the Sacred Dynasty has been able to survive for so many years on the Skydragon continent because of the 12 sects. Otherwise, do you think you can still be so arrogant here? Even the Holy Emperor has to kneel before the sect leader of the Yuehua school. Who do you think you are? You are just the Holy Son. You haven't even become the Holy Emperor. How dare you be so arrogant? Do you think you are more powerful than the Holy Emperor, or are you ready to usurp the throne? With such a heavy burden on the Holy Son's head, she was completely unable to breathe. In the strict imperial family, even if she was the Holy Son, once she had the ambition to usurp the throne, she could be beheaded for the crime of seizing power. You're talking nonsense. The Holy Son finally lost her composure. After all, she was only a 16-year-old girl. No matter how calm and mature she was still a little immature. However, after the scolding, the Holy Son found that she could not find any words to refute. Because Ling Xiao was right. The 12 sects were completely superior to the broken Sacred Dynasty on the Skydragon continent. The Holy Emperor had to kneel before any of the 12 sects' sect leaders. Because she could not find a reason, she could only make up her mind and become even tougher. Ling Xiao, you just don't dare to admit your guilt. You are just afraid of death. Don't talk nonsense. Don't worry, when you arrive at the Heavenly King sect, I will plead for you. I can even let you join the Heavenly King sect. Then there will be no problem. Join the Heavenly King faction? Your Highness, Holy Son, this is not what we agreed on. Chen Nanqing was anxious. Shut up. As long as Ling Xiao is willing to join the Heavenly King faction and become my servant, he can be pardoned from any crime. The Holy Son shouted sternly. Wu Xiang dared to contradict the Holy Son. Ling Xiao dared to do the same. But Chen Nanqing dared not. Hearing the Holy Son's words, some core disciples of the Yuehua school were tempted. The Heavenly King faction was the most powerful among the 12 sects. Joining the Heavenly King faction was like a carp leaping over the Dragon's Gate. As for becoming the Holy Son's servant, they were even more eager. They could even kneel down and lick his boots, let alone become his servant. What was the point? The Holy Son's servant would become a powerful figure in the Sacred Dynasty in the future. What kind of martial arts couldn't they get? What kind of resources couldn't they get? It would also be a great help to their cultivation. After finishing his words, the Holy Son slightly raised his beautiful and white chin and looked at Ling Xiao proudly like a peacock, waiting for Ling Xiao's answer. In her opinion, such an offer was enough to make any disciple of the Sacred Dynasty, especially the male disciples, go crazy. However, while dreams were plentiful, reality was bony. Ling Xiao's reaction was completely different from what the Holy Son had expected. He didn't show any hesitation, nor did he look happy. Instead, his eyes were full of killing intent and anger. Ling Xiao had been a beggar for a long time. He had seen many rich girls like the Holy Son who didn't treat beggars as human beings. He hated this kind of expression very much. It destroyed the last bit of self-esteem of beggars. Ling Yu was a typical example. Now, the Holy Son's arrogance and rudeness were 10 times worse than Ling Yu's. Servant, even if I, Ling Xiao, go back to being a beggar, I will not be a slave, let alone the Holy Son. Even the Holy Emperor wouldn't be able to do it. What are you trying to do? The Holy Son was startled by Ling Xiao's expression and took a step back subconsciously. Another Heavenly King Gate expert stood in front of the Holy Son and stared coldly at Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao dared to act recklessly, he would kill Ling Xiao mercilessly. Are you very noble? They were just relying on the power and influence that their ancestors had obtained. Are you great? The Great One is your ancestor Ji Xianyuan, not you. Are you very powerful? A half-step Empyrean with 90% strength, the head of the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. You might be proud of yourself, but I can tell you that in this year's martial arts festival, I will personally defeat you. You want me to be your slave? To be honest, I really want to kill you. Only then will I be able to appease the anger in my heart. Kill her, I'll take responsibility. The Moon Maiden said calmly. She was like a fairy who didn't care about the mortal world, but she had a special liking for Ling Xiao. The saint's face was filled with terror. She regretted it very much now. If she had known, she would have asked her master, the head of the Heavenly King Gate, to come in person. If the Moon Maiden wanted to attack now, she believed that the two Heavenly King Gate experts in front of her wouldn't be able to stop her. Ling Xiao looked back at the Moon Maiden and said with a smile, "Sister Moon Maiden, you're the best to me. You let me be so willful." The Moon Maiden's cheeks blushed. Ling Xiao thought to himself, how can I let you be in danger when you treat me so well? He knew very well that with the Moon Maiden in charge today, he would have no problem killing the Holy Sun. But after doing this, the Moon Maiden would definitely become the common enemy of the sacred dynasty and the Heavenly King Gate. He believed that there were masters of the Yin-Yang realm in the Heavenly King Gate and the sacred dynasty. The Moon Maiden was not invincible. He couldn't let anything happen to her. He looked at the Holy Sun again and said disdainfully, "Don't be afraid. I'll defeat you fair and square in the martial arts festival. I won't kill you here." Hearing this, the Holy Sun and the two Heavenly King Gate experts breathed a sigh of relief. However, they felt a chill in their hearts. This guy is obviously angry and unwilling, but he can deal with this problem calmly. It's too scary. This kind of person is the most difficult to deal with. No wonder Chen Nanqing asked the Holy Sun to deal with this matter at the cost of the Sword King Sutra. This guy can't be allowed to live. He's too dangerous. The Holy Sun took a deep breath and said, "I've underestimated you. No wonder Jian Wuji is afraid of you. But do you know that although my master and father didn't issue a decree, they gave me a verbal order? That is to say, they don't dare to offend the Yuehua school fair and square." Ling Zhao's point of view was always different from the others. The saint frowned and said, "You can think of it that way, but this matter needs to be solved. You killed so many people from the Sword King sect, it's impossible for this matter to be left unsettled. Since Sect Master Chen came to me, then I must solve this problem. But I can give you a chance." "A chance?" Ling Xiao looked at the Holy Sun with a faint smile. "That's right. You can challenge me in this martial arts festival. If I lose, I won't interfere in this matter anymore. If you lose, you will be interrogated by the Heavenly King Gate. Do you dare to accept?" The Holy Sun said lightly. At this time, she seemed to have calmed down. Haha, this woman is really scheming. If I lose, I won't go back on my words. I will be interrogated by the Heavenly King Gate and the Sword King Gate in public. At that time, my reputation will be tarnished. Even if I live, I will be cursed for the rest of my life. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart and showed a sarcastic expression on his face. Chen Nanqing surprisingly didn't object to the Holy Sun's proposal. In his opinion, Ling Xiao couldn't have the strength to defeat the Holy Sun in such a short time. Therefore, although there were two outcomes, there was only one. As long as Ling Xiao agreed, he would not be able to escape the fate of being interrogated. And he would be interrogated in front of the 12 sects of the sacred dynasty. What do you think, Ling Xiao? You think too highly of yourself. Do you dare to accept? The Holy Sun looked at Ling Xiao contemptuously and asked. Ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao suddenly threw his head back and roared with laughter. Then, he glared at the Holy Prince and shouted, "Your Highness, you don't need to be so overbearing. The only reason you gave me such conditions is because you think that I, Ling Xiao, will never be able to defeat you, the leader of the 6 young masters of the Holy Dynasty. You are the #1 master under the age of 20 in the Tianlong continent. To put it bluntly, you have a good master, a good martial spirit, a better foundation than me, and started earlier than me. Other than that, you are not qualified to compete with me. The Heavenly King Gate is very strong, you are also very strong, but I'm afraid you don't know that I was just a good-for-nothing at the first level of the martial vein realm a year ago. I can cultivate to this level in a year, and there are still dozens of days before the martial arts festival. Why do you think I can't surpass you, can't defeat you? If you can do it, I can do it too, and I will do it better than you." Ling Zhao's voice reverberated throughout the hall, so loud that even the deaf could hear it. Many people suddenly remembered that the Holy Sun had undergone strict training since birth and had always been soaked in top-quality medicine prepared by the imperial physician. But what about Ling Xiao? 1 year, from a nobody Ling Xiao to a famous figure in the three great sects of the East, it had only been 1 year. He was only 15 years old now. The Holy Sun's lips twitched a few times, but he didn't know how to refute Ling Xiao. Because what Ling Xiao said was true. If he could make such terrifying progress in 1 year, who could guarantee that he wouldn't advance by leaps and bounds in the next few days? Thinking of this, the Holy Sun felt a chill run down his spine. Your Highness Holy Sun, for the sake of the human king, I'll give you a word of advice: don't judge a book by its cover, don't be a frog at the bottom of a well. Ling Xiao sneered and said, your eyesight, forgive me for saying, is too lousy. The Holy Sun was so angry that his face turned red and he ground his teeth. How could he bear such criticism? Since birth, she had been a pearl in the hands of others. Not to mention her peers, even her elders didn't dare to criticize her like this. Perhaps because of this, she had developed an arrogant and domineering personality. He couldn't stand Ling Xiao's words and almost roared out, you're just a trivial ninth-order transcendent realm cultivator. What right do you have to lecture me? Who do you think you are? What right do you have to talk to me like this? I'm a frog at the bottom of a well. Then you're an idiot. Idiot, you think you can surpass me? Good. Very good. Before the martial arts ceremony, no one will come to trouble you. You'd better live well for this queen. On the day of the martial arts ceremony, I want to see how you're going to show off in front of this queen. If this queen really loses to you, I'll be your foot-washing maid. Even your cow. You can do whatever you want with me, but if you lose, don't blame this queen for being ruthless. When the time comes, I will use the cruelest punishment to interrogate you. Hee, you're not qualified to be my foot-washing maid. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, then looked at Wu Xiang and said, Senior brother Wu, today's matter should be considered settled. I, your junior brother, am going to cultivate. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked out of the hall without the slightest reluctance. The Moon Maiden followed behind him like a gentle fairy, as well as a protective goddess. Everyone, the matter has already been resolved. Could it be that you still want me to keep you for a meal? Wu Xiang looked coldly at Xianxia and the 3 people from the Heavenly King sect. If he had the strength, if he was stronger, there would be no need for Ling Xiao to carry such a heavy burden alone. His voice was ice cold, and his hands were trembling non-stop. It was obvious that he was on the verge of exploding. Let's go. The Holy Sun flicked his sleeves. He had really come in high spirits only to return in disappointment. He had confidently said that he could solve this matter for Chen Nanqing. It was just taking away a core disciple of the Yuehua school. What was the big deal? But in the end, he was almost driven away. One day, I will destroy the Yuehua school with my own hands. After leaving the Yuehua school for more than 10 miles, the hatred in the Holy Sun's eyes intensified. After returning to the Moon Maiden's bedroom, Ling Xiao's brows were tightly knitted. Sister Moon Maiden, thank you so much for what you did today. But I can't always rely on you to protect me. Now that I have such an agreement with the Holy Sun, I have to speed up my breakthrough. Ling Xiao suddenly said, in the eastern region, other than the sect market of the 3 sects, are there any other larger markets? Why do you ask? The Moon Maiden asked, puzzled. I brought a lot of good stuff from the Moonlight Pagoda last time. I have been wanting to concoct a kind of spirit liquid, but I have been delayed by many things. Since it is difficult for me to make a breakthrough in my cultivation and the 12 golden lotus arts is stagnant, I have to find another way. This spirit liquid is the best choice. Ling Xiao answered. I know, but what does this have to do with the market? The Moon Maiden was still puzzled. To concoct this spirit liquid, you will need several very expensive herbs. Our sect market doesn't have them, and it will be a waste of time to look for them now. So, buying them is the best choice. Ling Xiao answered, these herbs can only be bought in a large market. Otherwise, it will be a wasted trip. Tell me what you need first. The Moon Maiden asked. At least 10,000-year-old golden-leafed wolf's tail grass, 5 mist flowers that are at least 500 years old, and the last thing, which is also the most difficult thing to get, is the inner core of a king of dire beasts. Ling Xiao said after thinking for a while. Hearing this, the Moon Maiden was dumbfounded. You really dare to ask for it. Not to mention the others, just the 10,000-year-old golden-leafed wolf's tail grass will cost at least 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. And the inner core of the sea serpent beast is even more terrifying. I estimate that you won't be able to get it without 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. Where will you get so many spirit stones? Hee, I don't lack spirit stones. What I lack now is materials. As long as there is a market nearby where I can buy these things, all my problems will be solved. Ling Xiao had been wandering outside for the past few days and had obtained quite a number of spiritual stones. His low-grade spiritual stones added up to more than 10 million. Buying these things was not a problem at all. Good. Since you don't lack money, this matter will be easy to handle. About 300 li from here is the capital of Northern Han. That place possesses the largest market square in the eastern and southern regions. Of the 12 sects, disciples of 6 sects frequently go there to conduct business. The Moon Maiden said with a smile. Apart from the Beast King Palace, the Sword King sect, and our Yuehua school, what are the other 3 sects? Ling Xiao asked. They are the 3 sects in the southern region of the Sacred Dynasty, the Gu King sect, the Poison King sect, and the Tang sect. The Moon Maiden replied, originally, these 3 sects were one sect. Later, they split and became 3 sections. They are respectively good at using goo, poison, and concealed weapons. Many of the concealed weapons used by our Yuehua school were purchased from the Tang sect. I really don't know. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. The 3 sects in the southern region and the 3 sects in the eastern region were relatively close. As the head of the top 10 core disciples of the Yuehua school, Ling Xiao actually didn't know. It was quite embarrassing to say that. So, are you going or not? Of course I'm going. As long as I can successfully concoct the spiritual liquid, I am absolutely certain that I can break through to the half-step celestial master realm. Moreover, I can also make a breakthrough in the 12 golden lotus arts. Ling Xiao nodded repeatedly. Okay, there's no time to lose. You go back and pack up first. I also need to pack up here. Inform Wu Xiang and we can set off. The Moon Maiden stood up and said. No way, Sister Yuanu, are you going with me? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. Of course, you are now the most important person to protect. If you die, who will protect me in the future? The Moon Maiden smiled, revealing a bright smile. After returning to his cave abode, Ling Xiao tidied up a little and changed into a cleaner set of casual clothes. Then, he went to the bottom of the Moonlight Pagoda to wait for the Moon Maiden. Novel, law, he didn't expect the Moon Maiden to arrive first. The Moon Maiden had also changed into a very decent set of clothes. The moonlight-colored long dress made the Moon Maiden look even more noble and elegant. It was as if she had really become an otherworldly fairy. Every frown and smile of hers was mesmerizing. However, such a Moon Maiden looked like a lively teenage girl in front of Ling Xiao. She was full of youthful energy. What are you looking at? Seeing Ling Xiao staring at her, the Moon Maiden chided him. Tisk, tsk. Big Sister Moon Maiden, your outfit today is really beautiful. Did you specially prepare it because you want to go out with me? Ling Xiao teased. That's right. It's rare for you to go out with me. Of course, I have to dress up properly so that I won't embarrass you. The Moon Maiden revealed a playful smile and stuck her tongue out at Ling Xiao. Speaking of which, although the Moon Maiden had lived for a long time, she had been hibernating for a long time. In fact, her mental age was not much different from Ling Xiao's. It was normal for her to be so lively and playful. Ling Xiao was taken aback. He was a little surprised. Then, he was in a good mood. It seemed like his efforts during this period of time were not in vain. Although the Moon Maiden was usually cold, he had finally gained something. He went forward and grabbed the Moon Maiden's soft and fair hand. Then, he walked out of the sect openly. The Moon Maiden's body trembled violently at first, but she quickly got used to this situation. Other than the blush on her face, there was nothing wrong with her. Along the way, they naturally met some people from the sect. When they saw Ling Xiao and the Moon Maiden holding hands so intimately, they were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. There was no doubt that the Moon Maiden was the most beautiful in the entire Yuehua school. Needless to say, there was probably no one in the 12th sex who could match him. She was such a blessed girl, and she usually lived in seclusion and was quite cold. There were very few people who could talk to her. However, not only was Ling Xiao able to talk to her, he was even talking and laughing with her. How could this not be surprising? Ling Xiao greeted the people from the sect he met along the way. When he introduced the Moon Maiden, he directly called her Big Sister Moon Maiden. He was not as reserved as he was when they first met. After exiting the mountain, the two soared into the sky, flying in the direction of Northern Han's capital. Moon Lady was a yin-yang realm expert, so flying wasn't a problem for her. Ling Xiao possessed the golden dragon wings. In addition, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fly for about 20 minutes. It would be very easy for him to reach the capital of Northern Han. When the two were about 3 to 5 li outside of the capital of Northern Han, they descended from the sky. Afterwards, using Qinggong, they hurried into the city. After all, martial artists who could fly were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. In all of Northern Han, and even on the Tianlong continent, there were only a few who could fly. It would be too conspicuous to fly. After entering the city, the two headed straight for the market. Moon Maiden had clearly been to this place before. As a result, she was very familiar with the situation here. Northern Han's capital was worthy of being the largest city in the eastern and southern regions of the Sacred Dynasty. As a result, it was naturally very popular. It was currently the beginning of spring, and it was still chilly. It was reasonable to say that there shouldn't be many people on the streets. However, in reality, the streets and alleys were packed with people. It could even be said that there was a surging tide of people. Apart from the humans of the Sacred Dynasty, the blue-eyed race, the ninja race, and the barbarian race, one could also see a few strange races from other continents. There were even some strange transportation tools. It was a dazzling lineup that was too much for the eye to take in. The Moon Lady seemed to have become the most innocent little girl by Ling Zhao's side. She was curious about everything. When she saw candied haws, amber candy, cotton candy, and other sweets, she actually pestered Ling Xiao to buy them to eat. These ordinary sweets were completely worthless. All she spent was gold and silver. Ling Xiao had plenty of these. As a result, he bought her whatever she wanted. Occasionally, the Moon Maiden would let out excited and lively laughter. This caused Ling Xiao to feel the warmth of a family member. In this chilly spring weather, it really wasn't easy. When he was born, he had never seen his parents. A group of beggars had accompanied him as he grew up. Later on, that group of beggars was killed. Although he had avenged them, the only family members he had left were Hongqi and Ling Luo. Now that Hongqi's grandfather had left, Ling Luo was bitterly training at the Divine Sword sect. As a result, Ling Xiao would sometimes feel somewhat lonely when he stopped cultivating. Fortunately, he had the Moon Maiden by his side. As a result, the haze in his heart had completely dissipated. After passing through the streets and alleys, the two finally arrived at a street in Northern Han's capital that specialized in medicinal ingredients. He spent 100,000 low-grade spirit stones to purchase 10 stalks of 1,000-year-old goldleaf wolf's tail grass. In addition, he spent another 50,000 low-grade spirit stones to purchase 5 stalks of 500-year-old bewildering fog flowers. The capital of Northern Han was worthy of being called the largest city in the southeast. There were indeed plenty of medicinal ingredients. In a few of the pharmacies, Ling Xiao even saw medicinal ingredients that were over 10,000 years old. However, those ingredients were too expensive. Furthermore, Ling Xiao had his own. As a result, he didn't buy them. Sometimes, he truly felt that it was good to be rich. If it were in the past, he wouldn't have been able to take out so many spirit stones to purchase these ingredients even if he was beaten to death. Now, however, he could casually take out such a large amount of spirit stones to spend. Seeing this, the surrounding customers were all endlessly envious. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of exposing his wealth. Anyone who had designs on him would be doomed. Although there were many martial artists in Northern Han's capital, there weren't many who had reached his level of cultivation. As for those who had reached the level of the Moon Maiden, he hadn't seen a single one. After buying all the medicinal ingredients, all that was left was the mirage beast's Yao core. Moreover, it required the Yao core of a vicious beast king. Ordinary mirage beasts wouldn't do. Yao cores were extremely famous in the entire profound world. There were even some tribes that focused on hunting that used Yao cores as currency. Some were even more valuable than spirit stones. Yao cores were also called beast cores, Niden, and so on. In any case, it was a kind of pill that was condensed from the body of a beast. Within it was condensed the energy of the beast's lifetime of cultivation as well as the spiritual energy absorbed from the world. Very few people dared to directly absorb the energy of a Yao core. This was because a single mistake could lead to the destruction of the Yao core and the death of the person. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Yao cores were exceptionally good ingredients for refining pills and medicines. Regardless of whether it was a supplementary ingredient or a primary ingredient, they could display extremely miraculous effects. Medicinal pills refined from Yao cores generally possessed some of the characteristics of the Yao core. However, these characteristics would be greatly enhanced. Moreover, there would be no danger after consumption. This made this type of medicinal pill extremely precious. Naturally, the price wouldn't be cheap. In fact, other than refining pills, monster cores could also be used to refine formations. When the formations were inlaid on a magic treasure, they would produce all kinds of wonderful effects. For example, it could increase attack power, reduce true essence consumption, have some special skills, increase damage of a certain attribute, and so on. Magic treasures of the same level that were inlaid with alchemy stones and those that were not, had a world of difference in their effects. For example, Lingxiao swords were inlaid with alchemy stones. That was why they had special skills and special enhancement effects. Otherwise, it would only increase damage. Lingxiao chose to learn the art of refining formations back then because of this aspect. Monster cores had all kinds of special effects, so they were definitely popular goods in the market. Monster cores of ferocious beast kings were not something that could be obtained by just anyone. Unless one was a celestial realm powerhouse, one would not be able to obtain them. Because they were not easy to obtain, their value was often shockingly high. Sister Moon Maiden, why do I seem to see the Yuehua School's logo on those stalls? Lingxiao could not help but ask when they arrived at a market that sold beast materials. That's because these stalls and shops belong to the Yuehua School. You've been in the outer sect for too short a time, so it's normal that you haven't experienced this. These are all controlled by the outer sect disciples, or they're rented to others. They can collect rent from them. The Moon Maiden explained, the development of a sect is inseparable from economic prosperity. Otherwise, where do you think the gold, silver, and spirit stones that the sect needs usually come from? Don't tell me they just drop out of thin air? I see. I've been so focused on cultivating that I really haven't thought about these things. Lingxiao suddenly understood. If that's the case, the Beast King Palace, the Sword King sect, and the 3 sects in the south all have their own businesses? Of course. This is the largest city in the eastern and southern regions. The flow of people is very high, so doing business here will naturally earn the most money. Everyone is willing to come here. The Moon Maiden nodded. Both of them were dressed casually. There was no sign of the Yuehua School on their clothes, so the outer sect disciples of the Yuehua School naturally did not recognize them. The Moon Lady lived in seclusion. Lingxiao came and went like a ghost. Some people might have some impression of him, but they hadn't seen him that many times. Now that Lingxiao was in disguise, it was really hard to recognize him. The two of them didn't disturb these people. This time, they weren't out for inspection. They just wanted to buy some things. Lingxiao kept searching for the sea serpent beast inner core, while the Moon Lady followed behind her, curiously studying the dazzling array of decorations on the stall. Because this was a market specially set up by the 12 sects, the scale was larger and the standards were also higher. The things sold here were not ordinary. Even the hawthorn on the Tonghulu was a special type of hawthorn that could strengthen one's body and prolong one's life. Of course, good things were naturally expensive. In other places, a stick of candied haws would only cost a coin of silver, but here, gold was useless, so they could only buy it with spirit stones. Therefore, those who came here were naturally people with status and prestige. There were disciples of the 12 sects, members of the Northern Han royal family, as well as solitary practitioners. Moreover, their strength was not ordinary. Dang, dang, dang. The sound of a gong suddenly resounded on the street. Everyone, listen up. His Highness the Crown Prince of Northern Han recently brought back a giant elephant from the Nanman Kingdom. His Highness the Crown Prince said that whoever can tame it will be rewarded with a sea serpent beast inner core and 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but be overjoyed. Although the other party didn't say that the reward must be a sea serpent beast inner core, having a sea serpent beast inner core meant that he could exchange it with others. Moreover, this was His Highness the Crown Prince of Northern Han. His status was even higher than Zhao Ji, the fourth prince. Perhaps he could really obtain a sea serpent beast inner core. Thinking of this, he glanced at the Moon Lady beside him. How could the Moon Lady not understand his thoughts? Nodding, the two of them asked about the location of the challenge and then rushed over. This place was similar to the Beast Battle Arena in Sword King City. However, there were no slaves or prisoners on death row. It was just a battle between beasts. Or a battle between martial artists and beasts. At this time, there were already a lot of people gathered in the stands. Ling Xiao and the Moon Lady directly walked to the front row. Since he wanted to challenge, it was naturally more suitable for him to sit here. However, no one stopped him because those who could walk to the front 3 rows were not weak. In the arena, a 7 to 8 meter tall giant elephant stood there. It looked majestic and would occasionally let out furious roars. This was because someone was fighting with it. What made Ling Xiao interested was that the person fighting with the giant elephant was actually an old acquaintance. He was the Decepticons of the Beast King Palace. After not seeing him for a few days, although the Decepticons' cultivation did not break through, his fighting strength had obviously increased. His valiant skills caused the spectators to constantly cheer. Although Ling Xiao did not care about 1 million low-grade spiritual stones, in fact, most martial artists were very poor. To them, 1 million low-grade spiritual stones was an astronomical amount. Looking around, Ling Xiao saw a few familiar figures in the stands. Shi Jiao, Wang Lang, Li Hu from the Beast King Palace, Chen Meng and Jian Feng from the Sword King sect. This giant elephant is really fierce. It seems like the Decepticons can't hold on for much longer. Yeah, it's fine if it's just killing it. However, the Crown Prince wants to tame it. This is not easy. Decepticons can't do it, but Senior Sister Chen Meng can definitely do it. In terms of details, only Senior Sister Chen Meng can do it. Unexpectedly, Chen Meng, who had been defeated by Ling Xiao, had people flattering her. Moreover, the people who were flattering Chen Meng seemed to be the disciples of the 3 southern sections. However, this was also true. Jian Wuji was one of the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. Chen Meng could be considered Jian Wuji's woman. In the end, these people were flattering Jian Wuji because they were giving face to Jian Wuji. Under these circumstances, it was natural for Chen Meng to be held in high regard. Speaking of which, Ling Xiao still did not know what Chen Meng's martial spirit was. In their last battle, he had easily defeated her. He was a bit curious. However, it was only curiosity. Chen Meng did not count for much at the moment. His goal was the Holy Sun, the first of the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's gaze returned to the stage. The battle was about to end. Decepticons' disadvantage was increasing. It seemed that the Crown Prince of Northern Han's decision to go to war and ask the experts of the various sects to come help was not without reason. This giant elephant was not easy to deal with. This giant elephant was not the same as an ordinary elephant. Its entire body was as white as jade. Moreover, it was suffused with a strange jade luster. Standing there, it was like an immortal beast suppressing an evil spirit. The huge elephant's 2 tusks were extremely long, and there was a faint image of a god on them. This was enough to prove that this huge elephant possessed an ancient bloodline. Whoever could obtain it might be able to learn a god from its body. Roar! The huge elephant suddenly swung its trunk, sending Decepticons flying. Decepticons let out a miserable groan as he was thrown into the stands, a helpless expression on his face. This beast is truly formidable. This should be the Silver Jade Demon Elephant. Rumor has it that it is a vicious beast with an extremely strong defense. Moreover, it has an extremely violent temperament and will not easily yield to others. The Moon Maiden whispered. Ling Xiao nodded. He had also seen descriptions of the silver jade demon elephant in ancient records. Among vicious beasts, the moment it was born, it had the strength of a half-step Empyrean. If it matured naturally, it would be able to advance to a half-step Empyrean-level vicious beast king with 90% of its strength. As for individual silver jade demon elephants, because they had awakened the ancient bloodline within their body, they could even directly mature into evil beasts. Once they matured into evil beasts, they would be able to compete with Heaven Realm experts. It was extremely frightening. More importantly, beasts below the level of vicious beasts were unable to cultivate on their own. Once they matured into evil beasts, they would be able to cultivate on their own. In other words, their strength would continuously increase. Thus, at the evil beast stage, the division of strength between beasts was basically the same as human martial artists. The strength comparison would also become more obvious. It was no wonder that His Highness the Crown Prince of Northern Han wished to tame this thing. This was a beast that had the potential to evolve into an evil beast. In the future, it might even be able to escort him. However, Ling Xiao was not very interested in this thing. What he wanted more was the inner core of a vicious beast king. Before preparing to enter the arena, Ling Xiao used the analytical ability of the mountain and river martial spirit and began to analyze the silver jade demon elephant, attempting to find some of its flaws. If it was only to kill it, he had complete confidence in succeeding. However, the problem was that he could not kill it, only tame it. This required some ingenious methods. Grasping the opponent's weakness was extremely crucial. At this moment, the disciples surrounding Chen Meng were also discussing who would challenge the silver jade golem. Sad heartbreak, why don't you give it a try? Your cultivation is a bit stronger than that Decepticon's, and as the #1 core disciple of the Poison King sect, you are very proficient in using poison. Taking down that silver jade demonic elephant shouldn't be a problem, right? At this moment, Chen Meng smiled and said to a very skinny young man who looked 30% human and 70% ghost. Haha, senior sister Chen Meng, don't joke around. How powerful are the attacks of the silver jade demonic elephant? Only Decepticon's defense can withstand it. If it was me, I would probably fall to my death. He shook his head with a sad smile and said, it's a pity that I can't kill him. Otherwise, it would be easy. You don't have to worry about that. Although I can't tame the silver jade demon elephant, there is an electric shock array in this field. Once it hurts you, I can directly shock it. At this moment, a dignified young man sitting next to Chen Meng said with a smile. Your Highness, are you serious? Sad Heartbreak's eyes immediately lit up. In fact, how could he not want to give it a try? 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones was enough for him to squander for a long time. Not to mention, he could use the inner core of a vicious beast king to refine all kinds of poisons. Previously, he was indeed afraid of death. However, now that he didn't have to die, what was there to be afraid of? In any case, I am the Crown Prince of Northern Han. Could it be that I would joke about this matter? The young man seemed somewhat displeased. Ha ha ha, since your Highness, the Crown Prince says so, then I'll give it a try. Heartbroken, he believed that the Crown Prince of Northern Han would not harm him. This was because the reasoning was very simple. Whether or not the Crown Prince could succeed the throne in the future would depend on the Poison King sect's face and the Poison King sect's support. Although the Poison King sect was not within Northern Han's territory, Northern Han was currently incomparably powerful. After successive years of war, they had already invaded the southern region. In the future, unifying the eastern and southern regions and establishing the Great Han Empire was not impossible. In the future, the Sacred Dynasty might even be surnamed Zhao. As a result, the Poison King sect was currently very close to Northern Han. The one they supported was the Crown Prince. Thinking of this, Sad Heartbreak soared into the air and transformed into a green mist, instantly appearing in the bestial battle arena. This scene could not be described as not gorgeous. Immediately, it attracted many cries of surprise. What a graceful movement technique. Brother Sad is indeed worthy of being the #1 core disciple of the Poison King sect. Truly formidable. I heard that in the martial competition of the 3 sects of the South, your movement technique was #1. Now, it seems that it wasn't a boast. With someone performing, there would naturally be people who would support them. The ones who were cheering the most were naturally the disciples of the three sects of the South. It was unknown whether or not it was a rumor. In any case, there had recently been a rumor that the three sects of the South were currently discussing a merger. Once the three sects merged, they would become a major power. It was possible that the Poison King sect, Jadewater Divine Palace, and Profound Fire sect would have to make way for them. From the looks of it, this rumor was very likely true. Just from the fact that the disciples of the three sects of the South were cheering for Sad Heartbreak, it could be seen. To the three sects of the East, this was definitely not a good thing. The three sects of the East had always had a close relationship with Northern Han. For Northern Han's southern expedition, they had paid a great price. If the three sects of the South merged and became Northern Han's trusted subordinates, the three sects of the East would be in trouble. This was especially true for the Yuehua school, which had the closest relationship with Northern Han's imperial family. They would definitely be the first to bear the brunt of the three sects merger. It's actually someone from the three sects of the South. Just look at their extravagance. They are much bigger than our three sects of the East. Isn't that so? Decepticons is the #1 core disciple of the Beast King Palace of the three sects of the East. If this Sad Heartbreak were to win, our three sects of the East would truly lose face. I heard that the Sword King sect has recently been very close to the three sects of the South. Don't tell me that they want to become slaves? If that's the case, our Eastern martial artists would lose face. The majority of the people present were martial artists from the East and South. Normally, everyone would chat cheerfully and wittily, not feeling that there was anything wrong. However, once there was competition, the East and South would immediately become enemies and competitors. The discussions of these people made the martial artists of the three sects of the South rather complacent and arrogant. It was as if Sad Heartbreak had already defeated the Silver Jade Devil Elephant and stepped on the three sects of the East. A light smile appeared on Chen Meng's face. There was even some arrogance and pride. This was because Chen Nanqing had told her that the Holy Sun was preparing to establish a super sect for the entire Heavenly Dragon continent, the Heavenly Dragon Institute. Behind the Heavenly Dragon Institute, there were 7 sects: the Sacred Dynasty, the Heavenly King sect, the Gu King sect, the Poison King sect, the Tang sect, the Sword King sect, and the Profound Fire sect. This matter would be announced during this Martial Dao festival. In fact, she was already a member of the Heavenly Dragon Institute. The 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty all belonged to the Heavenly Dragon Institute. Chen Meng wanted to see if those martial artists who despised her for being close to the 3 southern sects would be so shocked that they would bite off their tongues when the Heavenly Dragon Institute was established. At that time, if the Yuehua School, Beast King Palace, Divine Sword Sect, and other sects did not submit to the Heavenly Dragon Institute, only death would await them. While Chen Meng was thinking about this, Grief Heartbreak was already standing in the bestial battle arena. However, there was one person who was faster than Grief Heartbreak. Not only did he stand in the bestial battle arena, he also issued a challenge. When Grief Heartbreak saw this person, he could not help but stare blankly. There was actually someone who dared to stand in front of him. This person was truly reckless. The people of the Poison King sect had always been vicious and merciless. If there was a disagreement, they would take someone's life. This had always been their sect's style. This time was no exception. Grief Heartbreak was older than Ling Xiao by a few years, but not older. However, his height was actually shorter than Ling Xiao. Standing behind Ling Xiao, he looked like a follower. This caused the vicious Poison King sect disciple, Grief Heartbreak, to be extremely furious. Who is that youngster? I don't know. He actually dares to stand in front of Grief Heartbreak. Isn't he courting death? Who warned him? Grief Heartbreak's methods are ruthless. Even if he is ruthless, would he kill someone for no reason? Humph, you are right. A few days ago, when we were eating in a tavern, there were a few people at the next table who spoke a little too loudly, and they were all killed by Grief Heartbreak. Moreover, they were all killed by poison. Each and every one of them died miserably. Also, just yesterday, Grief Heartbreak and another martial artist took a fancy to the same item. Because that person offered a higher price, he killed him on the spot. There are countless similar cases. This kind of person cannot be provoked. How can he be so vicious? Could it be that no one cares? Care? Who dares to care? Grief Heartbreak is the #1 core disciple of the Poison King sect. Among the 3 southern sects, he is also ranked 3rd. He is very close to His Highness the Crown Prince of Northern Han. Whoever cares about him is courting death. Tisk tsk, what a pity. A youngster is going to be finished for no reason. In the stands, the sounds of discussion rose and fell. Everyone seemed to have seen Ling Xiao's tragic death. However, no one dared to warn Ling Xiao. If they did, it would mean offending Grief. In the end, they might be killed by Grief just like that young man. Just then, Sorrow Heartbreak sneered and turned around to look at the Crown Prince. The Northern Han Crown Prince shook his head, indicating that he did not recognize this youth. Seeing this notification, Sorrow Heartbreak immediately attacked. He pointed out a finger, and a green light appeared on his fingertip. It was obvious that it contained a highly toxic substance. Dim light finger. Ah! Some people cried out in alarm, feeling sorrow for that youth. There were also some who rejoiced in his misfortune, feeling that this youth was truly blind, actually offending someone who was heartbroken. However, in the next moment, the sorrowful dim light finger actually pierced the air. That young man only moved his feet slightly and dodged this attack. Eh? Cries of astonishment rang out one after another. No one would have thought that this youth would be able to dodge the heartbreak sorrow so easily. Isn't that Ling Xiao? At this moment, the Decepticons finally recognized the youth in the arena. It really is Ling Xiao. Wang Lang, Li Hu, Shi Jiao, Chen Meng, and Jian Feng all recognized Ling Xiao. They, who were previously astonished, were no longer astonished. Ling Xiao, who was able to defeat the Decepticons and Chen Meng, dodging Sorrow Heartbreak's dim light finger, did not seem to be a big deal. Who is Ling Xiao? The Northern Han Crown Prince asked with a frown. Yuehua School's chief core disciple. Chen Meng indifferently replied. Humph, so it is someone from the sect that my nephew Zhao Ji belongs to. The Northern Han Crown Prince coldly snorted, his eyes flickering with dense killing intent. His position as Crown Prince could be said to be somewhat dishonorable. Therefore, what he feared the most was that Zhao Ji would return and fight him for the throne. The Northern Han Crown Prince looked at Ling Xiao and discovered that Ling Xiao was already standing there facing Sorrow Heartbreak. Why did your distinguished self sneak attack me for no reason at all? Ling Xiao coldly asked. His eyes flickered with a black gold radiance. His hair had also turned black gold due to the ancient hellish dragon martial soul, causing Ling Xiao to give off a somewhat strange and callous feeling. It's nothing. You were standing in front of me, that's all. Walking on the road, I saw a rock blocking my path. Naturally, I would kick it away. Sorrow Heartbreak indifferently said. Although he was somewhat shocked that he was unable to kill Ling Xiao in one move, he still felt disdain for the youth in front of him. There was no other reason other than the fact that he was very strong. Therefore, he was confident. Oh, I understand. Now that you are unable to kick away this stinking rock, what should you do? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Sorrow Heartbreak suddenly revealed a sinister smile and said, I will give you 2 choices. One is to obediently stand here and let me kill you. Perhaps you can die a quick death. The other choice is to scram and lead this challenge to me. Very arrogant. You are probably a disciple of a large sect, right? Ling Xiao asked with a smile that was not a smile. That's right. I am the Poison King sect's chief core disciple. If you are tactful, then scram. Otherwise, I will let you know my prowess. Sorrow Heartbreak's voice resounded. Poison King sect? Hee, I wonder if you are ranked in the top 100 of the 12 sects. Ling Xiao asked. Hearing this question, Sorrow Heartbreak was originally unwilling to answer. He could not just answer every question. However, he also wanted to show off. Therefore, he said in a clear voice, listen well. I am ranked 96th in the 12 sects. 96th? Seeing how arrogant you are, I thought you were one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. Truly disappointing. Ling Xiao sighed and said. Hearing this, many people in the stands opened their mouths wide. This young man was really arrogant. He was ranked 96th in the 12th sex. This was the top 100. How could he say that he was disappointed? The disciples of the three southern sects looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of anger. He actually looked down on sorrow heartbreak. Wasn't that the same as looking down on them? Boy, I have given you a chance. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Sorrow heartbreak's face became gloomier. His tone was cold and indifferent, mixed with a strong threat and warning. Ling Xiao sneered and said, "This is really funny. When you attacked me from behind, you did not give me a chance. Now you are pretending to be a good person? It seems that you are stubborn." The killing intent in sorrow heartbreak's eyes became more and more intense. The reason why he did not make a move for a long time was because he did not find the opponent's flaw. Just now, he did not kill the opponent. It was already a miscalculation. Next, he must not be careless. Otherwise, losing face was a small matter, but losing his life was a big matter. What nonsense are you spouting? Boy, your strength is lacking. Go to the side and let sorrow heartbreak go. At this moment, the Crown Prince of Northern Han spoke. And who are you? Ling Xiao coldly looked at this person. His complexion was not good. Ling Xiao's overall impression of the state of Northern Han was quite good. After all, regardless of whether it was Lin Zhe or Zhao Ji, he could be considered to be friends who had gone through life and death with them. Even Zhao Xi worshipped him as an idol. As a result, if possible, he was absolutely unwilling to become enemies with the state of Northern Han. However, the words of the Northern Han Crown Prince were too unpleasant. This prince is the Crown Prince of the state of Northern Han's Eastern Palace. This time's challenge will be decided by this prince. Whoever this prince allows can go up. Whoever this prince does not allow cannot go up. The Crown Prince of Northern Han arrogantly declared. This person had been spoiled rotten. It was likely that the three sects of the south treated him with the same respect as a master. As a result, he truly believed himself to be above others. In reality, for someone like this, whose cultivation was only at the martial vein realm, Ling Xiao could drown him to death with a single spit. Moreover, after killing him, there would be absolutely no problems. Since that is the case, you might as well just give him the reward. There is no need to hypocritically create a challenge. Isn't this just fooling the heroes of the world? Ling Xiao's words were very loud. The disciples of the sects do not have as much time as you, the Crown Prince. They still have many things to do and do not have the time to blindly waste time with you. Zhao Yu. Brat, are you toying with this, daddy? Decepticons was the first to become unhappy. He was originally very unhappy about losing to the Silver Jade Demon Elephant. Now, he suddenly realized that this was simply a method by which the Crown Prince of Northern Han, Zhao Yu, was fishing for fame. He wanted to use this as a pretext to raise the reputation of the three sects of the south. At the same time, he displayed his wealth and tolerance as the Crown Prince. Although he was stupid, with Ling Xiao's reminder, he instantly understood. Not only him, but many of the people in the stands began to whisper. Some of them were even cursing. After all, Zhao Yu had connections with the three sects of the south. This was something that the majority of the people present were very clear about. What's your name? Heartbroken, right? I don't think you need to challenge it anymore. It's just a show anyway. You just need to act according to the script of your Crown Prince. I reckon that when you can't hold on anymore, the electric shock formation in the bestial battle arena should be activated. At that time, it will help you defeat the Silver Jade Demon Elephant. Ling Zhao's face was filled with disdain and contempt. Of course, there was also a strong sense of mockery. Also, brother Tyrant, don't be angry. You still haven't seen through this. This Crown Prince is just teasing us. Ling Zhao's words seemed to be comforting the Decepticons, but in fact, it was more effective than sowing discord. *CK him. Decepticons immediately jumped out, wanting to fight it out with Zhao Yu. The position of the 12 sects was not to be challenged. Many people in the spectator stands began to point at Zhao Yu, causing the originally calm and confident Crown Prince to feel as if his butt was on fire. His back was drenched in cold sweat. Brother Tyrant, calm down. Let's listen to what the Crown Prince has to say. Chen Meng hurriedly stopped Decepticons and said. Zhao Yu hurriedly said, yes, yes, yes. Young hero Tyrant, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. He's clearly sowing discord. What a joke. I'm sowing discord? Then may I ask why I'm not allowed to challenge it? Do you dare to say that there's nothing fishy about this? Ling Xiao questioned. That's because the Crown Prince cares for you. He's afraid that you're too weak and will die in the bestial battle arena. Heartbroken said eerily. Is that so? I think I'm quite strong. Ling Xiao smiled and said, some people couldn't even kill me when they attacked me from behind. Kid, I think you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Since that's the case, let's fight first. Whoever wins will challenge the Silver Jade Demon Elephant. How about that? Heartbroken had to get back the Crown Prince's face. Therefore, he could only use his strength to prove that the Crown Prince really cares about Ling Xiao. What a joke. If I challenge the Silver Jade Demon Elephant, I'll get the Beast King's core and 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. What's the benefit of fighting with you? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. I can give you the same thing. Heartbroken really didn't like to talk nonsense. However, he still had to make things clear today. Otherwise, if he killed Ling Xiao like this, others would only say that he killed him to silence him. They would say that the Crown Prince really made a fool of the sect's disciples. This could be a big or small matter. If it affected the establishment of the Sky Dragon Institute, then his sin would be big. Oh, are you serious? Ling Xiao immediately showed an interested expression. In any case, he didn't care. Whether he fought with others or with the Silver Jade Demon Elephant, it was fine as long as he could get what he wanted in the end. Of course it's true. This Crown Prince can testify. Crown Prince Zhao Yu also stood out and said. He couldn't wait for Heartbroken to kill Ling Xiao in the battle. I want a Mirage Beast inner core of a Feral King. Do you have it too? Ling Xiao asked. It's a small matter. This Crown Prince doesn't dare to speak nonsense in front of the heroes of the world. Zhao Yu did have a Sea Serpent Beast's inner core, and it was indeed a King-grade beast core. However, this thing was prepared for the establishment of the Heavenly Dragon Institute. It was said that it was used to set up a fog formation for the institute. Of course, he wouldn't give it to Ling Xiao. Anyway, Ling Xiao was going to die. He wouldn't give it away, so he didn't have to bear any consequences. Okay, if that's the case, then it's fine. However, I also have a suggestion. Ling Xiao looked at Heartbroken and said jokingly. Say it. Since we're going to play, let's play something exciting. How about a life and death battle? In fact, from the moment Heartbroken attacked Ling Xiao, he had already written Heartbroken on his death list. This person must be killed. But how to kill him to make it more valuable? In this situation, it was more valuable. Not only could it intimidate the three southern sects, but it could also get what he wanted. It could make Northern Han weigh the importance of Yuehua School. It was simply killing two birds with one stone. Heartbroken's pupils shrank when he heard this. A life and death battle? He did want to kill Ling Xiao. He shouldn't be afraid of a life and death battle. But why was this kid in front of him so calm? Moreover, he dared to initiate a life and death battle. What was he relying on? What, the third-ranked core disciple of the three southern sects is actually afraid of a nobody like me? Ling Xiao mocked. If that's the case, then get lost. I still want to challenge the Silver Jade Devil Elephant. Arrogant, extremely arrogant, the disciples of the three southern sects trembled with anger. Senior Apprentice Brother Bei, agree to kill this kid. Senior Apprentice Brother Bei, since this kid doesn't know what's good for him, then don't give him a way out. Kill him. Under the pressure of public opinion, Heartbroken couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. He was now in a dilemma. On one hand, he was worried that Ling Xiao had a backup plan. He didn't want to stake everything on this one throw, and there was no need to. On the other hand, with so many people supporting him, if he didn't agree, then he would lose all his face. Of everyone present, only Chen Meng wanted to persuade Grief Heartbreak. Chen Meng is very clear on how terrifying Ling Xiao is, especially that valiant and strange soul secret technique. It is impossible to guard against it. However, she cannot say it. If she says it, she would be admitting in front of everyone that she is inferior to Ling Xiao. As someone who cares about face, she does not dare to do so. A life and death duel is a life and death duel. Don't tell me I'm afraid of you. Grief heartbreak was completely forced into a dead end by the pressure of public opinion. Of course, this is also the effect that Ling Xiao deliberately created. Otherwise, if grief heartbreak were to die in an ordinary duel, there would definitely be people looking for trouble. However, it is different now. In a life and death duel, before the duel begins, a life and death contract will be signed. No matter who dies, neither party will look for trouble with the other. Good. Since that is the case, let's begin. Ling Xiao's lips curl into a sneer. Originally, he only came today for the sea serpent beast's inner core. However, since someone is courting death, he does not mind casually dealing with a piece of trash. He is not afraid that Zhao Yu will go back on his word after the duel. If he dares to go back on his word, he will kill this guy and pave the way for Zhao Ji. With the Moon Maiden present, he believes that no one will dare to go back on their word. Even the Sage Emperor would not dare, let alone the insignificant Northern Han Emperor. In the beast fighting arena, the silver jade demonic elephant has already been taken away. Grief heartbreak coldly looks at Ling Xiao's strange black and gold eyes. He does not see the slightest bit of nervousness. Not to mention any fear. Who is this person? Why is he so confident? Grief heartbreak does not understand. This one is Grief heartbreak, the chief core disciple of the Poison King sect. Brat, what is your name? Chen Meng and the others recognize Ling Xiao, but Grief heartbreak does not. Ling Xiao, the chief core disciple of the Yuehua school. Ling Xiao indifferently says. Ling Xiao does not lack etiquette at all. Just this one voice causes the entire stance to explode. The name Ling Xiao is now known to almost everyone in Northern Han. He had wreaked havoc in the Sword King sect's bestial battle arena, defeated Chen Meng and Decepticons in the Trisect martial competition, and even provoked Jian Wuji. After that, the Holy Sun and the people from the Heavenly King sect went to Yuehua school to denounce him, but they were directly kicked out. Everything was related to this young man. Oh? So you're that Ling Xiao who fishes for fame and compliments. You use despicable means to win against senior sister Chen Meng. Very good, let me see what you're made of today. Grief had naturally heard of Ling Xiao's name as well, but he was more disdainful and unhappy about it. Ling Xiao didn't give face to the Holy Sun and defeated Chen Meng. This was something that even the Holy Sun wouldn't dare to do. What right does this kid have? As he spoke, Sorrow Heartbreak suddenly emitted a cold killing intent, and a strange martial soul appeared behind him. It was a doll. He looked like a baby who had just been born for 2 to 3 months. However, his appearance was very strange. He was silver all over, and his eyes were white. It was very scary. Is this the Mercury Ghost infant? Martial soul? It was said that when great figures were buried, they would be accompanied by living sacrifices. One method was to pour mercury into the baby's body while it was still alive. This way, the body wouldn't rot. This method was extremely vicious and ruthless. It was simply inhumane. And people who had the Mercury Ghost infant martial soul would have strong resentment and an extremely disagreeable character. Apparently, Grief Heartbreak was such a person. You have good eyesight. That's right, it's the Mercury Ghost infant martial soul. Grief Heartbreak sneered, and the terrifying aura he released became more ferocious, all of it rushing toward Ling Xiao. It was an extremely cold intent, as if it wanted to strangle Ling Xiao to death. Slaughter intent? Ling Xiao was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Grief Heartbreak to have the slaughter intent. It was a pity that he was completely controlled by the slaughter intent and became its captive. In comparison, Ling Xiao had the slaughter intent, but he was the controller. He would only release it when he wanted to use it. When he didn't use it, the power of the slaughter intent would be confined in his spiritual sea. Grief Heartbreak couldn't help but smile when he saw the change in Ling Xiao's expression. It seemed that his slaughter intent had indeed surprised Ling Xiao. In this case, Ling Xiao shouldn't be too strong. He used to rely on the slaughter intent to deal with opponents who were difficult to defeat. Brat, the will of slaughter has already made you so surprised. Then, if I use something even more shocking, will you be scared to tears? Grief Heartbreak sneered, "You actually dare to propose a life and death battle. You really know how to find a place to die." As he spoke, the martial soul behind Grief Heartbreak shook, and a green poisonous fog appeared. It quickly spread until it covered the entire bestial battle arena. Poisonous fog? When Xianxia saw the green fog, he didn't panic. Instead, he was happy. He was preparing to cultivate the fog celestial phenomenon next. Although the green poisonous fog couldn't be considered a celestial phenomenon, it still had the same effect. Perhaps this battle was the right one. He might be able to learn something from it. Ha ha ha, go to hell, boy. You can struggle to survive in this poisonous fog. Have a taste of what despair is. In the thick green mist, Sad Heartbreak let out a crazy mocking laugh. It's just a poisonous fog. What can it do to me? Xianxia sneered disdainfully. The Plague Demon King's shadow appeared behind him. This martial soul was the most suitable to deal with the poisonous fog. Gently lifting his foot, Xianxia slowly walked towards Grief Heartbreak. The Plague Demon King behind him opened its mouth and inhaled. A large amount of poisonous fog began to enter the Plague Demon King's martial soul. Grief Heartbreak looked at this scene in surprise. His face suddenly became serious. He had seen many opponents, but no one had been able to break through his poisonous fog like this. Xianxia, this boy, was simply his nemesis, but he couldn't admit defeat like this. He was a half-step heavenly venerable with 60% of his strength. His cultivation was much stronger than Xiao's. He definitely wouldn't lose to Xiao like this. Absolutely not. The poisonous fog dissipated. The ghost infant behind him let out a mournful cry. 2 streaks of mercury merged into his palms and pierced through the air. Xiao looked at Grief Heartbreak and walked slowly. He didn't seem to have any reaction. In his heart, he was focused on comprehending the mysteries of the fog. Bang! Pa! The 2 mercury spikes were directly smashed away by the Plague Demon King. They couldn't cause the slightest bit of damage to Xiao. Grief Heartbreak, your massacre intent is very powerful. Unfortunately, your usage is only superficial. Moreover, it's too immature. Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. There was already a trace of understanding in his mind. Although he hadn't cultivated the fog celestial phenomenon yet, he believed that after returning this time, with the help of the spirit liquid and this trace of understanding, he would definitely succeed. I have to thank you for the generous gift you gave me. Therefore, in the end, I'll let you die a quick death. I won't let you die in grief. Xiao smiled. The Plague Demon King behind him disappeared and was replaced by Yigushin. Yigushin's figure appeared behind Xiao. It was a cold and austere demonic sword, emitting a desolate and solemn ancient aura. And in his hand was the overflowing rain sword. On the sword's body, a red light flickered, like a blood-red beast that wanted to escape. Almost everyone had something like willpower, but to use it in battle, only a few warriors could do it. There were 3 realms of using willpower. The first realm was spiritual pressure, which was the pressure brought about by soul power. For example, domineering aura, murderous aura, baleful aura, and so on were all external manifestations of spiritual pressure after fusing with true essence. It could bring enormous pressure to the opponent, and could even cause the opponent's spirit to collapse and suffer a crushing defeat. This realm was actually the most basic way to use willpower. Grief Heartbreak had only reached this realm. The second realm was called solidification, which was to condense willpower into a physical attack. Not only could it cause mental damage, but it could also directly injure the opponent's body. This was the realm that Xiao was currently at. It was much higher than grief and heartbreak. Solidification of willpower could be used in many ways. It could be used alone to deal with the enemy, but it could also be used in a move to increase the power of the move. The third realm was very powerful, called concept, which could use willpower to create a spatial environment out of thin air. This was not an illusion, nor was it an illusion. Because in this space, the damage caused by willpower was real. Even if it was an injury that shouldn't exist, it would become real. This was the terror of concept. At present, Xiao's willpower had not reached this realm. Otherwise, with just his willpower, Xiao could make Grief Heartbreak die without a burial place. In the stands, everyone saw the demonic sword behind Ling Zhao's back and felt a tremor. They had long heard that the Yuehua school's Ling Xiao could use many kinds of martial spirits. Now, it seemed that this rumor was not false. Moreover, this sword martial spirit was a bit too evil. It made people feel very uncomfortable looking at it. If the people in the stands were already like this, there was no need to mention the heartbroken person standing opposite them. His brow furrowed deeply as he couldn't understand how Ling Xiao, a mere ninth-layer transcendent realm cultivator, could release such a terrifying aura that made him feel a deep sense of fear and crisis. No, why would I be afraid of him? I am a martial artist who has grasped the will of slaughter. Coupled with the Mercury Ghost infant martial spirit's demonic aura, my cultivation is so much higher than his. I will definitely not lose to him. Heartbroken Sorrow shook his head. The fear and sense of crisis in his heart suddenly disappeared. What replaced it was a pressing soul pressure. Then, his body suddenly rushed forward. A loud rumbling sound came from the beast-fighting coliseum, and the bluestone floor almost shattered. Amidst the dust and smoke, Sorrow Heartbreak displayed his proud movement skill, pouncing towards Ling Xiao with an imposing manner. His entire body emitted an extremely eerie and dark green light, causing people's hearts to tremble in fear. What a terrifying poison technique! Coupled with his spiritual pressure and that amazing movement skill, no wonder this person is ranked third among the southern three great sects. His strength is really shocking. Yeah, his true chi is so dense. 60% of his strength is already at the half-step heavenly venerable level. That Ling Xiao is finished. The neutral spectators were all amazed by Heartbroken Sorrow's terrifying strength. The Poison King sect's chief core disciple, ranked third among the southern three great sects, really shocked the audience with just one move, causing countless people to be terrified. Ha ha ha, senior brother Sorrow is finally willing to use his trump card. Yuehua school is really useless these years. They actually allowed such a waste to become their chief core disciple. This move is enough to take his dog life. Why don't we just destroy Yuehua school? It's a bit disgusting to be ranked among the 12 great sects with such a sect. The disciples of the southern three great sects naturally despised Ling Xiao and made a lot of sarcastic remarks. After all, in their opinion, a 9th-level Transcendent Realm Invincible Realm Cultivator dared to challenge a half-step Heavenly Venerable with 60% of his strength. This was courting death. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a cold and disdainful smile. He had always been able to do two things at once. And they didn't affect each other. On one hand, he was fighting Heartbroken Sorrow. On the other hand, he was always vigilant of everything around him. Naturally, he could hear the discussions of those people. He really didn't know what kind of expression the disciples of the southern three great sects would have if this sword strike took Heartbroken Sorrow's life. The distance between the two was rapidly closing, and the collision of their auras was becoming more and more obvious. In the arena, smoke and dust flew, and the wind blew, and the figures of the two became blurred again. The blood-red light of the overflow rain sword in Ling Zhao's hand trembled more violently, as if it would fly out of his right hand at any time. Chi, the sword light finally bloomed. The people in the stands could only see the light in the dim arena, but they couldn't see the two figures. There was the sound of something being pierced. Ling Zhao's sword had already stabbed out, and a blood-red human-shaped sword chi instantly pierced through Heartbroken Sorrow's protective true chi, and even penetrated the poison he had painstakingly condensed. His grief-stricken face revealed a look of intense fear. They had the same slaughter will, but Ling Zhao's was much stronger than his. Heartbroken Sorrow regretted it completely, but he couldn't escape. He knew that if he turned his back on Ling Xiao, the result would be worse. So he instantly mobilized all the true chi he could muster, ready to fight to the death. The Mercury Ghost baby appeared in front of him, condensed with nearly 70% of his strength. Stop him! Heartbroken Sorrow roared, and the Mercury Ghost baby emitted a piercing silver light, which almost penetrated the obstruction of the smoke and dust. Can you stop it? A cold voice came out of Ling Zhao's mouth. The sharp red sword shadow condensed a terrifying slaughter will, easily tearing through the Mercury Ghost baby's defense, and then piercing through Heartbroken Sorrow's throat. In just a moment, Heartbroken Sorrow's aura was gone, and what was left was a corpse with wide eyes. You are very sad because you met me, your nemesis. Otherwise, you wouldn't have died so quickly. Ling Xiao was very clear that the reason he could kill Heartbroken Sorrow so easily was because he completely restrained the other party. He was immune to poison, and Heartbroken Sorrow's poison art had no effect. His slaughter will was even stronger than Heartbroken Sorrow's, which made Heartbroken Sorrow's slaughter will completely useless. In other words, Heartbroken Sorrow's two best skills were useless against him, and he could only rely on his cultivation base. But in terms of strength, true qi, and martial skills, Heartbroken Sorrow was inferior to Ling Xiao in every aspect. His final defeat was the result of overestimating his own strength. I'm dying of anxiety, what's going on? In the stands, people were anxiously waiting for the smoke and dust to disperse, because they couldn't see what had happened behind the smoke and dust. They only saw a red and a white light suddenly rise, but they didn't know what had happened. What's the hurry? There's no need to worry. That Ling Xiao is just a trivial 9th-level Transcendent Realm cultivator. Even I can easily defeat him, let alone Senior Brother Bei. I really don't know what you're worried about. That's right. That guy who overestimated himself is definitely dead. In a life-and-death battle, he brought about his own destruction. It wasn't just the disciples of the three southern sects who thought so. Even the neutral cultivators thought the same. The Yuehua school had declined too quickly in recent years. No one put it in their eyes anymore. As for the chief core disciple of the Yuehua school, he wasn't even worth mentioning. Only the Decepticons and Chen Meng, who had fought against Ling Xiao before, had serious expressions on their faces. Although they felt that Bei Duancheng could win, they didn't think it would be an easy victory. Haha, it seems like this queen's reward really belongs to Bei Duancheng. I already told him to challenge the Silver Jade Demon Elephant, but that Ling Xiao refused to listen. The Crown Prince of Northern Han, Zhao Yu, stood up and looked at the crowd. Are there any disciples of the Yuehua school among you? Go back and tell your sect master that in the future, don't send the disciples out to die for no reason. There really were disciples of the Yuehua school in the crowd. Some were from the outer sect, while others were from the inner sect. All of them lowered their heads, wishing they could tear off the symbol on their chests. It was too shameful. They now felt that being a disciple of the Yuehua school was a disgrace. They didn't dare to say anything and could only lower their heads silently. However, someone still stood up in the end. Your Highness Crown Prince, this matter isn't over yet. I don't believe that Senior Brother Ling will lose. The one who spoke was a young man who had just been promoted to an inner disciple of the Yuehua school. He was very young and Ling Xiao might not even know his name. However, this person had always worshipped Ling Xiao as an idol. In his opinion, Ling Xiao was the one who could change the Yuehua school and revive the Yuehua school. Little fellow, you think too much. Zhao Yu laughed disdainfully. You think too much. Amidst the dust, a loud and cold voice suddenly rang out, causing everyone present to tremble. Didn't Chen Meng tell you? She lost to me in one move. What gave you the confidence that Heartbroken Sorrow could beat me? Amidst the haze, a figure waved his hand, and the smoke and dust that filled the sky quickly dispersed. The entire beast fighting coliseum was completely exposed in front of everyone. Ling Xiao stood there, looking at Zhao Yu with a faint smile. In his hand, he was holding the motionless Heartbroken Sorrow. Bang! Ling Xiao threw the body at Zhao Yu's feet. Although the sound of the body hitting the ground wasn't loud, in the eyes of the audience, it was as violent as an earthquake. The battle was over. However, the one who survived wasn't the grief-stricken one they thought was the one who survived. Instead, it was Ling Xiao, who was looked down upon by everyone. A disciple from a sect that was looked down upon by everyone. A new disciple who had just risen recently. A person whose appearance many people had never seen before. He had actually killed the third-ranked core disciple of the three southern sects in front of so many people in the capital of Northern Han. On Ling Zhao's face, there was even a mocking smile. If not for Heartbroken Sorrow sneak attacking him from behind, perhaps the result wouldn't have been like this. These years, the Yuehua school had been too cowardly. However, some sects had been too insolent, to the point that they had forgotten that the world of martial artists was like sailing a boat against the current. If you didn't advance, you would fall behind. Senior Apprentice Brother Bei actually died? The disciples of the three southern sects had completely collapsed. They couldn't believe the scene before their eyes. Only the blink of an eye had passed. They didn't even have the time to swallow their saliva. The senior apprentice brother Bei that they worshipped and admired had actually died. The chief core disciple of the Poison King sect. Humph. That's all there is to it. Your mouth is quite powerful, but it's a pity that your hands are lacking. Ling Xiao looked at the disciples of the three southern sects provocatively as he sneered. His words caused the pupils of the disciples of the three southern sects to contract. Their expressions of anger were completely exposed. This was definitely a provocation, an absolute humiliation, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. They had just insulted the Yuehua school and Ling Xiao. Now, they were just receiving the same treatment. The disciples of the three southern sects stared at Ling Xiao. If looks could kill, Ling Xiao would have died hundreds of times already. Who knows what kind of tricks you used? Could it be that the disciples of the Yuehua school are all so arrogant and despicable? Zhao Yu seemed to feel that he had to stand up at this time. After all, he had a deal with the three southern sects and even the holy son of the Poison King sect. He had to stand up for heartbroken sorrow. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He really didn't know how this person became the crown prince. Such shamelessness was the pinnacle. However, after thinking about it carefully, it was normal. If one didn't have a thick skin and didn't know how to be a crown prince, they wouldn't have been able to become the crown prince. Why? Does your highness want to have a go with me? Ling Xiao looked at Zhao Yu contemptuously, his face full of sarcasm. Zhao Yu was so frightened by these words that he fell back onto his seat and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was only a martial vein cultivator, a far cry from grief-broken intestines. How could he dare to fight Ling Xiao? Wouldn't that be courting death? This crown prince disdains to fight with people like you. He held back for a long time and finally squeezed out such a useless sentence. Humph, if you don't even have the courage to fight with me, then shut your mouth and be a good boy with your tail between your legs. Ling Xiao snorted coldly and said, You seem to be mistaken about one thing. In the mystic world, it's not about who has the most power or influence. Here, strength is everything. Zhao Yu's whole body trembled. No one had ever dared to humiliate him like this. Who the hell was this Ling Xiao from the Yuehua school? How dare he do this? Whoever helps this crown prince accept this kid's challenge, if he wins, I'll reward him with 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones. He'll also be given a high position and a generous salary, and eternal wealth. Zhao Yu shouted in a trembling voice. He was forced into a corner and had no choice but to ask the people in the stands for help. Although such a reward was very generous, it was still more important than their lives. Most people lowered their heads, not daring to look at Ling Xiao and Zhao Yu's eyes. Ha ha ha, all of you have a glib tongue and are good at insulting others. But when it comes to fighting, all of you are cowards. Is this the three sects of the south? How useless. How dare you insult our Yuehua school? In the future, when you see our Yuehua school's disciples, you'd better walk with your head down, or you'll be laughed at. Ling Xiao had always been a vengeful person. If others didn't provoke him, he wouldn't provoke them either. However, if someone provoked him, then sorry, he would definitely return the favor tenfold or 100-fold. He had heard what these people said just now, and each sentence was worse than the last. Now, it was time to collect the debt. Kid, don't be so arrogant. Let me see what you're capable of. Suddenly, an old man with white hair and beard stood out. A celestial realm elite. Ling Xiao sneered and said, Which sect are you from? Poison King sect. Poison King sect again? Does the Poison King sect only produce such shameless people? You're already so old, and a celestial realm martial artist actually wants to make things difficult for a 15-year-old kid like me. You really have the nerve to stand out. Is there no one else in the Poison King sect? Ling Xiao mocked. Kid, you'll shut up after I kill you. The old man with white hair and beard blushed, but at that moment, he could not care less. He thought that as long as he killed Ling Xiao, everything would be fine. However, the moment he jumped out, a figure was faster than him. Boom, the old man was sent flying with blood all over his body, crashing heavily on the ground. Then, his head tilted to one side and he stopped breathing. Sister Moon Maiden, you're too fast. I haven't even finished speaking. He deserves to die. The Moon Maiden said coldly. Then, she stood next to Lin Xiao without saying a word and just looked at everyone indifferently. Sigh, what a pity. A celestial realm elite actually died just like that. That's why I said that one should never be shameless. You want to kill others, but have you ever thought about how others will deal with you? Ling Xiao sighed, then looked at Zhao Yu and said, Your Highness, where's my reward? Gulp, Zhao Yu swallowed a mouthful of saliva and hurriedly ordered someone to bring over the reward. Oh, it's actually the inner core of a sea serpent beast at the level of a feral king. Thank you, thank you. Ling Xiao was in a good mood right away. He put the items into his storage ring and shouted at the spectator stands, Yuehua school disciples, listen up. The Yuehua school of today is no longer what it used to be. If you encounter any trouble outside, such as being bullied by people from other sects, you can inform the sect directly. The Yuehua school will always be your strongest support. Those who humiliate others will be humiliated in return. If they bully you, I'll kill them. Finished speaking, he ignored the gazes of worship from the Yuehua school's students. Holding the Moon Maiden's hand, he leapt away, leaving the capital of Northern Han. Now that he had all the materials, what he needed to do next was to refine the spirit liquid. Then, he would try his best to raise his cultivation base and the 12 golden lotus arts. In the quiet cave residence, Ling Xiao spent a full 2 hours refining the golden leaf wolf-tail grass, the mist flower and the sea serpent beast's inner core into about a small bowl of golden liquid. Don't be fooled by the small amount. This was a spirit liquid worth over 5 million low-grade spiritual stones. Ordinary martial artists would not be able to afford it. Ling Xiao was fortunate that he could refine the spirit liquid himself. Otherwise, it would have been an enormous expense for him. After all, no matter how rich he was, he only had about 10 million low-grade spiritual stones. Spending 5 million in one go really made his heart ache. With the assistance of the infernal flame, refining the spirit liquid became much easier. After refining for 2 hours, Ling Xiao was still full of energy, without the slightest trace of exhaustion. Immediately after, he threw the rest of the medicinal ingredients into the golden liquid, using the treasure-grade pill furnace that he had previously obtained to refine the spirit liquid. Another hour passed. The originally golden liquid had increased by quite a bit. However, it had only increased from a small bowl to a large bowl. The color was still golden, with only a few red spots. Just by standing near the pill furnace, one could feel the abundant energy emitted by the spirit liquid. This kind of energy was too frightening. If directly consumed, one's body would definitely explode and die. Therefore, it could only be used to make the spirit liquid and soak in it. Ling Xiao mixed the golden spirit liquid into the bath tub according to a certain ratio, creating a tub of spirit liquid. The water used was not ordinary water, but spirit spring water that was rich in spiritual energy and various minerals. This way, the effects of soaking in the liquid would be better. The instant the spirit liquid was dropped into the water, the entire tub of water turned a beautiful golden color. Warm sunlight shone down from the light-gathering formation, causing the entire immortal's cave to turn into a golden world. Ling Xiao took off his clothes and sat in the water, beginning to cultivate the 12 golden lotus arts. If his estimations were correct, as long as he could cultivate the 12 golden lotus arts to the 5th layer and comprehend the power of the 5th heavenly phenomenon, his cultivation would advance to the half-step Empyrean realm. He had not refined the spirit liquid for nothing. Just the materials he had purchased in the capital of Northern Han were already worth 5 million low-grade spiritual stones. If he were to add in the precious medicinal ingredients he had taken out from his storage ring, even 10 million low-grade spiritual stones would not be enough to stop him from spending so much. If he still couldn't advance to the half-step Empyrean realm, then he would be a failure. Within the wooden tub, the golden spirit liquid swayed slightly, even starting to bubble and mist. A large amount of energy was entering Ling Zhao's body through his pores. Ling Zhao's chest rose and fell rhythmically, his breathing following a certain rhythm. As time passed, the energy began to merge into his meridians and blood, slowly circulating throughout his body. In that instant, Ling Zhao's entire body was like a golden Buddha, emitting a dazzling metallic luster. Perhaps because he felt the barrier to his cultivation begin to loosen, Ling Zhao's face revealed a satisfied smile. At that moment, the image of the pestilence demon king appeared behind him, releasing the poisonous miasma that he had absorbed from sorrow heartbreak. If bystanders were to see this scene, they would definitely jump in fright. There was actually someone who dared to cultivate in this kind of environment. This was simply courting death. However, the poisonous miasma did not pose any threat to Ling Xiao. On the contrary, it formed a connection with the bewildering mist flower and the sea serpent beast's Niden, causing the mist within the cave to become even denser. Within Ling Xiao's mountain river martial spirit, a faint mist began to form. The embryonic form of the fifth lotus petal gradually appeared on the golden lotus. Although it was still very indistinct and extremely unstable, it had appeared. This was a good start. Ling Xiao did not have the Moon Maiden come over to help. This was because asking others to help when encountering difficulties would easily lead to laziness. This would be extremely detrimental to a martial artist's development. At the same time, more and more energy entered Ling Xiao's body from the tub. The rising mist also mixed into the mist within the cave. The entire cave was completely immersed in a world of dense mist. Nothing could be seen. Ling Xiao had completely entered a state of cultivation. He was so focused that he forgot to eat and sleep, even forgetting the time outside. 1 day, 2 days, time passed quickly, and the day of the Sacred Dynasty's martial arts festival was getting closer and closer. While Ling Xiao was cultivating, the disciples of the other sects did not stop either. The pressure on the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty was greater than his. These people were also giving their all. No one wanted to lose to others in the Sacred Dynasty's martial arts festival. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Xiao's eyes slowly opened. His bright eyes had a hint of mist in them. Success! 12 Golden Lotus Arts has broken through to the 5th stage and comprehended the 5th type of heavenly phenomenon, fog heavenly phenomenon. Not only that, but his cultivation had also officially entered the half-step heavenly venerable realm. This was an extremely significant breakthrough. In the past, when he fought a half-step heavenly venerable with a 9th layer transcendent realm cultivation, he had to enter his human dragon form unless there were special circumstances. Moreover, he had to enter his 10th form. Ling Xiao had no confidence in such a battle because if he lost, there would be no way out. He would have to enter his ancient golden dragon form. However, once he entered his ancient golden dragon form, he might face a bloody pursuit and slaughter. At that time it would be really troublesome. Therefore, he had to have full confidence in a battle. This was to improve his cultivation. On the day he came out of seclusion, he heard that Lan Yu had also broken through to the half-step heavenly venerable realm, Leng Hao had reached the peak of the 9th layer transcendent realm, and Dai Yuling had also reached the peak of the 9th layer transcendent realm. These two were now direct competitors. However, it could be considered a healthy competition. As for Zhao Ji, his progress during this time should be the greatest. His cultivation had already reached the early stage of the 8th layer transcendent realm. Among the top 10 core disciples, he was ranked second only to Dai Yuling. However, when they saw Ling Xiao, they still couldn't believe their eyes. "Senior brother Ling, you're too amazing. I thought I was getting closer and closer to you, but you suddenly became a half-step heavenly venerable. The gap between us has widened again." Leng Hao couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Ling Xiao thought to himself, isn't this nonsense? For the sake of increasing my cultivation, how many spiritual stones have I spent? I even went to the capital of Northern Han to fight. If I can't increase my cultivation as quickly as you, then wouldn't that be too shameful? There were only 5 days left until the Sacred Dynasty Martial Arts Festival. Wu Xiang summoned the 10 core disciples of Yuehua School to the meeting room. According to the rules of the Sacred Dynasty's Martial Arts Festival, each of the 12 sects can send a maximum of 100 disciples to participate. It is divided into preliminaries and finals. The location of the preliminaries is the True Devil Forbidden Area, which is the former True Devil Empire's palace. That place is filled with danger, but it is also full of opportunities. Wu Xiang reminded, the preliminaries will eliminate most of the disciples. In the end, the 12 sects will only have around 200 people left. The location of the finals will be the capital of the Sacred Dynasty, Sky Dragon City. The preliminaries will start the day after tomorrow, so you guys should prepare a little and leave today. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that they were waiting for Ling Xiao to come out of seclusion, this time would have been brought forward. Wu Xiang had the highest expectations for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao appeared very calm and composed. He stood there without revealing the slightest trace of a martial artist's aura. It was as if he was a part of nature. But the more ordinary it looked, the more reassuring it was. Concealing one's divine aura was not something an ordinary person could do. Before, Ling Xiao didn't have much confidence in defeating Jian Wuji, unless he entered the ancient golden dragon form, and he might even have to use the seal card. But now, he had 90% confidence that he could defeat Jian Wuji. As for the Holy Sun, he also had 50% confidence. But this confidence was not enough. He still needed to improve. And the true devil forbidden area mentioned in the preliminaries was the key to improving his strength in the next stage. That place was the preliminaries, but it was also an opportunity. In addition, each martial artist can only enter the true devil forbidden area once. I don't know why, but if you go in for the second time, you will be thrown out by a very terrifying force. So you guys are lucky. The top 50 martial artists will not participate in this preliminaries. They are considered as seeded contestants. Wu Xiang continued, for most of our sect's participants, after participating in the preliminaries, they may not have the chance to move forward. But I hope that everyone can gain something in the true devil forbidden area. Sect leader, we will work hard. Zhao Ji said excitedly. He was very happy to be able to raise his cultivation to the early stage of the Transcendent Realm 8th layer before the Martial Arts Festival. He didn't expect to enter the top 100. As long as he could get a good result in the preliminaries, it would be enough. Haha, don't be too pressured. This time, as long as 2 of our Yuehua school can enter the finals, it will be considered an improvement. Wu Xiang was actually a little embarrassed when he said this. Because the 2 best results of the Yuehua school were only one person who entered the finals. In the end, they didn't enter the top 100. It was too embarrassing to say it out loud. It was no wonder that the people outside the sect looked down on the Yuehua school. Senior brother Wu, senior brother Ling should be qualified to become one of the new 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. When that time comes, our Yuehua school will gain a lot of face. Leng Hao said excitedly. By the way, speaking of this, junior brother Ling, are you confident in defeating Jian Wuji? Wu Xiang didn't dare to ask about the Holy Sun because he wasn't confident in himself. I'm 100% confident. An 80% chance was 100% for Ling Xiao. Junior brother Ling, you might not know this, but Jian Wuji recently made a breakthrough. It's said that he's already a half-step heavenly venerable with 90% strength. This means that the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty have all reached 90% strength. The only difference is in martial arts, strength, and combat experience. Wu Xiang reminded. With his aptitude, it's normal for him to make a breakthrough. There's nothing strange about it. I've already counted myself in. Ling Xiao said indifferently, to be honest, senior brother Wu, my goal has always been the Holy Sun. As for Jian Wuji, as long as he doesn't provoke me, I won't bother with him. Hearing this, Wu Xiang shook his head and smiled bitterly. How much strength was this junior brother of his hiding? He didn't even put Jian Wuji in his eyes. The rest of the core disciples were shocked. In their eyes, the Holy Sun was absolutely invincible. Now, someone wanted to challenge the Holy Sun, and it was someone of the same generation as them. Was he really that strong, or was he just bluffing? Ling Xiao didn't care what they thought. He was only a half-step heavenly venerable with 10% strength because he hadn't fully absorbed the spiritual liquid and the energy left by the human king at the bottom of the sea. After this preliminary round, he estimated that he could make a breakthrough in his cultivation. In the finals, it shouldn't be a problem for him to reach half-step heavenly venerable with 50% strength. It might even be higher. After all, it was hard to say what he would encounter in the true devil forbidden area. If he was lucky, it would be a big gain. Okay, you all go and get ready. We'll gather at the square in 15 minutes. Wu Xiang was a little skeptical about Ling Xiao's words. He knew that Ling Xiao was strong, but could Ling Xiao really defeat the Holy Sun? It seemed to be a little too difficult. He had seen the Holy Sun before. Although he was still young, the Holy Sun's martial soul was definitely incomparably powerful. It might even be one of the 9 dragon souls of the primordial dragon kings. The higher one's cultivation was, the more one could understand this. Of course, in Wu Xiang's opinion, the Holy Sun's strength and talent were obvious. Novel law, however, he couldn't see through Ling Xiao. In fact, he had wanted to see what level Ling Xiao had reached many times. However, his vision was always blurry, as if he couldn't see anything clearly. What secrets did Ling Xiao have? Even he was a little curious. However, he was just curious. He believed that with his relationship with Ling Xiao would definitely tell him when he could. After leaving Wu Xiang's place, Ling Xiao went to the Moon Lady's place. When he got there, he saw the Moon Lady reading an old book. "Sister Moon Lady, when did you become so studious?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "This is a book that I recently got. It has a more detailed definition of the 3 religions and 9 sects. Do you want to know?" The Moon Lady said. "It's the classification of sects, right? Isn't this used in ancient times? Is it still used now?" Ling Xiao asked in confusion. "Of course it is. It's just that the sects on the Sky Dragon continent are too weak, so you might not know about it." The Moon Lady replied. "Too weak? Sister Moon Lady, don't tell me that there isn't even a 9th-rate sect on the Sky Dragon continent?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. He seemed to have heard that although the Yuehua school was an unrated sect, it could still be considered a 9th-rate sect. Why wasn't it the same when it came to the Moon Lady? Maybe there is. I guess the Heavenly King sect can barely be considered a 9th-rate sect. The Aquamarine Palace can also reach this level. As for the other 10 sects, it's impossible. The Moon Lady replied. "That's ridiculous." Ling Xiao was stunned. The 3 religions and 9 sects. There were only 2 sects in the Sky Dragon continent that could possibly reach the 9th sects. This was too shabby. Too many things have happened during my long slumber. The Sky Dragon continent is really dying. Fortunately, the appearance of the Mountain River Martial Soul has revived the continent. I hope it will get better in the future. The Moon Maiden sighed. "Big Sister Moon Maiden, how are the 3 religions and 9 sects categorized? Is there no record of it?" Ling Xiao was very interested in this. "The words recorded in this book are also unclear, but based on the words, I can deduce the general requirements of a 9th-rate sect." The Moon Maiden thought for a moment and said, "Firstly, there must be at least 1 Grotto Heaven Realm expert. Besides that, there must be at least 3 Quasi-Grotto Heaven Realm experts. Lastly, there must be at least 100 Sky Realm experts. This is the most basic requirement. There are also martial arts and economic requirements, which I am not very clear about. TSK, if we don't count Big Sister Yuanu, the Yuehua school is indeed far from being a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. They do have 1 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, but none of them are at the half-step Grotto Heaven Realm. There are also less than 20 Celestial Realm martial artists." Ling Xiao was speechless. "That's right, and this is just the armed forces. I haven't counted the rest yet." The Moon Maiden nodded. "Sigh, if the Yuehua school is not even a Sky Realm martial artist, then my Divine Sword sect is not even worth mentioning." Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. He took the book from the Moon Maiden and glanced at it. He found that in addition to the division of sects, there were also some myths and legends in this book. These stories might not be true, but there should be a source. According to the book, the mystic world was one of the trillions of worlds ruled by the gods. In the eyes of the gods, the mystic world might be a speck of dust, a drop of water, or an inconspicuous single-celled animal. A speck of dust was a world, and a drop of water was a world. The book also said that when the mystic world was first born, it was chaos, and there were no living creatures. Later, a god came to this world and felt that it was too desolate, so he created wild beasts. Among them, the most successful was the dragon race. The Dragon Emperor and the 9 great dragon kings were originally the guardians of this god. After doing these things, he left, and the book called him Beast God. Later, a pair of brother and sister came. They found that the wild beasts in the mystic world were too cruel and unfriendly, so the brother used his divine power to create plants, and was called Nature God. The sister saved a weak race and taught them the way of martial arts. This race later became the human race, so the sister was also called human god. However, the mystic world was only a stop on their journey, and they soon left. After that, the mystic world began to develop on its own, and the humans were forced to the brink of extinction by the wild beasts. At this time, the human king appeared. According to the book, the human king was not a god, but he did come from another world. He created a martial soul cultivation method and built a systematic martial arts foundation with his subordinates. This made the human race even stronger. Under his leadership, the human race defeated the wild beasts. Later, the alien race invaded, and the human race and the wild beasts were once again faced with the danger of extinction. This time, the losses were too great. Although the alien race was driven away, the human king mysteriously disappeared, and the 12 immortals died tragically on the battlefield. The 9 great dragon kings were also killed by the alien race. The human race's martial arts fell into a broken state. The wild beasts fell into a deep sleep. The reason why the mystic world was split into 13 continents was that the accumulated power of that battle caused a terrible earthquake, causing the oceanic plates to shift greatly. Xianxia was also clear about the history after that. Most of the time, the people on the 13 continents did not interact with each other. Until the appearance of the true demon empire, everything changed. Then, the current situation occurred. The things in the book, the more detailed the records were and the more realistic they were. The records of the ancient era had elements of imagination and myth. But it could not be denied that they were fake, because there were also some martial artists in the mystic world who liked to explore and archaeology. They had obtained a lot of evidence to prove that the things recorded in the book were true. If it was true, what was the heavenly dragon continent, what was the mystic world, a grain of dust in a trillion, a grain of water in a trillion, a world that the gods could destroy at any time? This was too terrifying. Xianxia shook his head. Although these things were terrifying, for the current Xianxia, it did not seem to have much meaning. The only thing he could do now was to become stronger, continue to become stronger. Step out of the heavenly dragon continent first. Perhaps when he reached the divine phoenix continent, he could find out more secrets. Speaking of which, the 9 great dragon king martial spirits are actually the martial spirits of the little pets raised by the gods. But the origin of the mountain and river martial spirit is a bit strange. The human king could have come from outside the mystic world and not belong to the mystic world. No wonder the mountain and river martial spirit could easily swallow and transform the ancient hell dragon martial spirit. Just as Xianxia was pondering, the little butterfly in the mountain and river martial spirit gently flapped its wings. This little butterfly that had almost been forgotten by Xianxia had only flapped its wings lightly, but it had caused a huge change in the situation. Of course, this change happened outside the mystic world, so Xianxia definitely couldn't sense it. All he could sense was the special aura emitted from the little butterfly's body, which actually allowed his cultivation to increase by 1 level. 20% of his strength, half-step heavenly venerable. How could it be so easy to advance? Xianxia couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. It seemed that this little butterfly had some kind of special connection with the mountain and river martial spirit. And it definitely wasn't something ordinary. The improvement brought by a light flap of its wings was almost on par with the spirit liquid that Xianxia had spent tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones to concoct. It was simply heaven-defying. You actually advanced? The Moon Maiden was also a little surprised. She had never heard that just looking could increase one's cultivation. That's right, I advanced, but not because of it, but because of something else. By the way, Sister Moon Maiden, are you going to the Sacred Dynasty's Martial Arts Festival? Xianxia asked. Of course, because I also want to know the strength of the Sacred Emperor and the Heavenly King Sect Master. There was no first place, and there was no second place in martial arts. The Yinyang Realm Moon Maiden had encountered a powerful demon king before, but now, she was almost invincible. This wasn't a good feeling, so she hoped to see more experts. It was true that the heavenly dragon continent had declined, but since the mountain and river martial spirit had reappeared on the heavenly dragon continent, there might be stronger cultivators. However, the Moon Maiden didn't go with Xianxia and the others this time. Perhaps she felt that staying by Xiao's side would affect Xiao's improvement. After all, once a person had a backer, it was easy to gradually learn to be lazy. Ling Xiao respected and understood the Moon Maiden's choice. Then, under the leadership of Wu Xiang, Heavenly Venerable Golden Light, Wanghan Tianzuan, and Heavenly Venerable Heavenly Eye, hundreds of Yuehua school disciples selected from the inner sect boarded the Moonlight treasure ship and headed to the True Devil Forbidden Area. Just as they were about to leave the sect, a fierce and hateful gaze stared at the Moonlight treasured ship. It was cold and ruthless. This cold and hateful gaze didn't escape Ling Xiao's soul power. That was the gaze of the flame deity. As for Empyrean Demon Flame, Ling Xiao had considered whether or not he should strike first to gain the upper hand. But, the problem was that he no longer had his spirit body. He definitely wasn't a match for Empyrean Demon Flame. Although Wu Xiang and the Moon Maiden could kill the flame deity hadn't done anything to betray the sect during this period of time. Killing him for no reason was no different from killing Chan Yueli and the others in the past. Because of this, the flame deity was still alive. However, this person had been keeping a very low profile recently and had been cultivating madly in seclusion. However, no matter how much he cultivated, he realized that Ling Xiao's strength was getting closer and closer to his. Now, he felt a sense of oppression that he had never felt before. Especially after carefully studying Ling Xiao's growth trajectory, he felt even more uneasy. It had only been half a year since Ling Xiao had joined the Yuehua school, but everything this person did made people have a whole new level of respect for him. He dominated the outer sect and became the #1 outer sect disciple. He dealt with the Plague Demon King and was silently favored by the Moon Maiden. After that, he broke the 100,000-year record in the Moonlight Treasure Pagoda and completely established his power, causing their sect to lose all power and influence. Even the Moonlight Fairy had helped him. Then, he became a core disciple and killed the Yuehua school's #1 genius of the new generation, Ming Tian. During the 4-sect competition, he shocked the world with his battle and defeated the Beast King Palace's Decepticons and the Sword King sect's Chen Meng. What was even more frightening was that when the Holy Sun came to denounce him, this kid didn't reduce his might at all. He even chased the Holy Sun and the others out of the Yuehua school. Now, the outside world was saying that Ling Xiao would definitely become one of the new Sacred Dynasty's 6th young masters during the Sacred Dynasty's martial arts festival. He was able to defeat Jian Wuji and even challenge the Holy Sun. The flame deity couldn't stay calm anymore because of these terrifying records. He had originally wanted to continue improving his cultivation until he surpassed Wu Xiang and the Moon Maiden. Then, he would be able to trample on these people. However, from the looks of it, Ling Xiao might have already surpassed him before he could surpass those two people. Therefore, he definitely couldn't continue sitting around and waiting for death. He returned to the Volcano Palace, where a man in black was waiting. "Go back and tell that lord that I accept his suggestion," the flame deity said coldly to the man in black. "That's right. You should know that without our help, you won't be able to obtain the Yuehua school, let alone kill Ling Xiao. Goodbye." The man in black smiled, turned around, and left the Volcano Palace. He quickly fled into the distance. "There's no other way. Even if I become a demon, I have to get rid of this Ling Xiao. Otherwise, I'll never have a day of peace." The flame deity gritted his teeth and sat down cross-legged again. Black flames burned behind him. Crimson Desert, True Devil Forbidden Area, the mournful red sun shone down on the earth, giving off a strange feeling. The terrifyingly high temperature caused the air to distort like water. Withered bones and broken weapons could be seen everywhere on the ground. A gorgeous treasure ship flew over from the distance. Sitting on it were the people from the Yuehua school. "Sect Master, let the Moonlight treasure ship land. The airspace near the True Devil Forbidden Area is very dangerous. We can't continue flying. It's not far away anyway." Heavenly I was a veteran and had been here before, so he was more familiar with the situation here. When they approached, he reminded Wu Xiang. Wu Xiang nodded and controlled the Moonlight treasure ship to land. Asterisk hoo hoo hoo, asterisk the wind in the desert was raging, mixed with a thick smell of blood. Even if a transcendent realm cultivator had true qi to protect their body, they still felt a little suffocated in this environment. Be careful. Strange things often happen in the Crimson Desert. It's said that the souls of the True Devil Empire are causing trouble here. Empyrean Heavenly I reminded everyone as he made his preparations. However, right at this moment, a huge black shadow appeared in the midst of the raging winds, charging towards them at high speed. Not good, it's the Black Devil Shadow. Xiao had heard of the Black Devil Shadow before. One could think of it as a natural disaster or a kind of demon. Because the Black Devil Shadow had merged with the souls of the dead, it made the original Black Devil Shadow even more ferocious and intelligent. The most terrifying thing was that wherever the Black Devil Shadow attacked, all living beings would turn into withered corpses without a trace of blood. Quick! Everyone, use your strength to blast this Black Devil Shadow away, or we'll all die. Heavenly Lord Heavenly, I roared and began to gather his power. The others did not dare to be negligent and desperately gathered their strength. Boom. The attacks of more than 200 people, including Grotto Heaven Realm experts, only pushed the Black Devil Shadow back a few dozen meters. Not good. We're too unlucky. How could we encounter such a thing? Looks like we can only return. Heavenly, I frowned and turned around to order everyone to retreat. However, at this moment, a butterfly appeared on Xiao's shoulder. With a light flap of its wings, the ferocious Black Devil Shadow completely disappeared. The butterfly appeared quickly and disappeared quickly. Xiao only sensed it slightly, let alone the others. Everyone just felt lucky that the Black Devil Shadow disappeared inexplicably, and they finally survived the robbery. Look over there, that's the true Devil Forbidden Land. Heavenly, I pointed at the huge black tornado in the distance and said. It was said that only when the black tornado opened could one enter the true Devil Forbidden Land. Moreover, it opened in the same year as the Sacred Dynasty Martial Arts Festival. In fact, the reason why the Sacred Dynasty Martial Arts Festival was held during this time was because the true Devil Forbidden Land opened during this time. There were many figures near the huge black tornado. Although they were too far away to see clearly, it was certain that almost all the people from the 12 sects had arrived. The true Devil Forbidden Land will open in a few hours. Let's go over. Wu Xiang waved his hand and everyone quickened their pace. Each of them used their movement techniques and moved closer to the black tornado. Not long after, the Yuehua School's group arrived near the black tornado. Xiao raised his head to take a look. This black dragon was really like a black divine dragon, as if it was going to break through the sky. It was at least a few hundred meters tall, and its top couldn't be seen at all. Its diameter was estimated to be at least a few thousand meters, so it was definitely not small inside. At this time, many sects had set up camp near the black tornado. Because the preliminaries might last for 2 days or even longer, they could not sleep in the open all the time. The date of the finals was set according to the preliminaries. Basically, after the preliminaries ended, the day of the finals would be the day of the finals. This was mainly because the date of the preliminaries was not fixed. Many people came out after a while, and some people could not come out for a day or two. The true Devil Forbidden Land was similar to the Moonlight Pagoda, but it was obviously more dangerous. Moreover, people would really die, and they would not be teleported out after death. Coupled with the fact that there were so many people participating, the possibility of an accident was even greater. In terms of numbers, there were thousands of people in the vicinity of the Black Dragon tornado. Some of them were disciples participating in the preliminaries, while others were experts leading their teams. They were all dressed differently. Although some of their clothes were of the same color, the styles and logos on them were all different. This was also to show that they came from different sections. The people from the Sword King sect had arrived much earlier than the Yuehua school, but there were only a few disciples participating. Chen Meng and Jian Feng were among them. The rest were the core disciples who were in closed-door cultivation during the 4-faction martial competition. Jian Wuji didn't come, and there was no need for him to come. As one of the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty, he had already participated in the preliminaries of the True Devil Forbidden Zone. This time, he could directly enter the finals. The people from the Beast King Palace had also arrived, including Ying Wuya, Decepticons, Shi Jiao, Wang Lang, Li Hu, and others. Ying Wuya gave off a completely different feeling. Who knew what this kid had experienced? Not only had he become more reserved, but he also had a very sharp and terrifying aura. Half-step Heavenly Venerate with 50% strength. How did he advance so quickly? Lan Yuer was shocked. You can tell just by looking at the fact that he's missing an eye and an arm. He must have participated in some extremely dangerous trial. With such effort, there will surely be some sort of reward. This brat isn't easy to deal with. His current strength is probably much stronger than Chen Meng and the tyrannical Sky Tiger. Senior Sister Lan, if you encounter him, remember not to fight recklessly. Ling Xiao reminded. Lan Yuer didn't doubt Ling Xiao's words. Ling Xiao had never misjudged anything. But then again, although Ying Wuya was strong, there were many unfamiliar faces that were even more terrifying. Among the thousands of young disciples participating in the preliminaries, except for the Yuehua school, all of them were at least in the Transcendent Realm 9th stage. Among them, 70% were half-step heavenly venerates. And more than 30% were half-step heavenly venerates with 50% strength. What surprised Ling Xiao the most was that there were more than a dozen half-step heavenly venerates with 70% or 80% strength. This was really a gathering of talents and masters. If a mere preliminaries had such a level of strength, what would happen in the finals? No, I really need to improve my cultivation. Ling Xiao looked at the Black Dragon scroll. Whether or not he could have a better chance of winning in the finals would depend on whether he could obtain some benefits from the Black Dragon scroll. Wu Xiang suddenly said to everyone with a serious face, "When you enter the True Devil Forbidden Area, remember to be careful. If you can't fight with your strength, immediately retreat. As long as you don't die, the secret technique scroll that injured you will be able to bring you out." I really didn't expect there to be so many masters in a mere preliminaries. Senior Brother Wu, with Senior Sister Lan's strength, if she was in the last martial arts festival, what would her rank be? Ling Xiao asked very cautiously. Wu Xiang replied, in the last martial arts festival, the worst of the top 100 were half-step heavenly venerates with 50% strength. The top 50 were half-step heavenly venerates with 70% strength, and the top 20 were half-step heavenly venerates with 80% strength. As for the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty, except for Jian Wuji, all of them were half-step heavenly venerates with 90% strength. No wonder these people are so strong. Ling Xiao clenched his teeth. There were really many masters. Any of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty could break through to the celestial realm in the martial arts festival. At that time, they would really be invincible. According to the rules of the martial arts festival, all martial artists under the age of 20 could participate. Once someone reached the celestial realm, they would definitely be the strongest of the new generation. Junior Brother Ling, there's something I've been thinking about for a long time, but I still think I should say it. You said that you want to challenge the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty, but that's only before they reach the celestial realm. Once they reach the celestial realm, your chances will be slim. Wu Xiang said after a moment of silence. I understand. Ling Xiao nodded. In fact, he had considered this matter, but it was meaningless to worry about it blindly. If there was no other way, he could only rely on the power of the sealed land. Of course, he would try not to use the sealed land for this kind of competition. After all, it would be a bit too shameless. It's good that you understand. If you really can't defeat the Holy Sun, I'll find a way to help you. Wu Xiang patted Ling Xiao on the shoulder and said, anyway, I won't let you be that little girl's slave. No. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, Senior Brother Wu, I've made a promise. Of course, I won't go back on it. Besides, don't worry. I said I'll defeat her, so I'll definitely win. He couldn't let Wu Xiang clean up after him. That would be too disloyal. Seeing that Wu Xiang was about to say something, Ling Xiao hurriedly changed the topic and asked, Senior Brother Wu, tell us. Among the people who came this time, who do we need to pay attention to? Wu Xiang smiled bitterly and didn't dwell on the previous topic. Instead, he looked at the camp and said, the one wearing black clothes over there is Tang Jiu, the chief core disciple of the Tang sect, one of the 3 sects in the south. Although he is only 19 years old, he ranked 64th in the last martial arts festival. His cultivation has reached 60% of the half-step celestial venerate level. Tang Jiu is known as the Shadowless Killer because his hidden weapon skills are too terrifying. You are often killed by him in battle. He looks gentle on the surface, but he is actually very scary. He is ruthless and merciless. If you meet him, try to avoid him. Hearing Wu Xiang's words, Ling Xiao used his mountain river martial soul to analyze Tang Jiu's strength. He was shocked when he saw it. This person's cultivation was at 80% half-step heavenly venerable. Just as Wu Xiang had said, Tang Jiu looked like a rich young master on the surface, talking and laughing. However, Ling Xiao could see that this person had a vicious side to him. His aura was very dangerous. A wolf in sheep's clothing, that was probably the best way to describe this person. And that person over there. Wu Xiang continued to introduce the people who might be a threat to the Yuehua school's disciples. That person is called Li Yudao. His name is Yudao, but he is actually Wu Dao. He is the chief core disciple of Gu King sect, one of the 3 southern sections. He was ranked 66th in the last martial arts festival. His strength should be about the same as Tang Jiu's. People call him Wu Dao Master. He kills people like scything flax. He likes to plant goo in people's bodies. Junior brother Ling, you killed Gu Duanchang. I'm afraid these 2 people will do you harm, so be careful. Ling Xiao used his mountain river martial soul to observe Li Yudao. This person was also at 80% half-step heavenly venerable, but slightly weaker than Tang Jiu. This person's performance was completely different from Tang Jiu's. Tang Jiu was a wolf in sheep's clothing, a beast that liked to disguise itself. However, Li Yudao released his terrifying killing intent and evil aura without any scruples. Even his fellow disciples did not dare to stand next to him, for fear of offending him and getting killed. Rumor has it that Li Yudao even planted a goo poison in his master because he thought it was fun, causing his master to die. This person was even more cruel than Tang Jiu. In fact, he was even more frightening than Tang Jiu. More than 10,000 people's death. Most importantly, everyone who died to be tortured to death to suffer to be tortured to the point of their lives to death. Somehow, Li Yudao sensed that someone was looking at him. He turned his head around instantly, and the terrifying murderous aura in his eyes made most of the Yuehua sect disciples tremble in fear. Some of them even knelt on the ground. Humph. Then, something even more terrifying happened. There was a golden silkworm in his mouth. Li Yudao smiled sinisterly. The golden silkworm in his mouth was aimed directly at Ling Xiao. Ha! Ling Xiao opened his mouth and shouted. The golden silkworm flew into the air and exploded into countless pieces. Li Yudao revealed a look of surprise. There were many people who could defend against his murderous aura, but there were very few who could block his sudden release of the golden silkworm goo. He, interesting, only such a person deserves to be my, Li Yudao's, best toy. He couldn't help but smile proudly, as if finding a good toy made him happier than anything else. This Li Yudao is indeed sinister. Wu Xiang looked at Li Yudao coldly and said, these 2 are the most dangerous people. Don't be fooled by their 64th and 66th place in the last competition. They might be in the top 50 or even the top 20 this time. You have to be careful. The other people you need to pay attention to are Yan Liehua, an inner disciple of the Profound Fire sect, ranked 51st in the last martial arts festival. He should have a flame martial spirit of nature, but it is unknown what kind of flame it is. However, he is definitely strong. Fortunately, he is not a bloodthirsty person. Just don't provoke him. Xianxia, an inner disciple of the Heavenly King sect, ranked 55th in the last martial arts festival. His characteristics are very similar to Mo Wushang, one of the 6 young masters. He is good at secret soul techniques and his martial spirit is an animal that can use illusion techniques. Junior brother Ling, you should pay attention to him. Although there is a big gap between him and Mo Wushang, their characteristics are similar. Luo Tianyu, an inner disciple of the Heavenly King sect, ranked 60th in the previous martial arts festival. He was best at movement techniques and was extremely fast. Among all the disciples who came this time, he was probably the fastest. Of course, junior brother Ling, you are an exception. Blue Fatty was an inner disciple of the Jade Water Divine Palace. Even though she was a woman, she didn't seem to mind being called a fatty. She was extremely powerful and extremely terrifying in the water. She could unleash 2 times more power than usual. She was ranked 70 in the previous Martial Path Festival. Snake Dowager, an inner disciple of the Jade Water Divine Palace. She is also a woman. She was ranked 79th in the last martial arts festival. She is very scary. Although her ranking is not high, she is better than all the disciples of the Beast Palace in terms of using the snake martial spirit. She is also one of the people that you should not get close to. The people that Wu Xiang mentioned were all people that could attack the disciples of the Yuehua school. Although there were other experts, there was no need to introduce them in detail. However, this did not mean that they did not exist. It could be said that the top 100, or even the top 200 of the last martial arts festival, were a great threat to most of the disciples of the Yuehua school. Ha ha ha, it seems that we are a bit late. Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from afar. Then, dozens of figures flew over. A sect that I have never seen before? Ling Xiao frowned. The clothes and insignia of these people did not belong to the 12 sects, but their aura was frighteningly strong. Sky Dragon Institute? Everyone was stunned when they saw the words written in gold on the backs of those people. Because no one had heard of the Sky Dragon Institute before. What are they doing? Moreover, there were a total of 10 people from the Sky Dragon Institute. 8 of them were leaders, 3 of them were Grotto Heaven Realm, and 5 of them were Sky Realm. Only 2 of them were contestants. One of them was the one who had just laughed. He was very tall and sturdy. He was more than 3 meters tall. He was a youth under the age of 20. Such a tall figure was probably related to his martial spirit or inheritance. The other person was a woman. She was dressed in an extremely charming manner. She had a sweet smile on her face, but her eyes revealed a ruthless look like that of a snake or scorpion. I'm Army Breaker, a core disciple of Sky Dragon Institute. I've never participated in the Sacred Dynasty's martial arts festival, so I came here to join in the fun. This is my junior sister, Feng Yaorao. She's also never participated in the Sacred Dynasty's martial arts festival, but she should be qualified and in line with the rules. That robust youth seemed to have a cheerful personality. He didn't care if others were listening or not. He introduced himself and the girl beside him. What a powerful aura. I'm afraid it's not inferior to Tang Jiao and Li Yudao. There's actually such a powerful young expert outside of the 12 sects? Lan Yuer said in surprise. Army Breaker, why are you being so long-winded? Apart from the top 100, the rest are all trash. Is there a need to introduce them? Although Feng Yaorao was enchanting, her words weren't pleasant to hear. Moreover, it was very direct and hurtful. Junior sister, you can't say that. With our strength, I'm afraid that apart from 80% of our strength, any expert above half-step Empyrean would die. Army Breaker said with a smile, it's not easy for others. You don't have to be so hurtful. Humph, how am I as hypocritical as you? Today, I'll say it here. Whoever meets me, you'd better stay away. Otherwise, I'll kill without mercy. This Feng Yaorao was obviously a charming girl, but her killing intent was frightening. Every time she opened her mouth, she would kill. She was really overbearing. What was the background of this Sky Dragon Institute? Ling Xiao was also puzzled. Junior sister, I heard that Yuehua school is very arrogant recently, especially that Ling Xiao. He actually defeated Sword King Sec's Chen Meng and Beast King Palace's Decepticons. He even killed Poison King Sec's Sad Heartbreak. What's more infuriating is that he didn't give face to the Holy Sun. What do you think? Army Breaker seemed to be deliberately stirring up trouble. Kill. Feng Yaorao only said one word, but it was filled with hostility. Their voices were very loud. Not to mention the Yuehua school, the other sects also heard it. Hee, senior brother Ling, she's provoking you. Leng Hao said with a smile. This girl is very strong, and her origin is unknown. Junior brother Ling, you must be careful. Dai Yuling reminded. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, as I said before, those who humiliate me will be humiliated by others. I won't take the initiative to provoke anyone, but if they don't know what's good for them, then don't blame me for being impolite. As expected of the young sect master, so domineering. The rest of the Yuehua school students were now following Ling Zhao's lead. Ling Zhao's strength was equivalent to the strength of the entire Yuehua school. This was extremely beneficial to them. This was because the rise of a sect would benefit all the disciples of the sect. Brother Ling, I'm here. At this moment, another group of people arrived from afar. It was the Divine Sword clan. However, they had learned their lesson this time. The Immortal Sword sect only sent one participant, and that was Lan Chen. The current Lan Chen's cultivation had already reached 10% of his strength, a half-step Empyrean, second only to Ling Xiao. As expected of the dragon race, his cultivation speed was even faster than Ling Xiao's. Of course, this was also related to the fact that their strength had been suppressed for too long, so once they came out, they would continue to release it. Once the suppressive force was released, the rate of increase would naturally slow down. Although Longchen only had 10% of his strength, a half-step Empyrean, he was of the Golden Dragon race and possessed part of the ancient Golden Dragon's bloodline. Once he entered his divine dragon form, his strength would increase greatly. Hence, his strength was probably much stronger than his cultivation. Humph, another one has come to die. Li Yudao sneered. Tang Jiu, on the other hand, had a fake smile. Feng Yarao and Army Breaker had ruthless looks on their faces. It seemed that Lan Chen had also become one of their targets. However, provoking Lan Chen was definitely not a good choice. The strength of the Divine Dragon's defense was probably something that these people could not imagine. The Immortal Sword sect had set up camp near the Yuehua school, and the two sects had a very close relationship. After a period of time, the Black Dragon suddenly let out a high-pitched roar, which sounded like the roar of a divine dragon. Roar, amidst the roar, a hole seemed to have been torn open in the middle of the Black Dragon. One could vaguely see the shadow of a building inside. The true devil forbidden area has been opened. Everyone, listen up. After entering, you may appear in different places, but don't panic. If you feel that your life is in danger, use the secret scroll to retreat. Don't be rash and don't panic. Before leaving, Wu Xiang carefully reminded everyone. Yes. Over 100 disciples of the Yuehua school accepted the order. Also, after entering, the rules are the same as in the Moonlight Pagoda. The more opportunities you encounter, the more benefits you get, and the better your results will be. At that time, your results will be displayed as a black tornado. The bigger the tornado, the better your results. The top 150 will meet up with the 50 seeded contestants to participate in the finals. Wu Xiang had once hoped to participate in the finals, but unfortunately, he couldn't because of Chang Yueli. However, he still had a basic understanding of the rules. As for why the black tornado would be displayed, no one could explain it. There was a saying that it was related to the giant black tornado outside, but no one could explain the specific relationship. In any case, there was no harm in using it as a reference, and it was very accurate, so it continued to be used. There's nothing else. I wish you all a safe journey. Wu Xiang actually had a lot to say, but the black tornado would only be open for about a week. Moreover, the further they went, the smaller the tornado would be. Entering early would naturally be beneficial. Ha ha ha, I'll leave first. You all can chat. Army Breaker laughed and took the lead to rush into the Black Dragon, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Feng Yarao glanced over and smiled faintly. Her smile was charming and also filled with killing intent. After that, her figure flashed and she also rushed in. Once they left, the others also became anxious. For a moment, all kinds of lights and figures continuously rushed towards the giant black tornado. It was a spectacular sight. The people of the Yuehua school and the Divine Sword sect were not anxious. If they squeezed in now, it would obviously lead to a conflict. In the end, they were directly kicked out before they even entered the black tornado. When most people had entered, the people of the Yuehua school began to enter one by one. Brother Ling, I'll be leaving first. Longchen of the Divine Sword sect cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao and also flew in. Good guy, this is really spectacular. Just the 12 sects already have so many genius disciples. I really don't know how many geniuses there are in the entire Heavenly Dragon continent. Ling Xiao couldn't help but reveal a rueful expression. After Longchen entered, he also moved towards the black tornado. There was a saying, if it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. If it's yours, it's yours. If it's not yours, there's no meaning even if you rush in. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, it won't change whether you enter early or late. Chen Meng, Jianfeng, Ao Chu. Everyone else, listen up. The reason why our Sword King sect has declined is because of the Yuehua school. So remember, no matter who you meet in the Yuehua school, as long as you can kill them, it doesn't matter if you can't enter the finals. Jian Wuji alone is enough. Especially remember, Ling Xiao must die. Kill the others if you can, but Ling Xiao must not be let go. You are no match for him. You can join forces with others. In short, he must not be allowed to come out alive. Chen Nanqing, the sect master of the Sword King sect, hated Ling Xiao and the Yuehua school to the core. He felt that even if Ling Xiao entered the finals, he would still lose to the Holy Sun. At that time, he would have to work like a horse for the Holy Sun. However, he felt that it would be too easy for Ling Xiao. Being a slave for such a delicate beauty, who was also a future holy emperor, was simply a blessing, not a torture. Therefore, he wanted Ling Xiao to die now. Chen Meng naturally had no objection. Ao Chu was a core disciple who had been in seclusion before. His friend had died at the hands of Ling Xiao, so he also would not refuse. Only Jianfeng furrowed his brows. He did not have a good life in the Sword King sect, but he had to listen to the sect master's order. It seemed that he could only take action. However, he would not use any despicable means. It would be better to directly attack. If he lost, it would be his own fault. If he won, it would be Ling Xiao's fault. As for the other disciples of the Sword King sect, they were completely under Chen Nanqing's command. Naturally, they would act according to his orders. Everyone had their own thoughts as they entered the True Devil Forbidden Area. Golden Light glanced at Chen Nanqing and said to Wu Xiang in a low voice, "Sect Master, I'm afraid that Chen Nanqing will do something to Ling Xiao." "Not only Ling Xiao, that old man may target all the disciples of the Yuehua school," Wu Xiang said coldly. Wu Xiang said coldly, "But that old bastard can't do it himself. If he does this, he might end up losing both his wife and his soldiers." "That's true. Lan Yuer, Leng Hao, and Dai Yuling were not to be trifled with. Zhao Ji was also a decisive killer. As for Ling Xiao, he's never been the type to suffer losses. Whoever dares to provoke him will suffer the consequences." Golden Light Heavenly Sovereign smiled when he thought about what happened in Sword King City. The mantis stalks the cicada, but it may not expect that it wasn't a cicada, but a monster with a cicada on its head. If it was eaten, it could only blame its stupidity. As soon as he entered the Black Dragon Tornado, Ling Xiao felt his body involuntarily fly away with the wind. By the time he was able to stabilize himself, he realized that there was no one else around him. He was the only one left. He was now in a desert. The scorching sun shone on the desert, making him feel like his body was about to melt. What was strange was that in such an environment, there were actually plants that could survive. Damn, there's so much wolf's tail grass. When he took a closer look, he suddenly realized that there were patches of wolf's tail grass here. It looked very similar to wolf's tail grass, but its leaves were golden yellow. Moreover, the plant was very large and could survive almost anywhere. It was precisely because of its tenacious vitality that it was very useful when used to refine medicinal pills or spiritual liquids. There are actually over 100 stalks that are over 1,000 years old. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh with emotion. A stalk of wolf's tail grass was worth 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Previously, he had gone to the capital of Northern Han to purchase it. If these wolf's tail grass were refined into a gold leaf toughness pill, it could be used to replenish one's physical strength and increase one's survivability in harsh environments. Its value would increase by 10 times. A single pill would be worth 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, this pill was only a low-grade Huang-grade medicinal pill. Ling Xiao could refine it. Most importantly, this thing was that even a Heaven Realm expert would be reluctant to part with it. After all, increasing one's survivability was very important. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao beckoned with his hand. Over 100 stalks of wolf's tail grass were stored in the Mountain River realm. However, just as he was about to turn around and leave in search of another place, he suddenly felt something moving in the sand. Pung, a sandstorm that was over 10 meters tall rose from the sand pile. What appeared was actually a strange desert lizard. This fellow's body was too large, and most of it was buried in the sand. As soon as it appeared, the desert lizard rolled up a huge sandstorm and blasted it at Xianxia. This kind of monster had no intelligence. The only thing in its mind was slaughter. Xianxia slightly wrinkled his brows, and then a chi sword broke through the air. Clang, although there was only one true origin chi sword, the feral was only a level 9 feral and had yet to reach the level of a feral king. As such, the true origin chi sword failed to pierce through it and did not even leave a scratch on it. All it did was disperse the sandstorm in the sky. What a strong defense, but it's useless. Xianxia shouted. The two chi swords condensed into one and shot out again. It contained a small amount of destructive will. Pucci, the destructive will was the most powerful thing about destruction. No matter how strong the defense was, it would be difficult to block this terrifying power. The giant desert lizard was cut in half by the chi sword, revealing a shiny golden nighton. Blood seeped into the desert. Xianxia put the monster core into his storage ring and continued on his journey. According to his judgment, the other participating cultivators might have encountered similar situations. However, everyone had different opportunities, so the dangers they encountered were naturally different. There were definitely many people who had been eliminated. Just as he inferred, the people who were eliminated one after another used secret scrolls to escape when they encountered danger. They thought that they didn't have the strength to deal with the powerful existence in front of them. However, these things had nothing to do with Xianxia. He just needed to quietly finish his journey. The true devil forbidden area was indeed a forbidden area. After leaving the goldleaf wolf-tail grass, Xianxia had only walked less than 500 meters when he encountered trouble. Suddenly, a group of scorpions that lived in the desert appeared. Although these scorpions weren't big, their numbers were terrifying. There were more than 10,000 of them, and all of them rushed toward Xianxia like a tide. 9 Meridians Chi Sword, Rising Sun Sword Light. Xianxia raised his hand, and a sword light like the sun appeared above his head. Then, countless sword lights shot toward the scorpions like a rainstorm. Wherever the sword light went, the scorpions were all destroyed, leaving behind a mess. Even the remaining ones fled without a trace. It seemed that these scorpions had some brains. They knew that the opponent in front of them couldn't be defeated, so they fled. The True Devil Forbidden Area included the imperial city of the True Devil Empire and the surrounding hundreds of miles. Because there were few people here, the scene from tens of thousands of years ago was basically preserved. The beasts that lived here, although not as strong as the great desolate beasts, were all incomparably strong. Fortunately, Xianxia was strong. Otherwise, whether it was the desert lizard or the desert scorpion, they could easily take his life. One had to know that the giant desert lizard was a level 9 Transcendent Realm beast, which was equivalent to a level 9 Transcendent Realm cultivator, or even stronger. Although these scorpions were small in size, being only level 8 Transcendent Realm beasts, there were enough of them. Ordinary half-step heavenly venerables with 10% of their strength would probably die if they encountered them. If they didn't run, they would die. Xianxia could only hope that Dai Yuling and Ling Hao wouldn't encounter the same danger, otherwise, it would be difficult. As for the rest of the Yuehua school's disciples, Wu Xiong had said that they should run if they couldn't win. They were generally weak, so getting something was enough. There was no need to risk their lives. There probably wouldn't be many casualties. Those who might really die were probably those whose strength was neither too high nor too low. Just as Xianxia was thinking about these things, danger once again approached. He had no choice but to give up on his wild thoughts and re-enter the battle. This time, the beast he encountered was even stronger. It had reached the level of a half-step heavenly venerate king. What was even more terrifying was that this guy was extremely good at using the desert's terrain, making it impossible to guard against. In the end, Xianxia used his flying sword to follow it and kill it. Along the way, Xianxia encountered at least a dozen types of beasts. Each of them was extremely fierce, and the slightest carelessness could cause him to fail miserably. The most troublesome thing was that these beasts seemed to be very good at using the terrain, which made him sigh. However, because of these battles, his combat experience in special terrains increased a lot. It could be considered a big gain. Finally, after about an hour, Xianxia walked out of the desert and saw the ruins of the old city of the True Demon's Empire. Although the walls were dilapidated, most of the old city's outline could still be seen. He sped up and rushed near the old city. He found that one of the city walls was densely packed with weapons. Most of these weapons had already decayed and deteriorated, but there was one sword that was extremely eye-catching. It was a treasure sword with a frosty aura. Its quality was estimated to be an immortal-grade artifact, or even a divine-grade artifact. No matter what level of sword it was, for a martial artist like Ling Xiao who loved swords, it was naturally the most suitable weapon. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao did not act rashly. He circulated his mountain river martial spirit and carefully analyzed the situation of the wall. Only then did he feel fortunate that he did not act rashly. It turned out that the reason why this sword could not decay was because it had a special ability. It could cast ice and snow barrier, causing the entire wall to become extremely cold. Other weapons could not withstand this kind of cold and would basically shatter. Only it had been sealed in ice until now. Within the 12 Golden Lotus Arts, there was a snow celestial phenomenon. Ling Xiao was preparing to comprehend it next. Previously, he felt that the Ice Dragon Sword's attributes were compatible with the snow celestial phenomenon, but now, it seemed that this Snow Feather Sword was more suitable. The Snow Feather Sword was a celestial-grade treasure weapon. Ling Xiao was able to use it at the moment, but he was unable to fully utilize its amplification effect. However, he was not far away from the celestial realm. As long as he reached the celestial realm, he would be able to fully utilize its power. At the very least, it would be the most suitable weapon for anyone below the celestial realm. However, if he wanted to obtain this treasured sword, he would first need to break through the ice and snow barrier. Otherwise, he would be frozen into an ice sculpture. At that time, he would not be able to obtain the treasured sword and would even have to pay with his life. Breaking through the barrier was not a difficult task for Ling Xiao, but it still cost him over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones and some special materials. Just as he was about to take the sword, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. "Ha ha ha, this thing belongs to us." The voice laughed wildly as he pulled the Snow Feather Sword out of the wall. In that instant, snowflakes floated down from the sky, and a terrifying cold air instantly froze the surrounding vegetation and walls. However, this martial artist was obviously prepared. Although his whole body trembled, he still put the Snow Feather Sword into his storage ring. Ling Xiao originally had the opportunity to snatch it back, but this person was not alone. He had 3 other companions, all of whom were half-step Empyreans with 20% strength. In terms of cultivation, these people were similar to him. "Hee, boy, I was going to kill you, but seeing that you have made such a great contribution for us, I will spare your life. It is actually a treasure sword of the immortal grade artifact level, I really did not expect it." The person who obtained the treasured sword was very excited and did not take Ling Xiao seriously at all. Although this person was obviously unable to control the Snow Feather Sword for the time being, after taking it back to the sect, his elders would naturally help him. "It is a good thing, but unfortunately, you do not deserve to have it." Ling Xiao could still feel the terrifying ice and snow aura of the Snow Feather Sword at this time. This ice-cold aura, as long as it was guided by a little bit of true essence, would erupt and cooperate with the owner to attack the enemy. The reason why a magic treasure was because it contained a certain kind of power and special ability. As long as one was a martial artist, they could use these things to unleash great power or special combat effects. As long as the Snow Feather Sword was activated, it could completely cooperate with the Snow Celestial phenomenon, causing the power of the Snow Celestial phenomenon to multiply. To Ling Xiao, this thing was a necessity. How could he let the other party take it away just like that? "Boy, what did you just say?" the leader of the 4 asked coldly. "I said that you are not worthy of possessing that sword. Return it to me and I can let you live. Otherwise, kill without mercy." Ling Xiao was willing to give the other party a chance, but it all depended on whether the other party was willing to seize it or not. "Ha ha ha, this kid must have lost his mind. He actually said that he would spare our lives? Brainless brat, just now I said that I would spare your life, but now, cut off your own legs and we can spare your life." "That's right, stinking brat, you actually dare to threaten us. Do you know how to write the word death? Hurry up, if you dawdle any longer, we will attack." The 4 of them looked at Ling Xiao mockingly, their faces full of mockery and contempt. It was as if Ling Xiao was already a dead man in their eyes. Ling Xiao's eyes were indifferent. Why do people always have to come to their deaths? I don't want to kill people, but some people are tired of living. He slowly took out the overflow rain sword, then looked at the four of them indifferently and said casually, I will give you one last chance. Leave your treasured sword and get lost immediately. Otherwise, stay here and never leave. Ling Zhao's killing intent was more terrifying than Li Yudeo's and more demonic than Tang Jiu's. This was because he had the martial soul of the ancestor of the assassins, the sword devil Yi Guxin. Ling Xiao no longer intended to give the other party a chance because they did not cherish the opportunity he gave them. Kill him. The four of them did not leave their treasured sword behind, nor did they choose to leave. Instead, they had the intention to kill. The person closest to Ling Xiao made the first move. He did not use a weapon, perhaps because he felt that Ling Xiao was not worthy of him using a weapon. This person directly threw out a kick. That kick immediately turned into a milky white wind and rushed towards Ling Xiao like a tornado. Ling Xiao held the overflow rain sword in his hand, but he did not use it because the four of them were not worthy. The reason why he took out the overflow rain sword was to guard against the Oriole hiding in the dark. Puchi, a black gold chi sword flashed and instantly pierced through the warrior's head. Boom, the black gold flame burned and the man's head instantly turned into ashes. Seeing Ling Xiao so valiant, the remaining three were obviously stunned. Leave the item and scram. Ling Xiao said coldly. Don't be afraid of this brat. The three of us will deal with him together. I don't believe we can't kill him. It was obvious that people would die for wealth and birds would die for food. The three of them had completely lost their minds for the snow feather sword. Ling Xiao no longer had any mercy. Since they were looking for death, he could not let them go and let them leave with the snow feather sword. His right hand still held the overflow rain sword and was always on guard against sneak attacks. His left hand raised and a sharp black gold chi sword condensed. This was the effect of 9 chi swords fusing into one. Even if he did not use any moves, just a simple slash would make it difficult for the opponent to block. With a thrust of his sword, the cultivator who had rushed over screamed miserably, his entire body burning with raging flames as he let out a mournful scream, losing all signs of life. When the remaining two saw the situation, they knew something was wrong. They did not dare to continue attacking and turned to run. If you leave the treasured sword behind, you might be able to keep your lives. You actually tried to take the snow feather sword. You're courting death. Hell Dragon Sword, Ling Xiao roared and the black gold chi sword in his hand pierced through the air. It was actually a sword that killed 2 birds. The 2 who were running away were pierced by the black gold chi sword at the same time. A moment later, they were completely dead. The storage rings in their hands were all in Ling Xiao's hands without exception. However, probably because they knew the dangers of the true devil forbidden area, the storage rings of these guys only contained some physical strength, true yuan, and healing pills. There was nothing valuable. Fortunately, an ordinary storage ring was worth 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. It was not bad to sell it. Of course, the most important thing was that the snow feather sword was back in his hands, which was really satisfying. Originally, he had spent a lot of effort to break the ice and snow barrier to obtain this item. Now, someone actually wanted to reap without sowing. How could he agree to this? What a bunch of idiots. If they had left the snow feather sword behind, they could have at least kept their lives. A mere 20% of their strength is nothing in front of me. After speaking, Ling Xiao suddenly pointed his overflow rain sword at a wall and said coldly, "Friend, you've been watching for a long time. Don't you want to come out and meet me?" "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to be so observant." The man laughed and came out from behind the wall. "Not only am I observant, but my strength is also not bad. Since you saw the battle just now, you shouldn't have any other intentions, right?" Ling Xiao looked at the strange-looking woman in front of him and asked. He naturally knew this woman because she was the Jade Water Divine Palace's disciple Wanxi that Wu Xiang had introduced him to before. At that time, Wu Xiang had said that this woman was ranked 79th in the previous martial arts festival. Her strength was terrifying. Although her ranking was not high, in terms of using the snake martial spirit, she was better than all the disciples of Beast King Palace. She was also one of the people who should not be approached. But now, not only did Ling Xiao approach her, but he also wanted to fight with her. Haha, although you killed 4 cultivators of the same cultivation realm as you, and it looked very easy, your strength is not bad. But in my eyes, it's nothing. Wanshi smiled and shook her head. You gave them a chance just now, so I'll give you a chance too. Put down the sword and leave, and I won't take your life. You killed a disciple of Yuehua school? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Yes, a disciple of the 5th level of the Transcendent Realm begged for mercy in front of me, but I didn't give him a chance. After all, the head of a disciple of the 12th sex is very valuable in our Jade Water Divine Palace, so I cut off his head. Wanshi pointed to the specially treated head on her waist and smiled. If you don't listen, you'll end up like him. Is that so? Unfortunately, I don't like to be manipulated by others. Ling Xiao put away the snow feather sword and took out the dense mist sword. The dense mist sword in his left hand and the overflow rain sword in his right. His opponent was not bad. Ling Xiao wanted to test the power of the fog celestial phenomenon. Also, you killed a disciple of Yuehua school. There's no way for us to be kind anymore. Ling Xiao added. Haha, what can you do to me? You may be the chief core disciple of Yuehua school, and you may have killed a disciple of Yuehua school, but I saw the battle. You just happened to restrain that idiot. Now, I'll give you a chance. Leave the snow feather sword behind, or die. The snake dowager continued to smile. However, Ling Xiao could see a hint of caution in her smile. Given the snake dowager's personality, she wouldn't have let Ling Xiao go. It was only because she was afraid of Ling Xiao that she didn't want to fight Ling Xiao head-on. That was why she made such a decision. It won't take much time to kill you. There's no need to talk nonsense. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Sigh, originally, I didn't want to kill another disciple of your sect so soon after killing a disciple of Yuehua school. But since you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. It's just that you've probably heard of how terrifying I am. I won't let you die right away. I'll let my precious snakes bite your flesh inch by inch until you're nothing but bones. You'll definitely ***** because of this. The snake dowager's words were sinister and terrifying. Behind her, the phantom of a 3-headed monster appeared. I've long heard that the Jadewater Divine Palace is related to the Oceanids. It seems that the rumors aren't baseless. Ling Xiao thought inwardly. The 3-headed monster was a giant beast that lived at the bottom of the sea. It was said that this monster was born with 3 heads, and the more it cultivated, the stronger it would become. The most powerful of the clan actually had 9 heads, which was the Hydra. While he was thinking about this, the snake dowager had already activated her quintessential yuan to attack. She leapt up and blasted out with her palms. Her majestic quintessential yuan condensed into a millstone-sized palm print that smashed the surrounding walls into pieces. This kind of terrifying attack power was much stronger than that of Chen Meng and the Decepticons. To be able to enter the top 100 of the previous martial arts festival, the snake dowager's reputation was well-deserved. Die. Ling Xiao just watched indifferently. The bewildering mist sword in his hand trembled slightly, and a dense mist instantly filled the entire space. Then, a human-shaped sword energy faintly appeared in the mist. Strange? Why do I feel a chill on my neck? My clothes should be able to protect my neck. The snake dowager, who was in midair, suddenly felt a chill on her neck. She turned her head to look and unexpectedly saw blood constantly spurting out from her neck. Then, the mist quickly dispersed. The snake dowager was horrified to discover that her head had been separated from her body. Ling Xiao had already walked to her side and picked up her storage ring. That absurd and frightening feeling almost drove her crazy. She had lost her life in the blink of an eye. Even when Snake Dowager lost consciousness, she did not know how she had died. That sword was too fast, that move was too strange. If the heavens gave her another chance to choose, she swore, she would never provoke this fiend again. Ling Xiao didn't know what the Snake Dowager was thinking before she died. He took the Snake Dowager's storage ring and left. There was still nothing valuable in the storage ring, only some commonly used pills. It seemed that many sects were prepared. Even if they died, they would not leave anything valuable to the killer. But Ling Xiao did not care. He killed not to plunder, but because he had no choice. In the true devil-forbidden land, danger lurked everywhere. And these dangers were not only from the ferocious beasts and terrifying traps. In fact, more of them came from the contestants themselves. Ling Xiao killed because he had no choice. But some people killed for no reason at all. In the ruins of the vast true devil forbidden land, killing intent spread. Screams rang out again and again. It was as if the shocking blood energy was connected to the clouds. Crazy! Li Yudao, that madman, is simply a murderous demon. Run, what are you waiting for? If you meet that madman, you will die without a doubt. Yes, quick. Run. But we have no enmity with Li Yudao, why would he want to kill us? Nonsense, that guy likes to kill for fun. Don't think so much, follow closely. Hearing the endless screams, more than 10 martial artists screamed and ran away. Even if they did not see Li Yudao, they felt all the pores on their bodies tremble. They ran with all their might, not even hesitating to use their true essence. Some people even used martial arts that could lead to self-harm. It wasn't for the sake of seizing any treasures, nor was it to fight to the death. It was merely for the sake of escaping. Hey, am I that scary? But running for their lives was futile. Li Yudao's figure appeared behind them. He did not even move, but the phantom of a jar appeared behind him. It was rumored that all goo worms were made in such jars, so these jars were also known as goo nest. The goo nest martial soul could be used to control goo worms to kill enemies. The disciples of the Goo King sect might not be very skilled in martial arts, but their use of goo poison was absolutely terrifying. Li Yudao only said a few words, and the faces of the dozen or so people who were running away suddenly turned ashen. Then, they fell from the sky one by one. Their corpses were still trembling when they fell to the ground. What crawled out of the corpses were centipedes that were less than an inch long. Goo Master Wu Dao. Li Yu said. This nickname was really not wrong. Not only was this person terrifying, but he was also tyrannical. There was clearly no enmity between them, and they didn't even want to rob anything. They just thought it was fun, yet they had killed more than a dozen cultivators for no reason at all. Speaking of which, these people were to blame for not being determined enough. If they immediately used the return scroll to leave the true devil forbidden zone, they might be able to save their lives. Unfortunately, they weren't willing to give up just like that. In the end, they ended up dying miserably. At the same time, in a different place. This was a secret chamber. There was a box in the secret chamber. Perhaps because of the passage of time, the box had been damaged, revealing the heart of the ocean that was shining beautifully inside. There were more than a dozen pieces. If this thing was embedded in a weapon or magic treasure, it could also have the effect of a formation. Tangjiu, what are you doing? Tangjiu, who was talking and laughing, suddenly attacked, and 2 cultivators who were near him died on the spot. Tangjiu chuckled, you guys, haven't you heard of what kind of person I, Tangjiu, am? Today, I'm in a good mood, you guys can scram. This heart of the ocean gem is mine. As the chief core disciple of the Tang sect, Tangjiu didn't kill indiscriminately like Li Yudao. But he could kill for benefits. To him, the heart of the ocean was a very rare thing. Although these hearts of the ocean in the box could only be embedded in treasure-grade treasures, they were still useful to him. Before he advanced to Skyman realm, he could use them. The people in the secret chamber were all pale. They had been talking and laughing with Tangjiu along the way, and felt that Tangjiu was not as cruel and bloodthirsty as the rumors said. However, that was because they didn't encounter anything good. Once a treasure appeared, Tangjiu's nature would be completely exposed. Although they were incomparably furious, they only had one choice in front of them, and that was to escape. They were very clear about how terrifying Tangjiu was. If they stayed, only death would await them. Oh, right, it's best to run faster. If you guys still haven't left my attack range after I collect these 10 hearts of the ocean, then I'm sorry, my hands will itch. Li Yudao liked to play, and so did Tangjiu. It was just that the two of them played differently. Li Yudao liked to see the pain of people before they died. He felt very good. Tangjiu liked to see people being toyed with in the palm of his hand. He felt that he enjoyed it. Controlling the life and death of others was simply too wonderful for Tangjiu. Go. When the people in the secret chamber heard Tang Jiu's words, they didn't think much at all because they knew that only death awaited them if they stayed. But if they ran, there might be a way out. Their speed was very fast, and they could cross 100 meters in a breath. Those with better movement techniques could even cross 200 to 300 meters without a problem. Tang Jiu would need at least 4 to 5 breaths to collect those hearts of the ocean. They could escape 500 to 600 meters, or even 700 to 800 meters away. The attack range of an ordinary martial artist was not that large. Therefore, they felt that they could safely save their lives from Tang Jiu this time. As for the hearts of the ocean, if they didn't have them, then so be it. Anyway, the true Devil Forbidden area was very big, and they might be able to find something else. Tang Jiu turned around to collect the hearts of the ocean, but the corner of his mouth raised into a cruel and smug smile. A bunch of idiots. Did you know that in ancient times, there were nobles who purposely released prisoners and then hunted for fun? In a breath, the fastest person was already 300 meters away. In 2 breaths, the fastest person was already 700 meters away. However, at this time, Tang Jiu had already turned around. He only took 2 breaths to collect the hearts of the ocean. This was something that the people running for their lives never expected. They miscalculated and misjudged the Tang sect's unique technique, the 1,000 golden hands. This technique was originally used to practice hidden weapons, but it was still incomparably fast when used to collect things. All of you deserve to die. Life-locking needles, take 3,000 lives. Tang Jiu's lips curled into a cold smile. Then, with a wave of his hands, a dozen poisonous needles flew through the air. It looked like a very simple attack, but it was actually filled with hidden killing intent. The dozen poisonous needles were faintly discernible, as if they had merged into the air. They were completely in sync with the fluctuations in the air, so the martial artists running for their lives did not notice their existence at all. Not only was the life-sealing needle undetectable, but it was also as fast as lightning. Ah! A blood-curdling scream suddenly sounded, and a red dot appeared between the eyebrows of the slower cultivator. A poisonous needle actually pierced through the back of his head to his forehead, directly piercing through his brain. He wailed in pain, struggling, and gradually lost his life under Tang Jiu's cold smile. At this moment, the escaping cultivators suddenly realized that Tang Jiu had already started attacking. Only then did they realize that they had already become targets. Thus, even more frantic attempts to escape began. However, it was useless. Their escape only attracted Tang Jiu's disdainful smile. Ah! Screams sounded one after another, and they all died so tragically. One after another, those cultivators did not have the slightest resistance at all, and were completely played by Tang Jiu. In fact, if they had attacked together just now, Tang Jiu would not have succeeded so easily. It was because they were afraid that they ended up in such a miserable state. Finally, someone came back to his senses and directly used a return scroll, turning into a white light and disappearing. Being eliminated was better than dying here. Still want to escape? Tang Jiu frowned slightly. He could not let the people he wanted to kill escape just like that. A strange shadow appeared behind him. It was a strange person with 1,000 hands. Then, Tang Jiu pushed out with both hands, and the strange person's countless hands also pushed out. A gust of wind suddenly appeared. The life-sealing needle was even faster. The remaining cultivators did not even have the chance to use their secret technique scrolls and died tragically on the spot. Ha, that's right. How can I let the people I want to kill escape? Tang Jiu, you must die a horrible death. I curse you to die without a complete corpse. Someone who was poisoned by the needle was still alive, which meant that he was strong enough. Is that so? Tang Jiu smiled coldly and was about to attack again, but that person finally tilted his head and died. There were too many obstacles in the ruins, and it was impossible to fly. Even his movement technique could not be too fast. Ling Zhao's speed was greatly reduced. However, this did not matter. He wanted to find treasures anyway, and if he was too fast, he might miss them. Ling Zhao suddenly stretched out his hand, and a chi sword pierced through the air, piercing through a vicious beast that was hiding behind the wall, preparing to sneak attack him. I didn't expect these ferocious beasts to become more and more cunning. They actually learned how to hide in the dark and launch sneak attacks. I have to be more careful. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. If he had been slightly distracted just now, he was afraid that the sneak attack would have succeeded. Although the ferocious beast wasn't too strong, it still wasn't a good feeling to be caught once. After taking the beast's inner core, he continued forward. In the ruins of the True Devil Empire, there were many hidden or broken doors. There were also many formations and mechanisms that were still functioning. Others might have to rely on luck, but Ling Xiao had an easy time because he knew about this. Who would have thought that this dirty pond was actually a secret door? After walking for a while, Ling Xiao suddenly discovered that there was a secret door in the depths of the pond. This was a secret door that was completely condensed from an array. After passing through, it was possible that it would be a completely different world. Although it looked dangerous, Ling Xiao believed in his intuition and the judgment of the mountain and river martial spirit more. He jumped in without hesitation. At this moment, a huge suction force suddenly sucked him in. It felt as if he had entered a tornado. Bang! Ling Xiao stabilized his body in the midst of the crazy fall, and stepped on the ground. There was indeed another world. Ling Xiao looked around. There was a tornado-like passage above, and anyone who could find this place would be directly sucked in. As for what was inside, it was hard to say. There were a few corpses on the ground that only had bones left. It looked like they had been dead for a long time. On the ground, there were traces of footprints, but they were very new. Seeing this, anyone could tell that someone had already entered, and there was more than one. There shouldn't be any light in the tunnel, but there were also light-gathering and light-absorbing arrays here, causing the originally dark tunnel to be extremely bright. Following the tunnel, Ling Xiao lifted his foot and walked down. Just as he walked less than 100 meters, a powerful aura behind him was sensed by the yin-yang moth he released. The yin-yang moth was used to detect the surrounding environment, which saved more true essence than the true essence ball, and the effect was also better. Therefore, Ling Xiao had gradually given up on the true essence ball and switched to the yin-yang moth. It was also omnidirectional without any blind spots, and it was even clearer. It was basically undetectable by the opponent. Just like last time when they were chased by the yin-yang moth, if he hadn't caught the yin-yang moth when he had nothing to do, he would have been ambushed without knowing that he was being followed. He quickened his pace, because the person behind him was not weak. It was probably a half-step Empyrean with 70 or 80% of his strength. Now was obviously not the time to fight with such a person. Ling Xiao entered the True Devil Forbidden Zone to find an opportunity to improve his cultivation and strength, not to fight with anyone. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to fight. However, after walking for a while, he realized that there were people blocking the way in front of him. And there were even more people in front of him. They were basically people from the Heavenly King sect, the Blue Water Divine Palace, and the Profound Fire sect. Of course, there were also people from the Gu King sect, the Tang sect, the Poison King sect, and other sections. However, there were no martial artists from the Yuehua school or the Divine Sword sect. He was relieved that there were no people from the Yuehua school, because these people were fighting each other. Moreover, he was quite powerful. Most of the Yuehua sect's cultivators were too weak. If they got involved, they would probably die. Do you want to die? You even dare to provoke people from the Heavenly King sect. Don't you know that we are the top sect among the 12 sects? Don't act cool with me. Our Profound Fire sect is not inferior to your Heavenly King sect. Moreover, this is the True Devil Forbidden Zone, not your Heavenly King sect. Who's afraid of who? Our Blue Water Divine Palace is not afraid of anyone. Even if the Heavenly King sect dares to provoke us, they will die without a doubt. Alright, since no one is willing to give in, then let's kill. Let's rely on our own abilities. The survivors will go in last. Boom, the battle became even more violent. The entire secret area seemed to be shaking non-stop. Dust and even debris kept falling from above. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. These people were really crazy. They had not even seen the shadow of the treasure and they were already killing each other here. However, he could not be bothered with these people. He lifted his foot and walked straight over, preparing to enter first. As for these people, he would leave them to the terrifying guy behind him. However, he did not know whether to laugh or cry at the reality. The martial artists who were fighting all stopped when they saw Ling Xiao. Then, they all looked at him in unison. You guys continue. I'm just passing by. Ling Xiao smiled. He was not Li Yudao, nor was he Tang Jiu. He had no interest in killing irrelevant people. Ha ha ha, I was wondering who it was. So it's the fat sheep from Yuehua School. The Holy Sun has ordered us to kill every disciple of Yuehua School on sight and reward them handsomely. What's the point of fighting? Let's kill this fat sheep and go back to get our reward. Someone burst into laughter. The rest of the people also revealed a hideous smile. It seemed that they regarded themselves as the wolves and Ling Xiao as the fat sheep. Boy, what's your name? One of the disciples of the Heavenly King sect asked loudly. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao revealed a playful smile and answered loudly. Oh, it's a fat sheep. The Holy Sun said that he would not let this boy enter the final of the martial arts festival alive. Whoever kills him will get the same reward as the winner of the martial arts festival. Hearing Ling Xiao's name, the warriors who had been grinning ferociously were now almost drooling. Don't be in such a hurry. Even the Holy Sun wants to kill this boy. Is this boy a little powerful? Powerful my ass. The Yuehua School is ranked at the bottom of the 12 sects. How powerful can this boy be? The disciples of the Yuehua School fled too fast. They used secret scrolls as soon as they sensed that something was wrong. We can't even catch up with them. But this boy doesn't seem to want to run away. That's right. It's just the Yuehua School. How powerful can he be? Kill him. If you don't do it, I'll do it first. What's the hurry? We, the Heavenly King sect, found him first. Nonsense, it's us, the abstruse fire sect. The voices of argument rose and fell one after another. They were actually discussing who would kill Ling Xiao. It was as if Ling Xiao was really a fat sheep in their eyes, not a person, let alone a warrior. Stop arguing. All of you can go to hell. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Ling Xiao. Then something terrible happened. A gust of black wind surged in the passage and rushed into the crowd. It seemed to have turned into a ferocious beast and began to devour lives. From the moment the first scream started, it only took an instant for the black wind to gnaw away nearly half of the martial artists alive and turn them into white bones. Upon closer inspection, the black wind was not a real wind but a black ant with wings. It was just that it was really very small, so small that it was difficult to distinguish it with the naked eye. As expected, he's vicious and merciless. His strength is also incomparably powerful. That person's attack just now had enveloped him as well, but the black wind had dissipated the moment it touched him. Black ants were most afraid of fire. Ling Xiao's body was covered in a layer of hellfire that was invisible to the naked eye. Naturally, these things could not touch him. However, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The might of this black wind was truly rare. Among the people that were killed, there were actually half-step Empyreans with 50% of their strength. As for these martial artists, they didn't even have the ability to survive for a moment within the black wind. This was simply too terrifying. Not good, it's the Sky Dragon Institute's Feng Yaorao. How can this woman be so cruel? Ghost knows, let's run quickly. This woman is too strong, and her methods are incomparably ruthless. If we stay, we'll turn into white bones. Although those present were all heaven's prides of their respective sects, they had no intention of resisting the appearance of Feng Yaorao. They turned around and fled towards another path. They didn't care whether there was danger in that path or not. In any case, it was better than facing Feng Yaorao head-on. It should be known that in the previous preliminaries, 80% of the disciples who died or were eliminated were killed by these lunatics. This time would not be an exception. On the contrary, those who died because of mechanisms, arrays, and fierce beasts were few and far between. The real threat came from within the team. Li Yudao, Tang Jiu, Feng Yaorao, and the others were all ruthless people. Even if they weren't ruthless, when competing for treasures, they would still kill. From the beginning of the preliminaries until now, whether it was Yan Liehua, Xianxia, Fatty Blue, or Luo Tianyu, all of them had taken a lot of lives. Basically, the top 100 cultivators of the martial arts festival had all killed someone, and some even killed their own sect members. In the passage, the lively battle instantly turned silent. Only Ling Xiao looked behind him indifferently. A charming and enchanting figure arrived. It was Feng Yaorao. It seemed that among those cultivators, some had seen Feng Yaorao before, otherwise, it would be impossible to guess her identity. Feng Yaorao didn't even look at the corpses on the ground. Instead, she looked at Ling Xiao with a little surprise and said, "You're not dead?" In this woman's eyes, Ling Xiao was just a half-step heavenly venerable with 20% of his strength. The difference between their strength was too great. One had to know that the difference between every 10% of strength in the half-step heavenly venerable realm was much greater than the 9 layers before the transcendent realm. The strength of a half-step heavenly venerable with 20% of his strength might even be 2 or 3 times that of a half-step heavenly venerable with 10% of his strength. Feng Yaorao was a half-step heavenly venerable with 80% of her strength, while Ling Xiao was only at 20%. There was a 6-stage difference between the two. These 6 stages might be a 20-fold difference in strength. However, Ling Xiao didn't die, which puzzled her. Of course, she didn't understand. Because that kind of difference was only the difference between ordinary cultivators. Ling Xiao was too special. He possessed the ancient hell dragon martial soul, the most mysterious and terrifying mountain river martial soul, and cultivated the powerful jade grade entry grade martial art, 12 golden lotus arts. So, the gap between Ling Xiao and Feng Yaorao was actually very small. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of Feng Yaorao. Why should I die? Ling Xiao smiled and said, "There are many things in the true devil forbidden area that I'm interested in. If I die so early, I won't be able to see them." Hehe, you're very confident. Unfortunately, your strength is too weak. Could it be that you didn't hear what I said outside? I'll kill everyone from your Yuehua school. Feng Yaorao also smiled indifferently, revealing a bit of ridicule and disdain. She even used her hands to fiddle with her hair. She didn't have any intention of guarding against Ling Xiao's sneak attack. She really didn't put Ling Xiao in her eyes. "You've killed Yuehua school's disciples before?" Ling Xiao suddenly asked. "I want to, but unfortunately, I've only met you so far. Your fellow disciples either ran away or used secret scrolls when they saw me. I didn't even have a chance to try." Feng Yaorao sighed and said. "Then you're lucky. Otherwise, your blood would have splattered everywhere." Ling Xiao said indifferently. "Oh?" A surprised expression appeared on Feng Yara's face. She had already displayed 80% of her strength as a half-step heavenly venerable. It was impossible for the other party not to know, but he still dared to be so calm and confident in front of her. Was this a bluff, or was he overconfident, or did he really have the strength to compete with her? This question was very difficult to answer, but there was a more direct way. Since she couldn't guess, she just had to make a move. Once she made a move, she would immediately know whether the other party was strong or weak. Thinking of attacking, Feng Yaorao smiled faintly and said, "Speaking of which, I don't have any enmity with your Yuehua school. It's just that someone felt that you might hinder the rise of Sky Dragon Institute, so he asked me to find trouble with your Yuehua school. How about this? If you can survive my attack, I'll spare you and won't find trouble with your Yuehua school." "You seem to have tried it just now," Ling Xiao reminded. "That's not the same. The attack just now had a wide range, and the attack power was too scattered. It's not impossible for you to dodge or block it. But the next attack is different. It's only aimed at you, so its power might be several times stronger." Feng Yaorao smiled and shook her head. "What if I don't agree?" Ling Xiao asked. "Then we can only fight to the death." Feng Yaorao smiled. "Forget it, now isn't the time to fight with you. How about I take one of your attacks?" Ling Xiao quickly made his decision. He could defeat Feng Yaorao, but it wouldn't be easy. There were several people nearby who were ready to reap the benefits. Since this conflict could be avoided, then it would be best to avoid it for the time being. In the end, both sides would suffer great losses. Even if he could kill Feng Yaorao, some people would probably take advantage of the situation. "Your confident expression isn't bad. Let's see if you have the ability to do so." Feng Yara's expression suddenly became gloomy and cold. A shadow appeared behind her. It was the winged black ant. However, this ant was much bigger than those little fellows from before. Clang, when the overflow rain sword was taken out, Ling Zhao's aura changed along with it. He stood there like a sharp sword, revealing its sharpness. Not only that, but this sword was also emitting an evil killing intent and blood-type aura. He was like a terrifying devil sword that had slaughtered countless lives. Slaughter will? I didn't expect you to have the same slaughter will as grief heartbreak. Moreover, it's much stronger than his. No wonder that idiot died in your hands. Feng Yarao once again revealed an astonished expression. She even cried out. But in the blink of an eye, she regained her composure. She was very clear that when fighting a martial artist with a will, the first thing one had to do was not be intimidated by the other party's soul pressure. Otherwise, the battle would be lost. With a shout, a long whip appeared in Feng Yarao's hand. After that, the long whip turned around, faster, and actually formed a black tornado in front of her. Ling Xiao recognized that this tornado was the same as the one that had killed those martial artists before, but it was much more powerful. Black Wind Demon Whip. The long whip pierced through the sky, and before it could get very far away from Feng Yarao, its terrifying destructive power was completely revealed. The ground in the surroundings collapsed continuously, and the walls in the vicinity also began to tremble unceasingly. Fortunately, there was a powerful formation in the remaining secret room. Otherwise, with the power of her attack, the entire secret room would have collapsed. Without a doubt, this move could easily kill a half-step Empyrean with 50% strength. No, even a half-step Empyrean with 70% of his strength wouldn't be able to withstand it. For other people's moves, the farther the distance, the weaker the might, but for Feng Yarao's move, the farther the distance, the stronger the might. Ling Xiao stood there, and his eyes were like lightning. His long black hair fluttered in the wind, and his clothes also issued flapping sounds. Although the sand and stones were flying, his feet seemed to be rooted to the ground, and he didn't have any intention of retreating even half a step. Qi-la, suddenly, a blood-red sword light pierced out, and transformed into a human-shaped sword energy. This light was extremely dazzling, and caused the entire passage to turn blood-red. So much so that the light-gathering array's light was completely covered. Rumble, there was only one loud sound, and both of them actually stood in the same place without moving. However, both of their feet were deeply embedded in the ground, and the ground under their feet was already damaged beyond repair. What a terrifying slaughter will! How can it be so terrifying? Feng Yarao's complexion was slightly pale, and her face was filled with disbelief. Although there weren't many martial artists who possessed slaughter will, she had seen several of them, and there were also 4 or 5 of them who possessed slaughter will. However, none of them possessed slaughter will as powerful as Ling Zhao's. It was as if his slaughter will had materialized, and caused a terrifying injury to the depths of her spiritual sea. Does it feel good? Ling Xiao didn't seem to have the slightest change. Even his complexion was completely unchanged. Just now, the two's attack power was basically equal, but Ling Zhao's defense was much stronger, so Feng Yarao was actually at a disadvantage. Haha, I didn't expect you to be so strong, boy. No wonder even the Holy Sun thinks highly of you. Now I finally understand why the Holy Sun wants you dead no matter what. You are too terrifying, and if you continue to grow, I'm afraid you won't be able to stay on the Heavenly Dragon continent. Feng Yarao smiled sadly. She thought that she could easily kill Ling Xiao, but in the end, Ling Xiao taught her a lesson. They were both transcendents and half-step heavenly venerables, but sometimes, one's cultivation realm wasn't enough to show one's strength. She shouldn't have provoked me. Ling Xiao said lightly. Ha ha ha, boy, you are really arrogant. I really want to see who will become the Heavenly Dragon Continent's heaven's chosen child of this generation, you and the Holy Sun. Feng Yarao's body trembled, and she couldn't stop laughing. Heaven's chosen child? What's that? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment and asked. No way, you don't even know about the Heaven's chosen child? It is the only person who can represent the Heavenly Dragon Continent to enter the Heaven's Chosen Sea route and then go to the Heaven's Chosen Gate. That is a supreme honor and endless benefits. It is something you can never imagine. Feng Yarao said in surprise, it seems you really don't know. Seeing Ling Zhao's confused expression, Feng Yarao seemed to understand the reason for Ling Zhao's strength. There were some young people who didn't care about the outside world and only focused on the martial Tao. This kind of person was very terrifying. When Feng Yarao wanted to continue explaining, she suddenly frowned. Ling Xiao also looked in the direction of the passage. Someone else was coming. His speed was very fast, and his steps were light. Clearly, he was a cultivator with an extremely high movement skill. Such a fast movement skill, it should be Luo Tianyu, right? Feng Yarao said with a smile. It's not him. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, although I've only seen Luo Tianyu once, when he moved, his voice was not like this. This person is my senior sister, Lan Yuer. Your senior sister? Feng Yarao was stunned for a moment. She really didn't expect that in addition to Ling Xiao, there was such a powerful young cultivator in the Yuehua school. The voice stopped, and the person who appeared in the passage was indeed Lan Yuer. However, Lan Yuer seemed to have had some fortuitous encounter, and her cultivation had advanced from 60% strength to 70% strength. When she was triggered in the Yuehua school, she was already about to break through. When she came to the true devil forbidden area, she must have encountered some kind of opportunity, so she took the opportunity to break through. Ling Xiao. Feng Yarao. Ling Xiao and Lan Yuer were naturally surprised, but when she saw Feng Yarao, she suddenly became nervous. The breakthrough in her cultivation and the practice of the lunar sacred scripture had made Lan Yuer even more powerful. However, her temperament couldn't be changed in a short period of time. After all, the Yuehua school was suppressed too much in the past. Lan Yuer couldn't help but feel inferior and lack of self-confidence. Don't worry, she can't do anything to us. Ling Xiao indifferently said. I'll take my leave first. Feng Yarao was also smart. Seeing Lan Yuer, she was obviously worried. If Ling Xiao and Lan Yuer joined hands, she would be in a lot of trouble. Ling Xiao also did not stop her. As the saying goes, whether one can obtain a treasure or not doesn't depend on who is faster but who is more fated. Senior sister, let's go in too. The two of them walked into the secret space together. However, after entering, they discovered that Feng Yarao was still standing there. What's going on? Ling Xiao asked. Interesting. This place requires us to strike the copper bell to be transmitted in. Otherwise, we won't be able to enter the secret space. Feng Yarao pointed at the inscription on the huge copper bell and said. Then, strike it. You go first. Ling Xiao said. Feng Yarao nodded her head. She was also anxious to leave this place because she really didn't want to stay with Ling Xiao and Lan Yuer. It was too dangerous. Black Wind Devil Whip. Feng Yarao lashed out her long black whip. A force that could shatter the ground blasted on the copper bell. However, it only made the copper bell slightly shake but didn't ring. Huh? It seems like this thing isn't simple. Feng Yarao certainly wouldn't give up. She waved the long whip in her hand again. The black wind actually turned into a huge ant and began to beat the copper bell. Not even once, not even twice. Finally, when Feng Yarao channeled 70% of her true energy, the copper bell issued a dull sound. Then, Feng Yarao was sucked into the copper bell. Senior sister, you do it. Since Feng Yarao had succeeded in ringing the bell, Lan Yuer should be able to do the same. However, the methods used by the two of them should be different. Lan Yuer nodded and took a deep breath. The shadow of the moonlight heavenly maiden behind her became clearer. Moon shadow slash. A lunar shadow slash chopped down on the bronze bell, but it didn't make any noise. When Lan Yuer saw that there was a way, she continued to increase the amount of true essence she channeled. She was already quite proficient in using the lunar shadow slash, and when she fused her true essence, she could do it just right. When he raised his true yuan to around 80%, the copper bell finally rang. Junior brother, I'll take my leave first. Before her voice fell, Lan Yuer's figure also disappeared. After Feng Yarao and Lan Yuer disappeared, Ling Xiao lightly tapped on that copper bell, and that copper bell immediately began to shake crazily, issuing a series of deafening sound. Ringing the bell didn't just rely on brute force or quintessential essence. The key was to find the right place to strike. It just so happened that Ling Xiao specialized in this aspect. As the bell rang, Ling Xiao's figure was wrapped in golden light and entered the copper bell. He noticed that Feng Yarao and Lan Yuer's figures were not there. He guessed that the three of them were transmitted to three different places. No more distractions, he thought. Ling Xiao walked forward. This was a very big space. It should have been the treasure of the true Devil Empire. There were traces of treasures inside, but they were all taken away. He guessed that it might have been taken away by the people who had participated in the preliminaries. There were also corpses on the ground. Looking at their identity cards, they were actually disciples of the Sword King sect. However, these corpses had been dead for many years and were already shriveled up. A terrifying aura came from the front. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then lifted his foot and walked over. The deeper he went, the more corpses there were. There was no need to ask. The treasures outside were taken away because there were no guards outside. However, the deeper he went, the more powerful the guards were. This was why there were so many corpses. Moreover, the guards here were also killed. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't find anything for a long distance. At the end of the corridor, there was a door. When Ling Xiao was about to open the door, he heard a scream coming from behind the door. He kicked the door open and a strange situation appeared. Feng Yarao and Lan Yuer were actually behind the door. However, they were in another room. However, all three rooms led to the same place. Behind the door, there was a huge round table. In the middle of the round table, there was a throne. On the throne, there was a meditating sculpture. On the way to the throne, there were armored puppets wearing metal armor. The reason why Feng Yarao screamed was because she was attacked by these armored puppets. At this time, Lan Yuer also encountered a battle. All three paths were blocked by armored puppets. Whoever could kill these armored puppets first would be able to reach the throne first. Interesting, Ling Xiao abruptly sent out a chi sword towards one of the armored puppets that was charging towards him. Bang, that armored puppet was sent flying. However, it was only 1 or 2 meters away. Moreover, there was not even a single wound on its body. Terrifying defense, Ling Xiao did not dare to be negligent. He directly pulled out the purple flash sword. The purple flash sword was the most powerful sword in terms of killing power. It was most suitable to be used together with the will of destruction. It was also the most appropriate weapon to use against monsters with strong defense. Ka, the armored puppet stood up again. Both of its feet stomped on the ground and jumped up. The spear in its hand was aimed at Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao had seen puppets a long time ago, but the ones he encountered this time were clearly different from the ones he had seen before. Not only were they more powerful, but they also seemed to have some intelligence. They were able to judge danger and find the most suitable opportunity to attack. This was simply an intelligent puppet. He did not expect the true Devil Empire to have such a treasure. Perhaps because of the heavy body of the armored puppet, it was somewhat cumbersome. However, because of its unique body structure, it could use a raise to obtain more energy. Thus, it could obtain a more terrifying speed than human warriors. In just a moment, Ling Xiao discovered that there were 2 tubes on the back of the armored puppet. The tubes spewed out a fiery aura. This guy's speed surpassed Ling Xiao in a moment. Bang, Ling Xiao did not expect this. As a result, he was hit and his whole body was embedded in the wall. What the hell is this? How can it be like this? Although Ling Xiao had been hit, his defense was not to be trifled with. Similarly, he was not injured. He lifted his leg and sent the armored puppet flying with a kick. This thing's strength was not strong. Its attack was also not strong. However, its speed was very fast and its defense was amazing. It was impossible to get close to the throne and avoid it. Feng Yarao and Lan Yuer's situation was even more difficult than his. In any case, he had a defense that did not belong to the armored puppet. However, the defense of these 2 people was not as good as his. Their agility was also not as good as his. Therefore, they had to fight for half a day. In the end, they were forced to retreat to the door. Interesting, as long as you retreat, the armed puppet will not attack again as if there is an order. But there is no one here who gave them the order. The more Ling Xiao looks at it, the more he feels that it is strange. But this kind of thing, he can't figure it out in a short period of time. So he simply stopped thinking about it, otherwise, his brain will explode. But at this time, no one can help anyone, they can only rely on their own ability. Feng Yarao snorted, and the black whip in her hand lashed out once again. The terrifying power caused the entire hall to shake unceasingly. The armed puppet's neck was directly wrapped and then it was ruthlessly smashed on the ground by Feng Yarao dozens of times. After dozens of smashes, the armed puppet's body became somewhat deformed and some dents appeared. But that's all. The defensive power of the armed puppet is really frightening. Lan Yuer also went all out. Her lunar shadow slash continuously cut the armed puppet's body. Moreover, each time she cut the same position. After dozens of smashes, the armed puppet was sent flying dozens of times. A small hole appeared on its neck. There is no blood in that small hole but a strange liquid flowed out. Could it be that this thing is not powered by spirit stones? Ling Xiao suddenly froze. He was not in a hurry to attack, he has been observing. Seeing this scene, he could not help but be surprised. This is the true Devil Empire's armed puppet. It is completely made of special metal. There is a very complex array inscription in its body. The energy source is spirit oil collected from the seabed. Feng Yarao explained while gasping for breath. Spirit oil? Yes, it is similar to spirit stones but it is a liquid. Moreover, its purity is higher than spirit stones and its value is also higher. Feng Yarao nodded her head and said, only the true Devil Empire has this kind of thing. Rumor has it that the Yin-Yang Demon King of the true Devil Empire is an armed puppet that relies on spirit oil to fight. Moreover, its wisdom is not inferior to human. No way, the dignified Yin-Yang Demon King is actually a puppet. Ling Xiao simply does not dare to believe it. Believe it or not, now we should think about how to break this armed puppet. Feng Yarao helplessly said. That is not very difficult. Ling Xiao faintly smiled. After observing for a long time, he has found the weakness of the armed puppet. Although the weakness of the armed puppet is much more difficult to find compared to the Blue Eyes race's armed puppet, Ling Xiao's mountain and river martial spirit is not to be trifled with. Coupled with his will of destruction, he does not believe that he cannot destroy this thing. Shadow Sword Technique, Sword Devil Descending. Qing Tian's will of course, the armed puppet's body of the true Devil Empire's arm. Ka 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 ka, a series of cracking sounds could be heard. Chi, in the end, the sword light cut open the armored puppet's stomach, revealing the golden inscription inside. What an exquisite weaponized puppet. When will I get one to play with? When Ling Xiao saw the complicated and tight internal structure, he was really envious and surprised. Feng Yarao was even more surprised. She even doubted whether she spared Ling Xiao's life or if it was Ling Xiao who spared her life. Ling Xiao did not care about her surprise. He just slowly walked towards the throne. The reward this time is not bad. It is actually a complete armed puppet design. In addition, it also comes with a set of tools and some materials. Ling Xiao faintly smiled. He guessed that this place might be the place where the true Devil Empire used to train their soldiers. Whoever performed well would be rewarded. However, the people of the true Devil Empire probably did not expect that their reward would be given to the disciples of the 12th sex. Regarding the spirit oil, Ling Xiao already had some clues. Someone from the sea race would definitely know the whereabouts of the spirit oil. When the time comes, all he had to do was exchange some with the sea race. Whether it was to be sold for money or used as a guard, it would be very useful. As mentioned before, the development of every sect is inseparable from money. They must have their own industry. If the Divine Sword sect wants to join the ranks of the 12th sects, they must have their own specialty. Later on, they might as well specialize in manufacturing puppets and sell them. After all, these armed puppets can enter many dangerous places, such as treasure hunting, diving and so on. They can engage in dirty and dangerous work that warriors are not willing to engage in. This is absolutely a big market. Senior sister, Miss Feng, I will take my leave first. Take care of yourselves. Although Ling Xiao wanted to help Lan Yuer, but after thinking about it, he hardened his heart and prepared to part with her. On the road of martial arts, one must work hard on their own. If they blindly rely on other people's help or charity, they will not succeed. I have no problem. Lan Yuer naturally knew the meaning of Ling Xiao's words. She nodded her head to reassure Ling Xiao. Feng Yarao and Ling Xiao did not have any friendship. There was even a little bit of hatred between them. At this time, she did not want to stay with this little monster. I hope we will meet again in the finals. I really want to see the surprised expression of the Holy Sun. Perhaps because they are both women, Feng Yarao seems to have a strong jealousy towards the Holy Sun. Goodbye. Ling Xiao slightly smiled. And left from the throne. After he left, Feng Yarao could not help but sigh. I thought that this time I would be able to show my strength in the martial arts festival, but now it seems that there are too many monsters. Forgive me for being blunt, Miss Lan, with your cultivation, entering the top 100 is not a problem, but entering the top 50 is not guaranteed. I understand, perhaps because of the appearance of the mountain and river martial spirit, there will be a lot of monsters in the martial arts festival. I must improve, otherwise, I will not be able to catch up with you. Lan Yuer gritted her teeth. She also hoped to obtain more benefits in the preliminaries. Perhaps separating from Ling Xiao was the best choice. Whoosh, a figure appeared out of thin air. He looked around and found that there were many fresh corpses on the ground. Some of them were still bleeding. The strangest thing was that these martial veins were directly cut out by something. They died miserably. Alas, this is the true devil forbidden area. Where there is opportunity, there is danger. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Along the way, he had seen far too many killings. However, he had long since lost the mood to sigh and groan as he used to. The mysterious world itself was the world of martial artists. Only the strong could control their own destiny. Some people yearned to live a mediocre life. But they did not know that when they encountered those monsters, they could destroy a city with a yawn. Countless ordinary people died because of this. Those people simply did not have the chance to protect themselves. Ling Xiao was a beggar, so he was very clear about the importance of strength and status. Living an ordinary life, it was just people who drank too much chicken soup to deceive themselves. In such a world, the only ending for ordinary people was to live a sullen life and die inexplicably. Ling Xiao looked at the ground. There were 2 corpses of Yuehua school disciples. He tidied up the corpses and put them in an empty storage ring. He was going to bury them when he got back. Novel, law, as for the other corpses, he didn't care. He didn't have the obligation to care. After tidying up the corpses of the Yuehua school disciples, Ling Xiao continued to walk forward. After about half an hour, he came to a place that looked like a library. All sects had a place to hide. The true demon's empire was so powerful in the past, so it was impossible that it didn't have a similar place. The door of the library was already rotten. Half of the wall had collapsed on the ground, and there were blood stains on it. He didn't need to look to know that the blood stains were very fresh. They must have been left behind before. In the dark passage of the library, it was difficult to see anything clearly without the help of the light-gathering and light-absorbing arrays. Ling Xiao activated his mountain and river martial soul. Black and gold flames began to flicker in his eyes. The originally dark passage became brighter. He lifted his foot and walked through the gap. There were many shelves inside, but most of them were empty. There were also many torn pages. Ling Xiao continued to walk in. He seemed to hear a soft sound coming from the corner of the wall. He frowned. The sound was very soft. An ordinary martial artist wouldn't have been able to hear it. However, it couldn't escape Ling Xiao's ears. Although he was still walking forward, there was an additional qi sword in his hand. Whoosh, at this moment, a black shadow attacked him from behind. It flashed with a cold light and went straight for his back. This thing wasn't big. It was about the size of an ordinary mouse, but it was very fast. I'm waiting for you. Ling Xiao sneered. He didn't turn around. He directly sent a qi sword through the air. It turned in the air and pierced into the body of the black shadow. Poochie, squeak, the black shadow screamed and fell to the ground. It was dead in an instant. Only now did Ling Xiao see clearly what this thing was. The size of this thing was very similar to a mouse, but it was upright. It was a small monster that walked like a human. Its sharp nails were like sharp knives. Ling Xiao felt that the sharpness of this thing was definitely not inferior to a treasure. After a mouse monster was killed, a pile of them rushed out. Ling Xiao couldn't help but have goosebumps all over his body. It wasn't that he was afraid, but he felt very uncomfortable when he saw these things. This was probably the so-called trypophobia. Ling Xiao didn't show any mercy. A strong poison permeated the air, and the rat monsters began to scream and flee in all directions. Their cries continued to ring out, adding an ominous and sinister aura to the already eerie True Devil Forbidden area. Squeak! Just as Ling Xiao was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly realized that the rat monster had returned. But this time, there was an even bigger mouse monster leading them. The leader of the rat monsters opened its mouth and sucked in all the poison. It even burped. So, the moment it burped, the mouse monster leader suddenly jumped out. This guy's body was more than 10 times bigger than the other mice. It felt like it was about the same height as a human child, but its movements were as sharp and its brain was even better. Ling Xiao's air-breaking sword was easily dodged by this guy. What the hell is this thing? Waving the overflow rain sword to block the attack of the mouse monster leader, Ling Xiao was a little surprised. There were really a lot of strange things in the ruins of the true demonic empire. First, there were armed puppets. Now, there were big mice that didn't seem to have lower intelligence than humans. They could even use human martial skills. The defense of the mouse monster leader was naturally not as good as the armed puppets, but the hardness and sharpness of its nails were not inferior to the materials of the armed puppets. Coupled with its amazing speed, it was really difficult for Ling Xiao to attack its vital points. Squeak, dang. Dang, the mouse monster continued to attack. The series of attacks made Ling Xiao unable to counterattack. I can't bear to kill you. Ling Xiao's face showed joy. This little thing's fighting strength was really strong. It felt like a small assassin. Get lost, I don't have time to play with you. Ling Xiao suddenly burst out with an amazing murderous aura. The mouse monster leader flipped several times in the air and finally landed more than 10 meters away. Squeak, the mouse monster leader seemed to be a little angry. It was actually frightened by Ling Xiao's murderous aura, which made it difficult for it to accept. Its body suddenly rotated and directly drilled into the ground like a drill. If you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. Ling Xiao originally thought that this little thing was smart and planned to spare its life. But the other party didn't want to let it go, so he couldn't continue to retreat. With a wave of his hand, a flying sword flew up, and then under the urging of the will of destruction, it stabbed into the ground and nailed the mouse monster leader to the ground. Come back. After retrieving the flying sword, Ling Xiao no longer cared about the rest of the mice. Because the leader was dead, they could no longer pose any threat. The mice frantically fled, far away from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao retrieved the overflow rain sword and continued to move forward. When he walked inside, he finally found a relatively well-preserved book. There were a total of 6 books that could be picked up and used. 4 of them were top gold grade martial arts, and 2 of them were jade grade beginner level martial arts. However, Ling Xiao didn't need these martial arts for the time being. He simply copied one set and brought it back to the Divine Sword sect and the other set to the Yuehua school. He could also exchange it for a large number of spirit stones as a reward. 2 jade grade beginner level martial arts were estimated to be exchanged for 2 million mid-grade spirit stones. 4 top gold grade martial arts were also exchanged for 4 million low-grade spirit stones. This was a really big wealth gain. Mid-grade spirit stones could be used for cultivation. Low-grade spirit stones could be used to buy things, and they were all very useful. After keeping all 6 books, Ling Xiao activated his Mountain River martial spirit and directly penetrated the wall to search this place. He felt that good things should be placed in a more secretive place, and not easily displayed outside. Found it, through a wall, Ling Xiao discovered that it was actually a secret door. However, this secret door was very small, and it felt like a lattice carved on the wall. In the lattice, there was a jade gourd. Inside the gourd was actually a gourd of elixirs, about 100 of them. Ling Xiao directly opened the secret compartment, took out the elixirs, and put them to the tip of his nose to smell. In his mind, the knowledge of elixirs that he had learned before appeared. Good stuff, I didn't expect it to be a high-grade yellow-grade elixir, half-step breakthrough elixir. The so-called half-step breakthrough elixir was used to raise the level of a half-step heavenly sovereign. That's right, it was a direct increase, and it could only be done when one was in the half-step realm. The half-step realm was a stage of accumulating strength. There was no need for comprehension. As long as one had enough strength, they could advance. This kind of elixir was used to replenish strength. There were no side effects, nor was there any instability in the foundation. It was completely different from the previous situation. These 100 half-step breakthrough elixirs could probably help Ling Xiao advance by 2 to 3 realms. Ordinary martial artists would need at least a day to cultivate in seclusion after taking one elixir. 100 of them would mean 100 days. Ling Xiao had the mountain river martial spirit and the ancient hell dragon's hellfire furnace. 2 hours would be enough at most. Seeing that there was no one around, Ling Xiao simply ate all 100 half-step breakthrough elixirs. As soon as the elixirs entered his mouth, he felt as if his body was on fire. The strength is indeed terrifying. Fortunately, it's me. If it were anyone else in the same realm as me, they would definitely die if they ate so many half-step breakthrough elixirs. Ling Xiao hurriedly sat down cross-legged and circulated the mountain river martial spirit to digest the elixirs. 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour, if someone were to look at Ling Xiao, they would definitely see that this guy was on fire. His entire body was burning, and his clothes were completely burned. Huh. Within 2 hours, Ling Xiao jumped up and smashed the wall in front of him with a punch. The surging strength seemed to vent out as it rushed out dozens of meters. It was simply terrifying. A fierce beast that was about to sneak attack Ling Xiao saw this and turned to flee. Ha ha ha, too strong. He actually found high-grade yellow-grade elixirs. Now, even mid-grade yellow-grade elixirs are treasures in the Sky Dragon continent. Of course, Ling Xiao was happy because he had advanced from 20% strength to 50% strength half-step heavenly venerable in just 2 hours. In terms of cultivation, he would not lose to some of the people in the top 100. It's better to set a realm template. Otherwise, it's too scary. Ling Xiao set the template at 20% of his strength to the level of a half-step heavenly venerable before leaving. The ruins were so big that it gave people a headache. More importantly, the passages here were densely packed. Some had been completely destroyed, while some were exposed because of the collapse of the buildings. It was like a maze that was created inadvertently, causing people to be completely confused. Of course, more importantly, there weren't as many treasures as he had imagined. Most of the things had been taken away by the cultivators who had entered this place. The remaining treasures were not only harder to find, but they were also mediocre. Originally, Ling Xiao felt that it was exciting and interesting. However, after a long time, he felt bored. He simply used his mountain river martial spirit's analytical ability to search for treasures. Perhaps it was because he was bored that someone was lying in ambush at the fork in the road, waiting to ambush him. Ling Xiao disdainfully sneered, and directly sent out a beam of chi sword, cutting apart both the man and the wall. That person's body was cut in half. He still didn't understand how Ling Xiao had discovered him and how he had attacked him. From the looks of it, he probably thought that he had hidden well. Ling Xiao took out this person's storage ring. He originally thought that it would be empty, but he didn't expect that his luck would be good this time. This person probably used this method to kill several cultivators, so there were over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones and a top gold-grade martial art. Although these things didn't have much meaning to his martial arts, in the long run, the use of low-grade spirit stones as currency was still very wide. It's not that I don't want revenge, but it's not the time yet. Humph, you've killed so many people, and now that you've been killed, you can be considered to have died in vain. Ling Xiao didn't even look at the corpse as he took the storage ring and left. He had already found a way to leave the maze-like ruins. More importantly, after passing through the ruins, he could see a palace that had stood tall for tens of thousands of years. It was the former imperial palace of the true Devil Supreme Lord, towering into the clouds. Even the tragic war back then had not destroyed it, and it still looked very new. At this time, there were already quite a few martial warriors gathered near the palace. They were probably there when Ling Xiao had just started cultivating. Not everyone could find treasures in the ruins like him. Many martial warriors had been here for such a long time, but at most, they had found some medicinal herbs and encountered some fierce beasts. They had not encountered any opportunities that they should have. According to the organizers of the martial arts festival, the main purpose of this true devil forbidden area was to select the people who would enter the finals. In fact, there would be no more than 30 people who would encounter opportunities every time, and the rest were basically here to participate in the preliminaries. It was naturally best to have a harvest, but if there was no harvest, passing the preliminaries and entering the finals was also a very good result. A few hundred meters away from the palace was a huge open space. It might have been the palace square, but now it had become a place overgrown with weeds. At this moment, there was a fierce battle going on here. Long Chen was surrounded. He was facing 4 disciples from the 3 southern sections. 3 of them were from the Tang sect, and the other was from the Poison King sect. The battle had already reached its climax. Long Chen's entire body was covered in injuries. He was considering whether or not he should enter his golden dragon form. Once he entered, his identity would definitely be exposed. At that time, there would be endless trouble. However, if he did not enter, he could only choose to withdraw today. But he was unwilling. He was the only one from the Divine Sword sect who had come to participate in the preliminaries. If he could not enter the finals, how could he have the face to return to the sect? Tang Qi, I have no enmity with you. Why are you bullying me like this? Long Chen asked loudly as he circled around. I've already given you what you want with both hands. Do you still want to force me into a dead end? It's best to leave a way out, or else you'll regret it. Ha ha ha. Tang Qi could not help but laugh out loud. Of course I want the item, but you have to die too. Who asked you to have a good relationship with that Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao's friends, our southern 3 sects will not let a single one of them off. You're going too far. So what if I'm going too far? You're weak, so you have to take a beating. Otherwise, you can withdraw from the preliminaries. At least you can keep your life and run back like a dog. Ha ha ha. Tang Qi laughed very proudly. He was Tang Zhou's brother and one of the top 10 core disciples of the Tang sect. However, his strength was far from Tang Zhou's. If it was a one-on-one, he might not be Long Chen's opponent. However, the problem was that there were 3 other people around him who were on par with him. They were ganging up on Long Chen. It was already very impressive that Long Chen could hold on until now. If it was a one-on-one, I would have killed you long ago. Long Chen dodged an attack and spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva as he cursed. You Divine Sword sect are useless. You deserve it. Today, you should die here. Brothers, stop talking nonsense with him. Hurry up and get rid of this kid before the people from the Yuehua school interfere. Tang Qi stopped talking nonsense and joined forces with the other 3 to speed up their attacks. The 4 of them surrounded Long Chen and did not give him a chance to escape. It was considered an inescapable trap. If Long Chen wanted to escape, he would have to kill at least one of them first. He fought and retreated as blood flowed out of his body. However, his mind was clear. He glanced at the Poison King sect martial artist and an idea came to him. The Poison King sect martial artist's poison technique was powerful, but his defense was the weakest. It should not be a problem to use him as a breakthrough point. Golden Dragon Sword Art, Dragon Dance. Suddenly, Long Chen risked the danger of being hit by the other 3 and attacked the Poison King sect disciple with all his might. Perhaps it was due to Ling Zhao's influence, Long Chen started to practice sword skills after he came to the Divine Sword sect. However, his sword skills were modified according to his body shape. The martial artists of the Divine Sword sect were not qualified to create martial arts, but they could modify some of the martial arts skills. The Golden Dragon danced and spun towards the Poison King sect disciple. Long Chen's body shone with golden light. Help! When the Poison King sect disciple saw the situation, he knew something was wrong. He gave up the encirclement and turned to escape. However, Long Chen chased after him and swore to kill him. Otherwise, he would not have the chance to escape when the 4 of them joined forces. Go and die. The 3 people behind Long Chen revealed their identities and gave chase. One of them was the fastest. He caught up to Long Chen and threw a punch at Long Chen's back. Puff, Long Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, but his body did not stop. Instead, he sped up. The Golden Dragon tribe's body was strong. Although it was incomparable to the immemorial Golden Dragon, it was not to the extent that he could not withstand such a blow. Puff, finally, the golden dragon danced and the sword radiance was merciless. The Poison King sect disciple was pierced through the back. Then, his entire body collapsed like flowers scattered by a fairy. However, this flower was blood-red in color, making one's heart palpitate and terrifying. You are courting death. When Xianxia saw the situation, he was furious. You actually dared to kill my people in front of me. How can I let this go? The hidden weapon that he had prepared as a trump card broke through the air and turned into a beautiful fire phoenix. However, it was very dangerous. Phoenix Feather Soul Chasing Arrow. Although the Phoenix Feather Soul Chasing Arrow was not in the top 10 of the Tang sect's hidden weapons, it was definitely in the top 20. It was so powerful and fast that Long Chen could not dodge it. Roar. Helpless, Long Chen roared like a wild beast. Under the vibration of the sound wave, the Phoenix Feather Soul Chasing Arrow seemed to slow down a little. Then, Long Chen stabbed out with his sword. Clang, suddenly, sparks flew in all directions, and a terrifying true essence shockwave shot out in all directions. The bricks and stones on the ground were directly pierced through and exploded. Although he managed to block the attack, there was still another person on the other side. The flying knife in his hand pierced through the air and pierced Long Chen's body. Long Chen had only managed to dodge the attack in a hurry, but he was unable to dodge the attack. Fortunately, there was no poison on the flying dagger. The other party was probably very confident in his flying dagger skills, thinking that he could kill with one strike, so he didn't apply any poison. However, even if they applied poison, it wouldn't make much of a difference. Dragons were basically immune to most poisons, especially since the golden dragons were descendants of the immemorial golden dragons. Go to hell, kid. Even though he wasn't seriously injured, Long Chen was wide open right now. Seeing such a good opportunity, Xianxia wouldn't let it go. He leaped up high and the Phoenix Feather Soul Chasing Arrow pierced through the air again. The blazing fire phoenix seemed to have come back to life. It was extremely terrifying. Damn it, do I really have to run? If Long Chen did not run, he could only transform into his golden dragon form. However, Ling Xiao had warned him that he could not do that. At least, he could not do that when the Dragon Clan was unable to protect themselves. He even held the secret scroll in his hand. However, at this moment, a sword light pierced through the air. The sword light flashed and the fire phoenix was directly defeated. The Phoenix Feather Soul Chasing Arrow was also directly sent flying back. Xianxia was so frightened that he quickly dodged and caught it in his hand. If he was injured by his own hidden weapon, it would be a big joke. Other than the Poison King sect disciple who was killed by Long Chen and could no longer stand up, the other three gathered together and were ready for battle. Big Brother Ling. Long Chen looked at the person who came excitedly. He was wild with joy because he had a feeling that as long as he stayed by Ling Zhao's side, no one would be able to hurt him. He would be absolutely safe. Long Chen, don't talk first. These are healing medicine for you. Sit down and heal your wounds. Ling Xiao had killed many cultivators and the storage rings that he seized all contained healing medicine. Especially the healing medicine from the Poison King sect, Aquamarine Shrine, and Abstruse Fire sect. The quality of the medicine was really good. He gave it to Long Chen without hesitation. Yes. Long Chen did not hesitate and sat down cross-legged. He then looked at the healing medicine and his face lit up with joy. He swallowed the medicine and closed his eyes. He did not know how strong Ling Xiao was now. However, in the land of dragons, Ling Xiao's appearance when he dominated the Black Dragon clan was like the appearance of the immemorial Golden Dragon. It was simply fresh in his memory. He believed that even if Ling Xiao could not defeat these three people, he would not be in danger. Therefore, he could heal his wounds in peace. After his injuries were healed, he could join forces with Ling Xiao and get rid of these three people. Those who kill will be killed by others. There was no reason to speak in the mystic world. There was only strength to speak. Otherwise, no one would listen to your fart. Words didn't work here. Even if you spoke extravagantly, without strength, you were still nothing. Xianxia glanced at Ling Xiao and could not help but reveal a happy expression. I was wondering who it was. So it's Ling Xiao. I was just looking for you. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. Although I don't know what despicable means you used to kill Sad Heartbreak, in front of me, you have no chance. Once my phoenix feather soul-chasing arrow is taken out, it needs to drink blood. Since I can't kill Long Chen, I'll use your blood to feed it. Senior brother Tang Chi, this kid is full of tricks. The three of us should join forces. Of course we should join forces. Your senior brother is a person who does not care about trifles. Although I'm confident that he is not my match, if the three of us join forces, it will be faster. Hehe, senior brother is right. Moreover, what that brat used just now seems to be the flying sword technique. It is said that this is a more advanced hidden weapon technique. We got it, but senior brother, you can't keep it for yourself. Of course, we are all brothers. Senior brother, his flying sword seems to be a precious great artifact. What an extravagant guy. Then we might as well take it all. In Tang Chi's opinion, Ling Xiao must have used some tricks to defeat Sad Heartbreak. Otherwise, how could a mere half-step heavenly master with 20% of his strength defeat him? Hehe, senior brother, you are really good to us. Are you done with your nonsense? Ling Xiao asked faintly. Are you in a hurry to die? Tang Chi frowned and asked. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with Ling Xiao's attitude. I'm not in a hurry to die, but I want to ask you guys a question. Novel, law, Ling Xiao smiled faintly. You still want to ask a question? Ha ha ha, this is the first time I've heard of someone asking a question before they die. But I'm not going to tell you. I'll let you die a wrong death. Speaking of this, Tang Chi's killing intent suddenly appeared. The other two also activated their true origin. Phoenix feather soul-chasing arrow, flying dagger, and gold coin darts all flew towards Ling Xiao at the same time, surrounding him. Die. Ling Xiao sighed. He didn't want to kill anyone, but these people were forcing him to do it. A black and gold light flashed past his eyes, and 3 chi swords flew out. Bang bang bang, chi chi chi, the 3 chi swords first knocked away the 3 hidden weapons, then pierced through the 3 people's throats. Even the location of the wounds were the same. Then, the chi swords pierced through the 3 people, leaving 3 terrifying holes in the wall behind them. Dust flew everywhere. In an instant, the 3 people's bodies slowly fell to the ground, never to get up again. Scary. Is this Brother Ling's strength? At this moment, Long Chen had just opened his eyes. He originally wanted to help, but he saw such a strange scene. He knew that his brother Ling was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be so strong, not to mention Tang Chi. He suspected that even Tang Jiu might not be a match for his brother Ling. Gulp. Long Chen swallowed his saliva and asked excitedly, Brother Ling, the 3 chi swords seem to have merged with something, right? Massacre intent. Ling Xiao said faintly, the intent to kill. No wonder. Long Chen had heard Lin Bei mention before how terrifying intent was. It was an external manifestation of soul power, and also a way to fight. But there weren't many martial artists who could truly master it. There was even a misconception among the martial artists that martial intent was the prerequisite for the creation of martial soul. But it had been gradually corrected recently. Only the small sects in the remote areas didn't know about it. Martial soul and martial intent were 2 things that could coexist. One was the concretization of soul power, while the other was the incorporeal form of soul power. Long Chen was really happy for Ling Xiao and the Divine Sword sect. With the cultivation of a half-step holy master with 20% of his strength, he was able to kill 3 half-step holy masters with 50% of his strength. This strength was too terrifying. No, it should be said that his potential was too terrifying. Just as he was feeling happy, he suddenly frowned again. Oh no, big brother Ling, let's leave this place quickly. You killed Tang Chi, how could that Tang Jiu let you go? Long Chen said excitedly. It's useless. The spectators have already appeared. Ling Xiao sighed. This place was a little too close to the true Devil Imperial Palace, so someone must have seen the battle from afar. Even if he left now, it would be useless. What's more, he never intended to shirk the responsibility. Wasn't it just Tang Jiu? They would meet sooner or later. Previously, he had killed Sad Heartbreak, so Tang Jiu wouldn't let him go. Now that he had killed Tang Chi, It would only increase the probability of Tangjiu taking action and speed up Tangjiu's action. However, in Long Chen's opinion, Ling Xiao was definitely not Tangjiu's opponent. After all, Tangjiu was a half-step holy master with 80% of his strength. He was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Long Chen, don't worry. Tangjiu is here. Just kill him. Let's go to the Imperial City. I think the best opportunities are there. Although Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of Tangjiu, there was no need to wait for Tangjiu here. He casually picked up the storage rings of the few people and returned Long Chen's items to him. Ling Xiao kept the rest for himself. Anyway, they were all spiritual stones, medicinal herbs, materials for setting up arrays, and the like. He could use them all. Long Chen, have you fully recovered from your injuries? The two of them chatted as they walked. Yes, I've fully recovered. It's all thanks to the elixirs that Big Brother Ling gave me. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have to quit today. Long Chen sighed with emotion. That won't do. You are the only representative of our Divine Sword sect. If you quit, what will happen to the Divine Sword sect? Ling Xiao smiled and said, rumor has it that the True Devil Imperial Palace has pure true essence left behind by the True Devil Great Emperor. It can help martial artists directly increase their realm. This is too important for martial artists. Even if you want to quit, you must first enter that place. Is it really that powerful? Even if you ask me, I don't know. After all, it's my first time here. However, I heard from Senior Brother Wu. Well, it seems that the Imperial Palace is also sealed by some special power. It will only open at a specific time. It will probably take 2 to 4 hours. Let's take a rest and eat something first. Ling Xiao looked at the Imperial Palace. Although many martial artists had gathered, there were much fewer of them compared to when they first entered. Moreover, those who could reach here were all half-step holy masters. Martial artists below half-step holy masters were basically nowhere to be seen. Ling Xiao was a little worried about Dai Yuling and Ling Hao. However, there was nothing he could do now. He could only wait patiently. After about half an hour, Lan Yu'er and Feng Yarao appeared. Another 2 hours passed. Ling Hao, Dai Yuling, and even Zhao Ji appeared at the same time. All three of them were injured to varying degrees. Zhao Ji's injuries were very serious. He had been carried over by Ling Hao. But no matter what, being able to reach this point was a victory. Ling Xiao did not expect them to enter the finals. However, they must at least enter the Imperial Palace. Because it was a great opportunity to improve their cultivation. It would be a pity to miss it. Hurry up and heal your injuries. The Imperial Palace will open in about half an hour. Ling Xiao distributed the healing medicine he had obtained to them and helped them recover from their injuries. Rumble, after half an hour, a rumbling sound resounded. The True Devil Imperial Palace, which was originally wrapped in a strange golden light, finally opened. At this time, the number of people who appeared here had decreased from nearly 1,000 to about 300 people. It was a loss of nearly 700 people. Some of them died, and some of them withdrew midway. This preliminary competition was really cruel. The True Devil Imperial Palace has opened. Let's go. Ling Xiao stood up. Now, the Yuehua school only had him, Lan Yu'er, Dai Yuling, Ling Hao, and Zhao Ji left. The others were all eliminated or killed. Whether or not they could bring glory to the Yuehua sect depended on the few of them. Okay. They walked in the direction of the True Devil Imperial Palace. They were not in a hurry. Through the previous events, it was obvious that it was better to come at the right time than to come early. At this time, outside the True Devil Imperial Palace, many disciples were rushing to enter. The True Devil Imperial Palace is my small goal this time. If I can improve my cultivation here, I might be able to enter the finals. Not only can I improve my cultivation here, but I may also obtain treasures that can increase my chances of reaching the celestial realm. That's right, I've also heard of it. It seems that someone has obtained it before. That's great. I'm already a half-step heavenly venerable with 80% of my strength. I'm not far from advancing to the heaven realm. I must find such a treasure. Otherwise, I'll be stuck in the half-step heavenly venerable realm for the rest of my life. Humph, you people humiliated me in the ruins. After this trip to the True Demon Imperial Palace, my cultivation will improve greatly. Just wait and see. I'm a genius. You people are nothing. Genius my ass. You're just pretentious. Wait until we're inside. I'll kill you first. All sorts of voices rose and fell. It was rare for martial artists to get along peacefully unless they were from the same sect or relatives. Otherwise, there was no conflict of interest. Once there was a conflict of interest, the most direct method would be to determine the winner and loser. The martial artists scrambled to enter the palace while Ling Xiao and the others walked at a leisurely pace. Just as they were about to enter the palace, the sound of killing suddenly came from behind. It was a young girl being chased by someone. That young girl had delicate and pretty looks. She had the majesty of a royal family. One look and one could tell that she was an unapproachable person. However, at this moment, her clothes were tattered, and many parts of her clothes were pierced. However, the areas where her clothes were torn did not hurt her skin. It was enough to show that this person's control of strength was amazing. The young man behind her looked to be around 17 or 18 years old. His cultivation was not considered strong. He was only a half-step heavenly venerable with 20% of his strength. Even so, he was still able to suppress the young girl in front. Little big sister, why run so fast? Why don't you have some fun with this young master? If this young master is satisfied, then this young master can escort you in the future. The young man had a lewd smile on his face. His eyes stared at the young girl's tattered clothes. He was dressed extravagantly. His clothes were colorful, and he even had a big red flower on his head. One look and one could tell that he was not a decent person. Young Master Fei Yu, my elder brother and senior brother are over there. You still dare to humiliate me. Be careful that you don't keep your life. If you force me into a corner, I'll use a secret scroll to leave. You won't get anything. With just the few of you, what can you do to this young master? Young Master Fei Yu sneered disdainfully. He saw Ling Xiao and the others, but he didn't take them seriously. Why would he care about the trash from Yuehua School? Senior brother Ling, I beg you, please help my sister. Zhao Ji hurriedly looked at Ling Xiao and said. Don't worry. Zhao Xi is also a student of Yuehua School. It's only right that I help her. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Then, he pointed his finger, and a flying sword flew out from behind him. Young Master Fei Yu was still smiling lewdly as he approached Zhao Xi. All of a sudden, he felt a sense of danger. By the time he realized what was going on, his head had already been separated from his body. A sword light pierced through the air and returned to its master's hand. Killing young Master Fei Yu was as easy as killing a chicken. Zhao Xi looked in that direction in surprise, looking at the majestic young man. Today, Ling Xiao was even more spirited than before. His long black hair fluttered even though there was no wind, and his eyes shone with a wise and domineering light. She was deeply moved. She was moved that she wasn't an idiot to the end. A few months ago, she finally admitted her mistake to Ling Xiao and even received some pointers from Ling Xiao. If it was the previous her, Ling Xiao wouldn't have saved her. The previous her was arrogant and thought that she was a member of the royal family and didn't place anyone in her eyes. Ling Xiao wasn't even worth mentioning. However, reality had taught her what a true powerhouse was and what true power was. Under her watch, Ling Xiao had grown from an unknown outer sect disciple to the all-powerful core disciple he was today. It had only taken him half a year. Let's go together. Ling Xiao said indifferently. He once hated Zhao Xi because this woman couldn't distinguish right from wrong. However, there wasn't any deep hatred between him and Zhao Xi. After Zhao Xi changed, they had some interactions. After all, this princess of Northern Han was Zhao Ji's little sister. Everyone entered the True Devil Imperial Palace together. However, they discovered that the people who had entered earlier were all squeezed into the spacious passageway. At the entrance of the passageway, there was a beautiful crystal-like wall. On the wall, there was actually a moving picture, as if it was alive. These scenes were played repeatedly. They were all scenes of the True Devil Supreme Lord ascending to the throne. Near the wall, a corpse was placed there. It looked like it had been electrocuted, and its death was somewhat miserable. The reason why no one was willing to go over was probably because of this corpse. They're all a bunch of F***king cowards, watch me. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. It was a half-step Empyrean-level martial artist with 50% of his strength. He was very tall and sturdy, and with a loud shout, he pounced towards the crystal wall. However, in the next moment, a horrifying scene occurred. The moment that person's body touched the crystal wall, his entire body seemed to have been struck by lightning. His skin was completely charred black, and even his bones were exposed. It was simply too horrible to look at. It was exactly the same as the person who had died before. What the hell? The people who had originally planned to move forward suddenly stopped. This scene was too terrifying, and no one dared to rashly try it. This is a special barrier of the True Devil Imperial Palace. It's called wall painting. The name sounds very nice, right? However, it's something that can kill people. Feng Yarao walked out and said slowly. As expected of a disciple of the Heavenly Dragon Academy, this person was quite knowledgeable. What the hell is this wall painting? How can we get past it? Someone asked anxiously. You're asking me? I don't know, but it said that the wall painting is arranged with a very complex spirit array. It can easily kill Yin-Yang Realm cultivators, not to mention Heaven Realm and Grotto Heaven Realm cultivators. Us Transcendents will just be throwing our lives away if we go. Feng Yarao shrugged her shoulders. Ling Xiao was a little puzzled. If that was the case, then how did those people pass through before? There must be a reason behind it. Thinking of this, he activated his mountain and river martial spirit and began to investigate, hoping to find some clues. At this time, a few more cultivators rushed in from the outside. They were probably the last batch. Look, the entrance outside is closed. Does this mean that only these 300 people passed the test? That's right, the others are either eliminated or dead. The person who said this was definitely someone who was familiar with the situation in the True Devil Forbidden area. Ling Xiao, get out here for father. Suddenly, a voice roared. It was Tang Jiu. Ling Xiao naturally knew who he was shouting and asked indifferently, I wonder if Brother Tang has any orders? Orders? Did you kill my brother, Tang Qi? Tang Jiu asked coldly. His voice was as cold as ice, causing the people nearby to tremble. What a joke, which eye of yours saw it? Ling Xiao asked back. You, come here. Tang Jiu directly shouted at a disciple of the Poison King sect. That person walked over obediently and pointed at Ling Xiao. That's right, Senior Tang Jiu. It's Ling Xiao who killed Senior Tang Qi. Did you hear that, Ling Xiao? Tang Jiu asked. La brother Tang Jiu, please calm down. You can't start a conflict just because of one side of the story. The Poison King sect's disciples died in the hands of Ling Xiao. Naturally, the disciples of the Poison King sect would frame Ling Xiao. At this moment, someone actually stood up for Ling Xiao. This surprised Ling Xiao. He didn't seem to have any friends outside. Decepticons, Ling Xiao finally recognized who the other party was. It turned out to be Decepticons from the Beast King Palace. This person was an honest person. Tang Jiu snorted and suddenly attacked. A cold light flashed in his hand and a poisonous dart hit Decepticon's body. This was the result of Decepticon's strong defense and fast reaction. Otherwise, he would have died. This Tang Jiu was really overbearing. He didn't allow anyone to speak for Ling Xiao. Brother Ba, thank you for speaking up for justice. This is the antidote from the Tang sect. Take it. I did kill Tang Qi. Not only him, but the people around him were also killed by me. Tang Jiu, what are you going to do about it? Ling Xiao's antidote was obtained from Tang Qi's storage ring. It could cure ordinary poisons. Tang Jiu's poisonous dart wasn't a special one. So, there was no problem. Oh no, Brother Ling, you're too impulsive. This Tang Jiu is so cruel. How could you admit it? Long Chen was so scared that his face turned pale. Tang Jiu was too terrifying. Offending such a person was not enough even if he had 10 lives. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Long Chen, don't worry. He can't do anything to me. This Tangio is really cruel and overbearing. Decepticons only spoke out for justice and was almost killed by him. Isn't he afraid of offending the Beast King Palace? Lan Yuer couldn't help but say. Senior Sister Lan, this is the law of the jungle. The Tang sect is stronger than the Beast King Palace. Furthermore, the three sects of the south seem to have formed an alliance. They might be looking for an opportunity to destroy the Beast King Palace and Yuehua School. Ling Xiao sighed. What nonsense are you spouting? Did you just admit that you killed my elder brother? Tang Jiu walked towards Ling Xiao with a gloomy face and questioned. The rest of the Yuehua School students were very nervous. Lan Yuer almost made a move. However, Ling Xiao was still as calm as ever. That's right, I admit it. What do you think? They tried to kill me, but I killed them in passing. If he wanted to kill you, you should have obediently knelt down and let him kill you. How dare you resist? Tang Jiu said coldly. I'll give you a chance now. Kneel down, kowtow, admit your mistake, and then kill yourself. Otherwise, I'll kill everyone from Yuehua School. You can try. I guarantee that you'll die earlier than them. Ling Xiao didn't budge an inch. The situation was in a stalemate. No one was willing to give in, so there had to be a winner in the end. It was hard to say what the result would be. Other than the Yuehua School students and Long Chen, the rest of the sects were watching the show. The tyrannical Sky Tiger couldn't bear to see Tang Jiu die, but he had no other choice. The strength that Tang Jiu had just displayed was too terrifying. He was immobilized in a single move and had almost killed him. The tyrannical Sky Tiger didn't dare to provoke such a terrifying person. Junior brother, your cultivation has improved greatly. Why don't you help us? Decepticons looked at Ing Wuya and said. Ing Wuya shook his head. It's best not to provoke trouble that we shouldn't. The Yuehua School's matter has nothing to do with the Beast King Palace. That's right. Senior brother Ing is right. It's not worth offending Tang Jiu for the sake of the Yuehua School. Ling Xiao didn't know when to stop and was arrogant. He deserved to die. That's right. Ling Xiao killed many of our people. We should be happy that he's dead. That's right. Even if we want to help, we should help Tang Jiu, not Ling Xiao. The few remaining disciples of the Beast King Palace were gloating over their misfortune. The hatred of the Sword King sect was even more obvious. Senior sister, Master said that we should deal with Ling Xiao. It seems like it won't be our turn. Ling Xiao has offended many people. Chen Meng nodded. Let's wait and see. We can't say for sure until the end. She hated and feared Ling Xiao at the same time. Ling Xiao's performance was too shocking. She couldn't help but be cautious. Of course, if Ling Xiao died, everyone would be happy. She wouldn't have to worry about him anymore. It would also save her a lot of trouble. I think that if Tang Jiu makes a move, Ling Xiao won't be the only one to die in the Yuehua School. Everyone else will be finished as well. Hee hee. I really want to see Wu Xiang's expression. Wasn't he very arrogant when he was in the Sword King sect? These two factions had a grudge against Ling Xiao. Naturally, they wouldn't be polite with their words. The rest of the people were relatively neutral in their discussion. However, they still didn't think highly of the Yuehua School. This is called being impulsive. He's too ignorant and hasn't seen the world. He thinks that he can be arrogant outside just because he's invincible in his own faction. If Tang Jiu makes a move, Ling Xiao won't be the only one to die. Everyone else will be buried with him. This is the price of being impulsive. Although Tang Jiu is very overbearing and unreasonable, this is the axiom of the mystic world. Whoever is stronger has the right to speak and can decide the life and death of others. The discussion was very loud. However, Ling Xiao didn't care. He had seen this kind of scene many times. It could be said that he was always met with voices of distrust and disbelief. However, every time, he was able to surprise these people who looked down on him. This time was no exception. As long as Tang Jiu dared to make a move, he would make Tang Jiu pay the price. He wasn't confident that he could beat Tang Jiu, but he definitely wouldn't lose either. At most, the two of them would fight to the death. However, he believed that if there was one person who could survive in the end, it would be him, Tang Jiu's attacks were powerful and his hidden weapons were powerful. However, his defense was his weakness. Compared to Tang Jiu, Ling Xiao didn't have any obvious flaws. However, he wasn't mediocre in all aspects. He was very outstanding in all aspects. Ha ha ha, interesting. Very interesting. This is the first time I, Tang Jiu, have seen someone so unyielding in front of me. Since you're not willing to kneel and commit suicide, I'll kill you with my own hands and avenge my brother. Tang Jiu was so angry that he laughed. Buzz, with a loud sound, the phantom of 1,000 hands appeared behind him. Is this your first time? When you met the 6th young master of the sacred dynasty, didn't you act like a grandson? The phantom of a huge demonic sword also appeared behind Ling Xiao's back. Ha ha ha, Tang Jiu, this kid is mocking you. Hurry up and make a move. I'm getting impatient. If you're afraid, let me do it. This kid is heartbroken and can be considered the common enemy of our 3 sections. It's the same if I kill him. Li Yudao laughed heartily. The muscles at the corner of Tang Jiu's mouth twitched violently. He had to make a move now even if he didn't want to. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get out of this embarrassing situation. Both of them have released their martial souls. It seems like they are going to play for real. Ling Xiao's martial soul is not weak either. It will be an exciting battle. Interesting, interesting. Ling Xiao did not have a sword in his hand. However, the evil aura produced by the demon sword seemed to be able to cut through the surrounding bricks and stones. This level of sword aura is really amazing. Many people who looked down on Ling Xiao were stunned. They could not believe what they were seeing. But even so, they still felt that Ling Xiao would lose and die. Look, the wall painting is open. Just when the two of them were about to draw their swords, a voice suddenly rang out. The two of them looked at the wall painting at the same time. In the wall painting that was originally complete, there was actually a door that can be passed through. Ha ha ha, you guys can continue to cause trouble. I'm going to go treasure hunting. Army Breaker laughed heartily and quickly flew through the door. There was no danger, and he flew in unscathed. The martial artists who were still worried about him rushed out when they saw the situation. In an instant, the people who were waiting to watch the show had all left. Only the people from Sword King sect seemed to be reluctant to leave. They wanted to see Ling Xiao get killed. Senior Lan, you guys go first. I can deal with Tang Jiu alone. Ling Xiao said softly. But can you do it? Lan Yuer was worried. The rest of the people did not want to leave him behind. Go, it's useless for you guys to stay. Ling Xiao said in a heavy tone. No one can leave. You killed my brother. You will die here. Tang Jiu suddenly left Ling Xiao and rushed towards Lan Yuer. Whoosh, a sword light blocked in front of him, forcing him to stop in his tracks. In front of me, Ling Xiao, you can't hurt the people from Yuehua School. Ling Xiao was confident. Let's go. Lan Yuer also realized that if they did not leave, they would only cause trouble for Ling Xiao. Senior brother Ling, take care. Big brother Ling, you must be fine. Several people also walked through the door one after another. Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. With them around, it would be a little troublesome because that might become his weakness. But now, there was no problem. Senior brother Tang Jiu, senior brother Li Yudao sent a message from 1,000 miles away. He said that he found a treasure and asked you to hurry over. At this moment, the disciples of the Tang sect also shouted at Tang Jiu. Humph. Ling Xiao, remember this, even if you enter, you will still die. I don't have the time to fight with you now. Once I get the treasure, it will be your time to die. You'd better use the secret scroll to escape, or you'll definitely die. Tang Jiu snorted coldly and turned around to leave. This guy was so angry just now. Now, it seemed like he didn't have much feelings for his so-called elder brother Tang Qi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to leave so easily. At least in Tang Jiu's heart, the treasure was far more valuable than avenging his elder brother. Tang Jiu left with the people of the Tang sect. Lan Yuer and the others who had already entered the door returned. You guys. Seeing these people, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. At the end of the day, these people still cared about him. Indeed, if you treat people with sincerity, you'll eventually be rewarded. Don't say anything. Who asked us to owe you a favor? To be honest, if Tang Jiu really attacked today, we might not be able to stop him, but we can still create some trouble for him. Lan Yuer said with a smile. The others nodded as well. But it's really dangerous. Fortunately, the wall painting suddenly opened. Otherwise, Tang Jiu wouldn't have let it go so easily. Senior brother Ling, what should we do next? Leng Hao asked. At this moment, there was no one outside the door. The people of the Sword King sect also left after the people of the Tang sect left. That's right, big brother Ling. Although Tang Jiu has left now, wouldn't it be a problem if we meet him inside again? Although this person is extremely detestable, he's really too strong. Even if we join forces, we might not be a match for him. Long Chen said. Brother Long, you're overestimating others and underestimating our own strength. Senior brother Ling is much stronger than you think. Zhao Ji was blindly worshipping Ling Xiao. After all, he had watched Ling Xiao rise all the way. Ling Xiao had created too many miracles. He's really strong. Ling Xiao nodded and said, but he's not as scary as you think. To be honest, if someone had to die in the battle just now, it definitely wouldn't be me. After saying that, he lifted his foot and walked towards the door. Let's hurry up and leave. There should be a time limit for this door to be open. It'll close soon. It was true that he could kill Tang Jiu, but with his current strength, if he didn't enter his immemorial golden dragon form, it would definitely be a Pyrrhic victory. That was why he didn't chase after Tang Jiu. After all, there were more important things to do. The others looked at each other and were a little surprised by Ling Xiao's words. However, since Ling Xiao said so, he definitely wasn't just spouting nonsense. This was because Ling Xiao was never that kind of person. After everyone entered the door for about 2 to 3 minutes, the door completely disappeared. In the silent hall, only the empty sound of the wind was left. Why is the palace filled with water? After entering the door, everyone discovered a strange phenomenon. The inside was completely sealed. It was like a huge and beautiful fish tank. It was filled with water, and there were also some strange rocks and plants. The most peculiar thing was that this wasn't ordinary fresh water. It was seawater from the deep sea. The concentration was much higher than fresh water. Once it entered one's stomach, it would be a big problem. Rumor has it that the true demon's empire is actually the sea tribe that emerged from the bottom of the sea. Although they can live on land, they prefer the deep sea. It's not strange that the palace is like this. Ling Xiao explained. Ling Xiao had confirmed this in the sea near Tianfeng City. It shouldn't be fake. Sea tribe? It was obvious that the others had never heard of the sea tribe. There's really a tribe that lives in the deep sea? Leng Hao couldn't help but ask. Quiet first. I feel that something is wrong. There's a very dangerous aura. Ling Xiao didn't answer Leng Hao's question. Instead, he waved his hand and signaled for everyone to keep quiet. Using his mountain river martial soul, Ling Xiao could see further. There was a massacre happening there. The ones who died were martial artists. The ones who attacked were a group of strange crocodiles that were about 7 to 8 meters long. These crocodiles had scales that were as hard as iron. The color of the scales was almost the same as the color of the sea. When they completely merged with the water, it was impossible to distinguish them. Just as he was speaking, there were already some red blood stains floating in the sea. Everyone saw it. Zhao Xi was so excited that she almost drank a mouthful of water. Suddenly, a black shadow pounced at Ling Xiao. Then, it opened its huge teeth and bit at Ling Xiao's body. The black shadow that suddenly appeared bit towards Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. Its mouth was too big. If it really bit, Ling Xiao's body would definitely be bitten in half. However, this crocodile that was hiding in the dark had already been discovered by Ling Xiao, so it didn't bite Ling Xiao, but a sword that Ling Xiao picked up from the ground. The sword was still intact, and it was a treasure-grade artifact, but it was bitten into pieces by the crocodile in one bite. Die. Ling Xiao suddenly shot out a chi sword from his hand and directly shot it into the crocodile's body. The crocodile struggled a few times, and a large amount of blood flowed out of its mouth before it completely died. It can hide, its external defense is amazing, and its teeth are extremely sharp. In terms of sharpness, it's not inferior to an immortal-grade artifact, but its internal defense is its weakness. Ling Xiao threw away the broken metal in his hand and then transmitted his voice to the rest of the people to be careful. "Senior brother Ling, what is this thing?" Leng Hao asked in fear. "This is probably a crocodile raised by the true demonic empire. It comes from the deep sea, and its body is huge. It's a ferocious predator." Ling Xiao had always been very studious. Whether it was the Ling family, the latent dragon camp, or the Yuehua school, he had carefully read a large number of books. He had some understanding of these strange things. Looks like senior brother Ling's guess was right. This true demonic empire might really be the Sea clan from the deep sea. Zhao Ji said. "Yes. The few of you, come closer. This way, we can better take care of the surrounding situation. The teeth of the crocodiles are too sharp. Ordinary treasure-grade artifacts won't be able to block them. None of us have any immortal-grade defensive artifacts. We can only make the first move." Ling Xiao called out, "Fortunately, these crocodiles aren't too high level. The one just now was only a level 9 beast, and not a king beast. You should be able to deal with it." Now that they were together, as the young sect leader of the Yuehua school and the sect leader of the Divine Sword sect, he had to do something. In terms of perception and attack power, he was the strongest among them. It was only natural for him to protect his fellow disciples. Everyone followed Ling Zhao's instructions and gathered together, not leaving any gaps in the middle. Then, they continued to move forward at a slower pace. From time to time, the corpses of martial artists or the corpses of man-eating crocodiles would float over. It seemed that those martial artists who came in earlier were at a much greater disadvantage than them. They were relatively lucky. Because they came in late, they encountered fewer underwater man-eating crocodiles. Ling Xiao walked at the front. Whenever they encountered a man-eating crocodile, he would be the first to kill it. This made the people walking behind him feel a sense of security and belonging. Perhaps this was what an eldest senior brother should do. At the same time, some people had already passed through the dangerous crocodile area and reached a safer place. The people from the Sword King sect met up with the people from the Heavenly King sect. "Luo Tianyu, did you see that Ling Xiao?" It was Chen Meng who spoke. "Yes, I saw him. That guy dared to provoke the Holy Sun. Don't let me see him again, or I will kill him." Luo Tianyu sneered. "When we came in, only Ling Xiao and the rest of the people from the Yuehua school were left outside. If I'm not wrong, they might come in together. At that time, Brother Luo, you can wait for them to come in and kill them all in one fell swoop." Chen Meng said with a smile. "Humph, woman, you are really bold. You want to use me?" Luo Tianyu snorted. None of the top 100 martial artists were easy to deal with. Luo Tianyu was ranked 60th. Although he was far from Jian Wuji, he was still an unattainable expert in front of Chen Meng. He was strong and not stupid. He could tell at a glance that Chen Meng wanted to use him, which made him very unhappy. "Do you believe that I won't kill everyone from the Sword King sect right now? Brother Luo, why are you so angry? Ling Xiao is our common enemy. If you can kill him, my senior brother will not mistreat you. In addition to the 1 million mid-tier spiritual stones as a reward, my senior brother will also owe you a favor." Chen Meng said with a smile. She was not afraid that Luo Tianyu would refuse. The reason why he was angry was that he wanted to bargain for some benefits. And the benefits she offered were definitely something that Luo Tianyu could not refuse. 1 million mid-tier spiritual stones was already a huge price, not to mention the favor from Jian Wuji. That was the key. To ask Jian Wuji, one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty, to do something for her was something that countless people dreamed of. However, Chen Meng obviously underestimated Luo Tianyu's greed. Luo Tianyu sneered and said, 2 million mid-tier spiritual stones and Jian Wuji will owe me a favor. Otherwise, forget about it. He did not dare to kill anyone from the Sword King sect. After all, with Jian Wuji's strength, once this matter was exposed, he would definitely die without a burial place. But extorting something was not a problem. Fine. 2 million it is. Chen Meng gritted her teeth and nodded. 2 million mid-tier spiritual stones was the entire annual income of the Sword King sect. Chen Meng's heart was bleeding. However, if she could kill Ling Xiao, not to mention 2 million, even 10 million would be worth it. Ling Xiao had killed so many disciples of the Sword King sect. He should have died long ago. It was a miracle that he was still alive. She did not want this person to continue living. Her master did not want this either. Chen Nanqing wanted Ling Xiao's life even if he had to go bankrupt. Okay, it's a deal. But you better keep your promise. Otherwise, our Heavenly King sect will destroy your Sword King sect. Luo Tianyu smiled sinisterly and looked behind him. It seemed like someone was coming over. Ling Xiao and the others chased and killed the remaining seabed man-eating crocodiles. Finally, they left the most dangerous area. There was no more seawater in front of them, and it became a magnificent scene. It's all thanks to senior brother Ling, otherwise, I don't know how much danger we would have encountered along the way. Zhao Ji knew very well that if Ling Xiao had not killed the seabed man-eating crocodiles along the way, he would not have made it here. It could be seen from the number of warriors who died in the water. Those were half-step heavenly venerables. Zhao Ji and Zhao Ci were not yet half-step heavenly venerables. Dai Yuling and Ling Hao were not there either. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, a sudden gust of wind blew toward them. Within the gust of wind, there were a few sharp feathers. It seemed harmless, but it was a real killer move. The number of feathers was exactly the same as the number of people Ling Xiao and the others had. It was obviously an attack targeted at them. Humph. Ling Xiao snorted and stabbed with the Hell Dragon sword. A huge black gold chi sword collided with the gust of wind. Rumble, the black gold chi sword and the gust of wind finally collided. The huge explosion even blew up the corpses in the nearby seawater. Seawater splashed everywhere. Lan Yuer and the others were caught off guard and were sent flying by the shockwave. Lan Yuer was fine as her cultivation was the strongest, but her face was slightly pale. The others were not so simple. They were all bleeding from their mouths, trembling, and feeling suffocated. Luo Tianyu. Ling Xiao remembered this person. He was one of the martial artists that Wu Xiong had introduced. He seemed to be from the Heavenly King sect and was good at Qinggong. He was ranked 60th in the last martial arts festival. Oh, I didn't expect you to recognize me. How rare. Luo Tianyu squinted at Ling Xiao and said, "Kid, you're quite strong. You can actually block my attack with 50% of my strength. The rest of you are too weak. A good dog doesn't block the way. You stopped us and attacked us. Don't tell me it's just a coincidence?" Ling Xiao added another person to his death list. He was not a bloodthirsty person, but if someone wanted to kill him, he would not show mercy regardless of whether he succeeded or not. Luo Tianyu's current strength was not as strong as Tang Jiao and Li Yudao. Ling Xiao was confident that he could kill him without expending too much energy. However, he had to figure out why Luo Tianyu attacked them and whether there was a mastermind behind it. Luo Tianyu shrugged and said, "Of course it's not an accident or a coincidence. There are 2 reasons why I attacked you. First, His Highness the Holy Sun hates you. Second, someone spent a lot of money to buy your heads. I'm just trying to earn some pocket money." Who? Lan Yuer asked doubtfully, could it be Tang Jiao? Impossible. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, Tang Jiao is stronger than this guy. There's no need to spend a lot of money to hire him. If I'm not wrong, it's most likely the Sword King sect. His hatred for the Sword King sect had faded a little and he did not want to kill them. After all, he had already taken his revenge. But now, the hatred in his heart surged again. He was kind, but not only did they not appreciate it, but they also wanted his life. In that case, the Sword King sect should not continue to exist in this world. Pa pa pa. Luo Tianyu clapped his hands and said, "You're really smart. Since you've guessed it, I won't beat around the bush. The Sword King sect gave me 2 million mid-grade spirit stones to take your lives and also made Jian Wuji owe me a favor. If you can give me more, I'll help you kill them." This guy was really shameless. He didn't have any professional ethics at all. Even if he was an assassin, he had to keep his employer's secret. This guy wasn't an assassin, so he didn't even bother to keep it a secret. It really is the Sword King sect. What a huge sum. 2 million mid-grade spirit stones. Unfortunately, we can't afford it. Ling Xiao was a little envious. Since you can't afford it, I can only take action. However, I don't want to kill too many people. How about this? If any of you can kill Ling Xiao, I will spare your life. Consider it a chance. Luo Tianyu said with a smile. This person was really vicious. Not only did he want to kill Ling Xiao, but he also deliberately created conflict so that Ling Xiao could die with grievances. As expected of the Holy Sun's dog. However, his vicious trick didn't have any effect in the end. No one would attack Ling Xiao. Let's not talk about their feelings for Ling Xiao. In terms of strength, no one else was a match for Ling Xiao. If they attacked Ling Xiao, they would die faster. Idiot. Idiot. Ling Xiao looked at Luo Tianyu and said. Dog, what are you talking about? Forget it. Just because of what you said, it's useless even if you kneel down and beg for mercy. You must die. Luo Tianyu didn't expect that Ling Xiao would dare to scold him. Ling Xiao said indifferently, you're the one who deserves to die. Luo Tianyu's face was gloomy. He said ferociously, you're lucky to have escaped from Tangzhou. How dare you come and make a fuss in front of me? Don't worry, I won't kill you immediately. I'll break every bone in your body and make you kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. About a few hundred meters away, Chen Meng and Ao Chu were hiding behind a wall, spying on the situation. As for Jian Feng, he was nowhere to be seen. He probably didn't want to be in the same boat as these two. Senior sister, this Luo Tianyu is so strong. He can definitely kill Ling Xiao easily. But aren't we giving him too much? Ao Chu was a little uncomfortable. If he were given all 2 million mid-grade spiritual stones, it would be enough for him to cultivate for a long time. Chen Meng shook her head and said, no, the spiritual stones are a small matter. Luo Tianyu ranked 60th in the last martial arts festival. He's a half-step heavenly venerable with 70% of his strength. Because of his outstanding movement technique, it's easy for him to kill martial artists of the same level. I'm not worried about whether he can kill Ling Xiao. I'm worried about whether Ling Xiao can inflict serious damage on him. What do you mean? Ao Chu didn't quite understand Chen Meng's thoughts. You said it yourself. 2 million mid-grade spiritual stones is not a small amount. How can I be willing to give it to Luo Tianyu? Chen Meng said coldly. I understand, senior sister. You mean to wait until they're both injured, then we'll reap the benefits. We'll kill Luo Tianyu and frame Ling Xiao, right? Ao Chu instantly understood. Yes, that's what I mean. Ling Xiao must die. Luo Tianyu must die. Anyone who dares to threaten our Sword King sect must die. Chen Meng revealed a ferocious expression. Senior sister, you're so smart and ruthless. Ao Chu sighed in his heart. Fortunately, he was a disciple of the Sword King sect. Otherwise, he didn't know how Chen Meng would have schemed against him. While Ao Chu had his own plans, the battle had already begun. Since he knew who sent Luo Tianyu, Ling Xiao didn't need to waste any more time. The overflow rain sword appeared in his hand. He stirred the seawater behind him and condensed a huge sword with seawater attached to it. The sword flashed and a terrifying sword chi rushed towards Luo Tianyu. At that moment, Luo Tianyu felt as if he was standing on a mountain of blades. There were sharp oars everywhere, causing his hair to stand on end. Then, he heard Ling Zhao's voice. Luo Tianyu, as a disciple of the Heavenly King sect, you originally had a bright future ahead of you. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have attacked us. From the moment you attacked us, you were destined to become a dead dog, slumbering in the true devil forbidden area, forever forgotten by people. Ling Xiao didn't plan to show mercy once he attacked. After being in the seawater for so long, he finally comprehended the second move of the shadow sword technique. It was just the right time to test its power on Luo Tianyu. Luo Tianyu wasn't as good as Tang Jiu. As a test subject, he was the most suitable. The overflow rain sword had become huge because of the seawater. Ling Xiao could no longer hold it with both hands. However, his body was gradually changing. The phantom of the evil beast demon appeared behind Ling Xiao. His body seemed to be covered in a layer of armor of the man-eating crocodile. His entire body became enormous. He was at least 6 or 7 meters tall and exuded an evil aura. When Ling Xiao fought, he always used his martial skills according to the actual situation. The evil beast demon king martial spirit was used at the right time. Shadow sword technique, 1,000 waves of raging sea. Ling Xiao, who had transformed into a giant monster, waved the huge overflow rain sword in his hand. Then, the sword chi turned into layers of giant waves that slapped toward Luo Tianyu. These huge waves were incomparably sharp. When they came into contact with the nearby buildings, they could easily cut the buildings in half. Monster! Luo Tianyu was experienced and knowledgeable, but he was still shocked by Ling Xiao's transformation. That ferocious and cold transformation. That huge long sword. And that surging murderous aura. He was completely intimidated by this scene. Wasn't his opponent a half-step celestial master with 20% of his strength? How did he suddenly become so strong? What was going on? After a moment of shock, he channeled his vital essence and his body suddenly emitted a white light. Behind him, the shadow of another white skylark appeared. The skylark martial soul. No wonder he was so fast. Flying cloud strike. Luo Tianyu suddenly accelerated. His body seemed to have turned into a skylark as he crashed into the layers of sword chi at an extremely fast speed. Bang! 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 Luo Tianyu kept retreating. His body was already stained with dark red blood. He was injured. Although it wasn't very serious, he couldn't accept being stabbed by Ling Xiao's sword. Bastard, I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Luo Tianyu was furious. His full-strength attack couldn't even block one of Luo Tianyu's sword techniques. This was simply a great humiliation. If news of this spread, Luo Tianyu wouldn't be able to live anymore. His flying cloud strike came from the Heavenly King sect. It was one of the moves of the flying cloud kick, a top-tier gold martial art. He did not believe that a mere core disciple of the Yuehua sect would be able to learn better martial arts than him. In his rage, Luo Tianyu completely lost his mind. His body began to spin continuously on the spot. A gust of wind blew, and his body became faster and faster. Boom! Flying cloud perishing strike. Luo Tianyu believed that his defense was much stronger than Ling Xiao's since he was a half-step heavenly venerable one with 70% of his strength. Therefore, he planned to use this most terrifying attack to kill Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao died, the rest of the people would not be able to do anything. When Luo Tianyu flew toward Ling Xiao, his whole body seemed to have turned into a white light. Along with the surrounding rubble and iron, he shot toward Ling Xiao. Even the air seemed to condense into a terrifying sharp blade, wanting to pierce through Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao stood there with a calm face. His eyes were fixed on the overflow rain sword in his hand, as if he didn't care about Luo Tianyu's attack at all. And that was the truth. At this moment, Ling Xiao was considering the effects of this attack. The power is not bad. Without incorporating the power of celestial phenomenon and willpower, it was able to force back Luo Tianyu, who was a half-step heavenly venerable one with 70% of his strength. It is indeed a good move. Next, let's try incorporating the power of celestial phenomenon. Wind celestial phenomenon, raging waves of 1,000 layers. A gust of wind blew, and the waves became even stronger. The 1,000-layer waves were formed by the 13 sword soul doppelgangers. Wave after wave, they produced powerful attacks of the water element. Combined with wind celestial phenomenon, the power of the waves was increased by at least 40%. Unlike the murderous aura of the advent of the sword demon, the effect of the raging waves of 1,000 layers was more durable. The longer it was used, the more terrifying the power would be. One was a powerful killing move that could kill instantly. The other was a long-lasting move that could be unleashed slowly. However, both were very powerful. It was hard to say which was stronger, but the key was when to use it. The waves of sword chi were even more ferocious. Boom, 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 the sound of waves crashing against the shore was endless. Although Luo Tianyu's moves were ferocious, he could not get close to Ling Xiao at all. As soon as he got close, he was sent flying by a wave. Then, another wave followed. He did not even have the chance to get up. What kind of terrifying sword technique is this? How can it be so powerful and last for so long? It is much more terrifying than before. Luo Tianyu was inexplicably shocked. He thought that 2 million mid-grade spirit stones would be easy to earn, but now it seemed that the situation was much more serious than he had imagined. A wave of sword chi smashed into Luo Tianyu's left shoulder. A huge wound appeared on his left arm, and blood flowed out. Flying feather body. Luo Tianyu was anxious. He stopped attacking Ling Xiao and used all his true essence to defend himself. The skylark behind him flickered and suddenly became huge. Then, a pair of wings completely covered Luo Tianyu. Even though the sword chi kept coming, they were all blocked by the feathers, unable to cause any damage. Not good. Luo Tianyu's defensive technique should be a jade-grade entry-level martial art. Its defense is too strong. Junior brother Ling is in trouble. Lan Yuer's vision was higher. While the others were still puzzled, she had already seen through the martial art that her opponent was using. Hearing Lan Yuer's words, Dai Yuling, Leng Hao, and the others were a little anxious. At this time, Chen Meng and Ao Chu, who were behind the wall, were also stunned. Senior sister, how did Ling Xiao become so powerful? Although he won against the Decepticons, it was not easy. The Decepticons were not worth mentioning in front of Luo Tianyu. What's going on now? Ao Chu could not believe his eyes. Chen Meng was also inexplicably shocked. This Ling Xiao, I'm afraid that he hid his strength back then. Or maybe he has improved too quickly during this period? Fortunately, we did not attack him ourselves. Otherwise, we would not be able to face such a terrifying sword technique. We would both die. Yes. Ao Chu felt the same. But don't worry too much. Luo Tianyu's defensive technique is a jade-grade entry-level martial art of the Heavenly King sect. No matter how strong Ling Xiao's attack is, it is impossible to break it. After a long time, Ling Xiao will inevitably exhaust his true essence. He will definitely suffer a great loss. Chen Meng smiled. Yes, Luo Tianyu's defense is so strong, and his cultivation is obviously much higher than Ling Xiao's. In terms of endurance, Luo Tianyu is definitely stronger than Ling Xiao. In this battle, Ling Xiao is doomed. Ao Chu nodded, showing a gratified expression. Clang 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 clang, the waves kept slapping on the wings wrapped around Luo Tianyu, splashing out countless sparks. It looked like beautiful fireworks. However, no matter how fierce the waves of sword chi attacked, the wings were as immovable as a mountain. There was no sign of damage at all. There was not even a trace of damage on it. If he couldn't break through Luo Tianyu's defense, he wouldn't be able to kill him. Everyone could see that. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, I admit that I've underestimated you. Your attack is indeed incomparably powerful and shocking, but so what? You can't break through my defense, you can't defeat my jade-grade entry-level defensive martial skill, so you can't injure me, ha ha ha. When you're almost exhausted, it'll be your time to die. Luo Tianyu laughed excitedly. He had been at a disadvantage in the previous exchanges, which he couldn't accept. Now that he finally had some advantage with his jade-grade entry-level defensive martial art, he felt that victory was in his grasp. This defensive martial art was performed with his martial soul, so others couldn't use it. Otherwise, even in the Heavenly King sect, there would be a group of people fighting to learn it. Many people knew that his movement skill was fast, but only those who were familiar with him knew that his defense was more terrifying than his movement skill. The Heavenly King sect was a gathering of stars and geniuses. His overall strength couldn't be ranked in the top 30, but his defense could be ranked in the top 10, except for the core disciples of the Heavenly King sect. No one could hurt him. The 10 core disciples of the Heavenly King sect were ranked in the top 20 in the last martial arts festival. What was Ling Xiao? He was nothing. Ling Xiao looked at Luo Tianyu indifferently and began to slowly integrate the destructive will into his moves. Luo Tianyu didn't notice it. Luo Tianyu was like a turtle hiding in its shell. He believed that his shell's defense was so strong that it could block Ling Xiao's attack. He didn't dare to poke his head out because he was afraid that Ling Xiao would take the opportunity to give him a fatal blow. He was now in a perfect defense, waiting for Ling Xiao to be exhausted. then, he could win. Although he was a little aggrieved now, he would be able to ruthlessly break Ling Xiao's neck later and use it to vent his displeasure. Thinking about it, this feeling was actually quite good. Lan Yuer and the others didn't have Luo Tianyu's terrifying defense. Just the true essence fluctuations that radiated out were enough to seriously injure them. Therefore, they had no choice but to retreat far away. They were already several hundred meters away from the battle between the two. Then, they relied on the extraordinary eyesight of a martial artist to observe the battle. Senior brother Ling is really amazing. It's been a quarter of an hour, but he's still able to keep attacking. He's even able to tie with Luo Tianyu, who was ranked 60th in the last martial arts festival. No, he has the upper hand. Zhao Ji said excitedly. He was really happy because as long as one of the students from Yuehua School could enter the top 100, it would be a record-breaking. Ling Zhao's current strength should be more than enough to rank in the top 100. Don't be too optimistic. The situation is extremely disadvantageous for junior brother Ling. Lan Yuer frowned. Disadvantageous? How was it disadvantageous? Isn't senior brother Ling very calm? Zhao Ji was quite puzzled, and so was Ling Hao. Lan Yuer said in a deep voice, "You should know that the half-step celestial master realm is the process of accumulating strength and true essence. At the same time, 9 martial veins are cultivated into one celestial vein. The gap between them is ultimately the gap between their true essences. Junior brother Ling is only a half-step celestial master with 20% of his strength. His total true essence is incomparable to Luo Tianyu with 70% of his strength. The gap is too big. The gap between each level is at least double. 5 levels means more than 5 times. No wonder senior sister Lan was so worried just now. Now it seems that it's true." Ling Hao also showed a worried expression. "You worry too much." At this time, Dai Yuling said with a smile, "If Luo Tianyu intends to compete with junior brother Ling in terms of endurance, then he's really picked the wrong person. In the end, he may not even know how he died." "What do you mean?" Dai Yuling's words were even more confusing. Junior brother Ling's total true essence is probably more than the celestial being realm experts in the one-line sky realm. A half-step celestial master with 70% of his strength is nothing. If Luo Tianyu wants to defeat junior brother Ling in a short time, it's a smart move. If he wants to stall for time, he can only die miserably. After all, Dai Yuling came to the Yuehua school with Ling Xiao from the latent dragon camp. She knew Ling Xiao far better than the others. However, Lan Yuer and the others were still skeptical about her words. Was Ling Xiao's true essence really that strong? Behind the wall hundreds of meters away from the battlefield, Chen Meng showed a satisfied smile. Finally. It's finally over. After a period of time, Ling Xiao would become an ice-cold corpse. And his explosion before death will also seriously injure Luo Tianyu. At that time, we can go and pick up the scraps. Aochu naturally understood Chen Meng's meaning. Those who could become core disciples were generally not stupid. Hehe, senior sister, you're right. Ling Xiao is new to Jianghu and doesn't know what fighting is. Ling Xiao is just attacking blindly. He doesn't know that the more he attacks, the closer he is to death. This stupid method will only speed up his time in hell. Chen Meng nodded and said, "That's right. You keep an eye on those people from the Yuehua school. I'll deal with Lan Yuer. You kill the rest." "No problem, senior sister. I can handle those good-for-nothings," Aochu said excitedly. Crack. Suddenly, a sound rang out. This sound attracted the attention of Chen Meng, Aochu, and Lan Yuer. What happened? Look, the wing is cracked. Zhao Ji had the black-winged rock martial soul, so his eyes were very sharp. He immediately saw the crack in Luo Tianyu's wing. Impossible. Luo Tianyu was the first to bear the brunt. Naturally, he also felt the pain of his wing cracking. Nothing is impossible. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Your defense is really strong. It consumed 30% of my destructive will to create a crack. But that's all. A small hole could destroy a 1,000-mile dike, even if it was just a crack. It meant that the perfect defense had been broken." Ling Xiao suddenly increased the input of true essence, and an even more violent wave hit the wing. Crack! It broke, the pure white wing defense was completely shattered. The terrifying sword chi penetrated the wing and pierced Luo Tianyu's body, which was so weak that it had no true essence left. Puff. Luo Tianyu's eyes widened as he spat out a mouthful of thick blood. There were even fragments of his internal organs in the blood. He had used all of his true essence on the defensive martial arts he had learned before. He even withdrew his protective true essence. He absolutely didn't believe that his defense could be broken. But now, the cruel reality told him that his defense was broken and his life was at stake. Stop. Luo Tianyu suddenly shouted, I'm a disciple of the Heavenly King sect, and an inner disciple. If you kill me, the Heavenly King sect will hunt you down until you die. Luo Tianyu's threat was nothing more than a last-ditch effort. Without the strength to fight against Ling Xiao, he used his sect to pressure Ling Xiao. The Heavenly King sect was the leader of the 12 sects and the only one that could be considered a ninth-rate sect. If Ling Xiao dared to kill him, the Heavenly King sect would definitely go after the Yuehua school. They would even be willing to massacre the Yuehua school. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, the Heavenly King sect is really strong. I am indeed a little afraid. That's right. If you are afraid, then stop attacking. Your every move will not only involve yourself but also the entire Yuehua school. You better think carefully. Luo Tianyu was overjoyed when he saw that Ling Xiao had stopped attacking. Although he was trying to persuade and warn Ling Xiao, he was thinking viciously in his heart, you have offended me today. In the future, I will kill the Yuehua school and kill everyone in the Yuehua school, idiot, it's useless even if you let me go, ha 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 ha. The wild laughter in his heart came to an abrupt end. He found that his body was beginning to fall apart as if it had been cut by countless sword auras. Not a single part of his body was intact. Idiot, I have offended the Holy Sun. Why would I be afraid to kill you? Besides, the Heavenly King sect will not let me go even if I don't kill you. Ling Xiao had been aware of this for a long time. From the day he offended the Holy Sun, he knew very well that there would be an irreconcilable hatred between him and the Heavenly King sect. Unless the sect leader of the Heavenly King sect was a wise man who would not go against him for the Holy Sun. But obviously, that was not very likely. Ha ha ha, senior brother Ling is too strong. You have killed the 60th person in the martial arts festival. Zhao Ji burst out laughing in the midst of his shock. But I am afraid that senior brother Ling will not have peace from now on. Luo Tianyu is an inner disciple of the Heavenly King sect. The Heavenly King sect will not let this go easily. Zhao Xi said worriedly. It doesn't matter. If I don't kill him, the result will be the same. I might as well kill him and have a good time. What's more, my feud with the Heavenly King sect is with the Holy Sun. Compared to the Holy Sun, this Luo Tianyu is just a piece of trash. Ling Xiao waved his hand, not minding it. If a martial artist wasn't being hunted down, then he must be a mediocre person. Ling Xiao liked this kind of pressure. Under this kind of pressure, he could grow faster. What junior brother Ling said is right. The world of martial artists is like this. If you don't kill him, he will definitely kill you in the future. If you kill him first, you might be fine. Lan Yuer nodded. Behind the wall, Chen Meng and Ao Chu were terrified. How is that possible? How could this be? How could Ling Xiao kill Luo Tianyu? How could he have that kind of ability? Ao Chu kept repeating the same sentence. Calm down. Although there was an accident, Ling Xiao killed Luo Tianyu. He definitely won't survive. The people of the Heavenly King sect won't let him go. Once we get out, we will tell the people of the Heavenly King sect what happened here. Chen Meng was calmer than Ao Chu. Although she was also terrified, she could still maintain some rationality and knew what to do next. She really didn't expect Ling Xiao to defeat Luo Tianyu. Moreover, he dared to kill Luo Tianyu even though he knew that Luo Tianyu was a disciple of the Heavenly King sect. This was too ruthless. Yes, senior sister, you're right. This Ling Xiao is finished. He's completely finished. His life is ruined. He won't have the chance to rise again. Ao Chu suddenly came to a realization and revealed a trembling and excited expression. He was afraid and excited at the same time. Hee, what are you whispering about? Do you want me to join in? Suddenly, a devilish voice sounded beside Chen Meng and Ao Chu. Chen Meng instantly used a secret scroll and escaped. This woman was really decisive. However, Ao Chu was one step too slow. Ling Zhao's sword pierced his throat. He didn't even have time to breathe before he died. Oh no, I didn't expect Chen Meng to be so decisive. Forget it. Anyway, this matter can't be hidden. If she wants to complain, then let her. Our Yuehua school can use the Heavenly King sect to establish our prestige. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Chen Meng's escape didn't bother him at all. Instead, it made him excited. This was a complete lunatic. Junior brother Ling, what should we do now? If Chen Meng really tells the Heavenly King sect about what happened here, with their usual style, they will definitely find fault with us, right? Lan Yuer frowned and asked. Now is the critical period of the Sacred Dynasty's martial arts festival. Killing each other in the preliminaries is tacitly agreed. The Heavenly King sect won't make too big of a move. There may be some local conflicts, but with the Moon Maiden and senior brother Wu, there won't be any trouble. Ling Xiao analyzed, the key is after the martial arts festival. At that time, the Heavenly King sect will be free to deal with our Yuehua school. But at that time, there may be other changes. Forget it. Anyway, it's useless for us to worry. It's better to work hard to improve our strength. Once a big battle occurs, we can play a key role. Lan Yuer listened to Ling Zhao's analysis and agreed. Senior brother Ling, how do you know that the two guys from the Sword King sect are hiding nearby? They are 400 or 500 meters away. You were so focused on the battle just now. How can you multitask? Leng Hao was interested in something else. It's nothing. I've been able to multitask for a long time. I'm just more skilled at it now. And look, what is this? There was a black and white moth in Ling Zhao's hand. Yinyang moth? By the way, when I first came here, I noticed those two people. I just wanted to see what they were up to, so I didn't say anything. Ling Xiao smiled. Yinyang moth requires an extremely strong soul force to control. Senior brother Ling, your soul force should be very strong, right? Leng Hao asked again. Little brat, why do you have so many questions? Back then, you entered the sect together with junior brother Ling. Furthermore, you were hailed as one of the two great geniuses alongside Ming Tian. Now that junior brother Ling has surpassed you by so much, you should be more concerned about yourself instead of him. Lan, you were reminded. Senior sister Lan, how can I compare with senior brother Ling? He is a miracle creator. I can't. Leng Hao smiled bitterly. Okay, let's not talk about this. We have wasted a lot of time here. I guess the others have gone far away. Let's hurry up and catch up with them. Ling Xiao saw that Leng Hao was in a difficult position and changed the topic. Let's go. Everyone continued to move forward. After walking for more than 1,000 meters, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped. I seem to have encountered a big guy. He said and released the Yinyang moth. A moment later, the Yinyang moth sent a series of images. 700 to 800 meters ahead, there was an undying soul blocking the way. This undying soul was condensed from the souls of many martial artists who died here in the past. If one killed it, they would be able to obtain a large amount of martial arts inheritance and martial soul inheritance. Peacock plume, myriad of colors. Suddenly, the shadow of 1,000 hands appeared behind Tang Jiao. Then, the strange peacock plume in his hand stretched out, and colorful lights shot toward Ling Xiao. The peacock plume was one of the top 10 hidden weapons of the Tang sect. It was very powerful. If used together with the corresponding True Yuan, it was really unstoppable. 9 Meridians Qi Sword, Rising Sun Sword Radiance. Ling Xiao did not draw his sword. Instead, he waved his hands. The sun rose above his head, and then countless golden sword radiances pierced through the air. The sharp and blinding sword radiances made the onlookers exclaim. Pa 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 pa, the sound of True Yuan colliding rang out continuously. Ling Zhao's Qi sword radiance was as many as the peacock plume's light. Moreover, the power of the two was actually on par. They kept colliding and exploding in the air. In the end, both of them disappeared. This kid actually broke Tang Zhou's peacock plume? What's going on? Could it be that he wasn't bragging? Is he really that strong? Bragging? I've heard a little about Ling Xiao recently. It's said that he single-handedly defeated almost all the inner disciples of the Sword King sect. He's not easy to deal with. That's right. Did you guys notice that there's a trace of destructive intent in his chi sword? If it was stronger, Tang Jiu would have been the one at a disadvantage. Moreover, his attack just now was more than 20% of a half-step heavenly venerable. He's definitely hiding his true cultivation. When did such a monster appear in the Yuehua school? Even the arrogant contestants from the previous martial arts festival were shocked by Ling Xiao's performance. Tang Jiu's expression became even more ferocious. He looked like a demon from hell. The stronger Ling Xiao was, the more he wanted to kill Ling Xiao. This person could not be left alive. Otherwise, he would become a bigger problem in the future. Therefore, he had to be killed. Fortunately, he was now stronger than Ling Xiao, so he still had a chance. Ling Xiao, you've hidden your strength well. If I let you live, you'll be a disaster in the future. Therefore, you must die today. Tang Jiu shouted coldly as the peacock plume in his hand shone even brighter. Previously, he had only used 70% of his strength, and he thought that he could easily kill Ling Xiao. Now, he was prepared to use 90% of his strength. He did not believe that he could not kill the other party. The peacock plume shined brightly, causing wind to howl and dust to fly. The sharp aura scared many martial artists away from Tang Jiu. Even the Undying Soul, who was hiding on the throne far away, glanced over. The Undying Soul didn't seem to take the initiative to attack unless the martial artists entered a certain range. It was as if it was guarding something. Ling Xiao took a deep breath as the Overflow Rain Sword and Purple Lightning Sword appeared in his hands at the same time. Lightning flashed on his left hand, and the will of destruction continued to rise. Red light surrounded his right hand, and the slaughter will grew stronger rapidly. Against Tang Jiu, he planned to finish him off with a single strike so as to avoid unnecessary trouble. Everyone, stop. All of a sudden, Yan Liehua and Xianxia appeared in the middle of the crowd and shouted at the same time. Yan Liehua was ranked 51st, a disciple of the Profound Fire sect, which was ranked 3rd among the 12 sections. Xianxia was ranked 55th, and he was the number 1 disciple of the Heavenly King sect. The fact that the two of them had intervened to stop him attracted everyone's attention. What's the meaning of this? Tang Jiu asked coldly. Towards these two people, he was also somewhat afraid. Of course, it was only a slight fear, and not a fear. However, he had to consider that if he continued to attack, it might become a 1 versus 3 situation. Now is not the time for internal strife. You should know that even if you want to kill Ling Xiao, it's not something that can be done in a short time. Let's deal with the Undying Soul first. Xianxia explained. That's right, Brother Tang. You should know what's more important, right? After dealing with the Undying Soul, if you want to kill Ling Xiao, we won't stop you. Yan Liehua also advised. Tang Jiu, listen to them. I'll join forces with you to deal with that kid later. Although Li Yudao was bloodthirsty, he seemed to have a brain at the crucial moment. Tang Jiu didn't retract his aura, but he felt that their words made sense. If he joined forces with Li Yudao later, it would be a piece of cake to get rid of Ling Xiao. But now, Xianxia was right. Even if he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, he would suffer great losses. It wouldn't be worth it. Alright, I'll give you some face. I'll deal with him later. Tang Jiu said as he slowly retracted his true yuan. However, at this moment, 2 rays of sword light shot out. How dare you? Stop. Yan Liehua and Xianxia wanted to stop it, but it was useless. The 2 rays of sword light were too fast, it was too terrifying. In the blink of an eye, Tang Jiu's body was split into 4, and blood splattered all over the ground. You don't believe me when I say you're an idiot. Do you think I'm a dead fish on the chopping board? Do you think you can kill me whenever you want? Stop if you don't want to kill me? Ling Xiao held 2 swords in his hands. Blood was still dripping from the blades. He looked coldly at the dead Tang Jiu and said, From the moment you attacked me, you should have known that there was no way for us to be amicable. How dare you retract your true yuan in the middle of a battle? If you don't die, who will? Everyone was dumbfounded. They even felt that their minds were in a mess. What was this? Tang Jiu wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but he was killed by Ling Xiao first. Ling Xiao was just like the rumors said. He didn't want to lose out at all. Ling Xiao, you're courting death. Xianxia was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Liehua was also very unhappy. You're the ones courting death. Ling Xiao said indifferently, didn't anyone tell you not to interfere when others are in a life and death battle? You. Xianxia couldn't take it anymore. He was an inner disciple of Sky King Gate, a half-step heavenly venerable with 80% of his strength. His words were ignored like a fart. This feeling was too unbearable. What about me? Are all of you from Sky King Gate so arrogant? That holy sun is like that, and so are you? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. In fact, Xianxia was the one he despised the most. Xianxia was an expert in soul secret techniques, but Ling Xiao could feel that Xianxia's soul secret techniques were too weak compared to his own. He could kill Xianxia in an instant. Damn it. Xianxia was about to attack, but was stopped by Liehua. This kid is strange. Don't be in a hurry to attack. Liehua looked at Ling Xiao and said coldly, you killed Tang Jiu, causing us to lose a powerful combatant. Without the dead soul, none of us will be able to enter. What do you say about this? This guy really knew how to flatter others. He instantly turned Ling Xiao into a target. However, Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, do people from Profound Fire sect like to flatter others so much? Fine, since that's the case, all of you stand aside. Leave this dead soul to me, as for the benefits, I'm a generous person. Everyone will get a share. It wasn't that Ling Xiao didn't want to take all the benefits, but he didn't want to offend everyone. Moreover, he didn't have the possibility to take all the benefits. Since it was like this, why not do them a favor? You? It's not that I don't believe you. So many of us besieged the undying soul, but we still couldn't get rid of it. Can you do it alone? Liehua frowned. What if I can do it? Ling Xiao asked. If you can do it, I will let bygones be bygones. Liehua said. Good, then I'll let you widen your knowledge. To deal with this kind of special creature, you can't act recklessly. You need a certain method. Ling Xiao smiled and called Ling Hao, Dai Yuling, and the others to come and help. Under his command, everyone set up a soul-breaking array around the undying soul. This array didn't have any other effect except for one thing, it could greatly increase the damage to the soul. Then, Ling Xiao asked everyone to step back. He took a deep breath and the phantom of the Black Divine Dragon appeared behind him. After the soul-breaking array's support, the terrifying destruction will hit the undying soul. The undead soul was originally formed by the condensation of many departed souls. Ling Xiao seized the weakest point of the condensation and used the destruction will to attack. Ah, a strange cry resounded. On the undying soul's soul armor, many human-shaped souls appeared. They began to struggle desperately to break free. Ling Xiao increased the amount of soul power he poured in, and the will of mountains and rivers also merged in. The destruction will's ultimate pursuit was to destroy everything. As for the mountain river will, it was a powerful pressure, a will that was above everything else. After the mountain river will intervened, the undying soul's main will was suppressed. The rest of the souls finally began to break free. 1, 2, 3, the huge soul disintegrated in a moment, and a large number of souls fled. At this time, the onlooking warriors also took action. They caught those souls and began to absorb them. Lan Yuer and the others naturally began to fight under Ling Xiao's signal. Naturally, Ling Xiao captured one of the strongest souls, which was the undying soul's main body. This main body was actually a servant girl beside the true devil great emperor in the past. She couldn't be any more insignificant, but now, she was above all the warriors present. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao's strong ability to suppress the soul, it would be impossible to subdue it. Devour, transform, absorb, the whole process was completed by the mountain river martial spirit. With the end of all this, the true essence in Ling Xiao's body also produced a strong fluctuation. His cultivation had once again broken through. Half-step Empyrean, his power continued to grow slower and slower. This was inevitable because the higher he went, the more power he would need. However, after this breakthrough, there was no need for him to be afraid of a few half-step heavenly venerate martialists who had 80% of their power. Hist. Sure enough, coming to the True Devil Forbidden Area was the right choice. The harvest was simply too great. His cultivation, which had been stagnant before, had made great progress. Previously, he killed Tangjiu because Tangjiu was careless. At that time, he and Tangjiu were at most separated. He had a bigger advantage, but it wasn't a sure win. But now, he was confident that he had an 80% chance of winning. The others had also improved, but except for the few from the Yuehua school who hadn't reached the half-step Empyrean realm, the others hadn't broken through. Now, Dai Yuling, Leng Hao, and Zhao Ji were all half-step Empyreans. Among them, Dai Yuling and Leng Hao were half-step Empyreans with 20% of their strength. Zhao Ji was half-step Empyrean with 10% of his strength. Even Zhao Xi, who was the weakest, had reached the Transcendent Realm level 9. She was only one step away from becoming a half-step Empyrean. This was all thanks to the inheritance power they had absorbed. It was just that their foundation wasn't stable enough, so Ling Xiao reminded them to leave immediately if they encountered any danger. Otherwise, if they died, it would be meaningless no matter how big the harvest was. Clang. When the Undying Soul died, a wall behind the throne actually opened up. There really is a secret. Everyone, hurry up and grab the treasures. Hurry up, it'll be gone if we're late. Someone shouted a few times, and then a group of people rushed out. These people are really too much. They didn't even thank Senior Brother Ling. If it weren't for Senior Brother Ling, they wouldn't have been able to get such a big benefit. Zhao Ji said unhappily. Alright, don't bother about these small things. Almost everyone has gone in, so let's go in too. Remember what I told you, don't force yourself. There are some things that you don't have to joke about with your life. Ling Xiao reminded. Yes. Everyone was now full of admiration for Ling Xiao. How could they not listen to Ling Xiao's words? To them, Ling Xiao was simply a bright beacon. Wow, the spirit energy here is so abundant. It's much better than a mid-grade spirit stone. Moreover, there are no side effects. Just as he entered the wall, Leng Hao exclaimed. I have a feeling that if I can cultivate here for a while, my cultivation will continue to improve. That's right. Moreover, this spirit energy is very similar to the true essence in our body. It doesn't even take much time to condense. This is simply a holy land for cultivation. Zhao Ji said excitedly. Be careful, the situation is not right. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, a strange inscription on the ground began to flicker. Everyone who was originally together was transferred to a completely different place. This should be the secret cultivation place of the former True Devil Empire. Ling Xiao speculated. His conjecture was basically correct. In the past, the True Devil Emperor and the 9 Great Devil Kings cultivated here. This place could show different scenes according to each person's cultivation. It was simply mysterious. Although he was worried about the safety of Lan Yu and the others, there was nothing he could do. Everyone had their own fortune. He couldn't change anything. It was better to cultivate in peace. Just as he was about to continue moving forward, he suddenly saw a black mist on the road in front of him. This mist continued to condense. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a human figure. Is this a soldier of the True Devil Empire? But how can he be so strong? Ling Xiao had seen the general situation of the True Devil Empire from the murals and some remaining information in the True Devil Palace. This kind of person with a small trident on his chest was a soldier. The soldiers were also divided into 5 ranks. Between each rank, there would be a different degree of strength. 2 swords were sergeants. 3 swords were sergeants. 4 swords were warrant officers. 5 swords were lieutenant officers. After that, the symbol would change. It would no longer be a trident, but directly become the heart of the ocean. 1 heart of the ocean was a colonel. 2 was a general, 3 was a marshal, 4 was the demon king, 5 was also the highest level. It should be the True Devil Emperor himself. It sounded like a small soldier wasn't worth mentioning, But the problem was that the small soldier in front of Ling Xiao was actually a half-step Empyrean with 10% of his strength. This was the lowest level of soldiers, yet they were still so strong. Of course, this level of strength was no longer a threat to Ling Xiao. He casually shot out an Qi sword, and the small soldier shattered into mist. Ling Xiao continued forward, but before he could walk more than 10 meters, he encountered a similar situation. However, this time, he encountered a second-level soldier with 20% of his strength, a half-step Empyrean. The third time he encountered a third-level soldier with 30% of his strength, a half-step Empyrean. At the same time, similar situations occurred in the other 300 or so completely sealed spaces. What's going on? This is different from what Senior Brother said. How can the enemy be so strong? How powerful was the demon-suppressing empire back then? Even a small soldier is so terrifying. It's over. It seems like I won't have a chance to continue moving forward. But if I stay here and cultivate for more than 10 minutes, I will still be attacked. As expected, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The battles were going on at the same time in these places, and more disciples were killed or took the initiative to withdraw. After 3 rounds of battles, more than 20 disciples had left the True Devil Forbidden Area helplessly. Not many died, only 2 of them. They were the kind of fellows who didn't know what was good for them. Outside the demon-suppressing Forbidden Area. In the blood-red desert. Suddenly, more than 20 figures appeared. Zhao Ji. Zhao Xi. Yuehua School's Zhao Ji and Zhao Xi were eliminated. There was nothing they could do. They were not strong enough to face a third-level soldier, but they knew to quit while they were ahead, so they followed Ling Zhao's instructions and left. I'm sorry, Sect Master. Our performance was not good enough. Ha ha ha, it's already very good, very good. To be able to enter the True Devil Imperial Palace, your ranking is at least within the top 400. This result is already very good, maybe even better. Wu Xiang laughed. He didn't look depressed. Right, how are Ling Xiao and the others? Heavenly Premier Golden Light hurried over and asked. It should be fine. We were only able to enter the final place thanks to Senior Brother Ling. Even my current cultivation was only possible thanks to Senior Brother Ling, Zhao Ji said excitedly. A half-step Empyrean with 20% of his strength. How did he improve so quickly? Wu Xiang checked Zhao Ji's cultivation and was immediately taken aback. Zhao Xi isn't bad either. She's already a half-step Empyrean with 10% of her strength. Empyrean Heavenly I also looked at Zhao Xi, very satisfied. In the past, Heavenly Lord Heavenly I did not place Zhao Ji and Zhao Xi, these 2 disciples, in his eyes. But now, these 2 people had become the 2 most outstanding among all his disciples. This really made people sigh. How are our sect's casualties? Zhao Ji asked. This was because too many people had died before entering the True Demon Imperial Palace, especially Li Yudao and Tang Jiu. Basically, every disciple they encountered could not escape from their ruthless hands. Only the people from the 3 southern sects were spared. Fortunately, more than 10 people died. The rest have all returned. Some sects are too miserable. More than 100 people went in, but only a dozen or so survived. Zhao Ji turned his head and saw that the leaders of some sects were beating their chests and stamping their feet in grief. He sighed in his heart. The other sects were different from the Yuehua school. Everyone in the Yuehua school had a secret technique scroll, which was refined with the help of Ling Xiao. Therefore, they could escape when they encountered danger. However, the other sects did not have so many secret technique scrolls. It was good enough that each sect had 20 or 30 scrolls. The rest did not have any scrolls. The only way to escape was to run outside. However, how could they escape when they were not as strong as others? Naturally, there were many casualties. The people from the Yuehua school sighed. They were also glad that their sect had someone like Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao was still fighting in the enclosed space. Interestingly, every time he killed a soldier formed by the black fog would merge into his body and become pure true essence energy. His cultivation level would increase a little. At this rate, it was much faster than sitting cross-legged and cultivating. The soldier in front of him was a 5th level soldier with 50% of his strength, a half-step heavenly venerable. To Ling Xiao, this was not a strong opponent, but it was just a small soldier. He wondered how strong the soldiers that appeared next would be. Would their strength be equivalent to the top 100 geniuses in the martial arts festival? Whoosh, again, it was just a sword of energy that shattered the soldier. The black fog merged into Ling Xiao's body and turned into pure energy. The rest of the people were probably in the same situation. While gaining benefits, the danger they faced also increased. Naturally, it was better to kill as many of these things as possible. However, when the strength of a half-step heavenly venerable reached 50%, there were even fewer people who could fight against it. The number of people who failed started to increase. More than 20 people had been eliminated just now. Now, there were close to 100 people who had been eliminated. Although there were more half-step heavenly venerable martialists with 50% of their strength than in the previous preliminaries, there were only about 200 of them. Moreover, some martialists might not be able to defeat these 5th level soldiers at the same level. It was completely normal for them to be eliminated. Fortunately, this was an enclosed space. If they could not win, they could take the initiative to give up and run away. They would not be chased by the disciples of the other sections. Therefore, the death rate was greatly reduced. Most of them were eliminated and had no choice but to return the way they came. Of course, those who had secret technique scrolls could directly teleport out. On the Yuehua school's side, Lan Yuer could still maintain her composure. However, Dai Yuling and Ling Hao were having a harder time. Long Chen from the Divine Sword sect had already entered his golden dragon form. He relied on his strong defense to persist. Otherwise, he would have been eliminated long ago. While many martialists were still facing 5th level and 4th level soldiers, Ling Xiao was already facing a sergeant. Sergeants were divided into 3 ranks: sergeant, sergeant, and corporal. Originally, Ling Xiao thought that a corporal's strength was only at 60% of a half-step heavenly venerable. However, when he actually encountered one, he discovered that he was wrong. This fellow was not at 60% of a half-step heavenly venerable, but had directly soared to 80% of a half-step heavenly venerable. This was a leap in strength. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Among the martialists who entered the true demon forbidden zone this time, the ones with the highest cultivation were Yan Liehua and Li Yudao. Tang Jia was also at this level, but he was already dead. They were all at 80% of a half-step heavenly venerable. If Ling Xiao wanted to defeat them, then this corporal would be his touchstone. You came at the right time. Ling Xiao faintly smiled and took out the overflow rain sword. He was prepared to have a good battle with this corporal. He wanted to completely master his newly comprehended sword moves. End of chapter 729. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.